Chapter 201. If Bon were here, he would definitely recognize it as a zombie earth bear, and its eyes gleamed with intelligence. This wasn't an ordinary wandering undead, but a self-aware undead. Jiru, having failed at his attack, retreated, clearly sensing the opponent's immense power. "Who exactly are you?" The old man's tone remained calm. "I think you already guessed. I don't need to explain." The other shoreflower. Jiru gritted his teeth. The old man neither admitted nor denied it, simply saying, "I suggest you don't resist. You can't defeat this bear. We only want people, not your lives." Jiru took a deep breath. "You're insulting the soldiers of Sharia. In my eyes, there are no enemies I can't defeat." With that, he swung his long sword and charged at the earth bear again. The earth bear roared, its mountain-like body standing upright, its paws swiftly striking towards Jiru. However, a flash of azure light appeared beneath Jiru's feet, leaving a blue afterimage. He spun twice in the air, miraculously bypassing the earth bear and charging towards the old necromancer. The earth bear missed its target, its two fleshy paws slamming together with a deafening roar. Enraged by Jiru's bluff, it channeled its magic, its body glowing with a black light. With a powerful leap, its massive body shot forward like a rocket, instantly catching up to Jiru. Initially, Jiru was confident. He figured that as long as he avoided the summoned undead, the necromancer would have to face his attacks directly, a common tactic against necromancers. However, the terrifying roar behind him snapped him back to reality. He stared in astonishment at the approaching earth bear, frantically raising his long sword, but it was too late. The earth bear's massive paws were already upon him. Just then, several ice spikes suddenly shot towards them. Hearing the sound of the ice spikes piercing the air, the earth bear immediately stopped and slapped them away, shattering them all. Jiru also took the opportunity to retreat to the side, looking towards the direction of the ice spikes. He saw Modley covered in sweat. Clearly, he had expended considerable effort to break free from the shackles of darkness, and it was he who had launched the ice spikes. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly, and simultaneously launched their attacks on the old necromancer. The old necromancer's face remained expressionless. He casually waved his sleeve, and another magic circle appeared in front of him. A giant death serpent emerged from the black hole and pounced towards Modley. The death serpent was known for its speed, so it quickly reached Modley. Modley showed no fear, slashing at the serpent's head. The serpent twisted its body, dodging the attack, and opened its jaws to bite Modley's neck. Modley rolled over, his blade pointing upwards, aiming straight for the giant python's belly. But before he could exert any force, his vision blurred, and the python abruptly shifted to the other side, continuing its attack. Through this brief exchange, he sensed that the python's strength was only at the first level of the transformation realm. He could manage to hold its own, but Jiru on the other side was in serious danger. Girl finally got to fight the old necromancer, but he was immediately shocked. This old necromancer was already a 6th level transformation realm expert. Coupled with the necromancer's superior magical perception compared to other mages, Jiru was immediately put on the defensive. "Damn it! How could this be?" Jiru roared repeatedly, retreating under the old necromancer's relentless attacks. But the earth bear behind him was no pushover either. Its massive paws slammed down relentlessly, leaving Jiru overwhelmed. "Captain, we're here to help you." Two figures rushed over, blocking the earth bear's attack. It was Green and Mitchell. Although they weren't as strong as the earth bear, they were still powerful cultivators at the transformation realm, and holding him off wasn't a problem. Girl's pressure eased considerably, but the necromancer before him was still beyond his capabilities. "Your actions are so reckless. I will report you to the Holy See. Then none of you will escape." The old necromancer remained unmoved. "Do you think you won't report us if we leave? The nearest church is already surrounded. They can't come to our aid. We don't want to escalate things. We're just trying to rescue our companions." Jiru's heart sank. He knew there were churches in Torai or Ice City. There were even bishops of unfathomable power among them. But if what the old necromancer said was true, how many people from the other Shoreflower sect had actually come? Suddenly, several figures shot out from behind, the other necromancers who had been with the old one. They nodded to him, and the old necromancer, understanding, said calmly, "You can take your people and leave first." Hearing the old necromancer's words, Modley's heart sank. He saw the Black Flame King among the group, looking dejected. The Black Flame King had also seen him, a smile playing on his lips, seemingly a provocation. Modley roared, "Halt! Leave the Black Flame King here." He flipped his hand, sending a stream of water towards the Black Flame King. The old necromancer simply waved his hand, erecting a bone shield that blocked Modley's attack. Meanwhile, the other necromancers quickly led the Black Flame King away. Modley wanted to give chase, but the giant death serpent blocked his path, preventing him from advancing an inch. "Girl, think of something. We can't let them escape," Modley roared as he attacked the death serpent. Girl was inwardly frustrated. He desperately wanted to capture the Black Flame King, but the opponent's strength was simply too great. He could only defend himself with all his might. Once the Black Flame King and his companions were far away, the old necromancer sighed softly. "You were lucky today to have encountered me. If it were any other member of the other Shore Flower, you might be dead. Take care." With that, he cast the same dark spell again. But this time, Jiru and Modley were prepared. They quickly retreated and cast defensive spells to resist the binding of the black mist. However, their vision was still partially obstructed. When the black mist dissipated, the old necromancer and his summoned undead had vanished without a trace. Modley's face was incredibly grim. "This is terrible. The Black Flame King has been kidnapped. How are we going to explain this to King Liar and the Marshal?" Jiru's expression grew even more unpleasant, but he still sighed and said, "Forget it. That old man was right. He didn't intend to kill us. If he really did, we wouldn't be alive now. Let them go. There's nothing we can do about this." Not long after the people from the other Shore Flower sect left, several figures flew in and appeared before them. Modley's expression froze. These people were dressed in white robes, clearly from the Holy See. They all wore cloaks, pulled low, obscuring their faces. Girl and Modley quickly bowed. "Your Excellency." One of the white-robed bishops slowly stepped forward. "What's going on? Why are the people of the other Shore Flower here in Torai City?" Hearing the questioning tone, Jiru was somewhat alarmed. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it might even implicate the royal palace. However, before he could speak, Modley interjected, "Your Excellency, it was indeed our fault this time. We captured a necromancer near Antarok City earlier, intending to escort him to Sharia City before reporting to the Holy See. Who knew they would launch a surprise attack tonight and kidnap the necromancer?" Modley knew that since the matter had been exposed, there was no need to hide it anymore. It was better to speak frankly. Of course, Modley also played a little trick, concealing the fact that the Black Flame King had been entrenched in the 8 northwestern cities for several years. The bishop hesitated for a moment, then slightly lifted his cloak, revealing a pair of dark green eyes that fell on Modley. "You are Modley?" he asked. Modley was slightly taken aback, but still answered honestly, "That's me." The bishop's mind raced. He had some knowledge of the recent unrest in the 8 northwestern cities, but had always assumed it was just bandits causing trouble. He also knew that Modley had led a team to assist Walton in suppressing the bandits. Now it seemed that Modley hadn't come solely to suppress the bandits. Those bandits were definitely intricately connected to tonight's events. "I understand," the bishop said calmly, lowering his hood. "Margot, report this to Beast Mountain. The rest of you come with me to track them down." The followers responded in unison, and then all left the scene. Modley breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Jiru asked with some worry, "Is this really all right? Will the Vatican blame us?" Modley shook his head. "I don't know, but the bishop must have sensed something. We just have to see how things unfold." Jiru sighed and asked, "What do we do now? We're all gone. The mission is a failure. Do we still have to go back to Sharia City?" "Of course we have to go back," Modley said decisively. "We must tell the Marshal about the other Shore Flower's operation. Since the other Shore Flower dared to act so arrogantly within our duchy, we must take notice. If necessary, we also have to report this to the Empire. I estimate the Vatican will soon be heading to the palace." Girl nodded and turned to say, "Everyone rest here. We continue our journey to Sharia City tomorrow morning." The night passed without incident, but Modley couldn't sleep. These consecutive defeats in his battles with the Black Flame King had been a huge blow to him. Years without leading a team in combat had dulled his skills and dulled his mental agility. If he had anticipated that the other Shore Flower would send someone to break him out, perhaps he could have prepared in advance. If only Bones were still here, Modley thought, then suddenly remembered Born. Born had helped him a lot in previous battles, always providing the best solution at the most crucial moments. That kid isn't strong, but he always manages to use various resources to achieve his goals. He's meticulous, even a bit cunning, not at all like a teenager. Thinking this, Modley felt a pang of doubt. What kind of place could cultivate such outstanding talent? They claimed to be from a northern tribe, and they even brought a tiger-shaped magical beast. If that's true, it seems there really are reclusive masters among the northern tribes. No, after this matter, I must send people to the various northern tribes to investigate thoroughly. The next morning, Jira led everyone on their way again. Without the prison cart, their journey was much faster, and they arrived in Sharia City that evening. When King Lyre and Evar saw Jiru and Maudley empty-handed, they were both filled with confusion. What happened? Evar frowned and asked, "Where is the Black Flame King?" Jiru knelt down. Last night, the other Shore Flower sent dozens of experts to kidnap the Black Flame King. What? King Lyre exclaimed. Dozens of experts? All necromancers? Maudley nodded. They were far too powerful, much stronger than the Black Flame King. We were no match for them. Fortunately, they didn't intend to kill us, otherwise we would all be corpses by now. Evar slammed his fist on the table in anger. Under his powerful palm strike, the thick wooden table shattered. Tore apart, said Jiru. The other Shore Flower is far too arrogant. Such a blatant prison break. Didn't the Bishop of Toraiwarai City react? Jiru replied. The other Shore Flower even surrounded the church, trapping all the papal officials and preventing them from coming out to help us. Evar paused, then pondered. That means the other Shore Flower has indeed sent an extremely powerful expert, strong enough to suppress the Bishop of Toraiwarai City. He then looked at Jiru and Maudley, sighing slightly. This time it's not your fault. Even if I were here, I'm afraid I would be powerless. Get up. Jiru and Maudley remained outwardly calm, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Evar's decision not to pursue the matter meant they had escaped unscathed. But? Evar suddenly added. Jiru and Maudley both trembled, their hearts filled with renewed unease. Evar's eyes turned cold. The mission failed, that's a fact. If there's no punishment for failure, how can we convince the masses? This time, there are extenuating circumstances, so the punishment can be reduced. Jiru, you did well on your mission in the east, but your merits don't outweigh your demerits. This time, you're punished by being sent to the north to assist with reconstruction work. Do your best? Girl sighed and said loudly yes. I will definitely complete the mission. Evar looked at Maudley. Maudley, you failed 2 missions in a row. You should know what the consequences are. Maudley swallowed. With a spit, he said, I am willing to accept the punishment. Evar said calmly, now, I remove you from your positions as Minister of Finance and Minister of Civil Service. King Lyre was shocked. Teacher, no. Maudley has been in these positions for so long. He's the most experienced. If you dismiss him, who will manage the duchy's finances and civil service? Evar, annoyed at being interrupted, glared at King Lyre. You will handle these matters. You can't rely on Maudley for everything. You should learn more. King Lyre shrank back, his face bitter. Evar continued, now is the time for preparing for the magic tournament. Maudley, you will be in charge of overseeing this. Chapter 202. Maudley was stunned, unable to recover for a long time. This? Evar frowned. What? You're unwilling? Maudley quickly waved his hands. No, I'm willing. Thank you for your trust, Marshal, in entrusting me with such an important task. I will certainly live up to your expectations, and make this competition a success. Evar nodded in satisfaction, while King Lyre pouted. Teacher, you're so cunning. You poached Maudley to help you with the magic competition, making things easy for yourself, but difficult for me. Evar coughed lightly, seemingly not hearing King Lyre's words. All right, this matter is settled. Maudley, you take over tomorrow. It's too late today, get some rest. He then stood up and left the hall. Maudley looked at King Lyre somewhat awkwardly, while King Lyre grumbled, Maudley, now you dumped all your work on me. I've been so busy these past few days while you were gone. Maudley smiled wryly, Your Highness, if it really comes down to it, I can recommend someone to assist you. Oh! King Lyre's eyes lit up. Who is it? Maudley hesitated slightly before saying, Noctis, the Lord of Antioch City. He's not particularly strong, and his magical talent isn't great, but he's very intelligent. He's governed Antioch City very well over the years. If he's willing, you can summon him to the palace to assist you with financial and official affairs. King Lyre stroked his chin. Noctis is a hereditary earl, and his family has been the lords of Antioch City for generations. Is he really willing to give up his position? Maudley chuckled. I think he's not actually that interested in the position of city lord. He only takes it on because of family honor. We let his son succeed him, while he himself remains an earl and enters the royal palace. King Lyre nodded slightly. That's a good idea, but what about his son? Is he up to the task of city lord? Maudley replied, Noctis' son has indeed only recently come of age, but he has considerable talent, showing glimpses of his family's ancestors. He has already reached the peak of the Outer Yuan realm, and will participate in this magic competition. King Lyre asked, "What's his name?" "Asabai." When Asabai saw the order from the royal palace, he was completely stunned. Father, this is... What's going on?" Noctis was equally astonished. "I don't know either. Why would King Lyre suddenly make such a decision?" Asabai looked at his father, swallowed hard, and said, "Father, you are the city lord. You can refuse the palace's summons." Noctis pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No, actually, I'm not suitable to be the city lord. It seems King Lyre has also seen this. My child, your talent is better than mine. Antarok City is entrusted to you." Asabai was shocked. He never expected his father to actually be willing to take a position at the palace. But if that's the case, you won't be the city lord anymore. A nobleman who has lost his territory. He couldn't bring himself to finish his sentence. "We be looked down upon," Noctis said, voicing what Asabai was thinking. "I know that too, but look at Lord Mordley. Isn't he also a nobleman without land? He's still respected. Don't worry, this is an opportunity. My title hasn't been stripped, and you, inheriting the position of city lord, will inevitably have a title as well. This is a good thing for our family." Asabai lowered his head. "But I have no experience. There's absolutely no way I could govern Antarok City as well as you." Noctis smiled. "Don't worry, I believe in you. Besides, King Lyre has also arranged for General Walton to support us, so we won't have to worry about other towns causing trouble." Asabai nodded. "All right then, father, rest assured, I will do my best to be a good city lord." Noctis smiled with satisfaction. "Good, then I pack up and leave. The affairs of the duchy are already piling up, and I can't delay any longer." Asabai suddenly remembered something. "By the way, father, if I take over as city lord now, can I still participate in the magic competition?" Noctis waved his hand. "Don't worry, there's no rule saying the city lord can't participate, and the list is already finalized. It can't be changed midway." "Then what if I pass the town's competition and enter the domain competition?" Asabai asked. Noctis smiled slightly. "That's not for us to consider. Lord Wharton will likely make arrangements, but first you must defeat your opponent and achieve victory." Before leaving, Noctis summoned the officials of the city lord's mansion, announcing Asabai's succession as city lord and also revealing his own departure to take up a post at the royal palace. Although some were puzzled, they respected Noctis's choice. Of course, Born, Annie, and Angela were completely unaware of these events. They had been in seclusion for a month, diligently cultivating. Born and Annie, through the soul separation and merging technique, mutually enhanced each other, resulting in a qualitative improvement in their understanding and control of magic. Angela, on the other hand, cultivated alone, the mysterious pendant around her neck continuously emitting a blue light, helping her purify her magical energy. However, due to the extremely short time available, Annie and Angela failed to break through to the peak of the Outer Yuan realm until the very last moment before the magic competition. Reluctantly, they could only compete with the strength of the 9th level of the Outer Yuan realm. When they came out of their room at the servant's call, they encountered Oral and Lorenzo, who were also participating in the competition. Both of them had also broken through to the 9th level of the Outer Yuan realm. "Oral! Lorenzo! You two are doing great, you both broken through," Annie exclaimed with a smile. Oral scratched his head. "Oh dear, I'm afraid I have to waste this spot. Not being able to break through to the peak of the Outer Yuan realm, I wonder how many rounds I can last on the field." Born patted him on the shoulder. "What are you afraid of? Even if you don't win, you still do a great job. You get the secret realm origin, and you definitely become heroes in the future." Lorenzo didn't care. "Haha, I don't mind. If it weren't for this opportunity, I wouldn't have such good cultivation conditions. Breaking through to the 9th level of the Outer Yuan realm is already very satisfying." The morning sunlight and mountain breeze gave a warm feeling. However, every participating mage knew that the real challenge was about to begin. A waiter approached them. "Gentlemen, it's time to assemble. Please gather at the 100 Battles platform." Everyone nodded. They already knew the relevant rules. The 100 Battle Arena is located in the heart of Antarok City, adjacent to the Adventurers Guild. It comprises 10 arenas for adventurers and other mages to spar with. This magic tournament is being held here. In reality, there is a true 100 Battle Arena in the Imperial City, with 100 arenas. Various towns have followed suit, though not reaching 100 in scale, but still using the name 100 Battle Arena. To demonstrate the importance of this tournament, not only was the city lord of Antarok presiding, but also the city's Adventurers Guild administrator, the bishop of the church, and the leaders of the merchant guild and army were invited to serve as judges. The competition was also decided by drawing lots. There were 10 commoners and 21 nobles. The 21 nobles had been pre-selected, with the city lord only symbolically agreeing. All of them were under 30 years old, the oldest being Lorenzo, who was exactly 29. The others were mostly around 20 years old, the youngest being Anne and Born, both 17, although Born's age was significantly exaggerated. When Born and his group arrived at the battle arena, it was already crowded. They looked towards the main stage and spotted several familiar faces, including Adonis, Eli, Walton, and Aspie? Born exclaimed. Why is he sitting up there? They had known Noctis' son, Aspie, for a long time, but now, Aspie was clearly sitting in the main seat. Shouldn't that be Noctis' seat? It wasn't surprising they didn't know. The event had happened so suddenly, and they were currently in seclusion, so naturally they were unaware. Lorenzo shook his head. I don't know. Where is Lord Noctis? Should we ask Captain Barkerlov? He began searching around, but with the arena packed with people, finding Barkerlov would be difficult. Just then, a hand patted Born's shoulder. Born turned around and saw a familiar face. Lorenzo? Oral and Lorenzo were also startled. Loren, you're out? This man was none other than Loren, the former leader of the Oxnose Mountain Bandits. He had surrendered voluntarily to fulfill his promise to Born, and was imprisoned by Noctis. Yet here he was, free and unrestrained. Ha ha, Brother Bones, I have to thank you for this. Loren explained, before you went into seclusion, you had my brother assist you in capturing the Black Flame King, which was a great achievement. General Walton personally came to plead for our lives. Now our entire Oxnose Mountain Bandits are no longer just mountain bandits, but the city defense force of Amtrock City. Lord Noctis even made me a squad leader. Ha, congratulations. Born said happily. Where's Shukri? Loren waved his hand. Shukri has left Amtrock City to find his son. Being reunited with family is a good ending. Born nodded, then suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, do you know? Where did Lord Noctis go? Why is Aspie sitting in the Lord's seat now? Loren chuckled, this just happened a couple of days ago. King Lyre summoned Lord Noctis to the palace and simultaneously bestowed upon Aspie the title of Earl of Amtrock, entrusting him with the affairs of the Lord. Noctis was granted the title of Earl for life, assisting King Lyre in handling the affairs of the duchy. And asked in surprise, why would King Lyre suddenly make such an arrangement? Did he know Lord Noctis before? Loren shook his head, I don't know. We're all very puzzled. However, Lord Noctis has already departed. After Aspie takes over as Lord, he can only preside over the magic competition tournament and cannot participate in refereeing duties. Born continued looking at the stage, where a bishop dressed in white robes stood. Born narrowed his eyes and whispered to Annie, we need to be careful this time. Don't reveal even a trace of death energy, or things will get complicated. Annie nodded solemnly. This is a public competition. I have the spirit-splitting technique, which allows me to continuously convert other types of magic. But you're different. If you really can't resist, you should just concede. To ensure fairness, the use of magic stones is prohibited in this competition, and there are strict restrictions on weapons. Weapons provided by the City Lord's mansion are required. The mansion offers a wide variety of weapons to meet different needs, and custom-made weapons can be made in advance if necessary. Therefore, Annie and Born must choose only one element to fight with, otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Water is their most commonly used element after death, and they have also mastered many water elemental spells, which should be enough to handle the competition. In particular, Born has obtained a high-level spell, 1,000-Mile Freeze, from Bergermere. Although it cannot be used casually, it could have a surprising effect in crucial moments. Woo-woo-woo. A huge horn sounded throughout the city of Amtrock, and the previously noisy crowd immediately fell silent. Aspie slowly stepped forward, cleared his throat slightly, and gestured to the papal bishop, Adonis, and Walton before loudly proclaiming, my dear people. I am Aspie, the Lord of Amtrock City. It is a great honor to preside over the magic tournament so soon after taking office. Today, we have invited Bishop Muammar of the Papal Court, President Adonis of the Amtrock City branch of the Adventurers Guild, General Walton of the Northwest Legion, Boss Eli of the Lion King Auction House, General Hamad from Sharia City, and our city's Deputy Lord, Kadrin, to form the judging panel for this tournament. Now, I declare the tournament officially open. All participants, please proceed to the front to register and draw lots. There are 31 participants from Amtrock City. 8 need to be selected to participate in the regional competition. If the groups are drawn directly, One person will receive a bye in the first round. Bourne was very lucky, he was that person. When Oral and Lorenzo saw the blank lot in Bourne's hand, their faces were filled with envy. They also wanted a bye. The first round of the draw ended quickly. Annie drew a noble son as her opponent, who seemed weak and a spoiled brat. Angela, on the other hand, was less fortunate. She drew a veteran adventurer, second only to Lorenzo in age but stronger than him. They had clashed before during the Bullnose Mountain raid. Osmar and Lorenzo also drew noble sons, but fortunately, both were at the 9th level of the Yuan realm, suggesting their families wanted them to gain experience. Great, the one who least needed a bye is the one who got one, Angela said, arms crossed. Bourne chuckled, how about I let you have it? Can I really let you have it? Annie rolled her eyes at him, and said to Angela, Sister Angela, don't worry, with your strength, challenging someone above your level shouldn't be a problem. Chapter 203. Angela sighed, that's all we can do. What bad luck. I ran into a tough opponent right away. Soon, everyone had drawn their opponents and stood in the prearranged arena. There were 15 groups in total, so the matches would be held in 2 batches. Annie, Oral, and Lorenzo were all assigned to the first match, while Angela was assigned to the second. Annie's opponent was the son of a knight. This knightly family had produced powerful figures who had guarded Amtrock City alongside Noctis's ancestors, but by his generation, the family had declined. Even as a knight, he only possessed the strength of the leading Yuan realm. This knight's son had good talent, but unfortunately, he was somewhat playful and didn't take magic training very seriously. Therefore, his strength wasn't high. He had only reached the 9th level of the leading Yuan realm, roughly equivalent to Annie in terms of cultivation level. However, in the public's perception, nobles possess far more cultivation resources than commoners, so most people didn't have high hopes for Annie. However, the nobles of Amtrock City all knew of the contributions Annie and her companions had made to the city recently. Therefore, the Knight Father had specifically warned the spoiled brat beforehand to go easy on her and not hurt her. However, this warning was completely unnecessary to the brat, as he had no intention of winning. Little sister, when we go on stage, let's just pretend to spar a bit, and I automatically leave, okay? Annie was speechless. Why? I heard that getting a good ranking means a higher reward. Don't you want a reward? The spoiled young master shook his head. I'm not interested in practicing magic. My dad forced me to. Actually, I quite admire Lord Noctis. After this competition, I go to Sharia City to find Lord Noctis. For my dad's sake, he should be willing to help me. Annie hesitated slightly. According to imperial law, no one participating in the competition could deliberately hold back or concede defeat prematurely. If such a situation occurred, not only would the participant be punished, but their family and recommender would also be punished. Annie didn't want to play along with this guy. It would be terrible if she were discovered. Stop acting. Your strength is inferior to mine. Let's have a real match. You still can't win. Hearing Annie's words, the spoiled brat immediately became unconvinced. You little sister have quite the nerve. Do you know I received formal magical training since childhood, learning magical knowledge? Even if our levels were equal, you wouldn't be my match. Of course, I know you contributed during the previous bandit uprising, but that was only through cunning. In a real fight, what are your chances of winning? Seeing that he didn't believe her, Annie didn't say anything more. Anyway, the match was about to begin. Seeing that Annie ignored him, the spoiled brat shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, later, I show her my strength first, let her know how powerful I am, and then deliberately reveal a weakness so she can knock me off the stage. This way, I can show her that there are always stronger people, and I can also easily escape this boring match. Under the guidance of the staff, everyone went onto the stage. The crowd below held their breath, quietly watching everything that happened on stage. Since Aspie also participated in the first round of the competition, Walton took over giving the commands. Seeing that all 10 people on the arena were already in position, Walton shouted, the match begins. A roar erupted from the crowd. Go! Go! Beat him! Beat him! Go, Lord Aspie! Go! Almost simultaneously, everyone on the arena attacked, except for one person, Annie. Neither of them rushed to attack, instead quietly observing each other. Why aren't you making a move? The spoiled brat asked. Annie smiled. Aren't you the same? The spoiled brat curled his lip. I don't bully girls. You should make the first move. Annie shook her head with a wry smile. Alright then, you better watch out. The spoiled brat stood there casually, not even glancing at Annie. But the next moment, his arrogance brought him bitter consequences. Annie immediately cast a basic water prison spell. At this moment, casting it was completely natural for her. Without the slightest hesitation, a torrent of water erupted with a casual wave of her hand, accurately striking the spoiled young man. The spoiled young man was startled. He sensed a tremendous threat from within the water prison and dared not be careless. A loud explosion erupted beneath his feet, a flash of red light, and the immense impact sent him swaying nearly 5 meters to the left. Even so, his calves were still caught in the water prison. Losing his balance, he fell headfirst to the ground, nearly knocking out his front teeth. Ouch! The spoiled young man cried out, but almost as if by muscle memory, flames erupted from his feet again, breaking slightly of the water prison's restraints and freeing him. The audience gasped in astonishment. Wow, is that a water prison? Its power is incredible. It is indeed a water prison, not an enhanced one. It's truly rare to see someone cultivate such a basic spell like water prison to this level. It's a pity that a water prison is just a water prison. It's only a basic spell. If this girl could obtain an enhanced water prison, she would be practically invincible. Invincible, perhaps not, but she should have an overwhelming advantage against opponents of the same level. While the audience was buzzing with discussion, the spoiled young master on the stage was also inwardly terrified. He finally understood why Annie was so confident. A mere basic water prison spell had already overwhelmed him. What would happen if the fight continued? Annie held a staff provided by the city lord's mansion. This staff was made of ordinary materials, with no other advantages besides good load-bearing capacity. The spoiled young master, on the other hand, held a short sword. The blade was not sharpened. Even if it struck someone, it wouldn't cause any harm, a specially designed feature. The spoiled young master raised an eyebrow. I don't believe it. What kind of luck could a mere adventurer possibly have? I'm a noble son, after all. How can I lose to a commoner at the same level? Now, the arrogance of this spoiled young master from a knightly family was ignited. He twirled his short sword in his hand, drawing a beautiful red line, and simultaneously stomped his foot, causing a fire lotus to rise and envelop him, instantly raising the temperature on the arena. Annie smiled, pointed her staff at her opponent, and silently chanted a spell, conjuring several ice spikes in front of her. Wow, are they going to go all out? Probably. Both are using low-level magic, a clash between fire armor and enhanced ice spikes. It's a rare sight. Who do you think will win? Bourne suddenly interjected. Everyone was taken aback. They thought carefully for a moment. Anna is indeed incredibly talented, but she's still too young. It's already remarkable that she can use water prison to such a level. She probably won't have the energy to improve her enhanced ice spikes proficiency. I think so too. She's a commoner after all. No matter how outstanding she is, she can't possibly be a match for a noble. Short-sighted, Bourne said disdainfully. Everyone frowned. What? You really think Anna will win? Don't be ridiculous. All she has to offer is water prison. I bet she'd be roasted alive soon, ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, looking at Anna on the stage, imagining the ridiculous scene of her being roasted black. However, their laughter abruptly ceased the next moment, as a tremendous roar erupted before them, accompanied by a thick mist that enveloped the entire arena. Simultaneously, a red figure was sent flying from the arena, crashing heavily to the ground. A hush fell over the surrounding area. Even those in the other arenas turned to look. Of the 10 arenas, only this one had ended the fastest. What's going on? Someone finally cried out. Everyone turned to look at the red figure that had flown from the arena. It was the spoiled young master. Adonis of the Adventurers Guild flicked his sleeve, and a gust of wind swept away the mist from the arena, revealing Annie standing calmly on the platform, completely still. Anna Cafuto wins. Adonis announced loudly. Bourne slapped his forehead. Oh dear, it's over so quickly. I was planning to set up a betting pool. Another huge loss. Annie jumped off the platform, and everyone politely made way for her. Annie calmly walked towards the spoiled brat lying on the ground, extending a hand. Well? Do you submit? The spoiled brat lay sprawled on the ground, his head spinning. The attack had truly taken him by surprise. Caught off guard, he was clad in fire armor, and had crashed headfirst into the reinforced ice spikes. Although the ice spikes failed to penetrate his defenses, the powerful magical impact had sent him flying. He reached out somewhat blankly and grabbed Annie's hand. A tremendous force surged through him. This strength seemed far beyond what this seemingly frail girl could possess. You? The spoiled brat stammered, unable to utter a single word for a long time. The shock Anna had given him was beyond words. Annie smiled, and without waiting for him to say anything, turned and walked away. Annie's victory was clean and decisive, without any hesitation, and she had conserved her strength remarkably well. Almost no one saw how Annie knocked her opponent off the stage. Their vision was completely obscured by the mist from the evaporating ice spikes. "Congratulations." Bourne greeted her with a smile. Annie grinned and said, "He underestimated me, thinking my strength wasn't stable enough, which allowed me to find an opening." Bourne said, "You can't say that. I think he tried his best. Our little Annie is truly amazing." Before long, 2 more arena battles ended. Aspie emerged victorious in one, while the other was also fought by a nobleman. Oral and Lorenzo, however, were still locked in a fierce struggle. Their opponents were formidable, but fortunately, as adventurers, Oral and Lorenzo possessed more combat experience, allowing them to maneuver nimbly and launch surprise attacks. Angela stood somewhat uneasy to the side. Her opponent was very experienced and powerful, a top contender in the competition, and noticed Angela's nervousness and grabbed her hand, saying, "Sister Angela, don't be nervous. Your magic level is already very high. Your opponent is definitely no match for you." Angela sighed and said, Most of the magic I know is functional or defensive. Offensive magic is too weak. If I only defend and don't attack, how can I win?" This was true. Angela had entered the magic source multiple times to obtain magic, but she hadn't been lucky enough to get the offensive magic she wanted. At most, she only had Wind Arrow, and even that was just a basic spell. Bourne laughed. "What's there to be afraid of? Your swordsmanship was personally taught by Nickel, and with the acceleration effect of wind magic, its power will increase exponentially. It should give the opponent a big surprise. Nickel's signature magic is Wind Blade, and to unleash its full power, it requires a strong swordsmanship. Nickel learned his swordsmanship from Mommy. Mommy herself wasn't skilled in swordsmanship, but as a member of the royal family, she possessed the Norma family's ancestral swordsmanship. Although she hadn't taught him the entire technique, even just a little bit would greatly benefit Nickel. Later, during Nickel's adventures with Katarina, he incorporated his own insights into combat, combining them with the power of wind magic to create a new swordsmanship, which he then imparted to Angela. Don't underestimate Angela just because she lacks offensive magic. It would be a mistake to be careless. Angela possesses 6 types of wind-based support and defensive magic, including Enhanced Wind Shield, Wind Wings, Wind Speed Up and Wind Speed Down, Wind Swamp, and Wind Energy Boost. These enhancements significantly boost her melee capabilities. However, this is precisely what Angela worries about. Her opponent, similar to her, is also skilled in melee combat. As a seasoned adventurer, her opponent has extensive combat experience and has remained at the peak of the Transcendent Realm for a long time. Participating in this competition is inevitable for them. Shortly afterward, the battles on the various arenas concluded. Oriol and Lorenzo both surprisingly defeated their opponents at the last moment, successfully advancing. "Congratulations." Annie happily congratulated the two. Both men looked ashamed. Oral said, "Hey, what's there to congratulate? I used every ounce of my strength this time. The later matches will be even tougher. I'd probably be eliminated." Lorenzo added, "Yeah, I only won by luck. My opponent lacked combat experience, and later on, their magic power waned, which I exploited, allowing me to win. If I had faced a truly skilled opponent, I probably wouldn't have been able to win." Bourne laughed. "You're both too modest. But even if you lost, it's alright. At least you both get rewards." The Babak Adventurers team will have 2 more experts at the Transcendent Realm. Chapter 204. It would be a lie to say they weren't happy. Oral and Lorenzo were grinning from ear to ear. Winning a victory in the Magic Tournament was something to be proud of, especially since they were only at the 9th level of the Outer Yuan Realm. In the next round, Angela was finally going to take the stage. Although there were only 5 people in this round, their strength was outstanding, especially Angela's opponent, Tyrrhenus, a veteran adventurer with formidable strength. He already had the opportunity to break through to the Outer Yuan Realm, but he had been suppressing his power, waiting for this year's Magic Tournament. Tyrrhenus slowly walked up the steps, nodding to several nobles as a gesture of goodwill. Clearly, this adventurer had close ties with the nobility, and was about to cheer for Angela when a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Angelia. Go for it." Annie and Angela both looked back and saw Lisa struggling to squeeze to the front, waving at Angela. Beside her stood Barkerlov. Angela smiled and waved, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the stage. Tyrrhenus quietly looked at his opponent, while many in the audience congratulated him. "Tyrrhenus, congratulations. First victory. Ha ha ha, you drew a 9th level Yuan level girl, you're really lucky. Take her down in one hit. I already prepared a celebratory drink for you, Tyrrhenus. If you can't win within 3 moves, you have to drink 3 cups as punishment. Hearing the clamor from below, Tarina simply smiled faintly, offering no response, but it was clear that he too harbored an unwavering belief in victory. Walton continued to preside over the entire event, his gaze sweeping across the 5 arenas. With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Begin." At his command, everyone sprang into action. Angela, without hesitation, launched the first attack. Tarina's, though not particularly impressed with Angela, wasn't complacent. He had witnessed her skills in the previous battle at Oxnose Mountain, and knew she excelled in speed. Therefore, Tarina's strategy this time was to overpower her with brute force. As Angela moved, he stomped his foot on the ground, instantly unleashing a whirlwind of wind blades that swept towards her. Angela was taken aback by this technique, but her reaction was swift. A flash of blue light appeared behind her, and she seemed to teleport away, instantly creating distance between herself and her opponent. "Hey, you're not going to stay hidden inside forever, are you?" Angela said, hands on her hips. Tarina's chuckled dismissively. "Heh, quite the tough little girl. I know you're strong, but you're unlucky to have met me." With that, he waved his hand, and the storm of wind blades abruptly stopped, redirecting its attack towards Angela once more. Angela remained unfazed, her feet moving rapidly, leaving afterimages in her wake. The massive storm didn't harm her in the slightest. But just as Angela dodged the storm's attack, a cold glint pierced through the storm, striking directly at her chest. It was Tarina's, spear in hand, using the storm's cover to launch a fatal blow. Angela was startled. The spear tip was now incredibly close. However, when it came to defense, Angela feared no one. She stretched out her arms, instantly creating a wind shield in front of her. Tarina's spear met the wind shield, unable to advance an inch. My god, this wind shield has incredible defensive power. Yeah, I heard Angela and Anna are in the same adventure team. Looks like they both have a penchant for basic magic. TCH, what's the use of just mastering basic magic to this level? Basic magic is just basic magic, it offers no advantage in high-level battles. But she blocked Tarina's full-force attack. Can you? Oh well. While the crowd below was buzzing with discussion, Tarina's on the platform was also taken aback. However, he quickly recovered, a smile playing on his lips. Little girl's wind shield is impressive. Let's see if my spear is sharper, or your shield is thicker. With that, he suddenly channeled his magic power again, the spear emitting a strong blue light. Wind magic enhancement? Angela exclaimed, followed by the sound of the wind shield cracking. Not good. Bourne frowned. I didn't realize Tarina's was so troublesome. Annie clenched her fists. Will Angela be alright? Then, with a crack, the wind shield shattered, scattering magical fragments everywhere. Tarina's spear, now unimpeded, pierced towards Angela's chest with unparalleled penetrating power. Ah! Annie's eyes widened. She covered her mouth, letting out a gasp. A fierce aura erupted from her body, but Bourne quickly suppressed it. Annie! Calm down, Bourne whispered through their soul connection. At the same time, Angela's body flashed with a blue light on the arena, but even so, the spear still pierced her chest. Tarina's chuckled, I won. But the next moment, the spear in his hand seemed to pass through Angela's body without any resistance, and he himself lost his balance, stumbling forward. Fortunately, he stopped in time to avoid a head-on collision with Angela. A gasp of surprise immediately erupted from the audience. Huh? What happened? Wasn't that spear unsharpened? How could it pierce through a human body? Could it be that Tarina's strength is too great, allowing him to pierce through a human body even with an unsharpened spear? That shouldn't be the case. Look, there's not even a trace of blood. Everyone craned their necks, trying to see what had happened. However, the next moment, a cold short sword was pressed against Tarina's neck. The icy blade made Tarina's hair stand on end. He stared wide-eyed at the graceful figure slowly disappearing before him, then at Angela holding the short sword to his left, feeling that everything was unreal. Almost simultaneously, Muammar announced the result of the match. Angelica Funo wins. A deafening murmur erupted from the audience again. This time, Angela's victory was even more shocking than Annie's match. Even those on the platform stood up, talking amongst themselves. This young girl has considerable talent, able to defeat an opponent of a higher level, Adonis said. Eric nodded in agreement. I've seen her a few times before, but I didn't expect her to be this powerful. That was clearly an afterimage. It only happens when speed reaches its limit. Walton burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Anna's companions are so funny. However, no one noticed that Bishop Muammar was frowning, his eyes fixed on Angela's retreating figure, deep in thought. That magical fluctuation just now. Could it be? He then shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. Hamad and Katrin both stood up and applauded, casting admiring glances at Angela, secretly thinking that after this competition, they would see if there was a chance to recruit her into their ranks. Angela chuckled, sheathing her short sword. Terenas, still somewhat dazed, stared blankly at Angela. I lost? Angela nodded with a smile. Yes, who told you to underestimate me? If you had been more careful, I wouldn't have defeated you so quickly. Terenas slumped to the ground, his heart filled with despair. He couldn't win this time, and he would never have the chance to participate in the magic tournament again. After the age of 30, the city lord's mansion would strictly control participation. This was a stage for the young. It's over. Everything is over. With Terenas' defeat, several nobles in the audience, their faces clearly filled with anger, slammed their items to the ground and walked away without looking back. Clearly, Terenas seemed to have some kind of deal with these nobles, and his defeat meant the deal was void. Angela skipped back to Annie's side. Miss, I did it. Ha ha ha. Annie hugged Angela tightly, burying her head in her arms. Sister Angela, you scared me to death. Angela gently stroked Annie's hair. Miss, don't worry, I be fine. I still need to protect you. Bourne patted his chest and let out a long breath. Don't even mention Annie, I was almost scared to death. What was that move you just made? I never seen it before. Angela smiled mysteriously. Hee, who told you to be so focused on me all day? Didn't you get a chance to enter the source of magic during the mission? While you were cultivating, I went to the Adventurers Guild and obtained this spell from the source of magic. It's a mid-level spell called Shadow of the Wind. Shadow of the Wind. Bourne murmured, it's quite a magical spell. Without it, how would you have dealt with it? Angela shrugged. I don't know. I guess I was just lucky. Annie pouted. You got such a powerful spell, and didn't even tell me. It's embarrassing. I worried for nothing. Angela smiled bitterly, miss. It's not that I didn't want to tell you, but you never gave me a chance. Besides, I only just begun to learn this magic. If Terenas hadn't been careless, I wouldn't have won so easily. Just then, Aspie loudly announced, today's competition is over. Tomorrow, the third round will begin, from which 8 strong individuals will be selected to represent Antrox City in the domain competition. At the same time, all the winners today will receive a secret realm origin, provided by the Empire. Congratulations. As soon as Aspie finished speaking, a servant dragged a wooden box to each of the winners. Undoubtedly, these wooden boxes contain secret realm origins. As long as a peak-level expert merges with a secret realm origin, there is a chance to directly break through to the departure realm. This is a rare and precious opportunity. But I must clarify. Aspie's voice rang out again. The secret realm origins you obtained are of low quality. Even if absorbing them allows you to break through to the Liyuan realm, the effect won't be very good. You all have the potential to enter the magic secret realm. Once inside, you can absorb secret realm origins without limit, resulting in the best breakthrough effect and greatly benefiting your future cultivation. These words were naturally taught to him by the duchy's special envoy, as he himself didn't know what a magic secret realm looked like. Of those present, only 3 had ever entered a magic secret realm: Bishop Mwammer, Adonis of the Adventurers Guild, and General Walton of the Duchy. The former 2 were core members of powerful organizations, and naturally possessed the resources to enter a magic secret realm, while General Walton had participated in the magic tournament in his youth, successfully reaching the Imperial Finals and earning the opportunity to enter a magic secret realm. Oral and Lorenzo held the wooden boxes with trembling hands, somewhat excited. They never dreamed they could obtain secret realm origins through their own strength, even if these were only of the lowest quality. Bourne glanced at them amusedly. Hey, you guys aren't planning to absorb it now, are you? Aurel quickly shook his head. No, no, no. We haven't even reached the peak of the transcendent realm yet. Absorbing it now would be a waste. We're going to take it back, and give it to Brother Bakarlov to help him improve his strength. Huh? Bourne was taken aback. Bakarlov is already at the separate realm. Can he still use the secret realm origin? Seeing Bourne's puzzled expression, Lorenzo laughed. No, before, Brother absorbed the lowest quality secret realm origin. This time we obtained 2. We can sell them, and use the money to buy higher quality secret realm origins, which will help Brother improve his strength. Bourne roughly understood, and secretly asked Dao Quang, Teacher, does this mean that if one initially absorbs low-quality secret realm origins, one can later change their magic foundation by absorbing higher quality secret realm origins? Dao Quang said impatiently. Don't bother me with such obvious questions anymore. Born, feeling slighted, said somewhat discontentedly, Teacher, what have you been up to all this time? You always ignore me when I call. Dao Quang said calmly, I'm at a crucial stage in my soul cultivation. Don't bother me unless it's important. If I succeed this time, I might be able to help you deal with stronger opponents. Upon hearing this, Born immediately shut his mouth. Dao Quang was now his biggest backer. He had escaped danger countless times thanks to Dao Quang's power. Today's competition was over, but the victors couldn't relax yet, as tomorrow was the final moment. Everyone returned to the city lord's mansion to continue cultivating, adjusting their state, and preparing for tomorrow's competition. Just as Angela was about to leave, a voice suddenly called out to her. Angela! Angela turned around, and saw Mwammer smiling at her. Angela was curious. She had never had any contact with the Vatican, so why was Mwammer calling her? And in Born, upon seeing Mwammer, instinctively backed away. They didn't think Mwammer would harm Angela, but to them, he was extremely dangerous. Chapter 205. Although Angela was puzzled, she still politely asked, Your Excellency, is there anything I can help you with? Mwammer smiled and approached, scrutinizing Angela closely until she felt a little uneasy, before saying, Congratulations. The match just now was very exciting. Thank you. Angela smiled slightly. It's an honor to receive Your Excellency's praise. Mwammer continued, I hope you can demonstrate that spell again. I'm very interested in it. Would that be convenient? Angela frowned. Generally, demonstrating one's magic to others is not inappropriate, but if the spell is intermediate or even advanced, it's a bit much. After all, as a mage, one's intermediate and higher level spells are mainly for self-defense and are generally not easily displayed. Seeing Angela's expression, Mwammer realized he had been presumptuous and quickly waved his hand, saying, If it's inconvenient, that's fine. But I see your magic is very pure, and your control over magic is also very high. Did you have a master teaching you? Angela shook her head and said, No, I just cultivate on my own. No one taught me. Mwammer stroked his chin. That's strange. Can I see your magic again? As he said this, a glint flashed in Mwammer's eyes. Angela shrugged. It's nothing. She extended one hand, and a blue ball of light slowly appeared in her palm. Wind elemental magic. Mwammer's eyes narrowed, his heart pounding. He unconsciously murmured, It's real. It's real. What do you mean, really? Angela asked, somewhat puzzled. Mwammer's sharp eyes were fixed on Angela. Seeing that her expression didn't seem fake, he let out a long sigh. Nothing, go back and get some rest. I look forward to your performance tomorrow. Angela watched Mwammer leave, feeling that this bishop was rather strange, asking all sorts of questions and muttering to himself. Are all the people in the Vatican like this? And stepped forward and asked, What did you two talk about? Angela shook her head. He just wanted me to release my magic for him to see. Born frowned. Is there anything special about your magic? I don't know. Angela continued to shake her head. Born wanted to ask Dao Quang, but Dao Quang had already told him not to contact him unless it was urgent. However, he didn't know if this matter was urgent, so Born didn't dare to bother Dao Quang. All right, stop thinking about it. Angela laughed. Maybe he just had a sudden whim. Let's hurry back and prepare, we have another match tomorrow. Born and Annie both nodded and returned to the city lord's mansion together. After leaving the battle arena, Mwammer went straight back to the church in Antioch City. A young man greeted him, Bishop, you're back. Mwammer glanced at him indifferently. Clement, how's the situation in Torai City? If Annie and Angela were here, they would immediately recognize the man before them, the priest they had met in the misty forest and the Arctic snow mountains. Back then, Clement was only at the 7th level of the Origin Realm, yet he fought a fierce battle against the Royal Knight Stike, killing Stike and his men, but he himself was also seriously injured. This incident caused a great stir at the time. Because it occurred in the misty forest, even an investigation by the Royal Knights was extremely difficult. To protect Clement, the bishops within the Norma Empire had no choice but to transfer him out of the Norma Empire and send him to the Austin Empire. However, Clement's strength was too weak, so he was only assigned to a peripheral city like Antioch City. Even so, the abundant cultivation resources of the Holy See provided Clement with tremendous opportunities, allowing him to rapidly improve his strength over the years, reaching the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Recently, Bishop Mwammer of Antioch City gave him an important task. If he completed the task, he would obtain a secret realm origin and successfully break through to the separate origin realm. Clement respectfully said, Your Excellency, the members of the other Shoreflower group, who appeared in Torite Ori City have all disappeared. The matter has been reported to Divine Beast Mountain, and we have also sent people to patrol the area around Antrock City, but we haven't found anything unusual. Wammer nodded. If these people want to leave the Austin Empire, passing through here is the best option. However, their whereabouts are very secretive, and they are very powerful. They may have already left without our knowledge. Clement quickly said, I have been keeping an eye on the border area these days, and there have been no suspicious people coming or going. Perhaps they left from somewhere else. Wammer remained noncommittal, but still tossed a wooden box to Clement. Clement caught it with both hands, secretly swallowing hard. It was the Secret Realm origin he had been dreaming of. As long as he successfully fused with the Secret Realm origin, he could break through to the Liyuan realm, and in the future, he might even surpass the strength of the bishop he had in the Norma Empire. Hurry up and absorb the Secret Realm origin. The Divine Beast Mountain is likely to take action in a few days. This area is their primary focus. You're in charge of this. Clement quickly replied, Yes, sir. As the will of God. The magic competition on the second day proceeded as scheduled. The referees remained the same. With this competition concluded, the competition in Antrock City was officially over. A total of 16 people participated. Except for Bond, who received a bye in the previous round, everyone else had already experienced one battle. The groupings were determined by drawing lots as before, but participants had to compete in 3 consecutive matches, ranked according to their win rate. Bourne scratched his head. Let's hope we don't end up together. Annie quickly covered his mouth. Don't jinx it. If we really are paired together, you better admit defeat. Angela laughed. It's alright. This time the rankings are based on win rate. As long as we're not paired together twice, it's fine. However, the new pairings were quickly announced. Bourne's opponent was Aspie, Annie's opponent was Oral, and Angela had chosen another noble. Oral looked at Annie with a wry smile. Miss Anna, maybe I should just admit defeat. Annie smiled and shook her head. Since you're here, you should do your best. Don't hold back. The most attention-grabbing contestants in this competition were naturally Bourne and Aspie. One was a hero who had rendered great service during the Bandit Uprising, and the other was the newly appointed Lord of Antrock City. Most people knew their strength and were unsure who to support. You all saw what happened to Bone at Oxnose Mountain, right? Fighting Andrew alone, that's something not just anyone can do. But Lord Aspie isn't weak either. He's hailed as someone who can restore the glory of the Antrock clan. Andrew's just a bandit, only recently joined the city guard. He's nothing special. I think Lord Aspie is stronger. Amidst the murmurs below, Walton loudly announced the start of the match. On the arena, Bourne weighed his long sword. He deliberately chose a sword similar in length and weight to the soul-severing blade, making it easier to wield. Aspie also chose a sword, but it was a scimitar. After Walton's command, Aspie launched the first attack. Lightning crackled on the scimitar, containing astonishing explosive power. Well done! Bourne chuckled, swinging his long sword to meet the attack head-on. He didn't want to use water elemental magic right away, as his magic power was limited, and every drop was precious. Seeing that his opponent hadn't even unleashed his magic, Aspie felt a surge of annoyance. Humph! You underestimate me? I show you. Instantly, lightning erupted from his body again, violently surging into his blade. Heavens! Has Bones gone mad? He actually thinks he can withstand Aspie's attack with his bare body. How is that possible? Besides, Aspie's lightning magic is known for its ferocity and immense strength. Even someone a level higher wouldn't dare to directly confront it. Boom! The two blades collided violently, the lightning collapsing and forming arcs of electricity that dissipated into the void. The spectators felt a slight tingling sensation, demonstrating the immense power of the attack. However, something unexpected happened. Bourne remained completely still, his long sword firmly blocking the attack, without even flinching. Aspie already knew Bourne was powerful, but this exchange revealed the true extent of his strength. He could withstand Aspie's attacks with his bare body. What would happen if he used magic? The audience stared wide-eyed at Bourne, as if he were a monster. Catherine exclaimed, "This kid is incredibly strong." Walton clapped and laughed. The person Maudley has chosen is indeed extraordinary. With this strength alone, coupled with his exceptional intelligence, he's destined to be a hero. Wammer and Adonis, however, frowned and remained silent. They exchanged a glance, both seeing doubt and confusion in each other's eyes. "Your Excellency, have you ever seen someone with such immense strength?" Adonis whispered. Wammer shook his head. "I've seen plenty of strong people, but I never seen anyone block an attack from an opponent of the same level without even flinching." Adonis frowned. I heard that the northern alien races are known for their unparalleled physical strength. Could this person be a descendant of the orc race? Muammar disagreed with Adonis's opinion. It shouldn't be. Orcs look very different from humans. Even if he were a hybrid of orc and human, he shouldn't be so handsome. This was true. Born was using Keller's body. Keller was the second son of the Rambeau family, one of the 3 marquises of the Norma Empire. He inherited his father Jonathan's excellent genes. With fair skin, blonde hair, and a dashing appearance, truly a handsome man. Adonis also shook his head. Then how did he do it? Does he really have such physical talent? Muammar seemed to suddenly realize something, his eyes narrowing as he said grimly, "There's another possibility." What? Sensing the change in Muammar's emotions, Adonis was also taken aback and quickly asked. Muammar stared intently at Bourne, seemingly trying to glean some clue from him. If it's the undead, they can do this too. What did you say? Adonis exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone around. Seeing everyone looking at him, Adonis gestured apologetically and said in a low voice, "Bishop, you can't just say things like that. The bone doesn't look like an undead at all." Muammar sighed. "It certainly doesn't, and it even faintly exudes a holy aura, which I find very puzzling." Adonis let out a long sigh, looking at Muammar with some annoyance. "Are you playing me? If the bone were an undead, how could it cast water magic? We already knew it could cast water magic. It even cast advanced water magic in Shalia's city. An undead could never do that." Muammar nodded helplessly. "You're right, I was being paranoid. But this bone has too many secrets, even the 2 of us can't figure them out." However, the situation on the arena changed rapidly. After a brief moment of shock, Aspie immediately reacted, launching a storm of attacks. Bourne remained calm and composed, responding to each move with equal skill. Throughout the entire exchange, he didn't use any magic, instead unleashing a torrent of lightning power. Soon, Aspie was panting heavily. His frenzied attacks had drained his magic power without achieving the desired effect. Bourne stood calmly in place, his chest heaving as he feigned exhaustion to avoid appearing too frightening, though he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Muammar squinted. This battle has finally made him catch his breath. It seems he really isn't undead. Adonis chuckled. What if he really is undead? Are you going to expose him on the spot? Muammar's aura suddenly hardened. I will purify him immediately. Don't doubt our loyalty to the gods. Adonis shrugged noncommittally and remained silent. Aspie stared at his opponent in utter bewilderment. He couldn't understand why, despite being at the same level, the gap between them was so vast. His opponent hadn't even used magic, yet he was already easily defeated. Was this even human? It wasn't Aspie's fault. After all, Bourne was indeed not human. Finally, a self-deprecating bitter smile appeared on Aspie's face. Brother Bone, I concede. I never imagined that all my arduous cultivation would be a joke. Compared to you, my efforts are insignificant. Bourne shook his head. Lord of the city, don't underestimate yourself. You are the future hope of the entire Antarok city, destined for greatness. Aspie pointed his scimitar at Bourne. In that case, let's settle this with one last move. Bourne smiled slightly, a pale blue light slowly emanating from his body. He showed his opponent absolute respect through his actions. Chapter 206. Crackling thunder erupted around Aspie as he unleashed his full magical power, preparing his strongest attack. His swift movement left a trail of lightning as his curved blade slashed towards Bourne's neck with incredible speed. Bourne made no fancy moves. His eyes were unwavering. He slightly shifted his body, wielding his blade with both hands in a downward slash, the blade bursting with surging water elemental magic. Boom! Another violent explosion rang out as the 2 blades clashed again. The violent lightning formed countless arcs, giving the surrounding air a slightly acrid smell. Veins bulged on Aspie's forehead. He had exhausted his last bit of magical power, but ultimately failed to break through Bourne's defenses. A stream of water flowed from Bourne's blade, enveloping all the lightning energy emanating from Aspie, leaving him completely unharmed. Aspie dejectedly threw his scimitar to the ground with a crisp clang. I lost. Adonis announced the result at the opportune moment. Bone wins. Bourne smiled and patted Aspie on the shoulder. Keep it up. You're great. You'd be an excellent city lord. Aspie nodded gratefully. Thank you. I hope you take good care of our Antarok city in the future. Thank you in advance. The battles in the other arenas also came to an end. Annie and Angela won their matches with almost no effort. Aurel was no match for Annie at all, and was defeated in a few rounds. Angela's opponent was even weaker than Tarina's, so naturally he couldn't defeat Angela. Unfortunately, Lorenzo also lost, falling to a nobleman. After the first round of matches, the second round began. This time, everyone was very lucky and didn't run into each other again. However, Aspie's opponent in the second round was surprisingly Annie. Bourne looked at Aspie with some sympathy. Sigh, that unlucky guy. How can his luck be so bad? Angela covered her mouth and chuckled. Well, there's nothing you can do about it. Why don't you go easy on him, miss? Annie retorted angrily. Don't talk nonsense. Aspie is quite strong. He clearly held back some strength in his fight against Brother Bourne. Maybe he realized he couldn't win and pretended to give up. Thinking about it, she was right. There was an hour's rest between the two rounds, enough time for Aspie to replenish his magic. If Aspie lost another match, he would be eliminated from the subsequent matches, so he had to win this one. Bourne said, Then you better be careful. Aspie will definitely attack with all his might. Don't let him force you to reveal your weakness. Annie naturally knew what Bourne meant by revealing weakness. He was afraid Annie would expose her depth power. Annie had cultivated the spirit division technique for so long, normally, she wouldn't have any depth power leaking out. The break ended, and the second round of the competition officially began. Walton was still the one giving the commands. After this period of rest, Aspie had basically recovered most of his magic power. Facing Annie, he only had the belief of victory in his heart. He knew that if he lost another match, his journey in this tournament would be completely over. Therefore, Aspie immediately said directly, Miss Anna, please forgive me. Annie smiled. It's all right. Lord City Lord, please go all out. Don't hold back just because I'm a woman. Aspie nodded, stomped his right foot, and roared thunder armor. Instantly, lightning crackled, and a purple lightning armor enveloped Aspie's body from bottom to top, amplifying his aura to its peak. Just as I expected? Annie thought to herself, Aspie had a trick up his sleeve. However, Annie wasn't worried, she had anticipated this. With a flick of her staff, several enhanced ice spikes shot out. Starting with enhanced ice spikes was a unique fighting style for Annie. Importantly, this spell was not only powerful but also very easy to use, allowing for continuous attacks from multiple angles. Furthermore, because it was an enhancement spell, based on the basic ice spike spell, it consumed little mana, making it perfect for probing the enemy's strengths and weaknesses. Wearing the lightning armor, Aspie's speed increased. He had already witnessed the power of Annie's enhanced ice spikes, and didn't want to waste time on them. With agile movements, he dodged all the ice spikes. Annie inwardly praised such speed. She quickly retreated, her wand flashing as she continued to unleash ice spikes to block Aspie's charge. Annie's magical reserves were enormous. The previous battle had barely depleted her energy, so she was in perfect condition for this fight. The enhanced ice spikes flew towards Aspie like a whirlwind, completely blocking his path. Helpless, Aspie could only swat a few ice spikes with his sword, forcing his way through. This slowed him down, giving Annie ample time to catch her breath. A smirk played on Annie's lips. She twirled her wand, pointing it at Aspie. Aspie immediately sensed danger and tried to retreat, but it was too late. A torrent of water erupted from the wand, its vast area leaving Aspie with nowhere to run. Ah! In desperation, Aspie swung his blade straight down, shouting, Lightning Blade! A deafening roar of lightning erupted, as the curved blade unleashed a violent lightning strike, instantly cleaving the oncoming water in two. The water crashed against the ground on either side of him, but failed to reach him, and was stunned. This was the first time she had seen someone break her water prison in such a way. She gave Aspie a thumbs up without hesitation. Impressive. Aspie gave a wry smile, racing against time to launch another attack. His lightning armor wouldn't last much longer, he had to defeat his opponent within the limited time. Lightning Chain. He extended his left hand, and a lightning chain flew towards Annie. This basic magic wasn't very powerful, but it was extremely useful in this situation. Because the distance was quite close, Annie had to run away quickly, but the lightning chain seemed to have eyes, chasing directly in the direction Annie fled. Annie, lacking speed and close-quarters combat skills, was naturally unable to escape Lei Suo's pursuit. She could only turn to defend herself, but the moment she extended her staff, Lei Suo was already entangled at its tip, impossible to break free of no matter how hard she tried. Haha, success. Aspie laughed, his figure flashing as he instantly appeared before Annie. Anna, you lost. As he spoke, his curved blade shot towards Annie's neck. He wouldn't truly harm her, but he desperately needed this victory. But the next moment, Annie released her staff, and an ice wall rose before her, separating the two. Aspie's expression changed, but he forcefully shattered the ice wall. Anna, you've given up your weapon. Do you really think you can beat me? Aspie asked, and shrugged. How will I know if I don't try? Besides, I rarely use a staff in battle. Casting spells barehanded is much more satisfying. Meanwhile, Bourne and Angela had already defeated their opponents, finishing their matches first and advancing to the next round. They arrived at Annie's arena. Looking at the situation, Angela asked worriedly, "Miss won't lose, will she?" Bourne shook his head. "You're overthinking it. All the top fighters on the Sharia youth ranking have been defeated by her. How could she lose to Aspie?" However, Bourne's words didn't make Angela feel any better. She knew that Annie back then could use not only water elemental power, but also wind elemental power, and even had Bourne secretly helping her. But now, with so many powerful fighters watching, plus the restrictions already set up on the arena, no one could influence the situation. "You should have some faith in your young lady." Bourne laughed. "At least I have complete faith in my summoner." Angela then realized that she had come to regard Bourne as a normal human over the past few years, but in reality, he was just an undead. He wasn't from this world at all. "Bourne, how long have you been in the prime material plane?" 8 years, right?" Angela suddenly asked. Bourne was taken aback, then nodded. "Yes, in the netherworld, 8 years wouldn't be much, but in the prime material plane, we've both grown up." Angela continued, "We've been together for so long, and neither my young lady nor I have ever asked you about your life in the netherworld. What's it like there?" Bourne's thoughts slowly drifted back 8 years. There, on that boundless land, covered in crimson soil, the air thick with the stench of death, the two scarlet moons continuously releasing their deathly power, everywhere utterly silent and lifeless. But there, a group of rebellious souls roamed. They formed legions, struggling to survive in the netherworld, cultivating with meager strength, endlessly fighting and killing each other. He thought of Claude's legion, Jessica's legion, the Earth Bear, and the Shadow Serpent Legion, and his own elite force. What had become of them? But he couldn't return to the netherworld now. The body he was using had reached its limit. If he abandoned it now, it might disintegrate. This body was something he had painstakingly crafted from unicorn hide and magic cores. If he abandoned it, finding another unicorn would be incredibly difficult. Sigh, actually I have a group of friends in the netherworld, but now I can't go back at all. Sensing Bourne's sadness, Angela quickly stopped her, regretting bringing it up in the first place. "Oh, let's not talk about this anymore. Look, Miss is about to make her move again." Bourne's thoughts were instantly pulled back to reality by Angela. Annie stretched out her hands, conjuring a huge water sphere, another way of releasing the water prison. Aspie frowned, silent, unsure of what she was up to. But he didn't intend to wait for her to prepare before attacking. Instead, he quickly darted to the side, shooting out another lightning lock, intending to repeat his previous tactic, at least binding her hands and interrupting her spellcasting. But this time, Annie was prepared. She parted a stream of water from the giant water sphere, striking the opponent's lightning lock with pinpoint accuracy, causing the lightning lock to change direction and crash into the ground with a deafening roar. At the same time, Annie let out a sharp cry and plunged headfirst into the water sphere. "Huh? What's she doing?" Aspie's mind went blank for a moment. Who cast their own spell and then dives into it? However, the next instant, he saw Annie, enveloped in the giant water sphere, charging towards him. In his haste, Aspie unleashed a lightning strike, but it was easily contained within the water prison and completely neutralized. Aspie was startled and unleashed her strongest attack. With a loud pop, the water prison was finally broken, and countless water droplets rained down from the sky, like a torrential downpour. Annie burst out from the rain, a flash of blue light beneath her feet. However, under the cover of the rain, not a trace of wind magic was emitted. Her movements were incredibly fast, and in an instant, she was in front of Aspie. To Aspie's astonishment, she held an ice spike tightly against Aspie's throat. Splash! The water droplets fell to the ground, finally revealing the two figures. The scene left everyone speechless. Even Adonis was stunned for a moment before reacting and quickly announced, "Anna wins." Annie withdrew the ice spike, and looked at Aspie apologetically. "I'm sorry." Aspie was still in shock. Hearing Annie's words, she finally came to her senses. During the battle, he clearly saw that Annie was not good at close combat, and her movement speed was not fast. Therefore, he did not pay attention when the water ball exploded, since the distance between the two was not enough for Annie to instantly cross in front of him. But the result was unexpected. Unlike her previous battles where she always maintained distance for ranged magic attacks, Annie transformed into lightning amidst the rain, ending the battle with lightning speed. "You?" Aspie, recalling the faint blue light he'd seen earlier, stopped mid-sentence, shaking his head with a wry smile. "It's nothing, congratulations." Annie said, you are indeed very powerful, and you will definitely become one of the top fighters in the 8 northwestern cities. But this tournament is also very important to me, and I must win. Asbai nodded. I understand. I hope you can come back often. Antarok City will always welcome you. Thus, the second round of the competition ended. Born Annie and Angela all won both of their matches and advanced early, while City Lord Asbai suffered a shocking defeat and was eliminated early. However, some players still had one win and one loss, requiring another round of competition, including Oral and Lorenzo. After the final round of competition, Oral and Lorenzo were both defeated and failed to advance. However, their faces showed no sign of unhappiness. For them, simply participating in the tournament was already a victory. Once all the matches were over, the entire city of Antarok erupted in celebration, rejoicing for the 8 mages who had successfully advanced to the domain tournament. Chapter 207. Crick Naven, once the martial arts master of the most powerful family in the Elven Forest, is now a wandering elf, dependent on the Rhine family. The Rhine family holds this powerful warrior in high esteem, treating him as an honored guest. However, his life over the past few centuries has not been pleasant. He lives alone in a small wooden cabin far from the Rhine family's core, spending his days cultivating, tending to his flowers and plants, and occasionally taking walks to clear his mind. Thousands of years ago, a rift emerged within the Elven race, allowing orcs to breach the borders and invade the Elven Forest. The Naven family, then the most powerful family in the Elven Forest, led hundreds of thousands of forest elves in a desperate resistance, but they were no match for the brutal orcs. The Naven family overruled objections, and agreed to unite with humans and dwarves to fight back against the orcs, ultimately achieving victory. But the victory was extremely brutal. The once powerful family suffered heavy casualties, with 90% of its members wiped out, almost entirely annihilated. Even the Elven King perished in the final battle. As the chief of martial arts, Crick led the remaining members of his tribe to join other Elven tribes, and from then on, the Naven family ceased to exist in the Elven Forest. One day, the flowers Crick planted bloomed early in winter. He was overjoyed, and thought how regrettable it would be if these beautiful flowers could only bloom in his small garden. So, he took these blooming flowers and began his winter travels. He traveled south, and the roads he passed seemed to have entered spring early, with flowers everywhere, a breathtaking sight. When he came to a river, he stopped. It was so beautiful. The winding river nearby made a clear, gurgling sound. The remaining snow of winter dotted the green grass, and in the distance, a snow-capped mountain soared into the clouds, its peaks appearing and disappearing among the clouds. Completely captivated by the beautiful scenery, he decided to rest there for a while, and return once the winter snow melted. He casually waved his hand, and a seed fell from his palm. The seed landed on the ground, and the soil seemed to come alive, automatically creating a small hole to allow the seed to fall deep inside, before automatically closing again to cover it. Crick nodded, then beckoned towards the river, and water was conjured up out of thin air, tracing a graceful arc in the air before irrigating the seed. With a few soft popping sounds, a tender seedling broke through the soil, growing at an astonishing speed. In just a few seconds, it had grown into a towering tree, its branches lush and verdant. Crick smiled with satisfaction. A wood-chopping knife had appeared in his hand without his noticing. With a casual swing, he chopped down the tree trunk, and with a few more strokes, several planks were crafted, 100 times better than anything a human carpenter could make. With the planks in hand, Crick began building the house. This step took a little time, but only half a day, and a simple wooden house was completed. Crick comfortably reclined on a wooden chair, feeling the cool breeze on his face, and hummed an elven song with a touch of contentment. After a few leisurely days, an elven warrior came to see him. They were going to the north to relieve their troops, and had come specifically to report to Crick. As the former martial arts master of the most powerful family, Crick's strength was naturally unparalleled. Even the warriors of the Rhine family held him in high esteem. Therefore, for 1,000 years, the warriors of the Rhine family had tried every means to approach this solitary martial arts master and learn something from him. However, Crick always politely refused their requests. Nevertheless, the warriors would report to Crick every time the border garrison was rotated, as a sign of respect. Lord Crick, the elven warrior said, we are preparing to rotate to the northern garrison in 3 days, and have come to report to you. If you wish, you may come with us. Crick simply waved his hand slightly. I have said it many times already. Thank you very much, but I do not wish to go. Receiving Crick's refusal, the elven warrior didn't seem to mind, as if it were expected, but he had to do so. Nevertheless, he continued, very well, esteemed commander of the martial arts, I received orders from the Elven King to convey to you that this place is far from our clan, even approaching human settlements. Please return as soon as possible." Crick nodded. "I know. I will return to my clan when spring arrives." The elven warrior then bowed respectfully and departed. Crick watched the elven warrior's retreating figure and sighed. What a human settlement. 1,000 years ago, this was all elven territory. What a pity. What a pity. Having received the Elven King's order, Crick had to give him some face, but he wasn't in a hurry. For a race like theirs, whose lifespan could reach thousands of years, a few months was nothing. Crick touched his face, feeling the air growing damp, and slowly got up, walking to the riverbank to wash his face. Just then, he saw a girl lying on the riverbank, the rushing water washing over her, seemingly about to sweep her away again. Without a word, Crick immediately pointed his finger, and a vine shot out, binding the girl's waist at the last second. He then pulled her forcefully to the shore. The girl lay flat on the soft grass, soaking wet, her eyes closed, and her lips slightly purple. Crick frowned, then pointed a finger at the girl's chest. A bright light flashed, and the girl coughed violently, expelling all the water from her lungs before losing consciousness again. Seeing that the girl was out of danger, Crick breathed a slight sigh of relief and began to examine her more closely. The girl wore brown leather armor over linen clothing, and a short knife was tucked into her waistband, the attire of an adventurer. Her exposed skin was very fair, with golden hair, delicate features, and she looked to be under 17 years old. She was exceptionally beautiful. But Krieg merely glanced at her, his eyes revealing disgust. Human. Humans had also been attacked by orcs back then, but humans, being a greedy race, suffered fewer losses in battle. However, they were unwilling to share their resources, and instead plundered the elves' resources, making the entire elf race dislike humans. In comparison, dwarves were more popular, but the mountain dwarves were aloof and had little contact with the elves after the war. Therefore, upon discovering the girl was human, Krieg couldn't help but feel resentful. He coldly snorted, "Fine, consider yourself lucky." He planned to move the girl to a more distant place, and wait until she woke up before leaving. After all, he was the one who rescued her. If he simply abandoned her in the forest, she would surely be eaten by passing monsters, which was against his beliefs. He slowly released a wisp of magic, enveloping the girl's body. With a sudden movement, she defied gravity and floated into the air. This allowed Krieg to clearly feel the rhythm of magic within her. Initially, he didn't pay much attention, but he quickly noticed something amiss. Something's wrong. This magical reaction shouldn't be from a human. Elves are a wondrous race, possessing an innate and powerful magical adaptability. In their eyes, all living beings are composed of magic, and the different rhythms of magic in different creatures are their most important criterion for distinguishing races. Therefore, after discovering the anomaly, Krieg sensed it more closely, and the result astonished him. She's a half-elf? How is that possible? It's no wonder he was so shocked. Elves are extremely protective of their bloodlines. They are incredibly proud, and would never allow themselves to interbreed with the lowly human race. Such a hybrid would be a disgrace to the entire elven race. Krieg frowned. Even if the elves were generally kind, they wouldn't tolerate the existence of a half-elf. If her people discovered her, the consequences would be dire. But Krieg was different. His family had been destroyed 1,000 years ago. Glory and mission held no importance for him anymore, only his kind heart remained. Which family does she belong to? Rhine? Or Forest? Krieg muttered to himself. He had to find out. So he carried the girl into the cabin. However, testing bloodlines was a very complex process, requiring blood samples from various families as a catalyst. Fortunately, Krieg, as the former martial arts master of the first elven family, even in its decline, had received the Elven King's blessing, who bestowed upon him the essence of 5 great families. Krieg first extracted the essence blood of the Dark family. The Dark family was ranked last in power. It wasn't impossible for a member to secretly run away and mate with a human. Krieg drew a small, special magic circle on the girl's forehead, then held the essence blood in his palm, infused it with a wisp of magic, and moved it closer to the girl's forehead. Even when the back of Krieg's hand touched the girl's forehead, the essence blood showed no reaction. Not the Dark family? Krieg murmured, withdrawing the Dark family's essence blood. He then extracted the essence blood of the High Mountain family, but this time, there was still no reaction. Krieg shook his head and smiled wryly. Little girl, who are your parents? Having tried the blood essence of all 5 great families, he still couldn't find the girl's bloodline. Krieg was somewhat discouraged. Could it be that she's from another exiled family? The mention of exiled families reminded him of his own family, the once dominant Naven family. Crick hesitated for a moment, then took out a small knife, cut his finger, and used magic to force out a drop of blood essence. He took a deep breath and, as before, slowly approached the girl's forehead. This time, the blood essence reacted. The originally dark red blood essence burst forth with a dazzling azure light, the azure carrying wisps of smoke, giving it a majestic and powerful feel. Crick stared in disbelief once more. Royal blood. It's actually the bloodline of my Naven family's royal family. How is this possible? The royal family was wiped out 1,000 years ago. Not a single one remained. Who is she? Crick's eyes narrowed sharply. He suddenly remembered that years ago, an elven princess had accompanied him on a campaign. After the great battle against the orcs, the elven princess disappeared, later presumed dead, though her remains were never found on the battlefield. This wouldn't have been unusual, but Crick remembered that the human army had also participated in that war. Could it be that the humans had rescued the princess? 1,000 years have passed. Could she be a descendant of the princess? Does that mean the princess is still alive? Krieg was somewhat incredulous, but a flame ignited within him, a flame to restore his family's glory. If the royal family is still alive, then my Naven family has the power to turn the tide. However, the girl lying before him was merely a half-human, half-elf girl, far removed from true royalty. Krieg checked the girl's condition further. It seemed she suffered a severe shock. She won't wake up anytime soon. Reluctantly, Krieg could only let the girl rest inside. The next day, Krieg chopped wood outside very early. Although he could use magic to quickly finish his work, he still maintained the habit of chopping wood by hand. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned to look back and saw the girl had woken up, slowly walking out, supporting herself on the doorframe. Krieg tried to keep his tone gentle. "Little girl, you're awake. Would you like something to eat?" The girl was very polite, bowing and helping to chop wood, making a very good impression on Krieg. From their conversation, Krieg learned that the girl came from a city in the south, and that she was with another girl who was now very anxious, hoping to find her companion, who had also been swept away by the flood. Krieg hadn't seen her companion before, but hearing her words, he released his magic. Circles of magic radiated outwards, with the rhythm of the earth, and soon, he made a discovery. In the end, Krieg didn't take the girl back to the elf forest. He didn't know what she would face there. He had already secretly decided that he would venture into the human world to follow this clue, and find the princess from years ago. Crick gave the girl some necessary supplies, and entrusted her with the family's most prized possession, the crystal tear. He pointed her in the right direction, and then used magic to teleport her far away. With his power, he could easily have kept her completely unaware. After the girl left, Crick returned to the Rhine family. He was about to embark on a long journey, so naturally, he needed to inform the Elf King and make thorough preparations. When the Elf King of the Rhine family saw Crick, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. 1,000 years had passed, and this was the first time Crick had taken the initiative to seek him out. He greeted him with a hearty laugh. "Master of martial arts, what brings you here in person?" Crick bowed deeply, filled with gratitude for the Rhine family Elf King's willingness to take him in. "I come to explain some things. I will be embarking on a long journey in the coming days, which will likely take 3 or 4 years. "Oh!" The Elf King was even more curious. "That's rare. You're actually going on a long journey. Where are you going?" Chapter 208. Crick shook his head slightly. "I want to go to the human world, but I have no specific destination. I hope you will grant me permission." The Elf King was taken aback. He grabbed Crick's shoulders with trembling hands. "Human? You're not mistaken, Crick. You actually want to go to the human world? It reeks of filth and stench. Humans are treacherous, cunning, and insatiably greedy. A warrior like you must not go there." Crick had anticipated the Elf King's reaction. "I know, my king. I need your support. I want to find my people." The Elf King paused, then released Crick's shoulders, letting out a soft sigh. "Should I arrange for someone to accompany you?" Crick was overjoyed. The Elf King's words were tantamount to agreeing to his request. "Thank you. I can go by myself. May the forest flourish forever." Afterwards, Crick returned home. This trip to the human world filled him with apprehension. As an elf, he didn't know much about humans, his knowledge mostly stemming from the battle 1,000 years ago, and the legends passed down through generations of elves. Actually, he didn't need to take much with him. It was just that the flowers in the garden needed someone to take care of them. So he went to town and found a gardener, paying a hefty sum to persuade him to look after the plants. After preparing for about a month, he embarked on his journey to the human world alone. He first arrived at the riverside meadow he had visited before, and followed the river southwards, finding the corpses of adventurers killed by magical beasts. He recited some simple incantations, stripped their clothes off, washed them in the river, and then draped them over himself. Soon, he encountered more and more human adventurers. Fortunately, he was fluent in human languages, thanks to a less than pleasant experience they had shared 1,000 years ago. He managed to infiltrate a large town by joining an adventurer's party. This party was weak, consisting of only 3 or 4 people, all newly minted first-tier mages. Their leader was a burly man named Hawk, who fulfilled all of Krieg's preconceived notions of humanity: hypocritical, cowardly, greedy, and a bully who preyed on the weak. Therefore, Krieg disliked him intensely. However, Hawk had one redeeming quality: he was incredibly foolish. Krieg liked foolish people; they were easier to manipulate. With a few simple tricks, Krieg made Hawk obedient and willing to cover his successful entry into the town. Of course, even in his manipulation, Krieg didn't treat these people unfairly. He helped the adventurer party hunt a sawtooth boar as payment. Once inside the town, Krieg acted alone. However, no matter how much he inquired, he couldn't find out the whereabouts of the girl he had met in the forest. Krieg was somewhat frustrated. He knew the girl was probably an adventurer, and perhaps asking at the Adventurers Guild would yield some results. But he dared not go, fearing his elf identity would be discovered. He stayed in this city called Misty City for nearly a month, eavesdropping on the casual conversations of those around him, and finally learned some things. About 2 months ago, shortly after he met the girl, a major event occurred in Misty City. A necromancer was causing trouble in the east of the city, and the city lord's mansion even dispatched an army to suppress him. He heard that the necromancer had all fallen into the Great Canyon and died. This incident was almost common knowledge in Misty City. The reason was that during the chase, the necromancer unleashed a peculiar spell that generated an incredibly powerful sonic attack, heard by nearly all the residents in the eastern part of the city. Following this incident, Misty City's hidden underground market moved out into the open, becoming an officially recognized trading market by the city lord's mansion. Although no one knew why, generally speaking, it was beneficial to the development of Misty City, so no one said much about it. From those fragmented words, Crick learned that the necromancer's group seemed to consist of 1 man and 2 women. The 2 women were quite young, the younger only 8 or 9 years old, and the older only 15 or 16. This was very similar to the 2 girls Crick had encountered before. More importantly, in the forest, Crick had used his magical abilities to discover that the girl called Annie was indeed a necromancer. That's right, Crick was almost certain that the person he was looking for was beneath the Great Canyon. Sigh. He sighed deeply. I finally found a member of royal blood, but she died so quickly. I wonder if she still has the crystal tear I gave her. Crick decided to go down into the canyon to retrieve the crystal tear and, incidentally, help recover the girl's body. He just didn't know if the body was still there, or if it had already been devoured by monsters. For ordinary people, reaching the bottom of the canyon was extremely difficult and dangerous. Even if one reached the bottom, it would be useless. The canyon was perpetually dark, overgrown with weeds, and fraught with danger. One wrong step and one's life would be lost. But for Krieg, this place was far simpler than human cities. He traversed the valley floor with ease, carefully searching the area everyone had mentioned, but found nothing. Sigh, it seems she really has been eaten. What a pity about the crystal tear, that was the most precious treasure of my elven race. What a pity. Krieg shook his head, preparing to return, when suddenly he stopped, slowly squatted down, dipped his finger in the soil, and smelled it. A burnt smell. Krieg was slightly startled. Has someone been here? Then, he heard voices. To avoid being discovered, he immediately lay prone, using the dense grass around him for cover. The group appeared to be 2 people, aimlessly searching for something. One of them said, "Brother, we searched back and forth several times, but besides those 2 corpses, we haven't found anything. When will this ever end?" The other replied, "Stop complaining. This is just for show. The other man's corpse must have been eaten by a monster, otherwise, how could there be no trace of him?" Suddenly, one of them whispered, "Hey, did you hear? It seems one of those girls is the Marquis's daughter." The other quickly retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. Are you out of your mind? You dare to gossip about the Marquis?" The first man didn't seem to care. "Well, it's just the 2 of us here. What's there to be afraid of? The Marquis's daughter is a necromancer. Many people know that. Otherwise, why would they banish her to this remote town?" The other man remained silent for a moment before saying, "Nobody knows for sure what's going on right now. Ah, it's about time. Let's go up and send another group to search. After the two left, Crick slowly rose from the bushes. The Marquis? Were they talking about the Lord here? Thinking this, Crick seemed to have found a clue, his gaze turning south. A few days later, Crick set off from Misty City, heading south to the political center of the Northern Territory, Goel City. It was far more prosperous than Misty City, especially Goel Castle, a place of both beauty and grandeur, a dream destination for many. Recently, the New Year's celebrations had just ended. Except for the eldest son, all the other children of the Marquis family were away, either continuing their studies at the Imperial Magic Academy or reporting to the papacy. The second young lady, Alice, like Crick, loved plants, but it was unknown when she would return. Who would care for her precious plants became a difficult problem. Therefore, before leaving, Alice specifically instructed that several gardeners be recruited, but to this day, the Marquis Manor has not found suitable candidates. This position was practically tailor-made for Crick. He easily passed all the tests, standing out from nearly 100 competitors, and entered the Marquis Manor as a gardener. During his nearly 1 year at the Marquis Manor, Crick spent his time tending to Alice's beloved plants and gathering information about the girl. He was an excellent warrior, and equally adept at gathering intelligence. Soon, he obtained the information he needed from the Marquis' wife. It turned out that the girl named Angela was the Marquis' personal maid. She originally lived in the Western Territory, but her gambling-addicted parents sold her. Fortunately, the Marquis bought her in time, otherwise, her life would have been utterly tragic. From casual conversation, he also learned that Angela's original surname was Cafuno. To find out more, he resolutely resigned from his position as a gardener at the Marquis' mansion and came to the Western Territory, to a town called Handel, located in the northwest of the Gore Territory. However, not long after Crick left Gore, a huge upheaval broke out throughout the empire. A lord in the south launched an attack on the Gore Territory without any prior communication, plunging the entire territory into a brutal war, including the northwestern town of Handel. With almost no resistance, Handel fell in 3 days. A large number of black-armored knights poured into the city and took over its defenses. However, this had little impact on Crick. Amidst the chaos, he finally managed to find acquaintances from the Bolivian family, the family of Marquis Eva. From them, Crick learned that Angela wasn't originally from Handel City. She might have traveled further west, to a village near the border. Without hesitation, Crick searched for about a year in various villages west of Handel City, based on the information he had gathered, but still found nothing. No one knew the name Cafuno, and no one recognized Angela. For that year, Crick completely isolated himself from the world. The battles raging throughout the empire were no longer relevant to him. After all, the territorial wars between nobles couldn't possibly reach this small village. As the saying goes, perseverance pays off. After traversing several villages, Crick finally found a clue in an underground casino. A moneylender there, after receiving 10 gold coins, told Crick that over 10 years ago, a merchant named Mark had run a casino. A couple there, while counting money, seemed to be about to sell their 3-year-old daughter. The incident caused quite a stir at the time, but the couple disappeared without a trace afterward. No one remembered them. The trail went cold again. Mark had been gone for over 10 years, and no one knew where he was. Even if they found Mark, he might not remember the incident from over 10 years ago, let alone the gambler couple. Crick believed that his people would never be so deeply involved in gambling. That couple was definitely not Angela's biological parents. So what really happened? Without a clue, Crick arrived at the imperial border, heavily guarded. Beyond this lay the Hairy Empire, the legendary front line of humanity's resistance against darkness. A thought flashed through Crick's mind. That's right. The humans sent knights from the Hairy clan to participate in that battle. Could it be? With that thought, Crick moved with incredible speed, crossing the border at a pace too fast for the naked eye to follow. The powerful guards barely noticed anything amiss, only feeling a gentle breeze rustling a few leaves. Upon arriving in the Hairy Empire, Crick immediately sensed a stark difference in atmosphere. If the humans of the Norma Empire made him uncomfortable, the humans of the Hairy Empire filled him with loathing. He passed through several villages, all in ruins. The streets were deserted, filled only with armored soldiers searching house to house, plundering the villagers' meager possessions. He even witnessed soldiers forcibly dragging women into the bushes, preparing to assault them. Crick initially didn't want to interfere, but his beliefs wouldn't allow him to stand idly by. Just as the soldiers were tearing at a woman's clothes, a flash of cold light appeared, and a soldier's arm was severed at the root. Several more flashes followed, and all 5 soldiers were killed instantly. The woman, tears streaming down her face, stared in disbelief, she hadn't even seen who had attacked her. The woman hastily clutched her torn clothes, bowed deeply to the void, and ran back to her village. Was what I did really right? Crick wasn't sure if his actions would have any consequences, but the answer was soon revealed. Due to the sudden deaths of soldiers, the local lord dispatched even more troops to search the remote mountain village. Ostensibly a search, it was in reality a campaign of arson, murder, and looting. All adult men were killed, and women and children were abducted and enslaved by the nobles. Crick hated this place, but he couldn't leave. He still needed to find the princess, and thus had to endure the stench of this country. 3 more years passed. He had found almost nothing in the Hairy Empire, but at least he had discovered some clues. The relevant indications suggested that useful leads might be within the Hairy Empire's royal family. Crick wouldn't risk entering the royal palace to investigate. After all, the Hairy Empire's royal family had many powerful figures, and he could easily expose his elven identity. Moreover, his 4-year agreement with the Elf King had long expired. Left with no other choice, he had to set off back to the Elf Forest. Chapter 209. Entering the Elf Forest from within the Hairy Empire was very convenient. There were virtually no troops guarding it. After all, even humans knew that elves couldn't possibly leave from there, except for Crick. Crick entered the forest under cover of darkness. He moved like a ghost, almost perfectly blending into the forest. He breathed in the sweet air with delight, grateful to be back in this forest. The stench of the human world had become unbearable for him. A few days later, when the Elf King saw Crick again, he exclaimed with delight, "Oh, my dear Crick, master of martial arts, you finally returned. If I hadn't seen you soon, I would have sent people to the human world to look for you." Crick shook his head. "Don't you know my strength? If I can't handle something, sending more people will be futile." The Elf King showed no displeasure at Crick's arrogance, instead laughing loudly, "You're right, ha ha ha. By the way, did you find your people?" At this, Crick's expression darkened. He hadn't achieved his goal for this journey. Seeing the somewhat dejected look on Crick's face, the Elf King roughly guessed the outcome. He patted Crick on the shoulder. "My dear martial arts master, don't worry. This trip shouldn't be entirely fruitless. Once we made further preparations, we'd definitely find the Nafon people's whereabouts next time." Crick gave a bitter smile. "I did get some clues, but further investigation is too difficult. At least with my strength, it's simply impossible." The Elf King narrowed his eyes. He understood Crick's abilities. If even he couldn't do it, who among the elves could? A god? "I'm sorry, martial arts master, as the Elf King, I cannot leave the Elf Forest. Otherwise, I would be willing to help you explore the human world." Crick quickly waved his hands. No, you have your duties. I know that very well. Let's leave it at that." After this meeting, Crick returned to his little cabin. He hadn't been back for over 4 years, but his cabin was still very well maintained. Needless to say, the Elf King must have arranged for it. His garden was also in good condition. It seemed the elf Crick had found before leaving was indeed very good at tending plants. Another winter arrived. Crick sat listlessly in his cabin, warming himself with magical flames. He thought of that exquisite face from 4 years ago, that long golden hair. She really looked like a princess. It was a pity she was dead. Even her remains were never found. Crick was filled with regret. He regretted not bringing her back to the Elven Forest. Perhaps the Elven King would have spared her out of consideration for him, but it was all meaningless now. 3 more years passed. Crick had lost all sense of time. He didn't care anymore. After all, he was old. 1,000 years had etched wrinkles on his face. If he didn't achieve a breakthrough in strength, he would die 100 years later. The legendary elven master of martial arts would eventually become nourishment for the forest, returning to nature. On this day, another elven warrior came to his door. This wasn't the first time. Crick was used to it. However, today the report piqued the old master of martial arts' interest. "Respected master of martial arts, according to the Elven King's orders, we are preparing to go to the human world to bring back a member of our race who was lost there. I sincerely invite you to accompany us." A slight glimmer of light appeared in Crick's somewhat vacant eyes. After a long while, the elven warrior still received no response, which was expected. He hadn't held out much hope. "Respected master of martial arts, although I regret your absence, I still extend my highest respect to you." With that, the elven warrior prepared to leave. Just then, Crick's slightly hoarse voice came from inside the room. "Where?" The elven warrior shuddered. Based on his years of experience, Crick would ignore everyone, but today he had actually asked, indicating that he was indeed interested in this mission. The elven warrior replied with a hint of excitement, "The Austin Empire." "The Austin Empire. It's said that the Holy See sent word that a girl with elven power has been discovered in the northern part of the Austin Empire. Crick's eyes snapped open, his powerful aura instantly blasting open the door. The massive wave of magical energy nearly knocked the elven warrior off his feet, filling him with horror. After a while, Crick gradually calmed down. He smiled and walked towards the elven warrior, making a friendly gesture unique to elves. "Thank you, brave warrior. If it's convenient, I'd like to accompany you." The elven warrior almost thought he had misheard. For hundreds of years, elven warriors from the Rhine family and other families had come to invite him countless times, but Crick had never bothered to say a word. Today, Crick not only spoke to him, but even agreed to carry out the mission together. This was truly amazing. "When do we depart?" asked Crick. The elven warrior quickly replied, "If you're ready, we can depart at any time." Crick nodded. "Well, I don't have anything to prepare. Let's set off now." This elven warrior squad, including Crick, totaled 10 men, and was ordered by the Elven King to travel to the northern part of the Austin Empire to search for their lost people. On the way, Crick couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, "Which family does this person we're looking for belong to?" The elven warrior shook his head. "I don't know either." The intelligence didn't mention any details. Crick thought about it, and realized it made sense. The Holy See had discovered this, and they didn't have methods to test family bloodlines. Then where exactly is this person now? The elven warrior replied, "It's said that the Austin Empire is holding a martial arts tournament, and this person participated. They seem to be currently in Antioch City in the Duchy of Sharia." Antioch City? Crick was startled. Although 1,000 years had passed, the battle seemed still vivid in his mind. He still remembered the earth-shattering battle when the orc army attacked Antioch City. The human defenders were almost completely wiped out, yet they withstood an attack of 100,000 men with overwhelming odds. That battle completely changed Crick's view of the human army. From that moment on, the elves and humans truly began to cooperate, shifting from defense to offense. To get from the Elven Forest to Antioch City, one must bypass 2 other human towns. The elves dislike dealing with humans, so they have no intention of crossing the towns. Along the way, they avoided all humans as much as possible. Fortunately, the area around the 8 northwestern cities was sparsely populated, with vast stretches of barren land. Furthermore, the previous bandit suppression had eliminated even the bandits, making Krieg and his men's movements much smoother. In just 3 or 4 days, Krieg and his men arrived at Antioch City. To begin their work, they needed to make contact with humans. For elven warriors, contact with humans was extremely difficult, so this task naturally fell to Krieg, given his 4 years of experience living in the human world. Krieg led his elven warrior squad smoothly into Antioch City, and found the Adventurers Guild. Krieg didn't register as an adventurer, his magical power was far too great, and registering in such a small town would certainly attract the attention of the guild's higher-ups, something Krieg definitely didn't want. His gaze swept around, suddenly landing on a middle-aged man. He smiled slightly, and stepped forward. "Brother, hello. I'm from the Northern Tribes. This is my first time in Antioch City. I'd like to ask when the magic competition begins?" The middle-aged man was slightly taken aback, then smiled warmly. "What a pity, you're too late. Our town's competition has already ended. The 8 winners have left Antioch City for Torite or City to participate in the domain competition." Crick was always good at judging people. He knew from the start that this middle-aged man was a very friendly human, which was why he approached him. Upon hearing the man's reply, Crick gave a slight bow in thanks and then left. After Crick left, a young man beside the middle-aged man asked, "Brother Bakarlov, are they really from the Northern Tribes? Wouldn't that be like Anna and the others?" Bakarlov nodded. "Yes, the Northern Tribes have a large population, but they rarely appear. Oral, you should travel more and broaden your horizons, especially make friends with experts like these." Oral was surprised. He's an expert?" Bakarlov nodded. "His aura is profound and powerful. I only sensed it from the Marshal, and he's even more elusive than the Marshal." Krieg didn't waste any time and immediately left Antioch City, heading towards Torite or City. This time they encountered many human teams, all traveling from various cities in the northwest to Torite or City to watch the competition. From their conversations, Krieg learned that the regional competitions are usually held in rotation, and this time it was Torite or City's turn in 2 days. The closer they got to Torite or City, the more unsettled Krieg became. He had already learned about the list of participants from Antioch City, and one name in particular caught his attention. Angela. He vaguely remembered the girl he had met 8 years ago in the Misty Forest, named Angela. Both of them had a younger girl by their side. This was no coincidence. She's still alive. Crick cried out in his heart, it must be her. However, until he saw her in person, Crick couldn't be sure. Now, they would soon arrive in Torai City, and all the answers would be revealed today. Today, Mashkov was in high spirits. Why? Because this year's domain tournament was being held in his town. The tournament attracted a large audience, and these people had strong spending power, effectively boosting the development of Torai City. After about a year of banditry, Torai City had suffered severe damage. However, the domain tournament was helping it recover somewhat. For this tournament, Mashkov had invited General Walton, the duchy's vice minister of finance, Earl Leonard, a former subordinate of Maudley, Theo, the vice commander of the Dragon Knights, as well as the 8 city lords from the 8 northwestern cities, and representatives from the Holy See and the Adventurers Guild. This domain tournament was grand in scale, and Mashkov had spent a fortune. However, the benefits were obvious. Torai City was now packed with people, the taverns were full, colorful flags fluttered everywhere, and it was a scene of prosperity that made Mashkov beam with joy. The tournament rules were different. Instead of a draw, it was a ring battle. Mashkov set up 8 arenas in the city's battle arena. Each of the 8 cities selected one person as the champion, who would defend their position and accept challenges from anyone. If defeated, they could challenge others on other arenas. The competition lasted 5 days. The person remaining on the arena at the end received 10 points. Each successful defense earned 1 point, and a failed defense deducted 1 point. A successful challenge earned 3 points, and a failed challenge did not deduct points. At the end of the competition, for each arena captured by a town, all participants from that town gained 5 points. The top 10 scorers at the end were the victors. This competition format tested both skill and strategy. Simply fighting on the arena all the time wasn't necessarily the best approach. Of the 8 fighters from Antioch City, aside from Annie, Bourne, and Angela, the other 5 were all noblemen. The decision of who would first become the ringmaster would be decided through their discussion. Although Bourne and his companions had rendered great service in the previous battle of Antioch City, they were still commoners and, in the eyes of the nobles, were always considered inferior. A slightly chubby young man looked at Bourne and said, "Brother Bone, among us, you should be the strongest. Why don't you go and defend the ring?" The other nobleman agreed. Bourne sneered inwardly, but outwardly remained calm. "You all overestimate me. I was just lucky. There's no such thing as the strongest. But since everyone wants me to defend the title, I won't refuse. I'd be the first to go." Seeing Bourne agree, the noble youth secretly chuckled. The first to defend the title would naturally be the first to be challenged, and would expend the most energy. Assuming each battle lasted half an hour, there would be at most 100 matches over 5 days. For the 64 participants, each only had 1 or 2 chances. If they were defeated early on, it would be very difficult to turn the tide. Anne and Angela, however, weren't worried at all. They didn't utter a word. They knew Bourne too well. Anyone who thought they could defeat him by exhausting his energy was seriously mistaken. As soon as the match began, Bourne took the lead, strolling confidently onto the stage. The other 7 towns also selected their representatives to defend the title and stand on the stage. However, apart from Bourne, the other 7 all looked worried. The first to challenge Bourne was a young man from a northern town, who appeared to be about the same age as Bourne, or rather, Keller, and was also at the peak of the U on stage, indicating exceptional talent. Chapter 210. Looking at the young man before him, Bourne nodded slightly. "Brother, what's your name?" The young man smiled slightly, appearing harmless. "My name is Puller, and yours?" "My name is Bone. Nice to meet you," Bourne said. The young man was taken aback by Bourne's strong name, but after a slight pause, he assumed a fighting stance. "Then I make my move." "All right." Bourne showed his opponent sufficient respect, drawing the unsharpened long sword provided by the city lord's mansion. With a whoosh, the young man moved like lightning, leaving a trail of blue afterimages, rapidly approaching Bourne. Bourne laughed loudly. "Wind magic, very good." He waved his hand, and a stream of water sprayed out, blocking the opponent's attack route. With the coverage of the water prison, even if the opponent was fast, it would be of no use. However, this time Bourne was going to be disappointed. A flash of blue light appeared, and a sharp slash cleaved the water prison in two. Puller's slender body moved like a gentle breeze, easily passing through the prison's defenses. Bourne was startled. Wind Blade. Indeed, his opponent was using Nickel's signature Wind Blade spell. However, while Nickel's Wind Blade was characterized by its graceful and unpredictable nature, Puller's Wind Blade was domineering, powerful, and incredibly sharp, It didn't seem like wind magic at all. Bourne naturally understood that the same spell could have different effects depending on who used it. He certainly couldn't use the same methods he used against Nickel to counter Puller's attack. If he could use wind magic, Bourne wouldn't be afraid of his opponent's speed. But he was in a competition, and couldn't afford to reveal any weaknesses, otherwise, he would be considered cheating and disqualified from continuing. Without wind magic, Bourne's own speed was definitely insufficient. Therefore, Bourne prepared to repeat his previous tactic, using his superior strength to withstand the opponent's attack. Seeing Bourne remain motionless, Puller narrowed his eyes, somewhat hesitant, unsure of his opponent's reaction. However, the die was cast. He had arrived before Bourne in an instant, and could only launch a preemptive strike to test his opponent's strength. Bourne roared, gripping his sword hilt tightly, emitting no magical aura, and simply met the attack head-on. Puller was secretly delighted. Haha, it seems he's going to voluntarily surrender, and hand over the title to me. It's not surprising that Puller thought this way. Some slightly weaker contestants would adopt this strategy, relinquish the title, lose 3 points, and then wait for a suitable opportunity to challenge those whose stamina is nearly depleted, thus returning to the ring. This time, however, Puller's judgment was seriously flawed, because he was facing no normal person. With a crisp clang, swords clashed. The powerful cutting force of the wind blade failed to cleave Bourne's long sword, though it did create a nick. Even so, Bourne had managed to withstand the attack. The expected knockback didn't occur, causing Puller's mind to briefly short-circuit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Bourne launched a counterattack. Using the nick in his blade, he firmly locked onto his opponent's long sword, his arm rotating at an incredible angle. Before Puller could react, a tremendous spinning force surged through his hand. He tried to pull his sword back, but couldn't budge it. He could only spin in the air, propelled by his opponent's momentum. But Puller was, after all, just an ordinary person. At this bizarre angle, his arm couldn't bear the strain, and he had no choice but to let go, thus allowing Bourne to take his weapon. Bourne pulled the sword from the long sword, chuckled, and said, "Brother Puller, now you're unarmed. Do you admit defeat?" Puller truly hadn't expected Bourne to take his weapon in such a strange way, but he wasn't about to give up. He joined 2 fingers together, and a long, cyan blade extended from his fingertips, the swordless form of the wind blade. He answered Bourne's question with his actions. Bourne, however, didn't care at all. Holding the sword in one hand and the knife in the other, he launched his attack before Puller could even react. However, the speed of a wind mage was indeed formidable, and the two fought fiercely, evenly matched. Meanwhile, in the sidelines, the slightly overweight nobleman from Antioch City, who had led the encouragement of Bourne to defend the arena, was leisurely watching the battle. He wanted to assess the strength of these people before deciding which arena to challenge. He happened to witness the battle between Bourne and Puller, and sneered inwardly, "This guy is all talk and no action. It seems he's only got luck to advance to the domain competition with this kind of strength." Previously, as a contestant in the Antioch City competition, he had focused on his own opponent and hadn't seen Bourne's performance, so he didn't know much about Bourne. Seeing that Bourne's water magic was at most at the beginner level and lacked proficiency, he concluded that Bourne wasn't very strong. However, he didn't notice that Bourne's opponent, Puller, was empty-handed. Although the battle was somewhat evenly matched, Bourne generally held the upper hand. Annie glanced around casually. She knew Bourne was concealing his strength, not wanting to reveal his trump card too quickly. However, this meant he couldn't end the battle quickly. This might be a problem for most people, but not for Bourne. Now, Annie needed to think things through. She didn't have Bourne's inexhaustible stamina, or the refined swordsmanship honed through real combat. She could only rely on her magic. If she wasn't careful, she might overexert her magic, giving the next challenger a chance to win. "Sister Angela, when are you going to challenge?" Annie asked. Angela hesitated for a moment, but quickly made up her mind. "Miss, I think we should go first. No matter how long we can hold out, we have time to rest after being knocked down, so we can try to defend our title in the final round. If we don't go now, we have to defend until the very end, which will be much more difficult." Annie agreed. One arena had already finished its battle, and the person defending their title successfully gained 1 point. Without hesitation, Annie rushed onto the stage to challenge the current champion. The slightly plump nobleman scoffed, "So impatient? How foolish. Doesn't she know that the faster the fight ends, the stronger the champion is?" Those around her echoed, "Yes, I observed her earlier, and this champion is indeed quite skilled." Although her opponent held back somewhat, ending the fight so quickly still speaks volumes. At least the fight here is much more exciting than that one with the bone. Annie ignored the comments below, staring intently at her opponent, who was also sizing her up. "Little girl, have you thought it through before challenging me?" The opponent was a young man in green robes, about the same age as Oral, also a wind mage. Annie flashed a bright smile. "I thought it through, then I make the first move." Before he could react, Annie pointed her staff, using the same old tactic, a water prison to test his strength. The green-robed youth remained on guard, unfazed by Annie's sudden attack. However, the power of the water prison surprised him. Was this still a rudimentary spell? Seeing the overwhelming torrent of water, the green-robed youth displayed the speed advantage typical of wind mages. However, the water prison's coverage was simply too vast. To avoid being bound, he had to use a special wind spell to indent the water prison, allowing him to dodge the attack. Annie's eyes lit up. She had never seen this kind of magic before, and now, seeing it, she couldn't help but feel curious. What kind of magic is this? It's really interesting. The green-robed youth smiled. If you want to know, defeat me. With a flash, he charged towards Annie. Originally, the green-robed youth was a mage accustomed to ranged attacks, but after seeing Annie's spell, he changed his mind. His thick, long staff, imbued with wind elemental power, slammed down towards her. Annie slammed her staff into the ground with force. Crack! 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 Instantly, an ice wall appeared before her. The green-robed youth's staff struck the ice wall directly, but the ice wall only trembled slightly, and didn't shatter. This was also within the green-robed youth's expectations. He cast the same special spell again. A gust of wind blew by, and fine cracks appeared on the ice wall before it shattered with a crack. Annie frowned, quickly retreating, while simultaneously waving her staff, sending 3 ice spikes hurtling towards him. After breaking through the ice wall, the green-robed youth saw the incoming ice spikes. These spikes were no ordinary weapon. He dared not take them head-on. He quickly dodged, casting a wind shield with his left hand to deflect the attack. His feet flashed with azure light, and he charged back towards Annie, his staff aimed straight for her abdomen. Annie sighed inwardly. The contestants in this domain competition were indeed stronger, and their fighting styles were more varied. It seemed she needed more practical experience to broaden her horizons. Having fought to this point, Annie no longer intended to hold back. A vast surge of water elemental energy erupted forth. Due to the close distance, the green-robed youth had no way to dodge. However, the green-robed youth wasn't worried. Although he was somewhat surprised by Annie's fighting style, he believed she was simply caught off guard. He was certain his staff would strike first, and even if Annie's water prison controlled him, he could break free quickly. The outcome was already decided. However, the next moment, a small ice crystal condensed on Annie's abdomen, clattering as it blocked the green-robed youth's staff. To the green-robed youth's astonishment, the water prison struck him head-on. Simultaneously, Annie waved her hand, and the water prison, enveloping the struggling youth, flew rapidly off the stage. With a splash, the water prison shattered, and the green-robed youth landed awkwardly on the ground, coughing incessantly. How is this possible? The slightly plump nobleman stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what he was seeing. She actually won? The others also looked on in surprise, expressing their bewilderment at Annie's victory. The green-robed youth got up from the ground, waved his staff to dry himself, gave Annie a meaningful look, bowed slightly, and left the arena. Yay! You were amazing, miss! Angela shouted excitedly, and smiled and waved back, while secretly sensing her mana reserves. Casting 2 spells simultaneously, one of which was a precise casting, had greatly depleted her mana. Fortunately, her spirit-splitting technique was incredibly profound, and she was now racing against time to recover her mana. Meanwhile, the battle on Born's side was still ongoing. Pueller was drenched in sweat and panting heavily, while Born remained calm and composed, even more relaxed than before. Walton shook his head with a wry smile. This guy is a real freak. His stamina is unbelievable. Mashkov asked suspiciously, General Walton, do you know him? Walton looked at Theo. Not only do I know him, many people here know him. This guy is not only strong, but also incredibly intelligent, comparable to Modley. Although Theo didn't particularly like Walton, he didn't mind praising Born. I think he's stronger than Modley. Seeing that the 2 military leaders of the duchy were praising Born so highly, the others became even more curious about him. Angela, watching Born and Annie's intense battle, couldn't sit still any longer. Seeing a fight had just ended on one of the rings, she quickly walked up, rolled up her sleeves, and prepared to fight. The opponent had already gone through a battle, and was somewhat depleted of magic power. He was worried that he would be knocked out in the next round. When he saw that the person who came on stage was a woman, he felt relieved. He chuckled, twirled his long sword twice in a fancy manner, and charged towards Angela with a light step. Just then, a sudden change occurred. With a whoosh, countless green vines, like tentacles, rose from around the arena. 3 of these vines quickly bound the youth attacking Angela and threw him far away. Bound by the vines, the youth was like a helpless child, falling heavily off the edge of the arena. What's going on? Walton jumped to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the arena. Could this be that girl? Mashkov was also bewildered, completely confused about the situation. Tio shook his head. No, she doesn't have such powerful magic, and I never seen this kind of magical aura before. Due to this sudden turn of events, the battles on the other arenas also stopped. Bourne and Annie stared in shock at the arena where Angela was located. It was now completely enveloped by dark green vines, like a giant dumpling, and those outside couldn't see what was happening inside. Sister Angela. Annie cried out, releasing 3 ice spikes to attack the vines, but they had no effect whatsoever. At this moment, Walton, the strongest among them, stood up, roared, and wielded his great sword, delivering a powerful slash at the vines. However, when the great sword struck the vines, it sparked a series of sparks. The vines were not damaged at all, but the great sword, due to the force of the recoil, sent Walton flying back more than 10 meters. Chapter 211. Walton stared at his hands in shock. How is this possible? Everyone was stunned by this scene. Walton's strength had reached the terrifying 5th level of the transformation realm. In the entire duchy, only the marshal dared to confidently claim to be superior to Walton. Yet, even so, Walton's full-force attack couldn't even scratch the vine. Just as everyone was astonished, a person appeared before Angela on the arena, which was completely enveloped in vines. To be precise, it was an old man. The old man looked at her kindly and asked softly, "Do you remember me?" Angela was somewhat puzzled. You are?" The old man smiled and prompted, "The riverside cabin in the misty forest." Upon hearing this, Angela's eyes lit up immediately. "Oh! Right, you are. Angela slapped her forehead. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I forgot to ask your name that day. I'm Angela. Thank you for saving me that day, and for giving me such a precious treasure." As she spoke, she took off the pendant that shimmered with a blue light from her neck. "Are you here to get this pendant back? Then I give it back to you." She handed over the pendant without hesitation. The old man smiled and shook his head. "I didn't come here to take the pendant back. My name is Creek Naven, and I came specifically to find you." "Find me? Why?" Angela asked. Crick removed his cloak from his head, revealing silver hair and pointed ears. Angela gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. This is... I am an elf," Crick explained. "To be precise, I am a forest elf. These vines you see are our magical plants." Angela stared in disbelief at the dense vines around her. Elves? There really are elves in this world. But she quickly recovered. "Then, what did you want to see me about?" Crick sighed. He wasn't sure if he should tell her this, but ultimately, he made up his mind. "Actually, you also have elven blood." "What?" Angela exclaimed. "Me? How could I possibly have elven blood? My parents are human. They live in the Gore territory of the Norma Empire." "I know," Crick said. "I've been there and investigated thoroughly, but according to intelligence, they are not your biological parents." Angela felt her breath catch in her throat, Crick's words echoing in her mind. "They weren't my biological parents, so why did they sell me? Why? Was it just for money? So my parents didn't abandon me, they didn't forsake me." Crick sighed. "But I'm very sorry, I traced them all the way to the Hairy Empire, but I still couldn't find any information about your biological parents. However, I can basically confirm that you are a descendant of the Elven Princess of my Nafon clan." "The Elven Princess?" Receiving such a huge amount of information in a short time had already made Angela somewhat dazed. "I'm a descendant of the Elven Princess? The Elven Princess is my mother?" No. Crick quickly explained, "I don't know yet. I can only confirm one of your parents, and even further back, there might be someone who is the Elven Princess's child. You have the blood of the Elven royal family flowing through your veins." Angela could no longer hold back, she covered her face and wept bitterly. For so many years, she had believed she had been abandoned by her parents, that the couple had sold her for money, for gambling funds. If it weren't for Eva's timely rescue, she might now be a slave to an old, ugly merchant, living a life worse than death. Now, she finally knew the truth. She wasn't an abandoned child, at least not by her parents. The couple with the surname Kafuno weren't her biological parents. Years of pent-up emotions erupted in an instant, turning into a torrent of tears that soaked her clothes. Crick sighed deeply. During his investigation, he had also learned about Angela's upbringing and felt deep sympathy for the girl's plight. After a long while, Angela finally stopped crying, wiping away her tears. "I'm sorry, Grandpa Crick." Crick waved his hand, saying with heartache, "It's all right. Actually, I wanted to tell you all this for a long time, but back then I thought you had died in the Misty Canyon. I haven't left the elf forest in all these years, and I didn't know what happened in the human world until recently, when news came from the Holy See that there was an elven here, and the Elf King sent a team to search for them. I only got the news by chance, and that's why I rushed here. When I heard your name, I was really excited. I hoped you weren't dead. I hoped Angelia was you." Angela looked at Crick with some emotion. "Thank you, Grandpa Crick. I had no idea I had elven blood. I didn't even know elves really existed in this world." Crick frowned and said solemnly, "Now you only have one path before you. Come back to the elf forest with me." Angela shook her head firmly. "No. I can't go back to the elf forest. I still have unfinished tasks here." Crick patiently explained, "You have no choice. Your identity has been discovered by humans. Staying in the human world is far too dangerous. Unless your strength reaches the Supreme Realm, I will not allow you to remain in the human world." "Supreme Realm?" Angela looked puzzled. "What's that?" Crick said, "At least from your current level. And you need to advance 5 more major realms." "What? That's impossible," Angela explained. "When will I be able to come back? I still need to protect Miss. I still need to go back to see Nicole." "No." Before Angela could finish speaking, Crick said seriously, "Nothing is impossible. You must come back to the elf forest with me, otherwise humans will exploit you for their own selfish interests, draining your value. That's too dangerous for you, and there's no room for negotiation." Angela knew Crick meant well, but she couldn't let go of Annie, Nicole, or Eva. No matter what, she didn't want to leave the human world. Crick continued, "Besides, even if you return to the elf forest, many problems will await you." Angela didn't know what problems Crick was referring to, but judging from his tone, these problems must be very troublesome for him as well. "Grandpa Crick, isn't there any other way?" Angela pleaded. "No. Even if you don't want to, no one here is my match. I can easily take you away," said Crick firmly. Angela sighed and nodded helplessly. "All right then, I'm willing to go with you." Crick's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. He was genuinely afraid Angela would resist fiercely. If that happened, he would have to knock her unconscious first and then take her back. But he didn't want to lay a hand on her. But Angela immediately added, "But I have a request." Crick's heart skipped a beat. "What request?" Angela stared intently into Crick's eyes. "I want to see Miss and Born one last time to say goodbye." Crick breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Of course. Tonight, at Alkian Mountain outside the city. I leave a message for them." Angela knew that saying goodbye here would be too rushed and inappropriate. Crick's solution was the safest option. She nodded in agreement. Crick clasped his hands together, and massive vines instantly enveloped the two of them, burrowing into the ground with a whoosh. Those around the arena involuntarily took a few steps back. Just seconds later, the dense vines vanished without a trace, leaving no mark on the ground. Looking at the arena again, Angela was nowhere to be seen, as if she had never existed in the first place. Anne's eyes narrowed sharply, and in a surge of emotion, she unleashed a burst of magical power. Born was startled and quickly transmitted a message through telepathy. "Anne, calm down." Annie heard Born's voice, but her eyes were fixed on the spot where Angela had just been, a bad premonition rising in her heart. Born couldn't care less about anything else. He flew up to Annie's ring and hugged her tightly. "Annie! You have to stay calm. You can't panic now. Angela needs you to find her." Annie felt the coldness emanating from Born. A shiver ran through her, and she instantly regained some composure, suppressing her magic. Walton and the others quickly arrived at the ring where Angela had been, conducting a thorough search, but found nothing unusual. Taking advantage of the absence of attention, Born secretly roused Dao Quang. Teacher, I have something important to ask you." Dao Quang awoke impatiently from his slumber. "What? Didn't I tell you not to wake me unless it's important?" Born said anxiously. "This situation is very unusual, teacher. Just now, huge vines appeared here, and after the vines disappeared, Angela vanished. You are very knowledgeable. Can you tell what happened?" "Vines?" Dao Quang's tone was clearly surprised. "Could it be those forest elves?" "Forest elves? Who are they?" Annie asked. Due to the effect of soul communication, Annie could also hear Born and Dao Quang's conversation. Dao Quang slowly said, "Forest elves are an ancient race. They have long lifespans, great strength, and love peace." Before Dao Quang could finish explaining, Annie continued, "Then why did they capture Sister Angela?" Dao Quang carefully sensed him. "This elf is indeed very powerful, probably at the Supreme Realm, but I don't know why they captured that little girl Angela. Could it be?" It's not surprising that Dao Quang didn't know, because Angela's elven bloodline wasn't pure, and her strength was low. Dao Quang hadn't paid much attention to her magical aura, thus missing this crucial information. However, Dao Quang still thought of the cyan pendant Angela wore around her neck. Right, speaking of forest elves, I remember the pendant around Angela's neck. It seems very similar to the legendary crystal tear. Could Angela be a descendant of the elves? Dao Quang, as expected of an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years, could deduce the general idea even from the smallest details. This speculation left Annie and Born speechless. An elven descendant? Angela? Dao Quang chuckled. It's not impossible. Since ancient times, there have been cases of humans and elves interbreeding. Some people appear human, but actually possess elven blood. I suspect Angela is one of them. Annie breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then the forest elves shouldn't do anything to her, right? After all, she's one of their own. That's not necessarily true, Dao Quang said. Forest elves are a race that highly values the purity of their bloodline. They are incredibly proud, and cannot tolerate their bloodline merging with human blood. If Angela is taken to the elves, she'd likely suffer. Annie's heart tightened again. Then let's go save her. Impossible, Dao Quang said firmly. With your strength, you can't even reach the elven forest. Besides, the opponent is a Supreme Realm expert. There are probably fewer than 20 Supreme Realm experts among humans. Dao Quang's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing Annie's hopes once more. She slumped to the ground, dejected. Then I never see Angela again. No! Born suddenly exclaimed, we definitely see her. He held a leaf that had drifted down from the sky and handed it to Annie. Annie took it curiously, her eyes widening at the small writing on it. This is? The leaf read, meet at midnight tonight on Mount Alkion. It's Angela, Born said firmly. Annie, let's see Angela tonight, don't rush things. Annie nodded. That's all we can do. Meanwhile, Walton and the others had investigated thoroughly but found nothing. The other contestants, however, were getting impatient. Someone started shouting, what about our competition? Should we continue? Yeah. We can't find anything with these vines, so let's ignore them for now, and continue the competition. It's over. Walton looked up at Mashkov. Lord, what do you think we should do? Mashkov was taken aback, then said with a bitter face, what can I do? It's up to everyone to decide. Walton scoffed. How about this, we vote by raising our hands. Anyone who wants to pause the match and go find Angela, raise your hand. Anyone who doesn't want to go find her, don't raise your hand. Tayo, who had a past with Angela, was naturally the first to raise his hand. Walton also raised his hand, but the others didn't know Angela. They felt the match was more important. Losing a competitor, especially since the competitor was just an adventurer, wasn't enough to warrant pausing the match. Walton sighed. All right, Mashkov, let's continue the match. Mashkov quickly agreed and resumed organizing the match. Chapter 212. The magic competition continued, but Walton and Theo approached Annie and Born. Anna, Bones, don't worry. This whole thing is strange. I reported to the higher-ups, and have King Liar send people to investigate. Walton said. Theo snorted. With the duchy's strength, I estimate it'd be futile. I report this to General Sane, and see if we can get the Empire to help investigate. We inform you immediately as soon as we have any news. Annie and Born bowed deeply to the two generals. Thank you for your kindness, generals. We understand. Walton sighed. This vine is indeed too strange. If it's man-made, then that person's strength is unimaginable. The duchy might not have someone with such power, but the papacy might. The papacy's bishops are here today. This matter will surely reach the papacy's higher-ups. Compared to the duchy, Annie and Born didn't want the papacy to get involved, but the matter was already settled, and they couldn't change it. Are you still going to participate in the competition? Theo asked. Of course we participate. Annie and Born replied in unison. Now that they knew Angela wasn't in mortal danger, and that only by improving their own strength could they have a chance to save her, they naturally wouldn't give up the opportunity of the magic competition. Immediately afterward, Born returned to his arena. Puler, who had fought Born for an hour, had automatically conceded defeat. Not wanting to waste any more magic on Born, he went to recover a bit before looking for his next opponent. Born soon found a new opponent, also a nobleman from a northern town. His thinking was simple. Born had just endured an hour-long tug-of-war, a kind of exhaustion that most people couldn't withstand. He concluded that Born was now at his limit, merely putting on a brave face to avoid showing fatigue. This man had bright red hair, and his personality was as flamboyant as his hair color. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he shouted, "Kid, I give you a chance. Go down and rest, save your energy." Born scoffed, "Stop talking nonsense. If you're here, you should test your skills. How will you know my strength if I don't fight?" The red-haired youth snorted, completely disregarding Born. "Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being disrespectful. I see you have a close relationship with General Walton and General Tayo, but this is a magic competition, not about relationships, it's about strength." Annoyed by his words, Born waved his hand. "If you're not going to fight, then get down and let someone else do it. Enough with the nonsense." The red-haired youth's expression turned cold. "You really don't know what's good for you. Then I let you taste my power." With that, he swung his great sword fiercely, and a beam of fire shot into the sky, condensing into a massive fiery slash that hurtled towards Born. Born was slightly taken aback. His opponent had immediately unleashed a mid-level spell, clearly angered by his words. But that was fine. It would save them from endless testing each other. Also facing mid-level magic, this flame slash was vastly different from Puller's wind blade. Clearly, the flame slash possessed far greater explosive power, a fact even Born had to acknowledge. "Looks like I have to use magic. Luckily, water magic has some restraining effect," Born thought, casually casting a water prison. Compared to Annie's, his water prison was significantly weaker and had a smaller range. However, his purpose wasn't to directly block the flame slash, but rather to use the water prison to limit the burst of fire magic power. Sure enough, this move quickly took effect. When the water prison encountered the fire slash, it hissed and crackled, the intense heat of the fire magic evaporating it into puffs of white mist that drifted into the air. The red-haired youth smiled smugly, "Trying to use a water prison to block my slash? How naive. Ha ha ha." However, his laughter abruptly stopped. The water vapor from the evaporating prison transformed into pure water magic, attaching itself to the raging fire slash, suppressing much of the flames. "What's going on?" Before the red-haired youth could figure out what was happening, a loud bang rang out, and the fire slash shattered. Having lost the intense heat of the fire magic, Born easily destroyed the slash, and in a flash, he appeared before the red-haired youth. The red-haired youth was genuinely startled. Just as he was about to swing his sword, Born suddenly vanished. However, the lingering mist from the water prison made him think he was seeing things. But by the time he realized what was happening, he was kicked hard in the backside, the force sending him flying and crashing to the ground below the stage. "Ouch!" the red-haired youth cried out, clutching his backside and curling up on the ground. Those around him stepped back, watching him with astonishment and uncertainty. Born sheathed his long sword and clapped his hands. "Thank you for the favor." Almost no one had seen Born's movements clearly. They only felt that he had vanished into the mist in an instant, reappearing behind the red-haired youth. Ty rubbed his eyes. "How did that kid do that? Even I didn't see it. Can water magic move that fast?" Warden shook his head with a wry smile. "I don't know, but since there are no other magical fluctuations, it means the magic is fine. It's probably some kind of water magic we don't know about." Actually, Born had secretly cast an invisibility spell. This invisibility magic came from the previous owner of the soul-severing blade, and was truly amazing. It could be activated by any kind of magic, so even when Born used water magic, he perfectly cast the invisibility spell. With the cover of the water mist, Born's invisibility was not detected by anyone, and he naturally passed the test smoothly, defending his arena. Next, Born and Annie faced 4 or 5 more challenges. Because they were preoccupied with Angela, especially Annie, who was emotionally unstable, she vented her frustration on her opponents, defeating several in a row and surprisingly becoming the champion of the day's leaderboard. Born, however, being the champion from the start, did not receive any points for successfully challenging others, and could only finish third. Second place went to Puller, who had previously fought Born. He successfully won the title on another arena, and held it until the end. After a day of competition, everyone went home to rest as night fell. Walton and Tayo discussed the situation and decided to send someone back that same day to report on the unusual circumstances that had occurred during the competition. According to convention, if Angela did not return within 5 days, she would be disqualified. Even if she did return, having lost a day to earn points, she would have little chance of catching up. Walton sighed inwardly for Angela, unaware that she was unlikely to return. As night deepened, the city of Torai, which had been reveling all day, fell silent. Only in the darkness did two figures swiftly leap over the city walls and arrive outside the city. Outside the city, Xiaoxue was already waiting. As soon as Annie arrived, she mounted Xiaoxue, exclaiming, "Xiaoxue, let's go find Sister Angela." Xiaoxue let out a howl and, with her strong legs, took off running like the wind. Beside her, born, empowered by wind magic, and possessing the undead's boundless stamina, was no slower than Xiaoxue. The two humans and one beast quickly arrived at Mount Alchin outside the city. After the great battle a few months prior, Mount Alchin had returned to peace. The former Alchin mountain bandits had been wiped out by various forces, and the only survivor, Osmar, was subdued by Xiaoxue outside Antarok City and remains imprisoned in the city's dungeons. Looking at the dilapidated Alchin bandit camp, Bourne felt the events of that time were still vivid in his mind. He had single-handedly stormed the enemy camp, outwitting and outfighting the bandits, sneaking into the dense forest under the cover of night, and first encountering the Black Flame King in a cave. He had been saved by Mordley at the brink of death, and it was this battle that forged a deep bond between Bourne and Mordley, making them true friends despite their age difference. A gentle breeze blew by, and a beautiful figure appeared before them. It was Angela, who had been swept away by the vines during the day. "Sister Angela," Annie explained, rushing over to hug Angela tightly. Angela gently stroked Anne's hair and said softly, "Miss, I'm sorry to have worried you." Bourne also came over and asked with concern, "Angela, what happened? What are those vines? Why did they pull you away?" Angela sighed and turned slightly to the side. Several people emerged from behind her, dressed in dark green robes and wearing wide cloaks that obscured their faces. Bourne frowned, instinctively sensing danger. "Who are they?" One of the green-robed figures removed his cloak, revealing a wrinkled old face. Even as an old man, he possessed a striking beauty, as if he had been the most handsome man in the world in his youth. Most notably, he had a pair of pointed ears, definitely not human. A hint of surprise flashed across the old man's face. He clasped his hands over his chest and bowed slightly. "Greetings, I am Crick Naven, a forest elf. These are my companions." The other green-robed figures, though somewhat reluctant, removed their cloaks. They were all strikingly beautiful men and women, with impossibly fair skin, except their hair was a pale gold, unlike the old man's full head of silver hair. A forest elf? Bourne was taken aback. This was exactly what Dao Quang had guessed. Could it be that Angela is truly a descendant of the elves? Even Krieg was stunned by this. You guessed it?" Bourne shook his head. "That's not the point. The point is, what are you planning to do? Take Angela away?" Krieg nodded slightly. "You're right. We're taking her away. Her identity has been exposed, and the church might spread the news to other humans. If someone with ill intentions learns of her existence, it could be detrimental to her. So we need to protect her." Hearing this, Annie hugged Angela even tighter. "Sister Angela, then I won't be able to see you again?" Angela bit her lip and remained silent. She didn't want to leave either, but even if she insisted on staying despite the danger, Krieg wouldn't agree. Crick continued, "This is for her own good. If she can return to the elf forest and receive the blessing of our race's gods, her strength will increase dramatically, becoming several times stronger than she is now." Angela sighed. "I'm sorry, miss, I can't stay with you any longer." Annie's eyes welled with tears, choked with sobs, unable to speak. She knew she couldn't be stubborn and keep Angela here, that would only harm her. But deep down, she didn't want Angela to leave, not even 100 times over. "Can I see you again?" Angela smiled. "Yes, Grandpa Crick told me that once I reach the Supreme Realm, I can freely enter and leave the elf forest. They won't restrict me anymore." Annie looked at Crick. "Then, if my strength also reaches the Supreme Realm, can I see Sister Angela?" Crick thought for a moment, then shook his head. "The elf forest doesn't welcome humans, especially those with the power of death." Bourne was startled and quickly shielded Annie behind him. "You know that?" Crick nodded. "Miss Annie, although you haven't released the power of death, I saw you in the misty forest before and know you're a necromancer. But I'm curious, why can you cast water magic at will now?" Annie and Bourne exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. However, Krieg quickly added, "If it's inconvenient to talk about it, that's fine. I'm not one to pry into other people's secrets, and you don't need to worry. I won't tell the Vatican about this." With that, he took 2 leaves from his pocket and handed them to Anne. Annie took the leaf and noticed it was cool to the touch, made of a special gemstone, and emitted a faint green glow. This is a token of my elven race. You are Angela's friends, and I'm very grateful for your care. If you encounter any difficulties, you can go to the outer edge of the elven forest and infuse the leaf with magic. Be careful not to infuse it with the power of death. Someone will come to your aid. Each leaf only has one chance, Crick said. Angela's eyes glistened with tears. Miss, if you complete your mission and return to the Norma Empire, please tell Nickel to wait for me. I will definitely go back to him. I definitely will. Annie nodded. Uncle will definitely wait for you. It's getting late, we must set off, Crick said. Bourne looked solemnly at Krieg. You taken Angela away, so you're responsible for taking good care of her. If she suffers any harm, no matter how powerful you are, I make you pay. Krieg sighed, completely unfazed by Bourne's threat, like a giant not worrying about the anger of an ant. However, he could tell that Bourne must know the elves' attitude towards half-elves to have spoken like this. Seeing Krieg's indifference, Bourne took 2 steps closer, staring directly into Krieg's eyes. Old elf, I'm not joking. I know you could crush me with a single finger right now, but I still want to tell you, if Angela suffers any injustice, I make you pay. Chapter 213. Crick was slightly taken aback. He clearly felt the strange power emanating from Bourne. He frowned and said, Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I will do everything in my power to ensure her safety. Having received Crick's assurance, Bourne took 2 steps back. Angela, you should cultivate well in the elf forest. We will come to bring you back. Angela nodded. Bourne, while I'm gone, you must take good care of Mississippi. Don't let her throw tantrums. This isn't the Norma Empire. If the Holy See finds out, there will be endless trouble. Don't worry about us, take care of yourself, said Bourne, and reluctantly let go of Angela. With a flick of his sleeve, huge vines sprouted from the ground again, enveloping the forest elf and Angela. Angela clung tightly to the rising vines, peering through the increasingly narrow gaps at and Bourne outside. Miss, I will definitely come back. Please take care. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ground churned, the vines returned underground, and the forest elf and Angela had vanished. Sister Angela. And murmured, unable to let go of the lingering sorrow. She had never had a good relationship with her half-siblings. If it weren't for her father and mother's love, she wouldn't have survived. Angela, 7 years older than her, was Eva's maid, and in their spare time, Angela would play with Anne. Most importantly, when Annie was 8 years old, she was exiled to Misty City for becoming a necromancer, and Angela was the only one who came with her from home. For the next few years, they depended on each other, guarding the small house provided by Orin, and living the life of adventurers, receiving 30 silver coins a month that were withheld by the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Angela was no longer by her side. It might be years, even decades, before she saw Angela again. This was the cruel reality. Bourne squeezed Annie's hand. Annie, don't think about it anymore. The most important thing now is to improve your strength. Once you're strong enough, you can go anywhere in the world, not just the elf forest. Then we bring Angela back together. Annie took a deep breath and nodded. Little Snow sensed its owner's dejection, and snuggled closer, burying its large head in Annie's arms. Annie knew Little Snow was comforting her. She forced a smile, and stroked Little Snow's smooth fur. Little Snow, thank you. Little Snow let out a yelp, tossed Annie onto its back, and together with Bourne, slowly headed towards Tori City. The next morning, Annie appeared in the arena with disheveled hair. She had cried all night, and only managed a short nap close to dawn. Due to lack of sleep, she was dizzy and disoriented, unable to hear a word Mashkov was saying on the platform. Bourne nudged Annie with his elbow to wake her up. He too hadn't slept all night, but as a ghost, he didn't need sleep, so it didn't bother him much. Fortunately, Mashkov was just spouting meaningless nonsense. Whether he listened or not wasn't important. Afterwards, following the same order as yesterday, they each took to their respective rings to accept a new round of challenges. In yesterday's battles, both Annie and Bourne defended their rings, especially Annie, who finished each fight quickly, resulting in the highest score. Bourne, on the other hand, had longer fights, resulting in fewer points. This time, the challengers on the sidelines had a strategy. They realized that although Bourne always seemed to struggle in battle, his stamina was practically limitless, making him the most difficult opponent. Conversely, while Annie appeared to be aggressive and quick in her attacks, her actual cultivation level was only at the 9th level of the Outer Yuan realm, and her magic reserves were significantly lower, as evidenced by her performance after each battle. Therefore, Annie's side saw a surge in challengers, while Bourne's side was practically deserted, creating a stark contrast. This won't do. Who's going to fight me? Bourne cried out, nobody's going to fight me. How am I supposed to get points? He looked to Walton for help. Walton cleared his throat and said to Mashkov, this shouldn't be right. If no one challenges Bone, what's the point of this competition? Mashkov scratched his head. But the rules are already set, we can't change them arbitrarily. Tayo offered a suggestion. How about this? We announce that if no one challenges Bone within an hour, Bone will automatically receive 10 points. What do you think? As the newly appointed Lord of Amtrock City, Aspie didn't normally have much of a say, but he boldly said, I agree with General Tayo's suggestion. The other lords frowned. This rule was disadvantageous to them. One lord said, isn't this a bad idea? 10 points is too much. At this kid's fighting speed, he'd probably only fight once an hour. Another lord echoed, yes, I also think this is inappropriate. Mashkov looked at Walton. General, what do you think? Walton scoffed, then what do you suggest? Why not just let Bone advance? Nobody wants to challenge him anyway. The city lords objected immediately. No. General. We can't do that. It's too unfair. No, that's absolutely unacceptable. Mashkov added, General Walton, General Theo, this really won't work. We have no precedent for this, and the rules are already set. If we change them again, it might cause dissatisfaction among the contestants. Theo snorted, we can't just leave it like that. Look over there. He pointed to an arena where a nobleman from Torite Orai City was on the platform, and several other contestants from Torite Orai City were constantly challenging him, only to be defeated within minutes. Anyone with eyes could see that this was a point farming stunt. Mashkov's expression was somewhat embarrassed. This is within the rules, it's not a violation. Walton slammed his hand on the table. If that's the case, what's the point of the competition? He then looked at the representatives of the Holy See and the Adventurers Guild, who had remained silent. You too, please share your thoughts. The Holy See representative was the Bishop of Torite Orai City, who had some dealings with Mashkov and naturally sided with him. I think Lord Mashkov is right. Rules cannot be broken arbitrarily, otherwise the tournament will become a farce, devoid of any rules. The Adventurers Guild representative was a woman with a graceful figure, veiled, but everyone knew that beneath that veil lay a stunningly beautiful face. Her eyes were fixed intently on Annie's battle on the arena. Seeing everyone's attention on her, she chuckled softly, Your Excellency the Bishop is right. Upon hearing this, Walton and Theo's expressions darkened, while the city lords beamed with delight. But then, the woman abruptly changed her tone. However, if we allow them to exploit the rules and undermine fairness, it contradicts the original intention behind designing the rules. Adjusting the rules within reasonable limits, I believe, even if some contestants have objections, the public's eyes are discerning, and our reasons for adjusting the rules are justifiable. Walton slapped his thigh. Yes. That's exactly what I think. Theo gave Walton a disdainful look. Hindsight. Walton ignored Theo's sarcasm and continued, I think Steward Finney's makes a lot of sense. We should stop this now. This is an unfair practice. We must plug the loopholes in the rules. The bishop chuckled softly, glancing indifferently at Finnis of the Adventurers Guild, and said, Since we have differing opinions, let's vote. The minority shall obey the majority. A city lord immediately chimed in, Yes, that's the fairest way, and it's in line with past practice. Walton's face darkened instantly. There was no need for a vote. Anyone with eyes could see that, apart from Aspie, the city lord of Amtrock City, the other 7 city lords plus the bishop of the Holy See all agreed to not change the rules, while Walton's side only had 4, a huge disparity in numbers. Seeing Walton and the others remain silent, the bishop continued with his signature warm smile, Those who agree to not change the rules and continue the competition, please raise your hands. Sure enough, 8 hands were raised. Seeing the large gap in numbers, Walton looked at Finnis again, who smiled faintly and shook his head slightly. Seeing that Finnis was also helpless, Walton could only wave his hand in frustration. All right, I listen to you, I won't change it. After saying this, Walton helplessly spread his hands towards Bourne, indicating that he had no other choice. The slightly overweight young man from Amtrock City sneered and said to his companion, Look, no one's challenging that guy anymore. At this rate, he only get the 5 points needed to defend his title, essentially giving us an easy win. He probably won't advance. Another said, He deserves it. Who told him to be so arrogant? I see what he does. Seeing that Walton and the others couldn't help him, Bourne sneered inwardly, giving the papal bishop and Mashkov a defiant look. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he slowly walked off the stage. What is he doing? A city lord exclaimed. Thinis's eyes lit up, watching Born's next move with great interest. After walking off the stage, Born headed towards the stage where points had been intentionally racked up. The crowd parted in surprise, making way for him to walk directly onto the stage and stand face to face with the reigning champion. The reigning champion, a local nobleman from Torai City and related to Mashkov, stared in astonishment at Born. What are you doing? Nonsense, I'm challenging you. Born rubbed his hands together. On the judge's table, Mashkov jumped to his feet. This is against the rules. What's against the rules? Walton scoffed. Do the rules say you can't forfeit the reigning champion? Do they say the reigning champion can't challenge other champions? But he left the ring, so he lost. Mashkov cried. Tio chuckled. Lost? Then tell me, who did he lose to? Mashkov was speechless. This. He looked pleadingly at the bishop of the Holy See. The bishop's expression also turned somewhat grim. From a rules-based perspective, Born's actions were perfectly reasonable. Even though he was no longer the reigning champion, it didn't mean he had lost the previous round. And as an ordinary challenger challenging other champions, there was nothing wrong with that. They had already voted, making it clear that the current rules couldn't be changed. To raise objections now would be to embarrass themselves. Thinis smiled and said, Lord Mashkov, this contestant named Bone hasn't violated any rules. I believe his actions are perfectly acceptable. The other city lords looked embarrassed and lowered their heads in silence, a moment of awkward silence falling over the platform. Seeing these people falter, Walton was secretly pleased, praising Born's ingenuity in coming up with such a plan despite being at a disadvantage. On the platform, Born struck first, his long sword drawn, aimed straight at his opponent's chest. After his initial surprise, the young man gradually calmed down. You should be grateful I didn't come looking for you. You actually came looking for trouble? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? With that, he brandished his short sword, a surge of water lifting him up. The tip of his sword lightly touched Born's blade, then spun rapidly, unleashing a series of thrusts at Born. Born chuckled. Interesting. He raised a water shield with one hand to block, then flipped his long sword, turning the blade to a sideways slash. Clang! 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 The young man's thrusts failed to penetrate Born's defense. Instead, seeing the sword slashing towards him, the water surged beneath his feet, pushing him backward and dodging the attack. Mashkov sighed. Damn it, the same old tricks again. This battle is going to drag on for a long time. His guess was spot on. About half an hour later, the young man had exhausted all his magic power. He had already been on the arena for a long time, and although he had been playfully fighting, it had still consumed some of his magic power. Now, Born's antics had completely disrupted his plans. The young man gritted his teeth and jumped off the arena. I concede. He couldn't continue wasting time with Born. Conceding was allowed in this situation, so there wouldn't be any problems. Born smiled faintly and asked loudly, Anyone else want to challenge? He looked around, and everyone consciously looked away. Seeing that no one paid him any attention, he had no choice but to jump off the arena again and challenge other arena champions. And so, by the end of the day, Born had defeated all the champions except for Annie and Puller. By the end of the day's matches, only Born, Annie, and Puller remained on the arena. The other 5 arenas were empty. Puller was rather unlucky, being knocked off the table once midway through the match. Therefore, today's results show Bon in first place, Annie in second, and Puller in third. After all, Bon challenged the reigning champion all the way, earning 3 points with each victory, which was more effective than simply defending the title. Although the match lasted longer, he still managed to overtake the champion in points today. Chapter 214. Due to Born's indiscriminate challenges, no one dared to casually step onto the arena to become the champion. After all, voluntarily stepping onto the arena didn't earn points, and becoming the champion meant accepting challenges from others. What if Born arrived before anyone else could challenge him? Wouldn't that be like handing points to Born? Based on this day's experience, it was estimated that no one would step onto the empty arena to become the champion the next day. Mashkov, his face grim, broke the silence first. Everyone, this might not work. If we continue, the competition for the next 3 days can't continue, and only one of the 8 arenas will remain. Walton shrugged, no problem, the competition ends early, so we can calculate the points directly without having to work overtime. The other city lords immediately objected, this won't do. There's no precedent for this. It's supposed to be a 5-day competition, How can it be finished in 2 or 3 days? It's too frivolous. Exactly. We can't let him do whatever he wants anymore. The rules must be changed. Theo scoffed. You're the ones who don't want to change the rules, and you're the ones who want to change them. What exactly do you want? All the city lords fell silent, not daring to look Theo in the eye. Mashkov looked at the bishop. Your Excellency, what do you think we should do in this situation? If we end the competition like this, I'm afraid. Walton snorted. If we end the competition like this, not only will the king be dissatisfied, but even Prince Fry will be dissatisfied. Mashkov, you can't escape this calamity. Mashkov trembled, a look of terror flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the bishop spoke up. General Walton, you can't say that. After all, we selected strong individuals according to the rules, and not to participate in the duchy's competition. I think that in order to ensure the competition proceeds smoothly, we can make some minor adjustments. Walton frowned. He was utterly inept at strategic maneuvering, and wondered what trick the bishop was up to this time. Theo said, as I said before, the rules are the rules. Everyone voted by raising their hands, they can't be changed. The bishop chuckled, I didn't say I wanted to change the rules. My suggestion is that our judging panel decide to let this guy advance early, so he doesn't have to participate in the later matches. That way, the others can go into the ring without worry and continue the competition. Everyone was stunned, not expecting the bishop to make such a suggestion. Even Finis, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slightly opened them, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Walton and Theo exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Mashkov's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Great! That works. I agree. After a brief hesitation, the other city lords also understood. Although Bourne had advanced smoothly, there were still at least 9 spots available. Furthermore, since Bourne had advanced early and no longer occupied arena, teams from other towns would have a chance to obtain the 5 points from the reigning champion. Therefore, they all expressed their agreement. After careful consideration, Walton and Tayo both felt there was no problem with this and ultimately agreed to the bishop's suggestion. Mashkov clapped his hands. That's wonderful. We announce it tomorrow. Bowen will advance directly, and the others will continue competing. However, the heated discussion on the referee's side didn't affect Bourne and his group. To allow Annie to rest, Bourne directly dragged her into cultivation. After activating the soul-splitting and merging technique, Annie's spirit sank deeply into meditation. Streams of pure magic repeatedly washed over Annie's body, soothing her fatigue. Suddenly, Annie felt a lightness in her body. The previously calm and gentle flow of magic suddenly became violent, shaking the entire room. The windows opened automatically, and pure magic formed a visible vortex, surging wildly into Annie's body. Bourne, with a thought, intensified the operation of the soul fusion technique, focusing all his efforts on drawing magic from Annie's body to help alleviate her stress. This state lasted for nearly 3 minutes. The tremendous commotion even alerted the guards in the distance, but by the time they arrived, the flow of magic had gradually calmed down. Knock, knock, knock. A rapid knocking sounded at the door, followed by the guard's voice. What's wrong? The door creaked open, and Bourne smiled calmly. Sorry, I was experimenting with magic just now, and I accidentally used too much force. The guard bowed slightly. It's all right, but it's best not to experiment with magic now, so as not to disturb others. Bourne nodded. Okay, we understand, thank you. After closing the door, Bourne turned to look at Annie, who was still immersed in meditation. Little Annie, you've finally broken through. He then sat down again, activating the soul fusion technique, releasing magical threads that intertwined with Annie's magic. A night passed, and Annie seemed like a different person. She was full of energy and magic, and the sadness from Angela's departure had lessened considerably. Brother Bourne, I finally caught up with you. Bourne smiled. Yes, after the domain competition ends, according to the rules, we can absorb the secret realm origin and break through to the separation origin realm. It turns out that the Imperial Magic Tournament stipulates that in town and domain competitions, contestants must be below the transcendent realm. However, this restriction is lifted in duchy or territory competitions. Contestants advancing to this level will receive a higher quality secret realm essence for winning the previous round. By absorbing this secret realm essence and strengthening their cultivation, they can directly break through to the departing realm, resulting in a rapid increase in strength. And exclaimed excitedly, soon I become a departing realm mage, even stronger than Uncle Nicole. Bourne nodded. Yeah, much stronger than that guy Nicole. The two walked and laughed, unknowingly arriving at the arena. They were relatively late. The other contestants had already arrived. Seeing everyone present, Mashkov reluctantly stood up from his chair and announced loudly, "Ahem. Before today's matches begin, I have something to announce." Everyone turned to look at Bourne, as the matches might even reach a stalemate if the referees didn't take some action. The red-haired youth laughed. The referees must have banned him. Who told him to be so arrogant? Exactly. The slightly overweight nobleman chimed in. I never seen anyone like this before, abandoning the reigning champion to challenge another. How can anyone fight him? Another nobleman who had fought Bourne said, This guy is a freak. His stamina seems inexhaustible. Even in the past, those with an absolute advantage in strength couldn't possibly fight for 2 days and still be so energetic. Seeing the commotion below, Mashkov frowned. Quiet. Everyone immediately fell silent. Mashkov continued, After deliberation by the referees, it has been unanimously decided that Bone, the contestant from Antioch City, will directly advance to the Duchy tournament and will not need to participate in the subsequent matches. What? A clamor erupted from the audience. Even Bond himself was stunned, but when he saw Walton's smug expression, he seemed to understand something. How is this possible? I disagree. There's something fishy going on. The slightly overweight nobleman immediately shouted. The others also reacted, shouting, Disagree. There's something fishy going on. There's something fishy going on. Walton slammed his chair and stood up abruptly. What are you shouting about? The referees made a collective decision. What right do you have to object? Walton's authority was still considerable. His words immediately silenced everyone, but even without speaking, their eyes and expressions revealed their inner protest. The bishop smiled and stood up, walking to the front. He, everyone, don't be impatient. It's good that you raised objections. In that case, everyone will have a match with this little skeleton. The loser will be disqualified, and the winner will advance. How about it? At first, everyone thought the bishop was there to help them, and seeing him stand up, their faces lit up with joy. But the bishop's opening words left them speechless. Walton, also surprised that the bishop was on his side this time, continued, Yes, all of you who were shouting, step forward. Let's begin. The red-haired youth and the slightly overweight nobleman, who had been shouting the loudest, involuntarily shrank back. They had either fought Bourne before or witnessed his battles. None of them, stronger than themselves, had defeated him, let alone the others. To stand up now would be tantamount to suicide. Bourne nodded his thanks to Walton and the bishop, then stepped onto a platform. The bishop doesn't mean to change the rules, but rather that none of those present are my match. I agree with the bishop's view. If any of you think you're stronger than me and shouldn't advance, then I stay here for the entire competition. If no one challenges me, then according to the referee's opinion, I advance directly. If someone challenges me, and I lose, I will voluntarily forfeit my qualification. This has nothing to do with the referees, it's my own decision. The bishop gave Bourne a deep look. In reality, the bishop's words hadn't been discussed with the other referees, so they weren't entirely valid. However, Bourne had perfectly smoothed things over, leaving no room for argument. Mashkov panicked, rushing onto the arena and grabbing Bourne. Brother Bones, we need to talk about something. I have no problem with you staying here to accept the challenge, but don't take up an arena. There are empty and used arenas over there. Would you like to go over there? His voice wasn't loud, only Bourne could hear him, but judging from his actions and expression, almost everyone knew he was discussing something with Bourne. Bourne suddenly understood. So these city lords were playing a game of sacrificing one pawn to save the king, just to prevent him from occupying an arena. He didn't really care. As long as he and Annie advanced, the others weren't a concern. So he nodded in agreement to Mashkov's request and leaped onto another arena. I wait here. Anyone can challenge me. Seeing that the city lords remained silent, everyone else had nothing more to say. After all, they didn't dare actually challenge Bourne. In the past 2 days, most of them had already fought Bourne and knew perfectly well that they were no match for him. With Bourne's matter settled, the competition returned to normal. Except for Antioch City, where Annie was, and the town where Puel was, the other 8 cities in the northwest elected another champion to fill the remaining 6 arena positions, and the challenge matches continued. For the remaining 3 days, no one went out of their way to cause trouble for Bourne. Bourne, too, was content, no longer paying attention to the battles on the arena, but instead falling into meditation. Of course, he dared not publicly activate the soul fusion technique, given the presence of powerful experts like the bishops of the Holy See and the administrators of the Adventurers Guild. If they discovered anything amiss, it would be disastrous. During this period, Annie strategically lost a match and spent half a day adjusting, while Puel lost a match every day, as he didn't possess the vast magical power of Annie. With the help of other contestants in Antioch City, the slightly chubby young man also won a ring title at the last moment. Thus, Antioch City now had 2 ring titles, while other towns generally only had 1. Tori City was particularly unlucky. After Bon intervened earlier, their luck turned sour, and they were defeated by the slightly chubby man at the last moment, ultimately failing to win a single ring title. Lord Mashkoff of Tori City, a member of the referee team, was furious, his face turning black. Only after being reminded by Taio did he hastily announce the end of the competition and move on to the points calculation phase. In the end, Annie won first place with an absolute advantage, Pule second, and 1 person from each of the 8 northwestern cities successfully advanced. Even Tori City had won, given their accumulated points. Furthermore, the slightly chubby young man from Antioch City and Bon also advanced directly. Thus, the regional competition officially ended, a happy ending for all, with no town losing out. Of course, Antioch City was the center of attention, and the newly appointed Lord, Aspie, was beaming, constantly showing off to the other veteran lords. 3 contestants advancing at once, something that had never happened during his father's reign. After this competition, the 10 contestants who advanced to the duchy competition were commended by Walton, and each received a low-quality secret realm origin as a reward. With a month to go before the duchy's competition, the main purpose was for the contestants to absorb the secret realm essence and break through to the Liyuan realm. Therefore, Born and Annie returned to Antioch City with Aspie to prepare. Upon arriving in Antioch City, Born immediately sought out Eli at the Lion King auction house and auctioned off their 5 low-quality secret realm essences and the treasure stolen from the Ox-Nose Mountain bandit gang, raising a total of 2.75 million gold coins. With these gold coins, they could try to purchase high-quality secret realm essences. They had already learned from Eli that a mysterious seller was preparing to sell 2 high-quality secret realm essences at the Lion King auction house. Chapter 215. The auction proceeded as scheduled. As this was the first auction following the bandit uprising and the magic competition, Eli had gone to great lengths, inviting renowned collectors and adventurers from across the Duchy of Sharia. They brought incredibly valuable and rare treasures, including 2 high-quality secret realm origins obtained from adventurers in a southern territory. As a merchant, Eli, while not exceptionally powerful, was extremely astute. His ability to manage an auction house on such a scale spoke volumes about his competence. Eli kept the identities of all the sellers confidential, providing them with private boxes to avoid disturbance. If they wished to purchase other items, they would receive a 20% discount on the commission. In addition, Eli spent a considerable sum on a large-scale publicity campaign, which was very effective. About 2 months before the auction, guests from all over the duchy, even from the southern territories, quickly filled the vast city of Antioch. Ultimately, the duchy had to allocate funds to help Antioch rebuild its western gate, temporarily residing some residents near the gate. Noctis's influence played a significant role in this. Noctis took office as King Lyre's appointed regent. Although his position was not yet clearly defined, his duties mainly involved finance and official management, which he performed admirably, earning the king's high regard. Noctis fully supported the allocation of funds for rebuilding the western gate. Finally, King Lyre consulted Maudley, who, upon learning of Eli's activities, agreed to the plan. Antioch City was bustling with activity. In less than a month, the west gate was rebuilt, and merchants were brought in with very generous offers. Everyone was happy to participate, and the west gate quickly became overcrowded. This was exactly what Aspie and Eli wanted to see. People meant wealth. In just a few months, Antioch City not only regained its former prosperity, but even surpassed it. However, Aspie was self-aware enough to understand that this prosperity was only temporary. After this event, these people would leave, and how to manage the city afterwards would depend on him, the city lord. Born and Annie had just sold their secret realm origin, and about a week later, the auction began. Eli was very generous, arranging a private box for Born and Annie, providing them with the most prestigious treatment. Looking at the bustling auction hall, with its banners obscuring the sky, Born and Annie couldn't help but secretly admire Eli's talent. After entering the private box, the surroundings gradually quieted down. All the spotlights on the stage flashed rapidly, pushing the atmosphere to another climax. Eric leaped out from the spotlight, the light instantly focusing on him. Welcome to the Lion King auction house. I am Eric, the host of this auction, and also the owner. To thank everyone for coming, we have arranged a wonderful performance. This was followed by some warm-up performances. Eric had invited the most famous performance troupe in the duchy, immersing the audience in a beautiful spectacle. After the performances, the main event finally began. The surrounding lights suddenly dimmed, and Eric lowered his voice, making it even more captivating. Alright, everyone, I'm sure you're all eager to see what our first item for auction is. Now let me reveal it. Boom boom boom. A series of drum beats rang out, accompanied by stirring music. Two fair-skinned, beautiful women swayed their graceful hips, carrying forward an object about half a person's height, covered with a red velvet cloth. What's that? Annie asked curiously. Bourne picked up the list of treasures for the auction from the side, and glanced at it briefly. Looks like some kind of glass lamp. Eric reached out, and the drumbeat stopped abruptly. Long ago, near the western ghost realm, there lived a powerful undead behemoth. It attacked human villages, killing countless people. To rid the land of this scourge, the gods were enraged and sent down holy sword angels to slay the behemoth. From its skull, they crafted a vessel called the Dragon Soul Glass Lamp. As he explained, he pulled back the velvet cloth covering the treasure, revealing a huge, white, semi-transparent container before everyone's eyes. Bourne exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, Eric really went all out. He managed to get his hands on something like this." Eric continued, "This Dragon Soul glazed lamp sealed and refined the soul of the undead behemoth, while simultaneously absorbing the magical power of heaven and earth to purify itself. After thousands of years, it's completely free of impurities, making it an excellent material for soul refining." Soul refining? Bourne was taken aback. He thought of Dao Quang. Wasn't Dao Quang currently cultivating his soul? Would having this Dragon Soul glazed lamp be of some help? Annie had also thought of this. "Brother Bourne, let's buy it." But Bourne hesitated. "If we buy it, what will we do about the high-quality Secret Realm origins later?" Annie smiled and said, "If we don't have high-quality ones, medium-quality ones won't be a problem. Once we enter the Magic Secret Realm, we can freely choose the Secret Realm origins, so it doesn't matter if we wait a little longer." At this moment, Eric on the stage announced the starting price for the treasure, Dragon Soul Glazed Lamp. Starting bid 500,000 gold coins, minimum increment of 10,000 gold coins. 500,000 isn't too expensive, Annie said. Bourne nodded, yes. After all, there are very few people in the human world who refine their souls. They usually need to use corresponding techniques. If one refines their soul arbitrarily, they might suffer a backlash, so this price is reasonable. After a while, bidding began. After about 3 or 4 rounds of bidding, the price reached 710,000, and then no one else bid. Eric looked around and shouted, 710,000 once. 710,000 twice. Just when everyone thought the Dragon Soul Glazed Lamp was going to be sold for 710,000, a voice suddenly rang out, 750,000. Eric was also stunned. He recognized the voice coming from Bourne's room. He thought Bourne would save the money until the high-quality Secret Realm appeared before making a move, but he didn't expect him to make a move so quickly. The person who initially bid 710,000 hadn't expected this, but he quickly raised the price again, 760,000. Bourne didn't back down, immediately saying, 800,000. As soon as the other person finished speaking. Clearly, Bourne was trying to project an image of certainty, hoping to make the other person give up. However, the other person was clearly no pushover either. After Bourne's bid, he paused briefly and slowly said, 810,000. This person is quite strange. The Dragon Soul Glazed Lamp is precious, but most humans don't need it. Why is he insisting on competing with us for it? Annie said, somewhat displeased. Bourne shook his head with a wry smile. That's how auctions are. There's nothing we can do but raise the price again. He then shouted, 850,000. No one expected such fierce bidding for the very first item. Everyone's face was filled with excitement and curiosity, eager to know who the two bidders were. However, Eric kept it very secret. Apart from himself, no one else present knew the identities of the two bidders. If Bourne's bidding for the Dragon Soul Glazed Lamp intrigued Eric, then another person intrigued him even more. If he remembered correctly, that person was from Sharia City, the Imperial Vice Minister of Finance, Leonardo Cassi. Although Leonardo was only a count, no one dared to underestimate him. However, recently, he had encountered a troubling matter. Maudley had been dismissed, and he had failed to seize the opportunity to advance further. In his view, King Lyre must have been out of his mind to recruit Noctis, the Lord of Amtrak City, to help him with finances and official affairs. Although Noctis hadn't been officially appointed as Minister of Finance yet, it was practically a done deal. Leonardo was extremely frustrated. He just lost Maudley, and now Noctis had arrived, leaving him with no hope of advancement. Disheartened, he pinned his family's hopes on his two sons, Baluna and Sigmund. Both sons were exceptionally talented, especially Sigmund, who had entered the top 20 of the Sharia youth ranking at a young age, bringing him considerable honor. Both sons participated in the upcoming Magic tournament and successfully advanced to the Duchy tournament. To ensure their success, Leonardo brought ample funds to the Lion King auction house, intending to purchase two high-quality secret realms for them. Little did he know that from the very beginning, Eric offered something he couldn't refuse: the Dragon Soul glazed lamp. Leonardo was a shrewd and resourceful man. He had spent his entire life in the Kingdom of Sharia, maintaining close ties not only with the nobles and merchants of the duchy, but also with the Holy See and the Adventurers Guild. Recently, in particular, he had made contact with an Archbishop of Divine Beast Mountain. From this Archbishop, he learned that Judas, one of the 12 guardians of the Holy See, seemed to be practicing some kind of soul magic. Initially, he didn't care, but after seeing the Dragon Soul glazed lamp, he decided to bid on this treasure, which others ignored, and present it as a gift to Judas, thereby gaining the favor of this powerful figure in the Holy See. However, now he had met an opponent. Although he didn't know who this opponent was, at least in terms of wealth, they were a match for him. He had brought Baluna and Sigmund with him to Antioch City. At this moment, the two boys looked at their father with puzzled expressions, constantly raising the bid for an unusable treasure, until it reached 1 million. Bourne was getting impatient. Who is this guy? He's going to fight me to the death over a broken glass lamp. I offer 1.05 million. Leonardo swallowed hard. He hadn't told his two sons about his relationship with the Holy See. If he continued to argue with this guy, he wouldn't have much money left, and he probably wouldn't be able to buy those two high-quality Secret Realm origins for his sons. Finally, he gritted his teeth and gave up. Eli waited a long time, and seeing that the other party wasn't bidding anymore, he announced loudly, 1.05 million once, 1.05 million twice, 1.05 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the buyer for acquiring the Millennium Treasure Dragon Soul glass lamp. Bourne breathed a sigh of relief. This was a huge financial blow. He spent nearly half his fortune in an instant. Fortunately, he managed to buy the Dragon Soul glazed lamp. Soon, a servant brought the Dragon Soul glazed lamp to his private room, and he promptly paid 1.05 million gold coins. The servant smiled and said, "Congratulations, sir, on acquiring this treasure. Would you like us to send it to your residence?" Bourne shook his head. "No need, we can handle it ourselves." "Thank you." The servant immediately left the room. Once the door was closed, Bourne eagerly woke up Dao Quang. Teacher, look! I got you something good." Dao Quang roused himself from his slumber, annoyed. What? How many times are you going to disturb me? Can't you let me cultivate in peace?" Bourne smiled. "Teacher, I really did get you something good this time. Take a look." Dao Quang then examined the lamp. A glass goblet, about half a person's height, appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, he gasped, Where did you get this, kid?" Bourne pointed to the ongoing auction on the stage. "I just spent a fortune, 1.05 million gold coins to buy it." Dao Quang stammered, 1.05 million gold coins? Do you know where this thing comes from?" Bourne hesitated. I heard from Ollie that it's made from the skull of a western undead behemoth, and can be used for soul refining." "Undead behemoth?" Dao Quang burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. That's hilarious." "Isn't it?" Bourne asked doubtfully. "Of course not." Dao Quang stopped laughing, a hint of melancholy in his voice. "This is the wine cup of Deborah, the overlord of the underworld and former demon goddess of hell." "Huh?" Bourne and Annie were completely stunned. "So, after all that effort, we only bought a wine cup? But this wine cup is way too big." Dao Quang explained, "It looks big to you, but it's actually just right for Deborah. Anyway, this isn't something you can access, so explaining it is pointless. But thank you, this thing is useful to me." Bourne was overjoyed. As long as it was useful to Dao Quang, it wasn't a loss. The glass cup flashed, and was then absorbed into the soul-severing blade. "Alright, brat, I need to continue my cultivation. See you next time." Bourne wanted to know more about the wine cup, but seeing Dao Quang so hastily fall asleep to cultivate, he suppressed his curiosity. At this moment, the second and third auction items were displayed one after another, eliciting cheers from the audience. These were priceless treasures. Even the royal families of the duchy or the empire would likely covet them. It wasn't until the fifth item that the high-quality Secret Realm origin that Bourne and Annie had been eagerly anticipating finally appeared. Eli didn't continue his flowery introduction, but began the auction directly. This auction item needs no further introduction. It's 2 high-quality Secret Realm Origins, sold individually. The starting price for the first one is 800,000 gold coins, with each bid increasing by at least 10,000 gold coins. Chapter 216. In truth, this auction item needs little introduction, as a large portion of the attendees are there specifically for it. Having just finished the regional competition, many who advance to the duchy and territory competitions desperately need a Secret Realm Origin to boost their strength and defeat their opponents in the subsequent matches. A high-quality Secret Realm Origin can help someone of average talent achieve a dramatic turnaround, changing their life in a way that no amount of diligent training can accomplish. Therefore, contestants from the entire duchy, and even from other territories, have flocked to Antioch City, hoping to try their luck and acquire a high-quality Secret Realm Origin. However, the starting bid for the first high-quality Secret Realm Origin has already reached an unattainable 800,000 gold coins, drawing sighs from the audience. This single price has already eliminated more than half of the participants. However, there were still quite a few wealthy people, and soon the bidding had reached a fever pitch. Offers came one after another, and the price had already reached 1.5 million, with no sign of stopping. Brother Born, this is insane! Annie clicked her tongue in amazement. It seems that even if we don't buy the Dragon Soul Glazed Lamp, we probably won't be able to buy 2 high-quality Secret Realm Origins. Born nodded. Yes, high-quality Secret Realm Origins are extremely rare. This seller is very clever, making his move only after the domain tournament ended, which allows him to fetch a better price. Annie braced herself on the table. How high do you think the price will go before it stops? Do we have enough gold coins? Born gave a wry smile. I can't say for sure, but this high-quality Secret Realm Origin is worth the price. After all, even in magical secret realms, it's difficult to obtain a high-quality Secret Realm Origin. I wonder who this seller is, willing to put such a treasure up for sale. Annie chuckled. Look at all the items auctioned today, aren't they all treasures? This high-quality Secret Realm Origin is nothing compared to these. Soon, several more people gave up bidding. The price had already reached 2 million gold coins, and only 2 or 3 people were still bidding. 2 of them were seated in the ordinary area, visible to everyone, but they were both wearing long cloaks, obscuring their faces. The other was in a private box, the Cassie family, who had previously bid against Born. On the stage, Eric was beaming. He had known this high-quality Secret Realm Origin would sell well, but he hadn't expected it to be so popular. The price difference alone was enough to make him a fortune. He was also very curious about the identities of the 2 cloaked figures. Aside from the VIPs in the private rooms, he hadn't really noticed the people in the ordinary seats. 2.05 million. Beads of sweat were already forming on Leonardo's forehead. This purchase of a high-quality Secret Realm Origin had truly drained him of his resources. A black-cloaked figure below calmly stated, 2.1 million. Leonardo spat out the tea he had just taken a sip of. Crazy. This guy's crazy. It's just a high-quality Secret Realm Origin. Even a large family could acquire it. It's definitely not worth 2.1 million. Father, then are you going to raise the price? Sigmund asked. Bang. Leonard slammed his fist on the table. Raise my ass. Do you really think I'm a sucker? Anyway, no one else can get a high-quality Secret Realm Origin, so we won't lose too much. Let's see if we can snatch the next one. But before he could finish speaking, another man in a green cloak said, 2.2 million. Damn it, they bastards. Leonard was completely devastated. Leaving aside their wealth, their sheer audacity was probably unmatched in the entire Duchy of Sharia. A sudden realization struck Leonard. That's it. They must be from the Southern Territory, they must be. A look of disappointment appeared on Balluna's face. If there was only one high-quality Secret Realm Origin, his father would definitely give it to his brother Sigmund, leaving him to settle for a mid-quality one. But now it seemed unlikely they would get either of those secret realms, given these 2 lunatics. Leonardo's forehead veins bulged as he gritted his teeth and said, damn it. How dare they flaunt their wealth on my Sharia territory? Do they think our Sharia has no one left? I bid 2.25 million. Baruna and Sigmund were both startled. They had thought their father was about to give up, but after learning the other party's identity, Leonardo's temper flared, and he insisted on bidding the high price of 2.25 million. Aries' hands were trembling with excitement. Good. This gentleman has bid 2.25 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 2.3 million. The black-cloaked man continued calmly. A murmur rippled through the room. Everyone was buzzing with excitement, eager to know the other party's identity. However, According to the Lion King auction house's usual practice, even after the auction ended, these people's identities wouldn't be revealed. Their expectations were destined to be dashed. The Green Cloak Man scoffed. Just a secret realm origin? Is it really necessary? The Black Cloak Man smiled faintly. Whether it's necessary or not isn't up to me, it's up to you. The Green Cloak Man clearly didn't want to continue, but he still couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. I let you off this time. 2.3 million for a secret realm origin? Your family is certainly generous, or rather, a real sucker, ha ha ha. The Black Cloak Man wasn't angry, still smiling as he said, whether it's a sucker or not, I don't know, but this amount of money is nothing to me, but it seems quite a lot to you. The Green Cloak Man was furious, glaring at the other man before falling silent. Eric quickly started counting down. 2.3 million, any higher bids? 2.3 million once, 2.3 million twice, 2.3 million 3 times, sold. Congratulations to this gentleman for acquiring a high-quality secret realm origin. During this auction, Bond didn't bid once. He actually wanted to see what his competitor's price range was, and now he roughly knew. The second secret realm origin was auctioned off immediately, with a starting price of 800,000 gold coins as well. This time, everyone was more experienced, so there were very few bids. Seeing that the price was hovering around 1 million, Bourne knew the big shots were waiting, so he didn't waste any time and shouted, I bid 2 million. This startled everyone. The price had been hovering around 1 million, and this guy had just thrown out 2 million. However, everyone quickly calmed down. Compared to the previous bid, 2 million wasn't actually that high. 2.05 million. Leonardo spoke up at the opportune moment. 2.1 million. 2.15 million. 2.2 million. The price had once again reached the critical point. Last time, the man in the black cloak bid 2.3 million gold coins to win the high-quality secret realm origin, and his two other opponents had given up around this price. Leonardo slammed his fist on the table again. Luckily, the table was sturdy enough, otherwise it would have been broken long ago. Who are these people? A few hundred gold coins are nothing to them. Sigmund soothed, Father, maybe we should just give up. After all, there are only 2 secret realm origins, and those 2 don't even look like they're from our duchy. They're no match for us in the duchy's competition. We still have a chance. Leonardo's eyes blazed with anger. He gritted his teeth. One more gamble. I bid 2.25 million. The man in the green cloak slightly raised his head and glanced at the private room. Leonardo returned his gaze with a provocative look. Although neither of them could see each other's faces clearly, it was obvious that they were at loggerheads, and a tense atmosphere was already palpable. 2.26 million. Just as the two were glaring at each other, a voice suddenly rang out. It was Bourne. They only added 10,000. Looks like they really are out of money. Baruna said. Father, should we still bid? Leonard hesitated. He squeezed the gold coin card in his hand, which contained 2.3 million gold coins. This was the most wealth he had brought with him. If they continued, they might have to borrow money from the local treasury. Go for it. 2.27 million. As the bidding intensified, the increments decreased. The green cloaked man snorted. Fine, I play along. 2.28 million. Bourne slapped his forehead. Damn it, these guys are really rich. Annie tugged at Bourne's arm. Maybe we should just give up. This high-quality secret realm isn't that rare, and we don't have enough money. Bourne nodded. We really don't have enough. We already spent 1.05 million gold coins, plus the money we borrowed from Barkerlov and Lisa. The highest price we can offer now is 2.26 million. Annie sighed. Then let's forget it. With our own strength, we might not necessarily be no match for others. Most people don't have high-quality secret realm origins, so we don't need to worry too much. Bourne clenched his fists. No, to be on the safe side, we must at least get a high-quality secret realm origin. This is the only way to ensure your advancement. Otherwise, in the Duchy tournament, there will be many experts, and it won't be as simple as the domain tournament. Annie was also aware of this. After all, she started late. Although she was exceptionally talented and had caught up, when it came time to absorb secret realm origins and break through to the Liyuan realm, she might be left far behind again. At that time, the gap in the Liyuan realm wouldn't be so easy to bridge. Perhaps the people she had defeated before could defeat her after reaching the Liyuan realm. But we're out of money now. There's nothing we can do about it, Annie said. Bourne frowned, thought for a moment, and looked at Eric in the arena. As if sensing Bourne's gaze, Eric also looked in his direction. Through the hazy glass screen, he seemed to see the determination and distress in Bourne's eyes. He chuckled softly and winked at a servant below the stage. The servant immediately understood and hurried to the door of Bourne's private box, politely knocking. "Sir, may I come in?" Bourne hesitated slightly, but still said, "Come in." The servant pushed the door open and then closed it again before saying, "Sirs, seeing that you seem very interested in the treasure being auctioned below, the boss specifically sent me up to recommend our loan product to you." "Loan product?" Annie asked. "What does that mean?" The servant chuckled. "Sirs, you rarely trade here, so you don't know, but we do offer loans, as long as the loan is repaid within the stipulated period." Bourne understood. He smiled slightly and asked, "How is the interest calculated?" The servant answered truthfully, 12% per month. "That expensive?" Bourne was taken aback, secretly thinking that Eric's greed was too blatant. The servant hurriedly said, "You two are the boss's VIPs, so naturally you receive preferential treatment. 2 months of interest will be waived, and the remaining amount will be calculated at the original rate, up to a total of 3 million gold coins for a period of 5 years. Annie tugged at Bourne's sleeve and asked, "What is 12 points? What is interest? What does all this mean?" Ignoring Annie's question, Bourne stroked his chin, secretly calculating for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "All right. I don't know how much I need to borrow right now. Is it still possible to borrow it after the auction?" The servant smiled and nodded. "It's possible." "Then I won't bother you any longer. Remember, the total price is only 3 million gold coins. Don't exceed that." "I know. I know." Bourne waved impatiently, turning to shout at the stage, "I bid 2.3 million. This brought the price back to the level of the first round of bidding. On the stage, Eric smiled slightly. He wasn't worried that Bourne would run away with the money. He had high hopes for Bourne's future growth and firmly believed that his actions today would be of great help to him in the future. The man in the green cloak stomped his foot, stood up abruptly, glared at Bourne, and turned to leave the venue. Meanwhile, Leonardo's face turned pale. Ultimately, he didn't muster the courage to borrow the money, and simply gave up the bidding. Ultimately, Bourne successfully acquired this high-quality Secret Realm origin for 2.3 million gold coins. These two high-quality Secret Realms origins caused quite a stir. Although they ended up at the same price, the audience was still unsettled and kept discussing them. When the next treasure was presented, many people lost interest and left their seats. This greatly worried Eric. He immediately announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have one last item for today's auction. This item is extremely valuable, truly a rare find. Even the major empires, and even alien races, would consider it a priceless treasure." Eric's words had an effect. Since the start of the auction, only 7 or 8 treasures had been sold. Many people had brought large sums of gold coins, intending to try their luck, but so far, they hadn't spent a single penny. This was unacceptable. Perfect timing. Now that the wealthy people ahead of them have spent all their money, it's their turn to make their move. They want to see just what this priceless treasure is. Chapter 217. Even so, Eric wanted to keep everyone in suspense. He didn't immediately reveal the final treasure, but continued auctioning the remaining items, taking a short break in between. By evening, most people were somewhat tired. Having seen so many rare treasures, they were experiencing a degree of aesthetic fatigue. However, the thought of the final, priceless treasure rekindled their interest. Amidst cheerful singing, Eric signaled for the final treasure to be presented. A woman carrying a small tray gracefully walked onto the stage. This in itself wasn't unusual, but she was accompanied by several composed figures in black robes. They all looked tense, their bodies surging with magical energy, as if they were about to attack at any moment. The instant the woman stepped onto the stage, Eric's expression also turned serious. Everyone in the audience was affected by this atmosphere and fell silent, the only sound being the heavy breathing of the crowd. "These people are probably not simple." Bourne frowned and said, and nodded in agreement. "I sensed it too. Their auras are like black holes, their magic unfathomable. They should be even stronger than General Walton. Does the Kingdom of Shalia have such powerful individuals?" Bourne shook his head slightly. "I guess these people aren't from the Kingdom of Shalia. They're most likely from the Adventurers Guild." As he spoke, he turned his head in one direction, where Adonis, the administrator of the Adventurers Guild in Antarok City, was sitting. At this moment, he was staring intently at the stage, as if everything happening on the stage was closely related to him. Annie took a deep breath. The Adventurers Guild is actually a behemoth. Our identities might already be known to them. That Farid guy is completely untrustworthy. Bourne wholeheartedly agreed. That's right. However, there are different levels within the Adventurers Guild. Adonis might not know our identities yet, but the higher-ups certainly do. On the stage, After everyone had settled down, Eric took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, the last treasure of the day is here. If the previous auctions were all treasures, this one is absolutely a priceless gem. You can rest assured of that. I, Eric, guarantee with my integrity that this treasure is absolutely priceless. Eric's words, coupled with the presence of so many powerful guards, were enough to further whet the audience's appetite. Everyone craned their necks, afraid of missing anything. Leonardo slumped into a chair in his VIP box. He had come for nothing. He had originally intended to leave immediately like the man in the green cloak, but then thought better of it and decided to wait until the auction was over. Seeing the spectacle on stage, he couldn't help but scoff. It's just a Lion King auction. The previous treasures were already amazing enough. What other priceless treasures could they possibly have? They're really just trying to fool people. Sigmund, however, was very interested. Father, I heard that the Lion King auction house has quite a powerful backer. Maybe they really did get their hands on some amazing treasure this time? Leonard shook his head slightly. They only managed to climb up to the top of the Adventurers Guild. But their dealings are limited to trade. You saw how the Lion King auction house's business plummeted when bandits were causing trouble, and the Adventurers Guild didn't send a single soldier. Sigmund thought for a moment and agreed. Is Eric just being deliberately mysterious? But wouldn't that ruin his reputation? Leonard smiled slightly, shifting to a more comfortable position to watch the performance on stage. It's not necessarily being mysterious. It's definitely some kind of treasure, but its value probably isn't as high as he claims. At this moment, the spotlight on the stage was entirely focused on the woman holding the tray. Eric slowly reached out, grasped a corner of the velvet covering the tray, and gently tugged. The velvet slid down naturally, revealing the item inside. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the item on the tray. It was a bead, entirely purplish-red, somewhat dull, and no different from an ordinary bead. Ugh! I thought it was something special. Just a broken bead. Someone immediately complained. Exactly, what a waste of my time. I waited so long for nothing. And all this fuss? Doesn't the Lion King auction house have anything else of value? Are they just trying to fool us with this worthless bead? Hearing the audience's complaints, Eric remained unperturbed. He gestured for quiet. Please be patient, everyone, and let me explain. Bourne narrowed his eyes slightly. When the bead appeared, he clearly felt a slight reaction within his body, but the reaction was so faint that he couldn't even identify the source. However, one thing was certain. This bead was definitely extraordinary. Eric continued, this bead is a naturally formed object, called the Bead of Retribution. Legend says it was formed from the condensation of an ancient celestial soul, hidden for thousands of years, and no one has been able to unravel its mysteries. The celestial soul? Leonardo's eyes narrowed sharply, and he gripped the armrests, leaping to his feet, his voice trembling. Baruna asked, Father, what is the celestial soul? Leonardo looked at his two sons, swallowed hard, and said, the celestial soul. It's a legendary ancient artifact, born of heaven and earth, possessing boundless power, capable of destroying the world. It once unleashed a reign of terror in ancient times. Baruna and Sigmund were both astonished. Why have we never heard of it? Leonardo shook his head. It's just a legend. Most people haven't seen a real celestial soul. Only those old fogies believe in it. But if this is truly the celestial soul, it will definitely cause a huge stir. At the same time, the powerful and knowledgeable experts present also gasped. They too knew the legend of the celestial soul. If this bead truly contained the celestial soul, its value would be immeasurable. Annie frowned. Brother Bourne, should we wake Senior Blade Madman? Bourne shook his head. I already tried, it didn't work. It seems Master has already started cultivating using the Dragon Soul glazed lamp. It's not advisable to wake him now. Then what should we do? Should we make a move? Annie continued to ask. Bourne took a deep breath. If we can make a move, we should. If this bead is really as Ellie said, it will be of great use to me. Seeing the exclamations of surprise from the audience, Ellie was very satisfied, his face full of pride. See, I didn't lie. This bead of judgment was acquired from a very important person by our auction house with great effort. He originally didn't want to sell it, but because the power contained in this bead is too immense and extremely dangerous, even he cannot use it. At the same time, the bead itself possesses powerful sealing power, so he had no choice but to put it up for auction. Now, I announce that the starting price for the bead of judgment is 2 million gold coins, and each bid must be at least 10,000. A murmur rippled through the audience. 2 million gold coins, the highest starting price among all the items auctioned today. Would anyone really bid 2 million for such a bead? After all, no one present was confident they could control the heavenly soul, an ancient artifact renowned throughout the land. However, after about a minute, while the discussion was heated, no one actually placed a bid. Ali on the stage, somewhat embarrassed, said, "Don't worry, everyone. This price is already very low. If the owner of this bead weren't unable to use it, it would never have been put up for auction. Even if you can't use it, you can keep it as a family heirloom. Perhaps a genius will be born in your family, fusing with the heavenly soul and becoming a hero of the world." However, these words failed to sway the crowd. Still, no one bid. If this continued, this peerless treasure might go unsold, which would be a huge embarrassment. Just as Eric was about to start his pitch again, a voice finally rang out, 2.01 million. Eric looked in surprise towards a private room, where Bon and Annie were. Hearing the bid, everyone turned their attention to this person, curious about who it was. Those who paid attention had noticed that this private room seemed to have been bidding frequently before, having already purchased 2 treasures. After the first bid, other voices followed, 2.02 million, 2.03 million, 2.04 million. However, everyone bid very cautiously. Although the heavenly soul was indeed priceless, this bead looked rather ordinary. It wasn't that Eric was lying, but the bead's value was simply not apparent on the surface. After all, no one wanted to pay over 2 million for a worthless bead. When the price reached 2.3 million, bidding stopped again. This time, the bid wasn't from Bourne, but from a man in white robes, who appeared to be from the papacy. However, few present recognized him. Even Bishop Muammar of Antioch City looked surprised, seemingly unaware of the man's presence. Bourne clenched his fist. He knew that the bead indeed contained a heavenly soul, and if someone truly wanted to compete with him for it, the price would inevitably rise further. He wasn't sure if he had enough leverage. Eric was somewhat helpless. The price didn't meet his expectations. He could only shout, 2.3 million once, any higher? 2.3 million twice, 2.3 million. Just then, Bourne gritted his teeth and bid again, 2.4 million. What? Leonardo had already given up bidding, but hearing the other party directly raise the price by 100,000, he was still taken aback. This guy is crazy. Just how rich is he? The audience, however, thoroughly enjoyed this close bidding situation, each wearing an expression of anticipation. The white-robed man from the papacy was also slightly taken aback, but made no special move, simply waving his hand casually to indicate that he had given up the bidding, while nodding slightly towards Bourne. Bourne breathed a heavy sigh of relief. This guy had finally given up. But before he could even rejoice, another voice rang out, 2.41 million. Bourne was startled and looked in the direction of the voice. It was the black-cloaked man who had previously bought the first high-quality secret realm. Eric immediately perked up. This was exactly the situation he wanted. This gentleman has offered 2.41 million. Are there any higher bids? Bourne frowned. Annie, what's the maximum we can offer? Annie counted on her fingers. The maximum is 2.95 million. You better be careful, or you'll be in big trouble if you can't pay it back. Bourne gritted his teeth. 2.5 million. Wow. This was a very clear signal. This person was determined to get the Pearl of Judgment. If the man in the black cloak knew what was good for him, he should have given up earlier. However, the man in the black cloak seemed unfazed, simply stating, 2.51 million. This lukewarm bidding style drove Bourne somewhat mad. Did this person really need the heavenly soul? Were there other people in this world who could cultivate using a heavenly soul? 2.6 million. Bourne didn't budge an inch. The importance of the heavenly soul to him was self-evident. Having previously obtained the earth-shattering heavenly soul, he had directly broken through 7 ranks, leaping to the peak of the transcendent realm. If he obtained another heavenly soul this time, what did he care about a high-quality secret realm? However, the man in the black cloak wasn't about to give up so easily. He stubbornly stuck to Bourne's bid, increasing it by only 10,000 gold coins each time, until the price reached 2.9 million. Only then did the man in the black cloak pause slightly, 2.91 million. Bourne slapped his forehead. Damn it, we met a tough opponent this time. Annie asked with a wry smile, should we raise the price again? Even if we do, they should know our wallets are empty. Bourne clenched his fists and gave his final bid, 2.95 million. This was the highest price he could offer. The man in the black cloak hesitated for a long time, but ultimately remained silent. After counting 3 times, Eric finally brought down the gavel, selling the Pearl of Retribution to Bourne for 2.95 million gold coins. Bourne let out a long sigh of relief. My God, this auction was no simple matter. All my savings from so long have vanished in an instant. Annie covered her mouth and laughed. Not only vanished, you're now heavily in debt. Just then, the auctioneer arrived at the door, and a familiar knock sounded. With Bourne's permission, the attendant entered the private box and respectfully said, "The most distinguished guest, you have borrowed a total of 3 million gold coins this time. This is the IOU. Please sign it after verification." Bourne looked at the enormous loan with some helplessness, and with a flourish, wrote his name, Bone. "What about the Pearl of Retribution?" Annie asked. The servant smiled and explained, "The Pearl of Judgment is extremely dangerous and cannot be brought to your private box. Please proceed to the backstage area." Bourne nodded, "Then lead the way." At this moment, Eric began his closing remarks on stage, bringing the grand auction to a close in a joyful atmosphere. Led by the servant, Bourne and Annie arrived at the auction house's backstage area. Several men in black robes guarded the entrance to a secret room. Needless to say, the Pearl of Judgment was inside. After a brief verification of their identities, one of the men in black robes led the two into the secret room. The room was dimly lit, and the Pearl of Judgment lay there quietly, appearing dull and unremarkable. Chapter 218. Bourne glanced at the man in black robes. "We can handle it ourselves." The man in black robes hesitated slightly, then said with some concern, "The Pearl of Judgment is extremely dangerous. You must be careful. Do not put it in a spatial magic artifact, and do not touch it directly with your hands, otherwise the consequences will be severe." Bourne smiled and nodded. "I understand, thank you." The man in black robes opened his mouth as if to say something, but seeing the resolute look in Bourne's eyes, he shook his head, sighed, and turned to leave. Only Bourne and Annie remained in the secret chamber. Seeing the door close, Bourne turned around, looked at the Pearl of Judgment before him, and slowly reached out. "Brother Bourne," Annie exclaimed. Bourne glanced at Annie and chuckled, "Don't worry, I'm fine." "Have you forgotten what I cultivate?" Annie shook her head. "I'm not worried about that, but if you're going to fuse with the heavenly soul, you should find a safer place." "This isn't suitable, is it?" Bourne thought about it and agreed. With a wave of his hand, a flash of light appeared, and the Pearl of Judgment was stored in the soul-severing blade. The soul-severing blade is different from ordinary spatial magic artifacts. It belongs to the category of divine artifacts. Its interior is vast and possesses strong suppressive power. No matter how powerful the Pearl of Judgment was, it could only obediently be stored inside. Having done all this, the two leisurely walked out of the secret chamber and left the auction house amidst the astonished and uncertain gazes of the crowd. Where did he put the Pearl of Judgment?" a black-robed man asked in surprise. Another black-robed man shook his head. "I don't know. They don't seem to have used our specially made box. This mystery will likely trouble them for a long time, but that's not something Bourne needs to worry about." After returning to their lodgings prepared for them by the city lord, Bourne and Annie immediately began cultivating. They first found Barkerlov and Aspie, informing them of their seclusion and asking them not to be disturbed during this time. The high-quality secret realm was naturally left to Annie to absorb, while Bourne directly began studying the magical Pearl of Retribution. Bourne had some experience in fusing heavenly souls, having successfully fused with the earth-shattering heavenly soul before. He first took the Pearl of Retribution from the soul-severing blade. Looking at this seemingly ordinary pearl, Bourne slowly extended a finger and touched it. Instantly, the pearl emitted a purplish-red light, like a gluttonous beast opening its maw, ready to devour him entirely. Bourne was startled. He hadn't expected the Pearl of Retribution, which appeared unremarkable normally, to produce such a spectacle upon contact. He quickly activated the soul fusion technique, unleashing all his magic power to frantically resist the opponent's attack. Fortunately, the soul fusion technique was indeed incredibly powerful. If he had relied solely on his own magic power, he would likely have been instantly devoured by the celestial soul within the bead. The celestial soul within the bead seemed to sense the uniqueness of the person before him, intensifying its attack. The violent power had even reached Bourne's body. "Damn! How can it be so powerful?" Bourne was shocked. The moment the power touched his skin, it directly destroyed the unicorn hide he wore, exposing his original flesh. Bourne's heart bled. This was the unicorn hide he had painstakingly refined. Without the protection of the unicorn hide, Keller's body can no longer withstand my inhabitant. It will inevitably shatter. What should I do? I have no choice but to return to the netherworld. Bourne was terrified and instinctively increased his magical power to resist. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the heavenly soul's invasion. Soon, under the effect of the soul fusion technique, the fragments of the heavenly soul officially came into contact with his soul. He felt a deafening boom in his head, and then he lost consciousness. It seemed like a very long time had passed when Bourne was awakened by a series of noisy sounds around him, rumbling. Rumbling. What's going on? What's that sound? Bourne struggled to open his eyes, only to see a gray blur. Where am I? Where am I? However, no one answered his question, because there was no one around. Rumbling. Rumbling. The same sound rang out again, accompanied by flashes of purplish-red light within the gray mass of energy, like a giant heart beating rhythmically. Bourne writhed, trying to get closer to see what it was. He then realized he was floating in midair, as if there was no gravity. He could only move by waving his arms. Through layers of pale gray fog, he gradually approached the heart emitting a tremendous roar. When he pushed aside the last layer of fog, the scene before him completely stunned him. It was an extremely small space, shrouded in gray fog on all sides. At the very center of this space, the source of the tremendous roar, was an infant. Yes, it was an infant, seemingly just born, chubby, eyes closed, lips slightly pursed, arms slightly raised, fists clenched, as if straining to do something. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, and Bourne felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. A cloud of purplish-red gas spewed from the infant's buttocks, carrying a soft, yellowish substance. Even though Bourne, as an undead, had never done anything like this before, he knew what it was. Isn't this poop? The soft, yellowish poop, like a cannonball, was carried away by the purplish-red gas, instantly piercing through the thick gray fog and disappearing. He had no doubt that if that poop had landed on him, it would have given him a hole. Bourne didn't care where the excrement went, his attention was entirely focused on the baby. Whose baby was this? Why was it lying here? Why was it constantly defecating? And why was its excrement so powerful? Bourne didn't dare touch the baby directly, instead circling it twice. He found nothing unusual and saw no parents, leaving him at a loss. Just then, boom! The baby defecated again, this time larger and more powerful, even causing a change in the baby's face, its little brows furrowed, as if the excrement was causing a great pain. Bourne had just happened to be behind the baby, nearly getting hit head-on, which terrified him. He also sensed the true nature of the purplish-red aura, which astonished him even more. Such pure lightning power. However, this lightning power seemed to be nothing more than a fart from the baby. After defecating, the baby seemed much more relaxed, its furrowed brow slowly relaxing. Bourne, emboldened, moved closer, until he was right beside the baby. He carefully examined the baby's face, feeling as if he had seen it somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it. He shook his head, and reached out to touch the baby's face. However, a slight tingling sensation instantly spread throughout his body, and a deep-seated fear made Bourne involuntarily withdraw his hand. It was this unconscious action that saved his life. Suddenly, the baby's body glowed with a purplish-red light, accompanied by crackling sounds. The baby's body rose higher and higher, eventually passing over Bourne's head and straightening up, looking down at him. Bourne didn't care what the baby was doing. At this moment, his body was filled with violent lightning power, a power so domineering that it seemed capable of purifying everything, even his own soul. Bourne's face contorted in extreme pain as he curled up, channeling his magic to fight the lightning. Just then, the infant opened its eyes, its gaze fierce and disdainful as it looked down at Bourne, who was struggling against the lightning within him. The infant uttered a series of syllables, none of which Bourne understood. After a while, Bourne finally recovered from the torment of the lightning and looked at the floating infant with suspicion. "You're a celestial soul?" Rumble. Even with its eyes open, the infant continued defecating. But as soon as the sound appeared, shame, pain, and then anger flashed across its face. It roared something, its short arms flailing in front of it, but Bourne still couldn't understand a word. The more bewildered Bourne became, the angrier the infant grew. Suddenly, it waved its hand, and a bolt of lightning struck Bourne with incredible speed, leaving him no time to react. Bourne screamed as his chest was pierced through. Fortunately, he was an undead, so such physical attacks were harmless. However, the purifying power of the lightning still caused considerable pain to his soul. The infant let out a soft hum, and slowly floated towards Bourne. Bourne, terrified, tried to back away, but the infant wouldn't let him go. It stretched out a small hand, instantly conjuring a giant lightning hand that gripped Bourne tightly. No matter how Bourne struggled, he couldn't break free of the lightning hand. The infant moved closer, almost touching Bourne's face, seemingly very interested in him. Suddenly, some power within Bourne seemed to awaken, beyond his control, and surged out of his body. The sudden turn of events startled the infant, who quickly retreated. But the moment he moved, A massive stone hand emerged from the thick gray fog, gripping him tightly. The infant let out a piercing scream, while a rumbling sound emanated from his rear end, as if the fright had intensified his urge to defecate. This is the power of the earth-shattering heavenly soul. Born immediately sensed the source of this power, himself. Since acquiring the earth-shattering heavenly soul, he hadn't truly explored its mysteries. However, he knew that with his current strength, he couldn't even unleash 1% of its power. Any attempt to explore it would be futile. At this moment, earth-shattering soul was clearly acting on Born's will. As the infant approached, he instinctively sensed the threat of death and mobilized all the power within his body, among which earth-shattering soul's power was the strongest. The infant struggled and roared incessantly, unleashing a torrent of violent lightning that shattered the giant rock hand, sending stone fragments flying. But no matter what, the giant rock hand refused to let go. The instant the power of the earth-shattering heavenly soul appeared, Born discovered he could actually understand the infant's words. Foolish human. Damn it! Damn it! It's earth-shattering heavenly soul, damn it! The lightning hand on Born's body gradually dissipated, and after regaining his freedom, he slowly approached the infant. Can't we talk properly? The infant, hearing Born's words, was momentarily stunned, then shouted even more angrily, shameless human. Let me go! Let me go! Born reached out his hand. All right, I can let you go, but can you please not be so agitated? The infant struggled fiercely, its purplish-red lightning power constantly overflowing. Born dared not evade its power, and could only retreat to the side. After about 10 minutes, the infant, seemingly exhausted, finally stopped struggling, remaining quietly motionless in the giant stone hand, only its rear end occasionally emitting rumbling sounds. Born leaned closer and poked the infant's cheek. The infant turned its head and bit Born's finger. Ouch! Are you a dog? Why are you biting me? Born yelled, but it was a bit difficult to pull his finger out. The baby laughed happily, ha ha ha, I bite you to death, I bite you to death, you shameless human. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Born seized the opportunity to pull his finger out. Born, brandishing his fingers, snapped, I want to talk to you properly, why won't you listen? The baby tried to bite Born, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach him. Humph, what's the point of talking to a despicable human like you? You just want my power, I won't give it to you, give up. Born scratched his head. You're right, I do want your power. What I need most right now is power, but I don't want to hurt you. I just hope to cooperate with you. Cooperate? The baby scoffed. Why should I cooperate with you? Because I successfully fused with the earth-shattering soul, Born said calmly. In reality, his ability to fuse with the earth-shattering soul was purely due to luck. Most of the credit should go to Bergermere. The earth-shattering soul had been separated from Bergermere's soul, a gift from him, so even though fusion was somewhat difficult, it wasn't particularly powerful. But this time is different. This infant-shaped heavenly soul not only possesses self-awareness, but is also exceptionally violent. If a fight were to break out, even numerous Borns wouldn't be enough to withstand it. The infant frowned. So what if I merge with Earth-Shatter? I'm not as easily fooled as Earth-Shatter. Trying to merge with me? Dream on. Born waved his hand. I already said, I won't hurt you. I just want to cooperate with you. Chapter 219. Born slowly said, you should have already figured it out, right? I actually cultivated the soul separation and fusion technique. The infant scoffed, so what? No one has ever succeeded since ancient times. You, a mere human, are ignorant of your own limitations. Sooner or later, you be destroyed by heaven and earth, your soul scattered. Born shook his head and laughed, I'm not afraid of being scattered. I'm just a spirit. If I live in the realm of the dead, I eventually be scattered too. The infant glanced at him sideways and said, I know you're a spirit, but your soul is human, and you disguised yourself with a unicorn skin. But I have no interest in any of that. What exactly do you want to say? Born's smile faded, and he looked solemnly at the infant, I want to live in this world. The infant was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter, ha ha ha. Is it funny? Born said calmly, wanting to live isn't shameful, and you probably think so too. The infant instantly stopped laughing, glaring at Born with malice. I'm different from you. You're just an ant, a lowly human undead, who hasn't even reached the Liyuan realm, while I'm a being born of heaven and earth, roaming freely in the heavens and on earth. How can you compare to me? Born wasn't angry, shaking his head. All living beings are born of heaven and earth. You and I are no different. You say you can roam freely, then tell me, what are you doing now? What are you doing in this gray mist? The infant was stunned by Born's aura, speechless for a moment. Yes. What was he doing here? Did he want to stay here? The answer was obvious. No. He didn't want to stay here. He had been sealed here. Do you have any way to get me out? The baby asked suspiciously, its eyes wide. Bourne's arms trembled, and the soul fusion technique activated again. I have the soul separation and fusion technique. This is the only way for you to leave here. The baby's face hardened again. Don't joke around. If I let you refine me, my consciousness will vanish without a trace, and there will be no one left to punish me in this world. Hearing this, Bourne reached into his robes and pulled hard. The soul-severing blade flashed, its blade gleaming. Look at this. The baby was startled again. Upon closer inspection, it involuntarily gasped. This is the soul-severing blade? How do you have this blade? Bourne narrowed its eyes. Since you recognize this blade, you should know its characteristics. It can store not only inanimate objects, but also living things, including souls. The baby still stared wide-eyed at Bourne in disbelief. The infant held the soul-severing blade in its hand. What is your relationship with him? Bourne smiled slightly. The soul-severing blade chose me. I am now its master. No! Before Bourne could finish, the infant shouted, interrupting him. That's not it. I'm asking you, what is your relationship with Callan? Callan? This time it was Bourne's turn to be confused. Who is Callan? Seeing that Bourne's expression didn't seem fake, the infant's face softened. You really don't know who Callan is? Bourne shook his head. I don't know any Callan. However, I have a teacher who has always lived within the blade, named Blade Madman. The infant seemed struck by lightning, its eyes flashing with horror. Its body stiffened, and it stood frozen in place, its teeth chattering. What's wrong with you? Could it be that the Blade Madman you mentioned is? Shut up. The infant rudely interrupted Bourne again. Forget what I just said, forget every single word, understand? Bourne was somewhat confused, but still obediently nodded, not wanting to further anger this fickle punishing heavenly soul. After a long while, the infant finally came to its senses. It gave Bourne a meaningful look, sighed, and said, All right, I agree to your plan. Bourne was overjoyed. Really? That's wonderful. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find a better vessel in the future, so you can regain your freedom. The infant shook its head. No need. Just let me stay in the soul-severing blade. If you die one day, I just enter your original body. Although these words were unpleasant to hear, Bourne didn't care. With a cheerful wave of its hand, the giant stone hand shattered, and the infant, floating in the air, it suddenly grinned. You trust me that much? If I went back on my word, I kill you right now, devour your soul, and with the power of the earth-shattering blade, I could evolve further. Aren't you afraid? Bourne shrugged. What good would fear do? That's just how I am. I'm always sincere and never play tricks. The infant looked unconvinced, but it didn't actually attack. Instead, it landed in front of Bourne. Come on, absorb my true form. I'm going to settle down inside the soul-severing blade. Wait! Bourne suddenly called out. What? Is there something else? The infant asked impatiently. Bourne scratched his head. I haven't even asked your name yet. The baby waved its hand casually. I have no name. I am the soul of Judgment. You can just call me Judgment. Then, Bourne's gaze fell on Judgment's rear end, where purplish-red magic was still occasionally released, spewing out clumps of yellow substance. Can you tell me what's going on? Judgment blushed, then immediately became angry. What? You're disgusted with me too? Bourne quickly waved its hand. No, how could I possibly disgust you? It's just that this situation is a bit troublesome. Humph. Judgment snorted coldly. Tens of thousands of years ago, I was tricked here by a shameless human. He placed a very strong restriction, originally intending to refine me, but I resisted desperately, and he failed. So he's kept me by his side ever since. But this place is isolated from the outside world, and I want to absorb the elements of heaven and earth, but I can't. I could only survive on the pitiful amount of elements he transmitted. But human lifespan is short, and he died after about 1,000 years. Without magic to replenish my power, I could only feed on the gray mist here. But this mist is poisonous, causing me constant diarrhea. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Honestly, if I could absorb the elements of heaven and earth normally, I might be able to break through this barrier myself and escape, without needing you. Sanction's words were full of flaws. Bourne rubbed his temples helplessly, silently sympathizing with Sanction's plight for a second. Well? Oh, right. Sanction suddenly continued, you also need to be careful when you merge with my body. Although I've been struggling to expel the toxins for tens of thousands of years, the great poison within me hasn't been completely eliminated. If you accidentally absorb it, then... Born shuddered. Even a divine being like the heavenly soul of sanction, nurtured by nature, had struggled to completely expel this powerful toxin over tens of thousands of years. Did he really have a way to deal with it? However, there was no turning back now. He gritted his teeth and forcefully activated the soul fusion technique. Sanction also opened its mind, allowing Born to easily contact its true form. It couldn't detach itself from its true form yet, otherwise, the body, devoid of its own consciousness, would instinctively rebel against Born, potentially annihilating him. This situation was similar to when Bergermere helped Born fuse with the heavenly soul of earth-shattering. Sanction was also helping Born fuse with the heavenly soul of sanctioning. Strands of pure magic from the heavenly soul slowly flowed into Born's spiritual world, merging with his soul and his magic. This process was extremely long, even longer than Born's fusion with the heavenly soul of earth-shattering. He didn't know how much time had passed, he only felt his body and mind completely immersed in it. Suddenly, a voice roused him. It was the voice of Sanction. All right, you fused with 2/3 of my original body. The rest shouldn't be a problem. It's time for me to enter the soul-severing blade. Born nodded, drew the soul-severing blade, and channeled magical power into it, causing the blade to gleam with a dark light. Sanction knew that Born had opened the entrance to the hidden space within the soul-severing blade. He took a deep breath, glanced one last time at his original body, sighed, and quickly entered the soul-severing blade. Then, Born withdrew the soul-severing blade and continued fusing the remaining heavenly soul of Sanction. Without the suppression of Sanction's will, the heavenly soul of Sanction began to resist, but this resistance was futile against the soul fusion technique. However, beads of sweat appeared on Born's forehead, and his brow was furrowed, as if he had encountered something troublesome. He had indeed encountered a thorny issue, the gray smoke. As the energy of the heavenly soul of judgment dissipated, the gray smoke gradually revealed its true form. Especially now, it seemed to have embedded itself within the heavenly soul of judgment, converging towards Born along with the energy flow. Born was startled and quickly slowed down, halting the energy flow mixed with the gray smoke. He then released his magic power, slightly approaching the gray smoke, attempting to peel it away. However, this effort was futile. Born's magic power dissipated the moment it touched the gray smoke, becoming uncontrollable. What a bizarre thing! Born exclaimed. But now, judgment completely ignored Born, because it sensed an incredibly powerful soul force within the space of the soul-severing blade. This power was an invaluable tonic for a remnant soul sealed for tens of thousands of years, so it began to greedily absorb it, entering a state of complete absorption. Born was in a terrible predicament. He racked his brains, but couldn't find a way to deal with the gray smoke. What exactly is this smoke? Tens of thousands of years ago, that human used this smoke to capture the heavenly soul of judgment and sealed it for tens of thousands of years, almost causing the heavenly soul of judgment to die from diarrhea. This is definitely not an ordinary substance. If it can trap the heavenly soul of judgment, it means it has sealing properties. And since the heavenly soul is called a heavenly soul, it is in the state of a soul body, its physical form is just energy. So this smoke works on the soul. If I use the soul fusion technique to refine it too. Thinking of this, Born shook his head vigorously. No! This is too dangerous. It's not something I can do right now. He was about to consult with Dao Kuang when he suddenly thought of the soul-severing blade. The soul-severing blade is incredibly sharp, capable of severing everything in the world. Could it also help me separate this gray smoke from the heavenly soul's true form? With this thought, he acted immediately. The soul-severing blade was drawn with a clang, its blade carefully slicing through the point where the gray smoke and the heavenly soul's true form were joined. The gray smoke separated from the heavenly soul's true form as easily as oil meeting water. Success? Born was overjoyed, but before he could celebrate for long, with the cut of the soul-severing blade, the gray smoke reattached to the heavenly soul's true form, just as before. Born tightened his grip on the soul-severing blade with his right hand and slashed again. This time, he simultaneously activated the soul fusion technique, rapidly absorbing the heavenly soul's true form, while the separated gray smoke didn't have time to return to the heavenly soul. Born was incredibly excited. He kept swinging the soul-severing blade, carefully absorbing the remaining essence of the heavenly soul of judgment. This process took longer and was more strenuous than before, but with victory in sight, Born felt no fatigue. Finally, the last wisp of heavenly soul power was absorbed by Born. The immense power directly broke through the shackles binding him, and his strength instantly broke through to the first level of the Liyuan realm, then to the second level, then to the third level. If an ordinary person saw his breakthrough speed, their jaw would probably drop. His final strength remained at the third level of the Liyuan realm, and based on his own assessment, it probably wouldn't be long before he broke through to the fourth level. The surrounding environment shifted, and he felt dizzy. In a flash, he was back in the room he had been in before, still pointing a single finger at the Pearl of Judgment. Beside him, Annie looked at him curiously. "Brother Born, you're awake?" Born rubbed his head, glanced at the Pearl of Judgment, which had completely turned from purplish red to gray, losing all its luster. Then he examined himself internally, and found that he had indeed broken through to the third level of the separation realm. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Annie. How are you? Did you break through?" Annie nodded proudly, "Of course. I broke through directly to the second level of the separation realm. It's just that the spirit division technique didn't generate any new elemental power. I don't know why." Born thought for a moment and said, "It's probably because we're cultivating an incomplete spirit division and soul fusion technique. If it were complete, it should be able to generate a new element for each major realm." Annie turned around, sat down, and rested her chin on her hands. Sigh, "When will I be able to cultivate the complete spirit division technique?" Born smiled. "It's all right. Look what this is." With that, he mobilized the power of the heavenly soul of judgment, and streaks of purplish-red lightning crackled wildly in the air. "Lightning power?" Annie exclaimed, covering her mouth. "Could it be?" Born nodded, grinning. "That's right. This time I fused with the heavenly soul of judgment, which grants me the power of heavenly lightning. It's quite a gain." Annie gave him a teasing look. "But you already been competing with water elemental magic. At least this time you can't use lightning power." Born shrugged. "So what? I could have lasted this long without magic. Besides, I'm now at the third level of the Yuan realm. In just a few months, no one should be able to match my speed." Chapter 220. When Aspie saw Born and Annie again, he froze on the spot. You guys." Annie patted his shoulder with a smile. "Asabai, you're not bad either. You already broken through to the first level of the Liyuan realm. You should be able to surpass your father soon. You guys are too freakish," Aspie said with a bitter face. "Anna, you just broke through to the peak of the Liyuan realm. I thought that even if you fused with a high-quality secret realm, you would only break through to the first level of the Liyuan realm. I didn't expect you to go straight to the second level. Bone, you're even more freakish. I don't even know when you got another high-quality secret realm, which allowed you to reach the third level of the Liyuan realm in one fell swoop. It's terrifying." Aspie had no idea that Born hadn't actually used any secret realm at all, but rather fused with. He had combined the Judgment Soul, which was countless times more powerful and precious than the primordial realm, but even if Born revealed the truth, probably no one would believe that a 16 or 17-year-old boy could subdue a Judgment Soul that had remained unconquered for tens of thousands of years. Born bowed slightly. "I must thank you for this successful breakthrough. You provided us with a quiet and safe place to stay, and no one has disturbed us during this time." Aspie quickly waved his hand. "No need for thanks. You are the pride of Antrok City, representing the hopes of hundreds of thousands of people in the competition. I will definitely do my best to help you." Annie suddenly asked, "By the way, didn't we have another contestant who advanced? Where is he?" Aspie's face froze, and he said somewhat awkwardly he was disqualified. "Huh?" Born and Annie were both stunned. "Why?" Aspie said with a hint of exasperation. "That idiot used the Philosopher's Stone. He was reported after the competition, and Mashkov found evidence. His result was declared invalid, and he was disqualified from continuing." Born frowned. He remembered the slightly chubby noble youth, but they had never fought, so he didn't know anything about him. "Then our Northwest 8 cities are missing a spot? There's nothing we can do about it. It was the referee's decision, and the result has already been reported to the Royal Palace," Aspie said. Born had some suspicions. Although the Northwest 8 cities were one region, the 8 city lords weren't entirely harmonious. If Antrok City produced 3 experts to participate in the Duchy tournament, and the Lion King auction house was also located in Antrok City, then it was easy to imagine that Antrok City would develop into the most powerful town among the Northwest 8 cities. Perhaps, with Aspie's strength, he could even unify the entire Northwest 8 cities. Therefore, the other city lords had Mashkov step forward and try every means to cancel one of Antrok City's slots, even if it would harm the overall interests of the 8 northwestern cities. However, these matters were not within Born's considerations. After thanking Aspie again, he went to find Barkerlov. These days, Barkerlov was living a life of unbridled joy. Because of the Black Flame King incident, he received the highest honors from the city lord. Furthermore, Lorenzo and Oral successfully broke through to the Liyuan realm, rapidly increasing the strength of the Barker Adventure team. Recently, he himself also broke through to the 6th level of the Liyuan realm, truly a double blessing. Meanwhile, he and Lisa brought Kelly and little Amy out and settled them with the Babbitt Adventurers team. Barkerlov raised little Amy as his own son, teaching him magic and combat skills. Little Amy inherited his parents' excellent genes and possessed exceptional talent. It was foreseeable that by the time little Amy turned 8, he would awaken to become a very powerful magician. To conceal her identity, Kelly remained reclusive. Her father was the former commander of the Elma Independent Regiment, the old superior of Modley, Walton, and Giroux. Many people had seen her, so she dared not be careless. Even though 3 years had passed since that incident, no one could predict political events. Brother Barkerlov. Sister Lisa. Bourne laughed loudly. Hearing Bourne's voice, Barkerlov was overjoyed. Little Bone, you finally emerged from seclusion. Let me see your strength. With that, he laughed and threw a punch. The punch was extremely slow, merely a test of Bourne's strength. Bourne didn't dodge at all, throwing a punch in return. Their fists collided, creating a thunderous roar. Boom! Little Amy beside him covered her ears, screaming, Aya! So noisy! The blow sent Bourne flying backward, while Barkerlov stumbled back 3 steps before finally regaining his footing, staring at Bourne in disbelief. Bourne spun in the air, landing steadily, and smiled, Congratulations, Brother Barkerlov, on your breakthrough. Barkerlov gave a wry smile. When it comes to breakthroughs, who can beat you? Only 2 months, and you already jumped 3 levels. That's insane! That's right, Bourne had been cultivating in his room for 2 whole months, and now it was time for the Duchy's Grand Tournament. Today they were setting off for Sharia City to participate in the Duchy's magic competition. Little Amy, long time no see. Do you remember me? Bourne smiled at Amy. Amy tilted her head, then her eyes suddenly lit up. I remember now. You're Uncle Bone. Bourne's eye twitched, and he chuckled dryly. Heh, am I already old enough to be an uncle? Everyone burst into laughter. Bone cleared his throat and solemnly addressed Barkerlov and the others. Today, Anna and I are heading to Sharia City. We don't know when we meet again after this parting. Thank you all so much for your help and support this past year. I will remember it forever and repay you handsomely in the future. Barkerlov waved his hand. No need for thanks. I already said, brothers don't stand on ceremony. You don't need to pay back the money I borrowed from you before. How can that be? And immediately said, that's money you earned with your blood and sweat. Don't worry, we will definitely pay it back. Lisa said, holding Anne's hand. He said, you continue to participate in competitions, and you need money for many things. Don't worry, we adventurers aren't short of money. We can just do more quests, it's fine. Annie still firmly shook her head. Thank you, Sister Lisa, we will definitely pay you back. This time, Walton personally came to pick them up for the competition in Sharia City. Almost everyone in Antrox City came to the East Gate to see Bourne and Annie off. They all knew that this trip would take them to a higher stage, and they might never return to Antrox City, but the town would remember them. Walton led them all the way to the city of Torai, where they met up with contestants from the other 7 cities, and headed together to the city of Sharia to register. Of course, they traveled in different carriages along the way, and had little communication with each other, only gathering in small groups. Warden explained the rules of the Duchy tournament beforehand. This year's Duchy tournament, like previous ones, is divided into team and individual competitions, scored separately. The top 20 will advance to the Imperial Finals based on their total points. There are 60 participants in total, from the 8 northwestern cities, Sharia City, the Northern Defense Zone, the Eastern City-States, and the Southern City-States. Except for Sharia City, which has 20 participants, the other regions only have 10. One of our participants was disqualified before the competition, leaving us with only 9. One person asked, what are the opponent's strengths like? Warden shook his head. These are strictly confidential, even I wouldn't know. However, I suspect that even if there are strong individuals, they wouldn't exceed the 3rd level of the Liyuan realm. After all, they all just broken through. How far could they have progressed in just a few months? The crowd's expressions darkened. Most of them had only reached the 1st level of the Liyuan realm, with only a few reaching the 2nd. The 3rd level was practically impossible. However, they were unaware that one of them had actually reached the 3rd level. But you don't need to worry, Walton reassured you. To break through to the 3rd level of the Liyuan realm, you must obtain a high-quality secret realm origin. High-quality Secret Realm origins are extremely rare. You should know about that legendary auction at the Lion King auction house, right? Only 2 high-quality Secret Realm origins were sold, both for a high price of 2.3 million gold coins. One of them was probably purchased by someone from the Southern Territory, so at least you won't encounter them in the duchy's competition. The other person's identity is mysterious, even I don't know them. They are very likely from our duchy. But apart from that person, everyone else can only fuse with medium-quality Secret Realm origins. Your starting points are all about the same. Only Born, Aspie, Barkerlov, and Eric knew about Annie's fusion with the high-quality Secret Realm. Even Lisa only vaguely knew, so Walton had no idea. Born asked, "What are the rules for the team competition?" Walton replied, "As is customary, team competitions are usually 3-person or 5-person. I don't know how it will be arranged this time. Modley hasn't revealed anything. But don't worry, team formation is done by drawing lots, not randomly. Scores are calculated based on the team's total points. Of course, if a team performs exceptionally well, the judging panel will have a few special spots for extra points." "Who are the judges this time?" another person asked. Warden thought for a moment and replied, "Normally, the conference is presided over by the duchy's king, with the marshal and the commanders of the 6th Legion serving as referees, along with a special envoy from the Empire. This time, the envoy is somewhat special, Prince Fry. The main person in charge of the conference is Modley. If I'm not mistaken, that should be it." Born asked, "Won't the Holy See and the Adventurers Guild send anyone?" Warden slapped his forehead. "Ah, you reminded me. This time, both the Holy See and the Adventurers Guild have sent high-ranking figures. It's probably mainly because something very serious happened in Torai City recently. I can't say the specifics." He glanced at Born as he spoke. Born was somewhat puzzled. Since going into seclusion, he hadn't received any news from Modley, and naturally, he didn't know that the Black Flame King had been rescued by the other Shore Flower. Walton continued, "An Archbishop of the Papacy, Carthus, has come in person. He arrived in our 8 northwestern cities 3 months ago, but has been investigating a certain matter. In addition, the Adventurers Guild has also sent a senior official, whom you should know, Jafari, who is in charge of liaison affairs for adventurers in the Kingdom of Sharia." Both names sounded unfamiliar to Born, and Annie shook her head as well. Pule explained, "Archbishop Carthus is under Daddy, one of the 12 guardians of the Papacy, responsible for enforcing the precepts. Jafarli is the Adventurers Guild's representative stationed in the Empire, responsible for liaison with adventurers in the north. Both are powerful and of high status, and generally don't attend such occasions." Walton nodded. "You're right. Previously, the Papacy usually sent the Grand Master of the Knights of Light stationed in the Duchy or a bishop, while the Adventurers Guild sent the president of their Sharia City branch. This year's event is the highest level ever." After a brief exchange, everyone returned to their carriages, leaving only Born and Annie behind. Walton, with an expression of knowing this would happen, beckoned them to come with him. Walton led them to a spot some distance from the main group, to avoid their conversation being overheard. Born was the first to ask, "General Walton, what exactly happened in Torai City?" Walton sighed, "Alas. It's all my fault. Modley's mission to escort the Black Flame King failed." "What?" Born exclaimed in surprise. "The Black Flame King escaped?" Walton nodded. "Yes, the other Shore Flower sent out unparalleled experts that night. Even the Bishop of Torai City was trapped. Fortunately, they didn't kill him, otherwise Modley and the Alma Independent Regiment would be dead." Born frowned deeply. This was no small matter. The Vatican would definitely investigate with all its might, and it would surely be a bloodbath. Walton continued, "There's one more thing I found out. It's about Angela." Anne's expression faltered. After Angela was kidnapped, Walton promised them he would investigate, but there had been no news since. However, Annie and Born hadn't cared, as they already knew Angela's whereabouts. Walton's mention of it now made them somewhat nervous. Walton continued, "It seems the information was leaked by the Papacy of Amtrock City, attracting the Northern Elves. Those vines are a special elven magic. I plan to report this to the Marshal after arriving in Sharia City, please." "No need." Annie interrupted Walton before he could finish. "Brother Walton, thank you, but it's alright." Walton looked puzzled. "Why?" And sighed. It was Angela's own choice. She chose to leave with the elves. Consider it her own decision to forfeit the competition. Please keep this a secret. Chapter 221. Walton, though somewhat puzzled, nodded. He respected Annie's choice. It wasn't a big deal. It was just a commoner contestant going missing, something that had happened before in previous competitions. As evening fell, their team arrived in Sharia City. The city was bustling with activity, decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers, teeming with people, and filled with a joyful atmosphere. They didn't stop along the way, but went directly to the Sharia Principality's Magic Academy. Maudley had arranged special accommodations for them at the academy, which was also very close to the 100 Battles arena, making it convenient for the competition the day after tomorrow. They didn't see Maudley. He was currently busy preparing for the tournament. With the competition only 2 days away, he was incredibly busy, and they probably wouldn't see him until the competition itself. Bourne didn't have much luggage. He had stored the larger items in his soul-severing blade. To avoid revealing his spatial artifact, he and Annie each carried a small package. After putting away their luggage, the two of them went out to explore Sharia City. Unlike them, the other contestants, after settling in, immediately began practicing meditation, focusing on adjusting their state to prepare for the competition the day after tomorrow. Outside Sharia City, a group of people were slowly entering the city. They were dressed in white papal robes, and the leader held a golden staff of light. Those with knowledge could immediately recognize it as the insignia of an archbishop. Needless to say, it was Archbishop Carthus, one of the judges of the duchy's assembly. Behind Carthus were more than 10 believers, 2 of whom were of lower rank, sent from Toratori City and Antioch City respectively, to accompany Carthus in contacting the papacy of the 2 towns and relaying messages. "Clement, are you sure you haven't found anything unusual in Antioch City?" Carthus asked. Clement quickly stepped forward and replied, "Absolutely not." After that incident, Bishop Muammar immediately sent people to keep a close watch on the surrounding area, and they haven't found anything unusual. If they had, they would have reported it to you. Carthus remained non-committal. "Margot, do you remember which direction the people from the other shore flower fled in?" Margot quickly replied, "I don't know." At the time, they had a very powerful expert who released a dark spell that clouded our senses. By the time we recovered, they had disappeared. However, they disappeared near the North City wall, but that doesn't necessarily mean they fled north. Carthus nodded slightly. Necromancers in the Shadow Realm are rare. If I'm not mistaken, it must be Umair who's come. It's normal that you can't defeat him. But is their purpose really just to rescue the Black Flame King? Margot said, yes, they didn't do anything else besides rescuing the Black Flame King, not even kill anyone. That's in line with Umair's style. Only he would do something like that, Carthus said calmly. Your 2 towns are still the focus of the search. Since so many of them came, they must have left some clues, especially around the northern part of Toratori City. Search thoroughly. Yes, Margot said respectfully. Clement, however, boldly asked, Sir, since this is a crucial time for the search, why did you come to Sharia City to act as a judge? The town's bishop could handle this. Carthus smiled. The key to dealing with the other shore flower is not to push too hard. If I stay in the 8 northwestern cities, they just keep hiding, which is too inefficient. It would be better if I spread the word that I attend the magic competition in the kingdom of Shalia. They get the news and take action, then they reveal their true colors. Clement suddenly understood. I see. Your Excellency is wise. Carthus waved his hand. Not only that, I also want to see how the kingdom of Shalia is doing now. In all these years since Baful's death, have they still produced any talents capable of breaking through to the transformation realm, or have they declined, been overtaken by the southern territories, or even replaced? Margot was startled. Does the southern territories really intend to attack the kingdom of Shalia? Carthus simply smiled. If there's a big fat sheep in front of you, and your father tells you not to eat it now, but your father can't restrain you at all, would you still eat it? Margot swallowed hard, lowered her head, and remained silent. Oh, right. Carthus suddenly said, there's something else going on in Toratori City, the appearance of the elves, which seems to be related to Muammar. Clement quickly replied, that was our mistake. A cultist had connections with the northern tribes, and secretly passed this information to the elves, causing them to send experts to kidnap Angelia. We dealt with the cultist, so please rest assured. Carthus snorted, this matter is also very serious. I happened to be away from Toratori City that day, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to take her away so easily. You must investigate thoroughly when you get back. What is Angelia's background, and why does she have elven blood? Clement nodded in agreement, yes, we investigated that too. She appeared in Antioch City last year, along with 2 other people, a 16-year-old girl named Anna, Angelia's younger sister, and a 16-year-old boy named Bones. The 3 formed Anna's adventure team, and within just 1 year, they participated in many difficult missions, gaining fame in Antioch City. It's said they have connections with the duchy's nobles, especially with Walton and Maudley. Karsus asked, "Where are they from?" Clement replied, "They're from the northern tribes. Maybe some elf had a sudden whim and with a human. I don't like speculation without evidence." Karsus frowned. Clement quickly shut up, but Margot suddenly asked, "What do they look like?" Margot had been dispatched to deal with the other Shoreflower matter during that time, and hadn't participated in the domain tournament held in Torite City, so she naturally hadn't seen Anna and Bones. However, upon hearing the names Anna and Angelia, she felt a vague unease. Clement shook his head. I haven't seen them either. From the description, the skeleton is very handsome, a water mage, but with extraordinary stamina. Anna is also a water mage, with blonde hair and unfathomable magical power. Angelia is a wind mage, also with blonde hair, very easy to identify. Oh, and they also keep a magical beast. It seems to be a snow leopard, but much larger, and it can use lightning. I wonder what breed it is. Margot's eyes narrowed, and she muttered, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." "What's impossible?" Karsus asked, frowning. Margot took a deep breath. "I'm not sure yet. I have to see them to know. Maybe I know them." "You know them?" Clement was also taken aback. He knew Margot had only been transferred to the Austin Empire a few years ago. He had known Margot since his time in the Norma Empire. They both worked at the papacy in the Gore territory. Clement had gone to the Austin Empire first, and a few years later, Margot followed. So if Margot said she knew them, then these people might be from the Norma Empire. This involved the Norma Empire, making things even more complicated. Karsus said calmly, "That's simple. After the competition starts, take a good look and confirm if they are people you know." Archbishop Karsus. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind them, and everyone stopped and turned around. A small group of about 10 people approached, led by a young man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was completely different from the residents of Sharia. He seemed indifferent to dress codes, and even appeared to openly flaunt his distinctiveness. He wore a dazzling shawl that displayed every color of the color spectrum, both in the light and in the darkness. Beneath the colorful shawl, he wore a sleeveless short-sleeved blouse. The hem of the blouse was very short, fully revealing his muscular abdomen. He wore an eye patch over one eye, but a careful observer could tell it was merely decorative, as the eye patch was frequently switched to the other eye. "Jafarli?" Karsus frowned. "It's shameful to be associated with you." Jafarli clearly noticed the Archbishop's disdain for his attire, but he didn't seem to care. Instead, he casually tossed off his wide-brimmed hat, another odd item on his person. In fact, this hat, studded with bird feathers, was stranger than anything else he wore. "Oh, my dear Archbishop, I'm truly heartbroken by your words," Jafarli exclaimed dramatically. "Do you know how much I've been looking forward to this meeting? Knowing you were attending the magic tournament of the Duchy of Sharia, I rushed here immediately just to see you." Karsus wasn't buying it. "Don't think I don't know. You're probably here because of that matter too, aren't you? Your Adventurers Guild has always been very interested in the elves." "Ha ha ha." Jafarli laughed 3 times. "You really can't hide anything from you. But the elves have already retreated. The elf forest is over. But I'm curious, what did they do with that girl?" Karsus smiled. "If you want to know, find out for yourself. Don't try to get any information from me." Jafarli raised an eyebrow. "Oh, so you actually found something?" Karsus glared at him, angrily saying, "Get out of here. I really don't want to say another word to you." With that, he spurred his horse, and the rest of the church quickly followed, putting distance between themselves and the Adventurers Guild. Jafarli put his oddly shaped hat back on his head, chuckling, "In that case, the plan will have to change." The revelry in Sharia continued, but behind the fluttering banners, undercurrents surged. Unaware of this, Born and went to the palace the next day to see King Lear. When King Lear heard of Anne's return, he jumped up from his chair, knocking over a stack of documents in front of him. "Noctis? Quick! Anna's back?" Noctis shook his head with a wry smile. He had witnessed King Lear's mischievous nature firsthand these past few days, and could only crouch down to pick up the scattered documents. "Oh, never mind them. Let's go see Anna and Bones." King Lear pulled Noctis to his feet, and ran towards the palace gates. "Anna! Bones!" King Lear called out from afar. Noctis quickly warned, "Your Highness, keep your voice down. It'd be terrible if the Marshal hears you." King Lear, however, paid no heed, still waving excitedly at Anne and Born in the distance. Anne and Born hurried forward, bowing slightly. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Greetings, Lord Noctis." "Oh, no need for formalities. Come here." King Lear grabbed their hands and quickly walked back. However, before he had taken 2 steps, a dignified voice rang out behind him. "Where are you going? In such a hurry?" King Liar froze, as if petrified. His lips twitched, and he slowly turned around, forcing a smile. "Good morning, teacher." "Good morning what? It's almost lunchtime." Evar strode forward, showing no signs of old age. He quickly walked to King Liar, then looked at Annie and Born. "You really came back. Not bad, not bad. And there's a little girl too?" Annie's expression darkened. "Greetings, Marshal. You must have heard that Sister Angelia withdrew from the competition voluntarily for some reason." Evar nodded. "That's right, Walton told me, but I want to know the truth." Annie and Born exchanged a glance, secretly amazed. This old Marshal wasn't so easily fooled. After a moment of hesitation, Annie said helplessly, "Actually, it's like this. Sister Angelia was taken away by the elves, but she's not in danger. She went with them voluntarily." "Voluntarily?" Evar frowned. "As far as I know, the elves have never liked to associate with humans. Why would they take away a human girl?" Annie shook her head. "I don't know." She naturally wouldn't reveal the whole truth. Evar was about to ask another question when King Liar interrupted. "By the way, teacher, I saw Lord Maudley come by earlier. He said he was looking for you, but I don't know what it was about. He seemed to be in a hurry." Evar glared at him, but still said, "Never mind, I'm busy right now, and don't have time for you." He then turned and walked away, and breathed a sigh of relief and bowed to King Liar, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." King Liar waved his hand. "No need for thanks. Come on, we take you to eat something delicious. Many famous chefs have recently come to Sharia City. You should try their cooking." Chapter 222. Born and spent the entire day with King Liar at the palace, only leaving after sunset, amidst his reluctant gaze, to return to the Magic Academy. The Magic Academy of the Duchy of Sharia differed greatly from that of the Norma Empire, primarily in its organizational structure. The Dean of the Sharia Magic Academy was concurrently held by Evar, but Evar did not usually manage Academy affairs. Decisions were primarily made by the Vice Deans through consultation. Of the 5 Vice Deans, 3 had military experience, one even having served as a squad leader in the Black Wolf Knights. The other 2 were adventurers. One's family had originally been nobles, but had declined, losing their noble status and becoming commoners in his generation. These 5 Vice Deans had different responsibilities, but decisions on important academy matters required a collective vote. More importantly, these Vice Deans aren't actually very strong. Most are only at the 1st or 2nd level of the Qi-Yuan realm. This is because children studying at the Magic Academy can only reach the peak of the Qi-Yuan realm before graduating. If they want to advance further, there are only 4 ways. First, participate in the Empire's magic competition. Second, join the Holy See. This is extremely difficult, absolutely impossible without awakening an affinity for light magic. Third, become an adventurer, obtaining secret realm origins through adventure quests or joining a guild. And fourth, if they have sufficient wealth, directly purchase them. However, regardless of the method, there's no need to continue studying at the Magic Academy. Therefore, the Magic Academy is only for training children at or below the Qi-Yuan realm. For higher levels of cultivation, they still need to rely on themselves. Overall, however, the Magic Academy in the Kingdom of Sharia still held a greater advantage than the Magic Academy in the Norma Empire, both in terms of faculty and knowledge reserves. After returning, Born and Annie went to the Magic Academy's library. Through the books, they learned many things they had never known before. Now, they imagined how happy Douglas would be if he could see these books. However, Born wasn't in a hurry. He couldn't take the books with him anyway, so he waited for another opportunity. The next morning, everyone was woken up early and taken to the 100 Battles Arena for a grand opening ceremony. The residents of Sharia City, along with spectators from surrounding towns, had already packed the arena to capacity. The people were excited and cheering, creating a vibrant atmosphere for the grand event. The judges for this grand assembly took the stage one by one. King Liar of the Duchy and Marshal Evar smiled and invited Archbishop Cardas, Grand Steward of the Adventurers Guild Jafari, and Imperial Prince Fry to join them. Following them were the commanders of the Duchy's 6 legions, including Gil and Walton. This lineup of judges was unprecedented. No other duchy or territory had ever seen such a spectacle. King Liar was radiant. Even his father and uncle had never received such an honor. He lowered his hand slightly and delivered a passionate opening speech, which, of course, had been prepared for him beforehand by Maudley. After the speeches, the drawing of lots began. Maudley had a lot drawing barrel placed before each town's team. By injecting magic, one could obtain a lot. Born had advanced early in the regional competition, So he was the first to draw lots, and he drew the number 5. Annie was the second to draw, but she drew 7, meaning they weren't in the same group. Annie, it's okay, let's just do our best. This isn't based on team points, Bourne said. Annie nodded, yeah, I know, don't worry. After the group draw, the first round was the team competition, but everyone was stunned when Maudley announced the rules. This team competition will be a single elimination format. Teams drawing odd numbers will form one team, and teams drawing even numbers will form another. The two teams will attack each other. The winning team will get 5 points for each member, and 1 point for each player defeated. Any player with a special performance will be awarded 5 points by the referees. Bourne and Annie exchanged a glance. I thought those who drew the same number would be in the same group. Bourne laughed. Annie grinned, haha, then we're still in one team. Who else is in our team? Bourne looked around. If we split it in half, there would have been 60 people in total, but now there are only 59. That means one team will have more people, and the other less, so it'd be about 30 people in total. I wonder where the competition will be held. Maudley quickly gave him the answer. The competition will be held in the Adama Forest on the western outskirts of Sharia City. We already set up the field there. Each team will have a position, about 2 kilometers apart. After the competition starts, both sides will attack each other until one side's position is captured. Bourne recalled that on their way from Torai City, they had passed the edge of the Adama Forest, where many soldiers guarded the area. He hadn't thought much of it then, but now, hearing Maudley's explanation, it all made sense. Maudley continued, odd-numbered teams will be positioned on the west side of the forest, and even-numbered teams on the east side. Everyone can set off now. The competition will officially begin in 2 hours. No one may leave the designated area during the competition. Everyone immediately sprang into action, heading towards the western outskirts of the Adama Forest. When Bourne and his group arrived at the forest's edge, soldiers were already there to greet them. They checked the contestants' draw numbers, indicating different directions based on whether their numbers were odd or even, and also gave them special enchanted bracelets. Each bracelet contained 3 magic stones, 1 for image projection, 1 for sound transmission, and 1 for location tracking. This allowed the referee team to observe each battle and the overall situation at will. Upon arriving at their positions, Bourne and Annie stood alone, awaiting the start of the match. Just then, a young man shouted, "Gentlemen, since this is a team competition, we need strategy and a plan. If we're just a disorganized mess, we only fail." Someone echoed, "Yes, although we haven't had this kind of competition before, now that we have, we must go all out and win." At this moment, Puel stepped forward. "Do you have any brilliant ideas?" The first young man to speak immediately said, "First, we need to choose a leader, formulate an offensive strategy, and divide the tasks." Puller frowned. "Choose a leader? How do we choose?" "Whoever's strongest will be the leader," the young man said, puffing out his chest. "It's not that I look down on you all, but I doubt anyone here can beat me." Puller raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you're that confident?" The others also said disdainfully, "We all just broken through to the Liyuan realm. Who's afraid of who? You have the nerve to call yourself the strongest? Shameless." "Exactly. How about a match to see just how strong you really are?" The young men roared, "Fine, let's have a match. If you lose, you kowtow 3 times to me." "Stop arguing," Bourne shouted suddenly. "If you attack now, you give the other side an opportunity." Everyone stopped, but their eyes held mutual dissatisfaction. Puller gave Bourne a deep look, then said, "How about this? We split into groups of 3, each group deciding on their own tasks. Then we coordinate and see if any adjustments are needed." Everyone nodded. Their team only had 29 people, 1 less than the opposing team, but in a battle of this scale, 1 or 2 people wouldn't significantly impact the final outcome. They began regrouping. Annie and Bourne naturally ended up in one group, but to their surprise, Puller volunteered to join them. Bourne readily agreed, and the others quickly formed groups within 3 minutes, creating 10 groups, one of which consisted of only 2 people. Each group then elected a representative, and the 10 representatives gathered to discuss their upcoming battle plan. Annie's group naturally fell to Bourne, given his reputation as a powerful general commanding tens of thousands of troops in the Netherworld. During the division of labor, opinions differed. Bourne, however, seemed content with his role, indifferent to whether it was offense or defense. Initially, he insisted on taking on the offensive, as it would give him more initiative. In the end, however, Bourne conceded. He knew that infighting was best avoided in such situations, and taking on the offensive wasn't always a good thing. Suddenly, a whistling wind arose, which then coalesced into a clear voice. I am Modley, the on-site supervisor for this competition. I will be using this method to communicate with all the participants. I hereby declare the competition open. As soon as Modley finished speaking, the 6 attacking groups shot off like arrows. Bourne didn't wait any longer, signaling to the other 3 defensive groups before leading Annie and Puller into the nearby dense forest. According to Bourne's plan, while they were responsible for defense, they were also proactive in their defense, rather than foolishly waiting for the enemy to attack. Bourne made full use of the elemental properties of the 3 of them, setting up traps around the position. According to the competition rules, all participants were prohibited from using magic stones and other magical items, and could only use weapons standardized by the imperial authorities and manufactured by the city lords of each town. However, there was no rule against setting traps. It was just that most people habitually assumed that no one would set traps. However, Bourne and Annie were no ordinary people. Under Puller's astonished gaze, the 2 cooperated perfectly, setting up a very tricky trap in just a few minutes. Puller thought that even he himself would probably fall into the trap if he wasn't careful. After setting up the traps, Bourne arranged 6 watch points. After coordinating with another defense team, each person was responsible for 1 point. There was no other means of communication between them. They used magic missiles as signals. The number of magic missiles indicated the number of enemies. Bourne hid in a large tree. In such a short time, the enemy shouldn't be able to attack so quickly, but he still focused intently on the movements ahead, not missing a single sound. His performance was being observed by the referees. King Liar clapped his hands and said, "Haha, Brother Bone is indeed outstanding. He managed to set up so many traps using whatever was available. No one else would have thought of this." Sane laughed, "Hee hee, just some childish tricks. I think the even-numbered team strategy is much more interesting." Sane said this partly out of personal motives, since his own daughter was on the even-numbered team, and Leonardo's 2 sons, whom he was on good terms with, were also on the even-numbered team. "I heard that the 1st and 2nd ranked geniuses on the Sharia youth ranking are both on the even-numbered team." At this moment, Karda spoke up. Ever waved his hand. "What youth ranking? It's just a random ranking among the people. It doesn't count." "How can it not count?" Jafari immediately objected. "The Marshal's adopted son, Alonso, now the vice commander of the Royal Knights, is ranked 1st on the youth ranking, while Alania, the daughter of the commander of the Sharia Royal Legion, is ranked 2nd. Both of them have already fused with high-quality Secret Realm origins, giving them an absolute advantage in strength among the participating teams. I'm very optimistic about the even-numbered team." Evar shook his head. "That's nothing. Sane's daughter, Julie, has also fused with a high-quality Secret Realm. They're both rising stars." King Lo pouted, watching these guys flatter each other, feeling quite displeased, but he couldn't say anything. Suddenly, Jafari changed the subject. "But the odd-numbered teams aren't simple either. I really like this Bone. He's humble, low-key, brave, and resourceful. If your majesty doesn't mind, I'd like to have Bone and that Anna join my adventurers guild. What do you think?" Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected that the team competition had only just begun, and the players hadn't even met or fought yet, and the head of the adventurers guild was already poaching people. Karsus chuckled, "Jafarli, this isn't like you. Your adventurers association is always all talk and no action. Now you don't even know their strength, and you're already asking for people?" Jafarli adjusted his odd jacket. "What style? My style is no style. I just like those 2. Is that not enough?" King Liar said, "I'm afraid that won't work. Bones and Anna are my friends. They won't want to go to the Adventurers Association." Jafarli chuckled, "That's not necessarily true. How about we ask them after the competition?" King Liar was also a little unsure. After all, the other side was the Adventurers Association. So many people wanted to work there. It was a secure job, a guaranteed source of training resources. Emar coughed twice, interrupting their conversation. "All right, everyone, let's focus on the contestants' performance. Look, they already started fighting over there." He pointed in a direction. That was the position of the odd-numbered team's vanguard, who had already encountered a small group of even-numbered team members, and a fierce battle had broken out. Chapter 223. Bourne was completely unaware of the battle ahead. According to his calculations, even if the enemy launched a full-speed assault, they wouldn't reach their positions by now. Furthermore, his own 6 squads were advancing towards the enemy camp in a charging formation. Even if the enemy wanted to attack, they would have to break through the attacking squads first. However, to his surprise, several magic missiles suddenly fired from the southeast. Bourne counted them quickly, a total of 12, which truly startled him. How did they get here? But this wasn't the time to ponder such questions. He immediately moved swiftly through the treetops, arriving near the location where the magic missiles had been fired in a few breaths. The battle had already begun there. His ally, a minor noble from the northern defense zone, was fairly skilled. He now held a favorable position, launching a ranged attack from above. The traps Born had set earlier also proved effective, instantly trapping two opponents. However, the enemy simply outnumbered them. The minor noble was quickly surrounded, and 8 enemy soldiers charged forward, launching an attack on their position. Born couldn't care less about anything else. He leaped forward, instantly unleashing his ultimate technique, 10,000 miles of frozen land. Everyone felt the surrounding temperature plummet, and a thin layer of ice crystals condensed on the ground, slowing their movements. "Attack!" Born shouted. Puller and another companion, who had just arrived, immediately attacked, unleashing ranged spells like they were free. "Scatter!" one of the opponents yelled. The 8 people scrambled to their feet, channeling their magic to resist the binding force of the frozen land and finding cover. Hearing the voice, Born felt a sense of familiarity, but couldn't immediately recall where he had heard it before. Suddenly, Born instinctively ducked, a bolt of lightning grazing his scalp, even singeing a few strands of his hair and emitting a burnt smell. Born didn't dare to be careless. He leaped several times, landing on other treetops, looking in the direction of the attack. There stood a young man, a murderous aura emanating from his brows, clearly a member of the army. Born vaguely remembered that he was one of those who had attacked the minor nobleman. Now that the young nobleman was attacking him, it meant. He unconsciously looked towards the minor nobleman, only to see him defeated, lying unconscious on a tree. Born's face darkened. The situation was extremely unfavorable. He didn't know how many more of the enemy had broken through to this point. Unwilling to linger, he gave Puller and the other man a wink and immediately retreated. Just then, several magic missiles were fired from Annie's direction, about 7 in total, though fewer than on their end. "What are they doing up there?" Puller roared. "Never mind, let's retreat," Born said, simultaneously using telepathic communication to notify Annie and the other person to retreat together, avoiding a direct confrontation. They then rejoined their position. The defending team there had also seen their magical signal and anxiously asked, "How did it go?" Born and Annie exchanged a glance. "It's bad. About 20 of them broke through. We already lost one, but we took out 2 more using traps. I took one down, and said, but they have a real expert. I almost got ambushed." Everyone's faces were grim, but the enemy didn't seem in a hurry to continue their attack. Born and his team waited for a long time without any sign of movement. Born took a deep breath. "You guys wait here. I go scout around." "I go with you," Puller said. Born shook his head. "No need. 2 people would be too conspicuous. I'm more free to move around alone." With that, he leaped away with incredible speed. At this moment, the 2 attacking units of the even-numbered team converged in the dense forest. One, led by Alonso, attacked from the southeast, defeating 2 groups in succession and gaining 6 points, advancing all the way here. The other, led by Alania, attacked from the north, eliminating a group and gaining 3 points. "Alonso, your speed isn't bad," Alania teased. "But it looks like you're missing 2 men." Alonso scoffed. "You're missing 1 man too. How dare you criticize me?" Alania shrugged. "Who knew there were so many traps in this forest? My man fell into one carelessly, giving the enemy an opportunity. But if she hadn't run fast, I would have taken her down too." "Then you still didn't succeed?" Alonso said. "We actually killed one of them? There must be a master among them. We need to be careful." Even Alonso, ranked number 1 on the youth list, can say careful? Alania smoothed her hair. Her long, light blue hair was tied up, her face flushed from the battle, her light blue eyes radiating a captivating light. This daughter of the Royal Legion commander was a highly sought-after figure in the noble circles of the Sharia kingdom. Countless young talents fell at her feet, and at least 80 or 100 men followed her around every day. However, she never gave them a second glance, as her strength was undeniable. Throughout the entire Sharia kingdom, among the young geniuses below the Liyuan realm, only a handful could rival her. Now, she had broken through to the Liyuan realm and fused with a priceless, high-quality secret realm, reaching the 3rd rank of Liyuan, further increasing her value. Another exceptionally talented genius, Alonso, was Marshal Emar's adopted son. Emar had rescued the child from bandits, while traveling through the northern defense zone after retiring from the Elma Independent Regiment, and then adopted him, personally teaching him magic and combat skills. Alonso's talent was arguably the strongest Emar had ever seen. At a young age, He had rapidly reached the peak of the Chuyuan realm, and was only 3 years older than Annie. Now, let's prepare to end this battle. Alania smiled, her gaze fixed on the odd-numbered team's position. Born had already located their position and cautiously approached. He too overheard their conversation. Through the dense foliage, he made out their faces and narrowed his eyes. No wonder they seem familiar. It's Baruna. I don't recognize the others. There are 16 of them in total. The man and woman speaking are both stronger than me. It was that guy named Alonso who ambushed me earlier. I let you taste some pain first. Without hesitation, Born sprang into action. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, pinpointing the location of his hidden trap, then snapped off a branch and hurled it with all his might. As an undead, Born wasn't the strongest, but he was still stronger than most humans. The branch shot downwards like an arrow, whistling through the air. Alonso was the first to notice the anomaly, shouting, "Who's there?" He pointed a finger, unleashing a bolt of lightning that charred the branch, reducing it to a small clump of ash. Born, however, had already moved swiftly through the bushes, making a rustling sound. "Someone's here. Let's go after them," Baruna said, about to rush out, but Alonso stopped him. "Don't move," Alonso said. "They're clearly trying to lure us away. Don't fall for it." Alania's eyes gleamed. To throw a branch with that kind of force without any magical fluctuation, that guy is pretty strong. Baruna said, "So we're just going to let him get away like that? Our objective is their position. He can't escape," Alonso said calmly, then continued forward. However, they hadn't gone far when a cry of alarm suddenly rang out from behind. Alonso and the others immediately turned around and drew their weapons. They saw a man who seemed to have stepped into a trap. His feet were trapped by a vine, and he was losing his balance and falling forward. The man quickly released his magic. A flash of fire beneath his feet instantly burned the vine, freeing his feet and allowing him to regain his footing. But then, an ice spike flew out from the side, aiming straight for his chest. If he had been hit like that, he would have been finished. The man yelled and waved his hands, erecting a wall of fire in front of him. The ice spikes failed to penetrate the fire's defenses, melting into steam at the intense heat. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Alonso frowned and said, "Everyone be careful, there are traps everywhere. Let's keep going." However, after a while, the wall of fire still hadn't dissipated. Because of its barrier, the man was isolated from the rest of the group, and no one knew what lay behind it. Alonso gave him a wink, and Baruna immediately went over, shouting, "What are you doing? Get out of here." He then circled around the wall of fire to see what his companion was doing. What he saw shocked him. His pupils constricted sharply, and he cried out, "Ah! What are you yelling about?" Alonso roared, waving his hand. A bolt of lightning struck the wall of fire, shattering it. The flame slowly dissipated into the air. Without the wall of fire obstructing their view, everyone could finally see what was behind it. The man had fainted, and was hanging from a tree branch in a strange position. Clearly, he had been ambushed. Alania frowned. "Did you sense any magical fluctuations just now?" Everyone shook their heads. "He was casting a wall of fire. Our attention was all on him. We didn't notice anything else." "Playing tricks." Alonso unleashed another bolt of lightning, striking the vine and setting the eliminated person down. "Let's continue, ignore him." But just as he turned around, another scream rang out behind him. A person's eyes were practically bulging out, making gurgling sounds as they received a heavy blow to the abdomen. At the same time, a figure swiftly disappeared into the nearby bushes. Now, the others couldn't hold back any longer. "Grab him. Don't let him get away. Kill this guy, damn it." Alonso didn't have time to stop them. Everyone had already rushed in that direction. "A bunch of idiots." Alania walked up to him. "It's all right, let them chase. That way, the remaining points are ours." Alonso's eyes darkened. "We don't know how many people they left in their positions. Don't forget, they also have experts on their side." "Are you really that confident?" Alania laughed. "How will we know if we don't try? Let's make it a little harder." Saying this, she continued towards the odd-numbered team's position. Meanwhile, Annie and her team were also ready. In terms of strength alone, those responsible for defense weren't very strong. Only Bon had reached the 3rd level of the Liyuan realm. The others were about the same. Of course, Annie's actual combat strength couldn't be measured by her realm. When Alonso and his companion entered the attack range, Annie noticed immediately and ordered an attack. Of the 10 defenders, aside from Puel and another fire mage, who were not skilled in ranged attacks, the others unleashed their magic power relentlessly, launching an attack on Alonso and his companion. The battle erupted immediately. Alonso, living up to his reputation as the top youth, moved with lightning speed, perfectly finding an opening in the magical attacks and quickly closing in on the position. And gritted her teeth and leaped forward, a torrent of water blocking her path. Alonso frowned. He had never seen a water prison of this size and power before, but he wasn't worried at all. He used his raging lightning power to shatter the water prison, gripped his sword hilt tightly, and slashed at Annie. Annie snorted, waved her staff, and an ice wall rose before her, while 3 ice spikes shot towards their opponent. Rapid fire? Alonso was startled again, quickly parrying with his sword and kicking the ice wall, using the recoil to retreat several meters. A look of alertness finally flashed in his eyes. On the other side, Alania was also engaged in battle with the others. A massive water elemental giant roared, smashing through the odd-numbered team's defensive fortifications with a single punch. Puller immediately organized an attack. They had already determined that the enemy only had 2 people, and they were confident of a 10-on-2 advantage. Puller sent 2 people to assist Annie in fighting Alonso, while the others joined him against Alania, aiming to concentrate their forces on the seemingly weaker Alania first. However, their plan didn't go so smoothly. As a water mage, Alania's most proficient spell was the intermediate-level spell Water Elemental Spirit. The elemental giant plus herself was equivalent to 2 fighting forces. Although she struggled against 7 people, she could still hold her own. Alonso! Hurry up and finish this so you can help. Alania fought and retreated. However, Alonso was completely unable to respond to her at this point. With the addition of the other 2, Annie had an excellent environment for casting spells and launched a fierce offensive against Alonso. It should be noted that Annie cultivated the Spirit Division technique, so her magical power was already stronger than others of the same level. Although Alonso was slightly stronger, he was still overwhelmed by Annie's torrential magical attacks. Chapter 224. We kicked a hornet's nest. Alonso was filled with regret. He should have known better than to listen to Alania and attack with both of them. Now they couldn't break through at all. Alania was the first to give way. The water elemental giant was cleaved in 2 by Puller's blade. Alonso, realizing the situation, immediately retreated. Go! Alania didn't hesitate and followed Alonso in retreat. The 2 disappeared from sight in no time. Puller was about to give chase when Annie stopped him. Don't chase them. They're exhausted. This is the perfect time to defeat them, Puller said. Annie shook her head. They're both incredibly strong. You must have felt it just now. If we rashly pursue them, we might be ambushed. If we lose more men, it'd be disastrous. Puller agreed and abandoned the chase. Alonso and Alania fled for a while, and seeing that the enemy wasn't pursuing them, they stopped. Alonso slammed his fist into a tree. What's going on with them? How could they have such skilled fighters left to defend the position? Alania, panting, had just fought 7 people single-handedly, and her magic was severely depleted. 2 of them were indeed very strong. If it were a one-on-one fight, we might have a chance, but they outnumbered us. We couldn't fight them all. It's all your fault. I told you, we shouldn't have sent only the 2 of us. Alonso roared. Alania retorted, I only mentioned it briefly, and you agreed, didn't you? Now you're blaming me? Alonso gritted his teeth, turned away, and remained silent. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from ahead. The 2 immediately became alert, nervously watching what was happening. Suddenly, a head popped up. It was Baruna. One of Baruna's eyes was swollen, and 8 people followed behind him. Baruna? You, what happened to you? Where are the others? Alonso asked in surprise. Baruna, head down, said bitterly, that guy was a beast, a coward, only good at sneaking attacks from behind. Damn it, he deserves to die. Another person limped and said, the others have all been eliminated. That guy has set countless traps here. Every time someone falls into one, he comes out and kills them instantly. We had no other choice but to come back to you. The others are all eliminated? Alonso exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief and boundless rage. Alania asked anxiously, how many of them are there? What do they look like? How strong are they? Baruna shook her head. There should only be one person. I didn't see their face clearly, and we didn't even exchange blows. I was kicked by them. Alonso's face darkened considerably. You bunch of idiots. I told you not to chase them, but you wouldn't listen. You are incredibly stupid. His chest heaved violently. He was clearly furious. Just then, a voice came from a large tree. Ha ha ha, don't be angry, don't be angry. Getting angry will ruin your health. Baruna's eyes widened in terror. It's him! Alania snapped, playing tricks. Get down here. As soon as she finished speaking, she released an ice spike, shooting it towards the direction of the voice. With a clang, the ice spike shattered into pieces, and the speaker's true form was revealed. The moment he saw the other's face, Baruna's eyes narrowed, and he stammered, It's you. It's actually you. Bone! Born smiled and waved at him. Hello, long time no see, young Master Baruna. You two know each other? Alonso asked, frowning. Baruna nodded. Yes, I saw him at the Heroes Tavern before. My brother lost to a woman beside him. Born continued, and you lost to me? Have you forgotten? Oh dear, how can noble children be so forgetful? Baruna stamped his foot. Nonsense. That was a mistake, a moment of carelessness, and you caught me off guard. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Alonso immediately thought of the woman he had just fought. Her strength seemed no less than Sigmund's. Could they be allies? But just now, it was 2 against 10, now it's 1 against 7. Alonso's expression darkened. His gaze locked onto Born, and he said loudly, Kid, you eliminated so many of us, you must have accumulated quite a few points by now. Shouldn't you give back 1 point? Born smiled slightly. No problem, provided you have the ability. You sent so many people at once, which means you probably have very few on the defensive. Are you sure they can withstand our attack? Alania's lips curled into a smile. At least they held off for now. Those of us on the defense are no weaklings. Their battle will probably take a while to conclude. On the other hand, if we launch another attack on the position, you're likely to fail. Born knew they were right. He had used a trick, catching his opponents off guard with preset traps before using invisibility to deliver a fatal blow. He was aware that the magic stone on the bracelet provided a first-person perspective, meaning the referee couldn't see him use invisibility, and the defeated would be even less likely to notice. Born always appeared suddenly and disappeared just as suddenly from blind spots. Even if they were present, they'd be completely baffled. Now, if he faced Alonso, without the ability to use the soul-severing blade or other elemental magic, his chances of winning were probably 50-50, or even slightly lower. Alania was equally troublesome, possessing the intermediate-level magic of water elemental spirit, giving her an advantage in team battles. More importantly, the remaining members were all quite strong, significantly stronger than his team's defenses. Even if he and Annie could hold off Alonso and Alania, the others might not be able to withstand their onslaught. Born's eyes darted around, and he jumped down from the tree. You can't say that. Do you think you eliminated as many people as I have? I'm not bragging, but even if all of you attacked me together, you wouldn't be a match for me. Baruna immediately retorted angrily, bullshit. All you can do is sneak attacks, what else? Brother Alonso could take you down with 1 punch. Oh! Born raised an eyebrow. Then what's the point of all this nonsense? I'm right here. Let's see how long it takes you to defeat me. Alonso frowned, casually unleashing a lightning strike. Born laughed and dodged it. Haha, that kind of attack can't hurt me. Brother Alonso, let's go together and take this guy down first, Baruna suggested. Alonso also wanted to deal with Born first, but he knew that defeating him would take some effort. A direct attack on their position would be more efficient. Thinking this, he smiled slightly and gave Alania a wink. Alania nodded slightly in understanding. Then, Alonso drew his long sword and leaped towards Born. Born was startled, thinking such speed. He pushed off with his feet and leaped back into the treetops, but as soon as he moved, he saw the rest of the enemy rushing towards their position, and his heart sank. Damn it! Born was about to get chase, when a bolt of lightning struck behind him. Left with no other choice, he raised a water shield to block the attack, landing a short distance away. Stay and fight me! Alonso, longsword in hand, slowly approached Born. Born stood up, coldly staring at his opponent. He drew his long sword, channeling his magic, the blade pointing forward. Alonso, since you're so eager to fight, I play along. With that, he launched the first attack. In this face-to-face situation, he could no longer use invisibility or other elemental magic. He had no choice but to fight head-on. Meanwhile, as Born had predicted, after Baluna and the others joined the fray, the battle began to turn against the odd-numbered teams. Annie and Puller fought off Alania's attacks together, while the others battled Baluna and the others. The battle lasted for about 10 minutes, and members of the odd-numbered teams began to be eliminated. 1, 2, 3. Outside the arena, Karas excused himself from the referee's table. He had secretly used a magic stone to save footage of Born and Annie, and brought it outside. Margot, come and see, Do you recognize these two? Karsus took out the Philosopher's Stone and displayed the images within. One was a screenshot Karsus captured from Alonso's perspective when Bourne first met Alonso. The other was a screenshot from Peller's perspective when Annie and Peller were exchanging tactics. Both images were very clear. Upon seeing these images, Margot's eyes widened immediately, and she exclaimed, "Yes! It's them!" Karsus immediately became excited. "Who are they?" Margot swallowed hard, pointed at Annie, and said through gritted teeth, "She's my sister, Annie Gall, a necromancer." What? Everyone was shocked. Karsus frowned. That's not right. She was clearly using water elemental magic. How could she be a necromancer? Clement, intrigued, leaned closer for a closer look, and upon seeing it, he also exclaimed, "It's her?" Everyone's attention was once again drawn to her. He led the way, and even Margot cast a questioning glance at him. "You seen her?" Clement nodded. "I know her. How could I not know her? I recognize her even if she were ashes. It was because of her that I killed the royal knight of the Norma Empire in the Misty Forest and was sent to the Austin Empire." Karsus asked, "So she was indeed a necromancer?" Clement shook his head. "I don't know. I never fought her. They tricked us into stealing the Arctic flower, luring us into fighting the royal knight. We only discovered the Arctic flower wasn't on the royal knight after we killed him." "Then that's it," Margot exclaimed. "She was exiled to Mist City by my father during that time." She then bowed deeply to Karsus and said, "Archbishop, everything I'm about to say is true. There's absolutely nothing I'm hiding." Karsus nodded. "Then speak." Margot slowly said, "And is my sister, born to my father and stepmother. She awakened the power of death at the age of 8, but my father secretly sent her to Mist City without the church's knowledge. I couldn't stand it, so I secretly helped my third brother, Carter, to devise a plan to kill this menace. Unexpectedly, she escaped, and even went to the Norma Empire's Magic Academy. There, she met Keller Rambeau, the one with the skeleton." As she spoke, she pointed to Bourne in the image. She paused slightly, then continued, "They later sided with Reiner in the power struggle, plunging the entire Norma Empire into war. After that, I was sent to the Austin Empire, and I don't know what happened after that, but I'm absolutely certain that Annie is a necromancer." Karsus smiled. "Heh, they're from the Norma Empire, that makes things easier. Annie, as a necromancer, will naturally be handled by us. And that Keller is Norma, so the duchy will naturally convict him of illegal entry. We bring him over as well, treating him as Annie's accomplice. The duchy shouldn't refuse." A flash of hatred crossed Clement's eyes. "That's perfect. Once that Annie is in my hands, I make her suffer endless torment." But then, he looked at Margot with a smile. "She's your sister. Why did you expose her?" "Sister?" Margot sneered. "She's nothing but a bastard. What has her arrival brought to our family? I don't have a sister like that." Karsus waved his hand and turned back to the referee's table. He didn't care about Clement and Margot's past. He just needed to wait until the team competition ended to grab Annie and Bourne and get some answers. The battle on the field quickly came to a conclusion. Despite Annie and Puller's valiant resistance, although they eliminated 5 members of the opposing team, their own 8 members were also eliminated. Faced with immense pressure, Annie had no choice but to abandon her position and leave with Puller. Alania then naturally occupied the odd-numbered team's position. Thus, the team competition officially ended, and the even-numbered team won. When Motley's voice rang out, all the teams still engaged in combat stopped, some rejoicing, some sorrowful. Bourne sheathed his sword and extended his hand to Alonso. "You're strong. Let's continue in the individual competition." Alonso smiled and shook Bourne's hand. "You too. I didn't expect the duchy to have someone like you. But I see you don't care about losing." Bourne nodded. "Yes, I don't care about winning or losing because I already earned enough points, ha. Alonso shook his head with a wry smile. He knew that if the judges saw Bourne's performance, they would definitely give him extra points. That was almost a certainty. Moreover, he knew that his adoptive father, Evar, and King Lear were all closely related to this guy. Even if he didn't want to, he couldn't get those points. Chapter 225. Soon, all the contestants returned to the battle arena in Sharia City. The team competition had lasted a full day, and as dusk approached, it was time to announce the results and the schedule for the next individual competition. Motley presented the tallied scores to King Lear and the referees. After everyone's approval, King Lear made the announcement. In this team competition, the even-numbered team won. All even-numbered members will receive 5 points. Additionally, after deliberation by the referees, it was decided that Bones, Anna, Puller, Alonso, Alania, and 10 other contestants will receive an extra 3 points. Ultimately, Alonso achieved first place in the team competition with a total of 13 points. Details of the other contestants' scores will be posted below the battle arena. Please check them yourself. As expected, Bon and Annie both received extra points, but even so, they still couldn't match Alonso's score, although the difference wasn't significant. Immediately, King Liar was about to announce the rules for the next round of individual competitions when Karda stood up and walked to King Liar, who was about to speak. Wait! Everyone was stunned, even Evar was taken aback. No one understood what the Archbishop of the Papacy was doing. Did he have an objection to the points distribution? But if he did, he should have raised it during the referee group's discussion. What was going on now? King Liar asked, "The Archbishop, what is this?" Kardas, his face cold, addressed the crowd solemnly, "I have something important to announce. This matter involves the will of God, and also the interests of the Empire." Evar frowned, completely bewildered. Why would Kardas, who was only supposed to be there symbolically, say something like that at this crucial moment? Meanwhile, Jafari, chin resting on his hand, beckoned to the side. Someone immediately approached him. He whispered a few words in his subordinate's ear, then said, "Hurry up and get it done. Be careful not to get caught." The subordinate immediately obeyed and quickly left the scene. Kardas paused briefly, then continued, "This competition was very exciting. The Duchy of Sharia certainly put in a lot of effort, which I greatly admire, and I thank you for inviting me to participate in the refereeing. However, during the competition, I discovered an evil necromancer mixed in with the contestants." What? Evar jumped to his feet, his face filled with shock as he scanned each contestant. Meanwhile, while Born and Annie appeared outwardly calm, their hearts were in turmoil. "Annie, did you unleash any death power during the battle?" Born asked through telepathic communication. And answered firmly, "No, I'm absolutely certain." Born frowned. "Then what's going on? Are there other necromancers besides us?" At this moment, King Liar also asked, "Archbishop, you can't just say things like that. None of the contestants released any death energy. How can you be so sure there's a necromancer among them?" "Yes, even an Archbishop of the Papacy can't speak carelessly. Tell me, who among them is a necromancer?" Jafari casually fiddled with his teacup, seemingly speaking unintentionally. Kardas snorted. He disliked Jafari's attitude intensely, but now wasn't the time to argue. He pointed a finger directly at Anne. "It's her, Anna Kafuno. She's the necromancer." Born was shocked. He was now certain that Anne had revealed something, giving Jafari leverage. "Impossible," King Liar explained. He considered Anna a close friend and believed he knew her well. Anna is a water elemental mage. Everyone saw the battle just now. She used water elemental power. If you don't believe me, you can have her opponent, Alania, prove it. He then looked directly at Alania. Alania was equally bewildered. Seeing King Liar's gaze fall upon her, she quickly said, "Indeed, during the battle just now, Anna consistently used water elemental magic, and her magic was incredibly pure, unlike what one would expect from a magic stone." King Liar exclaimed, "See, even Alania has said so. What proof do you have that she's a necromancer?" Kardas remained unfazed, summoning Margot with a wave of his hand. The moment Margot stepped onto the stage and was struck dumb. Countless possibilities flashed through her mind, but she never imagined she would be exposed in this way, betrayed by her own family. "And, do you remember me?" Margot's face showed no joy at the sisterly reunion, but rather a look of resentment. At this point, Anne no longer needed to hide her identity. She let out a long sigh of relief, a relaxed expression appearing on her face. "So it's you, fourth sister? Long time no see." Boom! The entire scene erupted in cheers. The woman in the priest's robes was actually Anna's sister, and Anna's real name was Anne. Could it be that Archbishop Kardas was telling the truth, and Anne really was a necromancer? "Margot, expose this evil necromancer's true colors," Kardas ordered. Margot nodded and slowly recounted Anne's background, simultaneously revealing Keller's identity. The scene was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Emar's face grew increasingly grim, while King Liar's face turned pale, staring in disbelief at Born and Anne. These two were his new friends, very close friends, the only friends who were willing to support him and play with him. Is this true? Anna, you're a necromancer? Bones, you're a noble from the Norma Empire? King Liar murmured. Born and Anne both lowered their heads in silence, seemingly acknowledging the truth. King Liar, pale-faced, stumbled back 2 steps, nearly falling, before Maudley caught him and helped him into a chair. "Maudley, This isn't true, it can't be true. Maudley pursed his lips, turning his head away weakly. Just then, Jafari clapped his hands, stood up, and laughed as he walked to Margot's side. Ha ha, good, good, what a wonderful story. But this is all just your side of the story. What direct evidence do you have to prove that Anna is a necromancer, and that Bones is from the Norma Empire? Jafari's words instantly jolted King Lear awake. He quickly stood up and grabbed Margot's sleeve. Yes, yes, what evidence do you have? This question immediately stumped Margot. I'm her sister, isn't that proof enough? Jafari smiled and shook his head. I'm not so sure. Even if you are Anna's sister, it's obvious you two have a long-standing feud. What if you're deliberately framing her? Besides, everyone saw that Anna practices water elemental magic. Has anyone ever seen a necromancer cast water elemental magic? Everyone nodded, agreeing with Jafari's words. Yes, Anna is so beautiful and cute, necromancers are all ugly. Putting aside her looks, Anna is also very kind-hearted. She played a significant role in the bandit suppression campaign in Antarok City. How could someone like that be a necromancer? Ha, a necromancer who casts water elemental magic, that's hilarious. Karsa snorted. Jafari, what does this have to do with you? Why are you meddling? Jafari shrugged, I'm the referee. The Duchy of Sharia invited me, so naturally I must represent fairness and impartiality. I can't let some people arbitrarily frame others. Sass angrily flung his hand away, proving it is simple. Just bring Anna over now, and we examine her magic attributes ourselves. Jafari waved his hand. Why bother with all that? Just bring a crystal ball, one test will tell. With so many experts from the transformation and abundance realms here, do you think she can pull any tricks on us? Exactly. King Lear shouted, someone, quickly bring a crystal ball for testing magic attributes, a high-level one. Emar added, using a crystal ball is the fairest way, everyone can see it, and it prevents anyone from deliberately framing us. Karas understood that Evar was displeased with his public provocation, but he wasn't afraid of a small duchy. He casually waved his hand. No problem, the crystal ball will do. But let me make this clear. If Anna is indeed a necromancer, she must be handed over to my church. Of course, I believe King Lear and Marshal Evar won't object. Jafari said with a smile. Soon, and the crystal ball were brought onto the battle platform. Before everyone's eyes, and was to have her magic attributes tested. Born was also being held captive. If Margot was right, Born was a spy sent by the Norma Empire, a serious charge. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to and on the platform. Karas urged, quickly put your hand on the crystal ball and show everyone your magic. Don't force me to help you. This was a blatant threat, and gave Margot a deep look. For sister, why do you and third brother hate me so much? What did I do wrong? Margot coldly. He didn't tell you. Oh no, he didn't have a chance to tell you. And sighed. He had a chance to tell me, but he didn't. He's dead. He died by his own hand. Margot's face changed drastically. She almost roared, he's dead? It must be because of you. You drove him to his death, didn't you? Then she covered her face and wept bitterly. Why? Why wasn't it you who died? When Margot left the Norma Empire, Marcello's army had just invaded the Gore territory. Although she later learned of her father's death through fragmented information, she hadn't shown excessive grief. But now, knowing that her third brother was dead, and likely because of the sister she hated so much, her heart felt like it was breaking. Watching Margot's frantic roar, and said calmly, he betrayed the family and ultimately committed suicide by poison. I didn't intend to kill him, after all, he was my brother. Margot glared at and, clearly not believing her at all. You want to know why we hate you so much? Don't worry, you find out soon enough, but not here, but in the Vatican's dungeon. You wretched woman, put your hand on the crystal ball. Let the world see your evil nature. Karas urged, hurry up, don't waste time. And smiled slightly, Archbishop, I want to ask a question. Karas frowned slightly, even if you drag it out. Time's wasted, just ask your questions. Annie's smile vanished, her eyes flashing with coldness as she stared intently into Karthus's gaze. What if the test results show I'm not a necromancer? Karas felt a chill run down his spine under Annie's gaze, and annoyed, he scoffed, humph. Your own sister has already testified. This test is just a formality. Don't try anything funny under our noses. Get to the test. Annie didn't budge. Answer my question, Your Excellency. Karas was taken aback, then erupted in fury. Are you interrogating me? You evil, filthy necromancer. He then raised his hand, and a beam of light shot towards Annie. This beam of light was incredibly powerful, its magic immense. Even if Annie tried her best to block it, she would be instantly obliterated. Bourne hadn't expected Carthus to act so suddenly, completely disregarding the many people watching. Bourne roared and flashed to stand in front of Annie. He knew he couldn't stop the arrow of light either, but he had to save Annie. He couldn't let her be killed like this. "Brother Bourne." Annie cried out in alarm, calling out Bourne's real name in her panic. Bourne erected a wind shield, an ice wall, and even used the power of the heavenly soul of retribution to coat his entire body with a layer of lightning armor, but all of this seemed futile. The arrow of light shattered all his defenses with overwhelming force, piercing his chest without even drawing blood. Even so, the arrow of light continued its trajectory, heading straight for Annie, who stood behind Bourne. Just then, a gust of wind blew by, and in a flash, a figure appeared in front of Annie. This person caught the shooting arrow of light with one hand, squeezed it tightly, and the arrow shattered, transforming into pure light energy that dissipated into the void. Carthus frowned, his voice filled with anger. "Jaffarli! Is your adventurer's guild protecting a necromancer?" Jaffarli's eyes turned cold, his previous nonchalant demeanor vanishing. "Carthus, you're supposed to be a powerful cultivator at the Feng realm, yet you dare to ambush a junior at the Liyuan realm? Have you no shame? Besides, the test hasn't even started yet. How can you be sure Anna is a necromancer?" He then stepped forward and steadied the swaying Bourne. Ordinary attacks wouldn't faze Bourne, even physical injuries wouldn't bother him. As an undead, his regenerative abilities were incredibly strong. But the problem was, this attack came from a Feng realm light mage. The power of light had directly blasted into his body, almost instantly destroying the intermediate level magic he relied on. Resurrection. Chapter 226. With the spell broken and the damage inflicted by the unicorn hide during the fusion with the heavenly soul of punishment, Bourne knew he could no longer remain in this body. He glanced one last time at the tearful Annie. "Annie, don't worry, I will definitely come back." Annie was now a sobbing mess, shaking her head repeatedly. "Brother Bourne. Brother Bourne. Don't go. Don't go. Sister Angela is gone, and you're gone too. Don't you all want Annie anymore?" Bourne raised his hand and gently stroked Annie's face. "Little Annie, don't cry, I'm alright. After I leave, please take good care of my body, I will definitely come back." Having said this, the resurrection spell completely collapsed. To avoid detection, Bourne used the inherent light aura within Keller's body as cover, directly opening a portal to the underworld within Keller's body and returning to the netherworld. As his feet touched the crimson earth, now steeped in death, he felt a familiar aura wash over him, causing him to let out a soft sigh. He was still in the same death temple, the place he had left from years ago, and now he had returned. "Annie! Anne! Can you hear me?" Bourne immediately tried to contact, and using soul communication, but no matter how hard he tried, he received no response. What's going on? Why is soul communication failing too? This was the second time soul communication had failed. The first time was in the broken temple, where the door to the humanoid chamber had a very powerful barrier that could block everything, including soul power. This time, however, he didn't know why. After several more unsuccessful attempts, Bourne could only sigh. He looked around the Temple of Death. The environment remained completely unchanged. 9 years have passed in a flash. I didn't expect it to take so long to return. I wonder how my elite troops are doing now. In this ever-changing world of the dead, has the Clawed Legion even ceased to exist? Suddenly, Bourne's gaze fell upon a ball of light, a fragment of the magical source. That's it. I now broken through to the Liyuan realm. According to the rules of the underworld, I can gain 2 more spells, maybe even intermediate level ones. Bourne acted immediately, plunging into the magical source. The magical source flickered, and the moment it touched Bourne's magic, the ball of light vanished. Bourne was plunged into complete darkness, something he had never experienced before. Bourne groped around in the darkness, but couldn't grasp anything. Suddenly, he felt the surrounding magic begin to surge, even though it was still pitch black. Bourne churned and was swallowed by the darkness, endlessly surging and sinking. After an unknown amount of time, the darkness suddenly contracted, coalescing into a small black dot before him. Bourne reached out and grasped the dot in his palm. The dot instantly emitted a dark light, transforming into 2 magic scrolls. Bourne stared blankly at the scrolls in his hand. This? I can take both at the same time? The scrolls displayed the names of spells on each. Bone Strengthening? Elemental Mastery? These are both low-level spells? Bourne was immediately disappointed. He had hoped to at least obtain a mid-level spell like last time, but it seemed his luck had run out. Left with no other choice, Bourne reluctantly took the 2 scrolls and left the source of magic. He opened one scroll, and the magical information within instantly flooded his mind. Bone strengthening makes the bones of the undead more resilient, turning their entire bodies into steel, where any bone can be used as a weapon. That suits my style quite well. He then opened the other scroll. Elemental Mastery enhances adaptability to all types of elements, improves the ability to learn magic. What does this mean? Does it mean that with Elemental Mastery, my elemental magic will be more powerful? Bourne was momentarily confused and needed to put it into practice to find out. However, now was not the time to experiment with magic. He adjusted his leather armor, took a deep breath, though he couldn't inhale anything, and strode out of the Temple of Death. Sharp Knife City remained unchanged. The long passage of time had brought no alterations. A small patrol of skeleton soldiers in the distance saw Bourne emerge from the Temple of Death, paused for a moment, and then quickly approached. Bourne smiled slightly and stepped forward to greet them. "Hello." A skeleton soldier scrutinized him carefully, then asked, "Who are you?" Bourne pointed to himself and asked, "You don't recognize me?" The skeleton soldier shook his head blankly. "No, how did you get out of the Temple of Death? Did Lord Eric let you in?" "Eric?" Bourne was somewhat bewildered. "Who is Eric?" The skeleton soldiers immediately drew their weapons and surrounded Bourne. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" Bourne frowned. 9 years had passed, and the situation in the netherworld had changed drastically. It was uncertain whether this place was still the original Sharp Blade City. "Can you tell me where this is? Who governs it?" A skeleton soldier said, "This is the territory of Jessica's Legion's 7th Route Army. The leader is Eric." "Who are you?" "Jessica? They already occupied this place?" Bourne muttered, a cold glint in his eyes, ready to draw his sword. Suddenly, a voice stopped him. "Wait, don't attack." Bourne looked closely, and finally saw a familiar face. "Peckford? What are you doing here?" This was none other than Peckford, who had previously occupied the Windfire Wolves' territory with Marcelino, only to be defeated and captured after Bourne secretly crossed the Nether River and outflanked him. Back then, Peckford had defected to Bourne, returning alone to Jessica's Legion's 19th Route Army. Leading his squad leader Carmen, he fought his way into the heart of the Windfire Wolves' territory, engaging in a dogfight with the 18th Route Army, ultimately returning in a sorry state. Seeing his old friend again, Bourne hesitated, unsure if Burford was still on his side. Burford put on a smile and approached the skeleton patrol. Gentlemen, it's a misunderstanding. This is Lord Eric's friend. He got separated from me earlier. I'm so sorry." He then pulled Bourne behind him. The skeleton soldier looked suspicious, but it was clear that Burford held a higher position here. After only a slight hesitation, the soldier said, "Burford, since he's Lord Eric's friend, you should take good care of him. If you keep acting so recklessly, you might lose your position as vice captain." Burford looked a little embarrassed, but still said, "Understood, keep patrolling." The skeleton patrolman snorted and led his men away. Only then did Bourne pull Burford aside and ask, "What's going on? How did Sharp Blade City become Jessica's territory again?" Burford looked around, then quickly pulled Bourne away. "This isn't a good place to talk. Come with me to the tent." They walked to the edge of Sharp Blade City, where there was a smaller tent, which was Burford's temporary tent. After the two entered the tent, Burford immediately said, "Where have you been all these years? Everyone's been looking for you, but we can't find you anywhere." Later, to prepare for any potential attack from Jessica's Legion, Lord Mordekaiser personally took command of Sharp Blade City, resisting for 3 years, but ultimately failed. Mordekaiser and Jose were both killed, and everyone else escaped. Bourne sighed softly. In the underworld, such things were all too common. Today you might be a powerful lord, tomorrow you might be a pile of bones. "I'm sorry, actually I was in the Temple of Death. I encountered some trouble, and was trapped inside, only recently managing to escape. I genuinely didn't know so much had happened." "So how did you become the vice captain of Jessica's Legion?" Burford waved his hand. "Ahem, don't mention it. After Jessica's Legion attacked, Poker led everyone to retreat to the Central Army. I was slow and fell behind, getting captured by Jessica's army. Fortunately, Jessica's 19th Army had already been wiped out in battles with other legions, and some people recognized me, so I stayed. Over the years, my skills have improved, which is how I became a vice captain again." Bourne sighed upon hearing this. So much had happened in those 9 years, everything had changed. "Are Poker and the others all right?" Burford shook his head. I don't know what happened to them afterward, but the Jessica Legion is facing a huge crisis. They lost several main armies in the battle against the Mammon Legion, including the 19th and 18th armies, which were completely disbanded. The 7th army is now stationed here, and the entire Jessica Legion is left with only these 7 undead armies. Bourne frowned slightly. The Jessica Legion is so powerful, yet it was defeated? What exactly is the background of this Mammon Legion? Burford sat down on the ground and laughed. How would a nobody like me know so much? But when I was in the 19th army, I was with Mammon. We fought the Gate Legion, but that was a long time ago. Bourne chuckled as he sat down. Sigh, now look what's happened. My entire original force is gone. I'm deep in enemy territory. I'm afraid I won't be able to escape. Burford glanced at him, casually grabbing a handful of soulfire and stuffing it into his mouth. I don't see a hint of panic in you. You weren't planning to attack right there, were you? Those patrolmen aren't weaklings. Don't let their patrolling fool you. They all reached the 6th rank. Those who survived the previous battle are all experts. Now, Jessica's Legion is down to just these people. Bourne found it amusing. The 6th rank Burford referred to was undoubtedly the 6th rank of the origin level. In his eyes, the current origin undead were like toddlers just learning to walk. Seeing Bourne almost burst out laughing, Burford assumed he didn't believe him, so he grabbed another handful of soulfire. From the pale blue soulfire emanated chilling screams, but it was precisely this that allowed the undead to continuously evolve and break through their power bottlenecks. Brother Bond, look at this. This is the strength of Jessica's Legion. In the Legion, as long as we hold a high enough position, we have an endless supply of soulfire, allowing us to quickly break through and become even stronger. Moreover, we occupy numerous death temples. Even without soulfire, we can still cultivate many experts just by relying on the death temples. How can a small legion like Claude's compare to us? Us? Bourne chuckled, casually popping a soulfire into his mouth. You really have a strong sense of belonging, huh? Since Jessica's Legion is so great, how about I join? Burford grinned. Even if you didn't say anything, I still try to recruit you, but you have to do me a favor. Bourne raised an eyebrow. What favor? Burford leaned close to Bourne's ear. I want to wipe out Jessica's Legion. Bourne was startled, staring at Burford in surprise. Burford waved his hand. Cough, you don't need to look at me like that. Back in the 19th Army, I was always bullied by them, and so was Marcelino. If the 19th Army hadn't sent him to the Wind and Fire Wolves territory, he wouldn't have died. Now that I'm back in Jessica's Legion, they treat me the same way. The vice captain is nothing. I'm already at level 8, and they're still the same as before. I hate Jessica's Legion to the core. He then looked at Bourne. Brother Bourne, you're different. Although I haven't been with you for long, I felt your sincerity. I'm still willing to follow you, provided you help me destroy Jessica's Legion and establish a new legion. I will follow you to the death. Bourne pondered for a while. Seeing that Burford didn't seem to be faking it, he realized when he first met Burford that this guy was stubborn and single-minded. This kind of thing was indeed something only someone like him would do. Besides, he guessed that in Burford's eyes, Bourne was currently under his protection. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to agree. Bourne gave a wry smile. What's your plan? Burford shook his head. I didn't have any plan originally, just wanted to survive here. But now that I met you, my plan is to follow you. Bourne was speechless. You trust me that much? Burford nodded heavily. Back then, you used strategy to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, repelling Jessica's 18th and 19th armies. At that time, the commanders of both armies were both at the 8th rank, while you were only at the 5th rank. It doesn't seem like much now, but back then it was simply a fantasy. You created a miracle, and I was one of the participants in that miracle. So I believe you. Bourne remained non-committal, and popped another soulfire into his mouth. Seeing Bourne's reaction, Burford generously pushed an entire basket of soulfire in front of him. You've been trapped for so many years, you must be hungry. This is my rations for the past few days, it's all yours. Bourne was taken aback. He wasn't hungry, he just hadn't tasted soulfire in a long time. However, Burford's action still deeply moved him. Soulfire was the most precious thing to the undead, and Burford had given it to him without hesitation. Chapter 227. Bourne didn't greedily claim all the soulfire for himself. Instead, he smiled and pushed the basket back. Since we're allies now, there's no need to be so polite. If I want soulfire, I can earn it myself, I don't need yours. Burford was overjoyed. Bourne's words meant he agreed. He immediately leaned closer. So what are our plans now? Bourne thought for a moment and asked, "Who's in charge here now? And who is Eric?" Burford explained, "Eric is the deputy commander here. He currently commands the area around the 7th city. He's much stronger than me, but there are 2 other deputy commanders whose strength is comparable to his. The 7th Army's headquarters is currently located in the northern region. They are preparing for the upcoming battle with the Mammon Legion, which is estimated to be in the near future. The battle is about to begin. By the way, you should know Eric. He was in the 18th Army back then, and Samir was his subordinate." The name Samir sent a shiver down Bourne's spine. Many things that happened to him in the Netherworld were related to Samir. Where is Samir now? Burford shook his head. He disappeared long ago. It seems he was the one who instigated Eric to attack the Vanguard army. After the defeat, he deserted and disappeared without a trace. Eric still curses him in private. Just then, a commotion arose outside the door. "Burford, I heard you brought a little skeleton with you and let him into the Temple of Death without permission?" Upon hearing this voice, Burford's face changed. "Damn it, what's that doing here? What's going on?" Bourne asked. Burford looked troubled. "This is Abactus, formerly a squad leader in the 18th Army. Just like me, he hasn't improved at all. But he's always causing me trouble because he's stronger." "Oh, what's his strength?" Bourne continued to ask. Before Burford could answer, a group of people ripped open the tent flap and rushed inside. Burford's face turned cold. "Did I let you in? Get out." A massive, black-faced zombie swaggered in, his eyes sweeping over Burford before landing on Bourne. "You have so many rules. Is there some secret you can't reveal? I think this is the skeleton who trespassed into the Temple of Death. According to the rules, anyone who enters the Temple of Death without permission, regardless of the reason, is executed." Behind him were 2 skeleton soldiers, the guards, who had discovered Bourne in the Temple of Death earlier. They were all this black-faced zombie's men. Burford stepped in front of Bourne, shouting sharply, "Who dares? He's my man to back to. If you dare lay a finger on him, don't blame me for turning on you." Abacta was clearly taken aback. He hadn't expected the usually low-key Burford to act so unusually today, so protective of a skeleton soldier of unknown origin. He sneered, a chilling glint in his eyes. "Burford, you're really bold, daring to speak to me like that. Humph, you really stirred up trouble today." Before he finished speaking, Abacta threw a punch. Burford quickly raised his arm to block, but his strength was indeed inferior to his opponent's, and he was knocked back several steps, slamming his back against the wall with a thud. Abacta, emboldened by his successful strike, roared with laughter, "Ha ha, you dare to challenge me with such meager strength? Today I show you my power, and see if you dare again." With that, he took another step forward, rapidly moving his massive body to charge directly at Burford. Burford was startled. He knew he was no match for his opponent, but the previous blow had pinned him heavily against the wall, rendering him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as his opponent drew ever closer. "It's over. It's over," Burford thought bitterly. Although his opponent wouldn't kill him so easily, he was sure to suffer some consequences. At this critical moment, a bone shield appeared without warning between Burford and Abactus. Abactus had no time to react and slammed headfirst into the shield. With a deafening boom, Abactus howled and was thrown 4 or 5 meters away, crashing to the ground with a thud. The bone shield remained completely unmoved, and Burford behind him was unharmed. Bourne stretched, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. "Ah! Finally, I can cast necromancy without restraint. So refreshing." The others all turned to Bourne, their gazes filled with bewilderment and amazement. "Such strong defense," a skeleton soldier remarked involuntarily. In his view, Abactus's impact was so powerful that even a bone shield of the same level wouldn't have remained unscathed. Abactus scrambled to his feet, gritting his teeth as he said, "You stinking skeleton, you're asking for it. Kill him." 2 skeleton soldiers obeyed, simultaneously swinging their bone knives at Bourne. Bourne smiled slightly, casually waving his hand. 2 bone spikes shot out, swiftly piercing the chests of 2 skeleton soldiers, sending them flying and pinning them to the wall, unable to move. "Hiss!" Abaculo gasped. He had sensed the strength of the opponent's bone shield and assumed it was a defensive undead, but he hadn't expected the offensive magic to be equally powerful. "Vice Captain Abaculo, these 2 soldiers are too weak. How about we have a go?" Bourne teased. Abaculo's heart skipped a beat. The opponent's confidence suggested genuine skill. Moreover, an undead capable of casting both defensive and offensive magic at such a high level was extremely rare. Such a character would be a key figure in any legion, likely destined to become a powerful force. Who exactly are you? Abaculo asked warily. Bourne shrugged. I'm just an insignificant little skeleton soldier, so what? Are you afraid of me? Abactus was instantly enraged. He wasn't known for his good temper, and even if his opponent was talented, he didn't think he was no match for him. He roared, drawing a thick bone club from his waist. The club was at least 2 meters long, and appeared to be made from the bones of some kind of magical beast. He pushed off with his legs, raising the club high above his head, and bringing it crashing down. Bourne, wanting to play along, stretched out one hand, and another bone shield appeared before him. This time, Abactus was prepared. He gathered all his strength, unleashing his magic power, and slammed the bone club heavily onto the shield. However, the next moment, Abactus, along with the bone club, was sent flying, rolling twice on the ground before coming to a stop. Bourne narrowed his eyes, inwardly praising, what a resilient bone club. But outwardly, he remained calm and even mocked, ha ha ha, Vice Captain Abactus, what skill! That rolling dog move is truly masterful, admirable. Hearing Bourne's taunt, Burfoot laughed heartily, ha ha ha, yes, yes, what a rolling dog, so fitting. Abactus's already dark face darkened even more. He scrambled to his feet, glaring venomously at Burford. Burford, are you planning to rebel with outsiders? Burfoot glared back defiantly, nonsense. I already said he's one of my men, and my men are part of the Legion, they're one of us. How can you call that a rebellion? It's you who came to my tent to cause trouble without even asking what happened. What exactly do you mean by that? Abactus still wouldn't give up. When did our Legion ever have such powerful skeleton soldiers? Why have I never heard of them? Burford scoffed, that's because you're ignorant. You? Abactus was furious, slamming his bone club to the ground. I go report to Lord Eric right now, and have him deal with you. With that, he freed the 2 skeleton soldiers pinned to the wall, and left without looking back. Once they were out of sight, Bourne asked, what do we do now? Burford struggled down from the wall, waved his hand, and laughed, it's all right, let them report. Eric won't come. Our vice captain has the authority to recruit members himself. Recruiting you into the Legion is no problem at all. He then leaned closer to Bourne, scrutinizing him closely. I didn't expect you to be so strong now. You should be at the peak of the Origin realm by now. Bourne smiled without replying. With Burford's level of cultivation, he couldn't possibly see through his strength. However, this only strengthened Burford's suspicions. That's excellent. It seems you didn't come away empty-handed from the Temple of Death. Bourne chuckled inwardly. How could the Temple of Death compare to the prime material plane? In just a few short years, he had leaped from a lowly 5th-tier Origin realm skeleton soldier to a 3rd-tier Departure realm powerhouse. Even the former commander of Claude's Legion was probably no match for him. Of course, Claude's current level was unknown. Sure enough, as Burford had predicted, Eric didn't concern himself with such matters. He had a much more pressing issue to deal with, the relentless attacks from the Mammon Legion in the west. Over the years, the Mammon Legion had repeatedly defeated several of Jessica's Legion's main forces, reducing Jessica's Legion from 19 armies to 7, suffering heavy losses, and shrinking its territory by nearly 70%. Now, the core of Jessica's Legion was located at the former site of the 16th Army, while the other 2nd to 7th armies formed a ring protecting the core. Eric's 7th Army was positioned southwest of the core of Jessica's Legion. Last week, they had engaged in a positional battle with a small unit of the Mammon Legion, a battle that was evenly matched, but Eric suffered minor casualties. Therefore, he suggested to Commander Hendrik that they launch a preemptive strike, catching the enemy off guard and gaining an advantage before they could recover. Hendrik agreed to his plan, assigning him 2 teams for the surprise attack. Now he was racking his brains over which 2 teams to lead. The 7th Army currently consisted of 10 teams, each with about 10,000 undead. Each team had a captain and several lieutenants. Burfoot and Abactus were lieutenants in one of these teams. When Eric heard Abactus's report, he made no comment, letting them handle the situation themselves. Abactus left grumbling and went straight to their captain, Matthias. However, Matthias found out about his report to Eric, and naturally, he received a severe scolding. The matter of bond was thus dropped. Interestingly, Eric ultimately chose Matthias's team, adding another team to their 20,000 undead army, preparing to attack a small force of the Mammon Legion to the northwest. Bourne was naturally just another undead soldier in this army. His true strength remained unknown, and even Abactus, whom he had defeated, harbored some resentment, as Bourne hadn't used his full strength, causing Abactus to underestimate him. Although a soldier, Bourne was different from the other undead. he always stayed by Burford's side, inseparable. This deepened Abactus's suspicions of Bourne. He watched Bourne and Burford from afar, his teeth grinding, wishing he could smash them both flat with a club. Eric first summoned the 2 captains and several vice-captains to discuss the tactics for the upcoming battle. Of course, Bourne also joined Burford in this pre-battle meeting. Eric spoke first. "Gentlemen, our plan is very simple. We march to the nearby gorge, then split into 2 groups to flank them from both sides. We attack while they rest. What do you think?" The men's expressions changed slightly. They had fought against the Mammon Legion before, and knew their strength. One of them said, "If they become suspicious and prepare in advance, our advantage will be gone." At this moment, Matthias said, "As far as I know, the Nether River flows past the south side of their camp. The current is rapid, and in some places, the riverbed is narrow, so flooding has occurred since ancient times. I wonder if the Windfire Wolf Legion has suffered any losses. They suffered so many losses here, which is why they're constantly fighting, searching for other places to settle. Now, the Nether River is rising again, and it will flood their southern transportation routes. This way, we can outflank them from 2 other directions, increasing our chances of victory." Eric nodded approvingly. "You're right, that's exactly what I'm looking for. Their Mammon Legion is stationed in that location for the first time and doesn't understand the dangers. If the floodwaters are high this time, they might even be able to flood their positions directly, allowing us to win effortlessly." Bourne nodded slightly. He knew this too. After all, that area had once been his territory. Eric's idea was indeed excellent. Those sitting here were all experienced undead captains, capable of commanding tens of thousands of troops, relying not only on their magical power, but also on their strong command abilities. Hearing Eric's words, everyone immediately understood and praised the plan as brilliant. However, Eric added, "This plan can indeed inflict heavy damage on the enemy, but our goal is not just that. The most important thing is to kill their leader, Yoram." Matthias frowned. "Yoram? But..." Chapter 228. Eric interrupted Matthias's question with a smile. "I know what you're worried about. Yoram is stronger than me. How are we going to kill him, right?" Matthias nodded. "Yes, Yoram even caused Lord Hendrik a slight loss in the previous battle. He's not to be underestimated. We better avoid a direct confrontation." Eric waved his hand. "That's not how it works. To ensure the success of this operation, besides using the floodwaters of the Nether River, we also need to lure the enemy out." Everyone asked, "How do we lure the enemy out?" Eric was very satisfied with everyone's reaction, but he noticed that one skeleton soldier seemed unmoved, even appearing to have a deep understanding of his plan. He asked curiously, "Burford, who is this man beside you?" Burford, deep in thought, was startled by Eric's sudden address, stammering he. Seeing Burford's bewildered expression, Bourne shook his head with a wry smile and stood up, saying, "Lord Eric, long time no see. I'm Bourne, recently joined the Legion, please take care of me." Eric paused, raising his bare right hand to gently pinch his chin. Bourne, why does that name sound so familiar? Have we met somewhere before?" This wasn't surprising. He had never met Bourne before, only heard Samir mention him. But so many years had passed, and Bourne had disappeared for so long, naturally he didn't remember the name. "My lord, he's the skeleton soldier who entered the Temple of Death without permission." At this moment, an untimely voice rang out. It was Abacto. Eric raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "Oh? Is that so?" Bourne nodded readily. "Indeed, but that was because it was my first time entering the camp, and I wasn't familiar with the surroundings. I accidentally wandered into the Temple of Death, but I came out quickly. It shouldn't be considered a violation of the rules, right?" Burford quickly added, "Yes, I can vouch for that. Besides, Abactus was using his position for personal revenge, so his words are unreliable." Abactus flew into a rage, slamming his hand on the table and standing up, pointing his right hand at Burford. "You're talking nonsense. How did I use my position for personal revenge? Personal grudge? My skeleton soldiers witnessed it with their own eyes. You're the one protecting him." "Enough," Eric snapped. "Stop arguing. I told you before, this matter shouldn't be mentioned again. Abactus, do you have a problem with my orders?" Abactus shrank back, muttering, No. Eric exhaled and looked at Bourne. "I noticed you seemed to have something on your mind earlier. Tell me." Everyone looked at Bourne, wanting to see what he could come up with, and whether he had truly guessed Eric's scheme. Bourne smiled slightly and slowly said, "The enemy's position is basically in a straight line with ours. The matter of the Nether River flooding is still classified, so if we attack, they will definitely attack from the shortest distance to the east. However, Since the enemy has 50,000 troops stationed in their position, logically we should also send an equal force to attack their position with all our might. But if we do that, they are very likely to bypass us from the north, avoid our main force, and give us the position, while attacking our rear and seizing our current. Bourne for a moment forgot what the current Sharp Knife City was called. The Seventh City, Burfoot quickly reminded him. Bourne slapped his forehead. Oh right, the Seventh City. Eric nodded approvingly. Very good, Bourne, you're clever. That's exactly the illusion we need to create. Don't be fooled by their apparent rest. They left many spies around here. I have Lord Hendrik cooperate to create the illusion of a full-scale attack, thus luring the enemy out in force. Matthias clapped his hands excitedly. That's it. That way, with Lord Hendrik in front and us, and the Nether River behind, they won't be able to escape. And the Mammon Legion's other reinforcements will be unable to reach them in time due to the flood. They'd be trapped with nowhere to run. The war meeting ended, and Burfoot quickly pulled Bourne back. Inside the tent, Brother Bourne, that really scared me to death. I thought Eric would recognize you. You weren't afraid at all, and you even gave him your real name. Bourne smiled. I never met Eric before, and after all these years, the only person he holds a grudge against is Samir. A nobody like me, missing for almost 10 years, isn't worth his attention. Burford shook his head with a wry smile, admiring Bourne's boldness and meticulousness. But now it's all good. You only just joined the Legion, and you're already facing a tough battle. Fortunately, the plan is fairly well thought out, so there shouldn't be any danger. That's hard to say. Bourne glanced at him sideways, sat down on the ground, and casually popped a handful of soulfire into his mouth from a basket. Burford, hearing this, sat down beside him, asking, Why do you say that? Didn't you agree to this plan at the meeting just now? Bourne chuckled. When did I agree? Burford thought about it carefully, and it seemed true. Bourne had only been explaining Eric's plan from beginning to end, without offering any opinion. Could it be that this plan has flaws? Bourne smiled, and casually picked up a skeleton, drawing the surrounding terrain on the ground. You told me before that the original 18th and 19th armies were defeated and reorganized by the Mammon Legion. Surely some were captured, right? We undead prioritize survival. Even if we defected to the enemy, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Burford nodded. That's true, but after those battles, all the captured undead from the 18th and 19th armies were killed and used as rations for the Mammon Legion. Not a single one survived. Ah! Bourne waved his finger. How do you know no one survived? Isn't this false information spread by the Mammon Legion? Or rather, even if no one survived, didn't anyone defect to the Mammon Legion before the battle began? Reminded of this, Burford immediately jolted awake. You mean, there are people among them familiar with that area who know the river of the underworld will rise at this time? That's right. Bourne gave a definite answer. Although I don't know who this person is, I'm certain they were prepared. Eric's journey is fraught with danger. Burford immediately stood up. Should we warn him? Warn him. Bourne remained seated, not moving. Why warn him? Wouldn't it be better if he died? Burford thought for a moment. That makes sense. Then we lose another deputy commander. Wait, what's one deputy commander? In Jessica's Legion, there are countless undead like Eric. This is just a drop in the ocean. It won't shake the foundation of Jessica's Legion at all. Bourne laughed. Don't be so hasty. Jessica's Legion is a behemoth, and its commander, Jessica, is unfathomably powerful. How could we possibly take them down so easily? This plan is to kill Eric, but at the same time, we must win the battle. What? Burford was incredulous. Believe your ears, Baron said. We won? How? He beckoned to him, and Burford leaned closer, then straightened up, his face filled with shock. You're telling the truth? Baron smiled slightly. Of course it's true. Don't worry, leave it to me. You just need to control those 20,000 troops. Before the army set off, Hendrik generously provided each soldier with over 30 soulfires for mana consumption during battle. Of course, most of these soulfires were low level. Just as Eric had said, Hendrik arranged for the remaining 70,000 men to depart from the east gate, sweeping along the mountainous terrain to eliminate all enemy spies, while pretending to continue northwest. Meanwhile, Eric immediately led 20,000 men out of the city, heading straight for the enemy positions to the west along the mountain gorge. According to Eric's estimation, the Nether River should rise tonight. When the Crimson Twin Moons release their pure death power, the Nether River will be greatly affected, forming waves tens of meters high that will submerge the surrounding 3 square kilometers of land. At that time, no matter how powerful the enemy is, they will not be a match for those undead behemoths in the river. Eric's operation went very smoothly. Upon reaching the gorge, he divided his 20,000 men in two. 10,000, led by Matthias, bypassed the gorge from the north, while the rest continued westward with him. Burfoot was extremely uneasy. This was the first time he had done something like this, but he trusted Born's judgment, just as he had 9 years ago. Ibactor harbored deep hatred for Burfoot, but dared not retaliate at this moment. After all, there was a mission, and he couldn't bear the responsibility if it failed because of him. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He quietly approached Burfoot and asked, "Hey, Burfoot, where's your skeleton friend named Born?" It turned out Born was no longer with the group. Burfoot glared at him. "Mind your own business." Ibactor chuckled, "That won't do. This is a crucial period for the plan's execution. He attended the war council and understands the plan. If he runs to the enemy camp now and tells them our plan, wouldn't that be terrible?" Burfoot immediately flew into a rage, roaring, "Don't talk nonsense. I assigned him to another mission. Can't you just shut up?" "Oh, what mission? Have you reported it to Captain Mattia?" Ibactor continued relentlessly. The commotion quickly attracted Mattia's attention. "What are you doing? The war's about to begin, and you're still making a racket here?" Born's plan was flawless, but he had overlooked Ibactor's unexpected grudge. He hadn't expected Ibactor to be so vengeful, choosing this moment to cause trouble. If Born were here, he would certainly be able to handle this situation properly, but Burfoot is different. He has something on his mind, and naturally, his eyes darted around. Ibactor is making false accusations, disrupting morale before battle." Ibactor sneered, "Disrupting morale? Captain Mattia, do you remember that skeleton soldier named Born who was always with this guy? Now that the battle is imminent, he's disappeared. You know, he has our operational secrets. If he's defected to the enemy, or is a spy set by them, then our plan is ruined. Burfoot has to take full responsibility for this." Matthias frowned, staring at Burfoot and asking what happened. "Where's that skeleton soldier?" Burfoot was momentarily speechless, opening his mouth. Ibactor added fuel to the fire. Look, what excuse is Burfoot coming up with to fob us off now? This operation must be stopped, and Burfoot must atone with his death." Everyone's eyes were fixed on Burfoot, wanting to know how he would explain. Burfoot was incredibly frustrated. He hadn't expected things to develop this way. Ibactor had completely disrupted his plans, and if this continued, he didn't know how he would explain it to Born. Just then, a deafening rumble came from the cliffs on both sides, and everyone felt the crimson earth tremble. They couldn't help but look in all directions. Countless enormous rocks rained down on them from above. Matthias was terrified and immediately shouted, "Run! Run!" Only then did everyone realize what was happening and frantically ran back the way they had come, but it was too late. Huge boulders rained down, blocking their retreat. The undead behind them fled, while those in front had nowhere to go. The undead huddled together in a dense, chaotic mass. Many undead soldiers weren't even crushed to death by the boulders, but trampled to pieces by their own kind. Burfoot was also taken aback. He hadn't expected the enemy to set up an ambush here. This meant his plan could be implemented sooner rather than later. He flashed forward, appearing directly in front of Matthias and Ibactor, who were frantically chopping down the boulder. He shouted, "At this rate, we all be buried alive. We need to move." Ibactor roared, "It's all your fault. That skeleton soldier must have leaked our location, giving them an opening." Matthias disagreed. "No, a boulder of this size couldn't have been moved up in a day or two. Bot only disappeared today. Even if he tipped them off, they couldn't have prepared countermeasures so quickly." Ibactor persisted. "Maybe he's already in cahoots, using methods we don't know about to send the message?" Burfoot interrupted them. "Stop guessing. The most important thing now is how to get through this. I suggest the three of us rush up and stop them from pushing the boulder down." Matthias looked up at the cliff face. It wasn't very high. With their strength, climbing it would be a piece of cake. Chapter 229. "All right, let's go." Matthias took the lead, charging towards the cliff. Burfoot followed without hesitation. Ibactor hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and followed. The Mammon Legion hadn't deployed many men here, and their strength wasn't great. However, on the advice of the Legion's Black Mage, they had placed a large number of boulders beforehand, enough to give a force of tens of thousands a hard time. Soon, undead rushed up from below the cliff, engaging the Mammon Legion soldiers in a fierce battle. Fortunately, the Mammon Legion soldiers hadn't been ordered to fight to the death, so they retreated like a tide after a brief engagement. Matthias and Ibactor had only killed a few enemies, and hadn't had their fill of fighting when the battle was over. Now, Only the three of them remained on the cliff. Cowards, shameless. Damn Mammon Legion. Epactus cursed angrily. His men had suffered the most casualties, so his rage had nowhere to go. Mathia, however, said little. He turned to descend the cliff. Our location has been discovered. They probably don't know we'd be passing through here, so they deployed fewer men. We need to hurry and reach our target. The floodwaters should be rising soon. However, no one responded. Mathia sensed something was wrong. He turned and swung his sword. With a clang, the two blades clashed. Mathia's bone sword was like scrap metal, instantly cleaved in two. He was terrified. A deathly threat enveloped him. Matthias, however, was quite strong and reacted immediately. He roared and lunged to the side to dodge, but the blade still grazed him, severing half his body. Ah! Matthias screamed in agony. He couldn't understand why they were being attacked again when the enemies had clearly escaped, and why the opponent's weapon was so powerful, almost rendering him incapable of fighting in a single exchange. He rolled twice on the ground to create distance, struggling to prop himself up on his half-severed body, trying to see who his opponent was, and why Epactus and Burford hadn't reacted. What he saw nearly made him faint. Burford held a knife in his right hand, and a severed head in his left, Epactus' head, the one who had ambushed him. Burford! What are you doing? Matthias roared. Bertler slowly approached, his face expressionless. What are you doing? Isn't it obvious enough? Matthias kept shrinking back, trying to create distance, but it was all in vain. Bertler, don't be impulsive. Betraying the Legion has no good end. Heh, when did I say I was going to betray the Legion? Bertler sneered, raising his pale white long sword. I just want you all dead. Bertler recalled how Matthias had guarded him since his capture, constantly torturing and humiliating him. Then someone recognized him, and pleaded with Eric for his life. At that time, Jessica's Legion was in dire need of manpower, so they spared his life. But these guys never took him seriously, providing him with the lowest quality sulfire in small quantities. Although he was a vice-captain, he only had a few hundred men under his command, making him a marginal figure in the Legion. Bourne's disappearance had left him living like a zombie for the past few years. He disliked being in Jessica's Legion, but he couldn't escape, so he remained, filled with hatred. Today, he could finally avenge himself. Mathia, from today onwards, I am the captain. This world will never know you again. Become nourishment for this blade. With that, he hurled his long sword. The blade, as if possessing its own will, traced a graceful arc through the air, piercing straight into Matthia's brow. The blade penetrated Matthia's soul fire, instantly devouring it. Until his death, Mathia couldn't understand why he had been defeated. Even with Burford's sneak attack, he shouldn't have been defeated so easily. But he would never know the truth. The longsword automatically withdrew from Matthia's head, letting out a satisfying hum in the air. Burford bowed slightly to the longsword hovering in the air. Lord Sanction, I have completed my mission. What should I do next? Indeed, this sword was the soul-severing blade. Before setting off, Bourne had entrusted the soul-severing blade to Burford and awakened the slumbering Sanction, asking him to assist Burford in seizing control of the army. With the soul of such an ancient divine artifact as Sanction present, dealing with Matthias and Epactus would be a piece of cake. Sanction let out a burp, glanced at Burford indifferently, and said with some disdain, What else can you do? Go down and continue your mission with those soldiers. Burford quickly obeyed, casually grabbed the head of an enemy soldier, and rushed down the cliff. The soldiers were puzzled to see only Burford return, but the falling boulders indicated the battle above was over and won. Burford tossed his head before them, and announced loudly, Just now, Matthias, Epactus, and I went up to fight the enemy and repelled them. We are safe now, but Matthias and Epactus are dead. Now, the entire army is under my command. Continue the advance and complete the mission. A collective gasp filled the air. Matthias and Epactus were dead? How could this be? Both were stronger than Burford. Why was Burford alive? However, they buried these questions in their hearts. This was the land of the dead. For these lowly soldiers, it didn't matter who their superior was, as long as they could lead them to victory. Burford quickly regained control of the situation, and led the remaining 8,000 men northward. Meanwhile, Eric personally led a group along the River of the Dead, soon arriving at a ghostwood forest. In the Netherworld, such forests are generally extremely dangerous, potentially harboring powerful undead beasts or wandering undead. However, Eric knew there were no powerful wandering undead here, as they had previously been stationed there for some time. Their plan was simple: advance northwest from the ghostwood forest, forcing out the enemy troops still holding their positions. They didn't care where the enemy fled, The River of the Dead was to the south, Matthias's forces to the north, and Eric's troops to the east. Unless they retreated back into the heart of the Mammon Legion, they faced certain death. Importantly, they had bypassed the enemy's main force. According to their scouts, the enemy had indeed mobilized, advancing directly towards the 7th city via another route. Their plan was progressing step by step. And soon, a scream brought Eric back to reality. What happened? A skeleton soldier was struck by a branch of a ghostwood tree, his body flying through the air and landing on a branch. Other ghostwood trees also swung their branches, lashing out at the other undead soldiers. How is this possible? Why were the ghostwood trees activated? Eric was shocked. He had chosen this location precisely because ghostwood trees, unique to the undead realm, possessed a strong magical sensitivity. If the enemy were to actually fight here, it would activate the ghostwood trees, benefiting neither side. The ghostwood trees don't care about friend or foe. They whip the undead with their branches, absorbing their death energy. Some, like the first undead struck, are even impaled on branches, their bodies pierced with sharp thorns, their death energy devoured directly. Eric inwardly groaned. The enemy was fighting to the death. Even if his side suffered losses, the enemy wouldn't fare any better. Charge! Eric roared. The only way now was to quickly traverse the ghostwood forest to minimize losses. The undead soldiers, of course, wanted to live and ran desperately towards the outside. The ghostwood's attack efficiency was very low. As long as they ran fast enough, they generally wouldn't suffer too many losses. After leaving behind nearly 100 corpses, Eric finally led his army out of the ghostwood forest. Waiting for him outside was none other than the Mammon Legion. As thousands of arrows rained down from the sky, Eric felt despair. How is this possible? Why? How did they know I was here? The arrows whizzed through Eric's ranks, the undead soldiers being slaughtered like straw in an instant. Eric snapped out of his daze and charged forward, yelling, "Charge! Kill them!" Eric slashed down an archer, and then a giant zombie came crashing down from his left with a hammer. Eric dodged the attack with a somersault, simultaneously leaping to the zombie's side. With a swift movement of his long sword, a cold glint flashed from the zombie's chin, slicing open its throat, and its massive head flew into the air. Eric truly lived up to his position as deputy commander. His combat skills alone were exceptional. Eric's swift slaying of 2 men greatly boosted his side's morale. The undead soldiers roared and charged into the enemy ranks, engaging in fierce close combat. Undead magic filled the air. Basic spells like bone shields, bone spears, and bone spikes bloomed like black fireworks across the battlefield. Just then, 2 more zombies appeared from the side, flanking Eric. These 2 zombies were incredibly strong and powerful. After a brief exchange, Eric realized he was outmatched and quickly retreated. His retreat created an opening in the front of his ranks, allowing the Mammon Legion to launch another fierce ranged attack, inflicting further heavy losses on Eric's forces. Damn it! Eric cursed under his breath, and quickly ordered his troops to retreat south. However, at that moment, the Nether River swelled, and towering waves, over 10 meters high, crashed down, instantly submerging the ghostwood forest on its banks. Eric cursed inwardly. The river Styx, originally intended to deal with the Mammon Legion, might now cut off his own escape route. Break through to the north. Matthias's troops are there to meet us. Someone shouted. Eric was startled, then instantly realized, yes, break through to the north. The entire army, break through to the north. The undead soldiers quickly turned and headed north. But the Mammon Legion wouldn't let them escape so easily, and naturally gave chase. The road north was winding and treacherous, with a cliff blocking the way, making Eric's troops suffer greatly. Adding to their woes, the Nether River behind them was rising rapidly. Some undead soldiers, who were slower, were swept away by the current. The giant beasts in the river opened their blood-red maws, capable of swallowing dozens of undead in a single gulp. Not only Eric's side, but even the pursuing Mammon Legion was in the same predicament. After losing some men, they dared not continue the pursuit and retreated to higher ground to avoid being attacked by the beasts in the Nether River. Eric fled in panic, completely disregarding his surroundings. His soldiers had long since disappeared, each fleeing in different directions. The Mammon Legion seemed to have dispatched a small force from elsewhere to block the north. Many who went north never returned. Eric, filled with unease, hid in a low-lying area, his fists clenched, slamming one into a nearby rock. Damn it, how could this be? The enemy has clearly launched a large-scale attack, so why are there still so many ambushes? Matthias must have met with misfortune too, otherwise there wouldn't have been no news for so long. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Eric quickly covered his mouth, curling up tightly in the hollow, pulling nearby grass and trees over himself to avoid being discovered. "How many did you kill?" a voice asked. "I killed 10. The strategist's plan this time was brilliant. I bet the enemy doesn't even know what's going on." That's right. The strategist anticipated their actions and mobilized 40,000 troops from the main force well in advance. After this battle, we're preparing to directly attack Sharp Knife City and capture their southern fortress. The strategist is brilliant. How did he know the Nether River would rise at this time? You don't know, do you? The strategist was originally with Jessica's Legion, but those people there didn't recognize his worth, leaving his wisdom useless. That's why they defected to Lord Mammon. Oh, I see. The Jessica Legion has really suffered a huge loss. Listening to their conversation, it was clear they were pursuers from Mammon's Legion. And who was this strategist they were talking about? He was said to have defected from Jessica's Legion and knew the situation on the Nether River intimately. Eric racked his brains, but couldn't come up with a solution. If he captured those 2 soldiers, could he get some information out of them? But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, Eric shook his head vigorously. He couldn't go out now. If the enemy discovered him, it would be disastrous. Listening to the enemy's footsteps fading into the distance, Eric finally breathed a sigh of relief. When I get back, I must report this to Lord Hendrik. No! To someone even higher up. That strategist is utterly despicable. Yes, I think so too. Suddenly, a voice rang out above Eric's head. Eric jumped in fright, quickly drawing his slightly chipped bone knife, and looked warily at the voice. Chapter 230. Who is it? Eric growled, his eyes fixed on the newcomer. The man wore black dragon-patterned leather armor, his face obscured by a black cloth draped over his head. However, a diamond-shaped woven vine on his body revealed him to be a member of Jessica's Legion. Eric breathed a sigh of relief, then said somewhat angrily, "Don't scare me like that. Which team are you from? Why are you covered up? Did you escape here too?" The other person chuckled, not directly answering his question, but instead said to himself, "I also like to know who their strategist is, but how am I supposed to gather information? Infiltrate the enemy?" Eric waved his hand. "Don't joke around. Infiltrate the enemy? The Mammon Legion isn't short of men right now. If you go there now, you'd definitely be captured and used as food. Is that so?" The other person tilted his head, tearing off the diamond-shaped vine ornament symbolizing Jessica's Legion from his body. "What if I bring you my head?" Eric immediately raised his long sword, glaring at him. "Are you crazy? Do you think you can kill me?" The other person didn't answer, but instead swung his hand sharply, sending several bone spikes flying. Before Eric could even react, the spikes whizzed past his body, embedding themselves in the ground and lifting him up. Eric was taken aback. The speed at which his opponent cast spells, including the speed at which the bone spikes flew, far exceeded his perception. This level of power was unprecedented. He tried to move his body, only to find himself firmly immobilized, unable to budge an inch. He looked up in terror, his voice trembling. Who are you?" The other person slowly approached, gently pulling off the black cloth from their head, revealing their true face. Eric was utterly shocked. His already prominent eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "It's you? You're the skeleton soldier Burford brought." Bourne smiled slightly. "You only remember me as a skeleton soldier, but do you remember my name?" Eric racked his brains, then his eyes suddenly lit up. "That's right. Your name is Bourne." "Yes. My name is Bourne." Bourne moved closer. "We meet again, Eric. 9 years have passed, and you don't recognize me. If we hadn't met, I probably wouldn't have recognized you either. Your mistake was occupying my territory." Eric's pupils constricted sharply, and he trembled violently. I remember now. You're the Lord of Sharp Blade City. Born of Claw's Legion. You're still alive?" Bourne was pleased with Eric's reaction. He circled Eric once, gently patting their shoulder. "Oh, you actually remember me. What an honor. When I came back, I was quite curious about who had occupied my Sharp Blade City. When I learned it was you, I was truly overjoyed, because we're old rivals." No. Eric frantically shook his head. "We're not old rivals. I never even fought you. Please spare me. I was wrong. I leave Jessica's Legion from now on, and never oppose you again." Bourne raised an eyebrow. "Oh, why are you so decisive? I thought you'd be more defiant." Eric's teeth chattered. "I already sensed it. Your strength far surpasses mine, even surpassing Lord Hendrik. I'm not stupid. I'm just an undead, just trying to survive. Please, I follow you from now on. We have no grudges between us, please. By the end, Eric was practically incoherent. Bourne frowned, staring into his eyes. You killed Jose, didn't you? Eric was startled again, his face once more showing terror. I didn't. It wasn't intentional, the situation forced me. I'm asking you, didn't you? Bourne roared. Yes. Eric dared not lie. I did kill Jose, but it was in the middle of a battle. If I hadn't killed him, he would have killed me. That's perfectly normal. Bourne's expression softened. Yes, that's perfectly normal. Then a bone spur appeared in his hand. Then killing you is perfectly normal too. Ah, Lord Bourne, I still have some use. Eric cried out. Bourne's bone spike stopped at Eric's throat, and he said coldly, speak. Eric swallowed hard. Hendrik killed Mordekaiser and imprisoned a ghost named Akeem. I followed Hendrik for many years, and he trusts me implicitly. If I help him. Before Eric could finish, Bourne growled, Akeem? Where is he? He unconsciously increased the pressure in his hand, and the bone spike pierced Eric's throat, embedding itself in his rotting skin. Hey! Don't get excited. Eric quickly said, he's alright now. Lord Hendrik intends to use him as a sacrifice, nurturing him to the transcendent realm before sending him to Lady Jessica, so he's currently safe and in Lord Hendrik's cell. Bourne relaxed, but his eyes still gleamed with murderous intent. Eric continued, but you can't save him now. Even if you're powerful, Akeem is under a seal. If you forcefully break it, he'd likely lose all his power and become a wandering undead. Bourne frowned and asked, how do we break the seal? Eric breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he wouldn't die this time. This seal is very complex. It was set up by Lady Jessica and sealed with magic stones, then given to several commanders. Hendrik is 5. To remove the seal, you just need to release the magic within the magic stones again. Hendrik has already used 4, and now he only has 1 left. You better hurry. Bourne snorted, then I just kill him and steal the magic stones. Eric shook his head. That won't work. He won't carry the magic stones with him. The only way right now is to trick him. He take out the magic stone, and then we steal it. Bourne narrowed his eyes. How do we trick him? Do you have a plan? Eric's eyes darted around. Yes. I have to have a plan, otherwise my life is in danger. Bourne chuckled. Good that you know. Tell me quickly, what's the plan? Eric slowly said, besides Akeem, Hendrik is currently holding 3 other people captive, all prisoners from the Mammon Legion. Their strength is around the Outer Yuan level. Hendrik will nurture them to around the 5th level of Outer Yuan before killing them and offering them to Lady Jessica. However, he usually sends them all together, so Lady Jessica will give him 5 more intact magic stones. Therefore, we can find another talented prisoner for him, have him place a restriction on the prisoner in front of us, and snatch the magic stone just as he's about to act. Bourne nodded. That method is feasible, but this prisoner. He might not want an ordinary prisoner. What if he's unwilling to use that magic stone? Eric chuckled. I think you're the most suitable prisoner. Me? Bourne frowned. He understood Eric's meaning, but the risk was too great. As a prisoner, he would naturally have his head chopped off, leaving only his skull. This would render him almost powerless, completely at the mercy of others. Seeing Bourne remain silent, Eric continued, yes, with your strength, Hendrik will definitely be tempted. If you trust me, I have a backup plan and bring your body along. After Hendrik takes out the Philosopher's Stone, I attach your head to your body, so you can regain your strength and defeat Hendrik. Bourne narrowed his eyes. Do you think I can trust you? Eric smiled somewhat awkwardly. That's just how I am. Since I'm willing to serve you, I'm naturally loyal. If you're worried, you can put some kind of restriction on me. Bourne snorted coldly. I don't know anything about restrictions. However, he still removed the bone spikes, freeing Eric. Eric stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. After regaining his balance, he smiled broadly and thanked Bourne repeatedly. Thank you, Lord Bourne. Thank you so much. I will serve you faithfully to repay your kindness in sparing my life. Bourne waved his hand. No need for pleasantries. We do as you wish, but make sure Burford comes along. I don't trust you to go alone. Eric was overjoyed. Good. I will certainly not let you down. I will definitely get the Philosopher's Stone. Bourne glanced back. It's getting late. Go organize the remaining troops and head north to find Burford. The 2 of you meet up and wait for me at the northern hill. Huh? Eric was taken aback. What are you going to do? Bourne's eyes widened. Do I need to report to you what I'm going to do? Eric shrank back. No. I was too talkative. I was too talkative. I'm going now. He then scrambled away. Bourne watched Eric's departing figure indifferently, already planning his next move. A gentle breeze stirred up a cloud of red sand, and Bourne's figure gradually disappeared into it. The next moment, Bourne arrived near a high ground in the northwest. This area was surrounded by the river of the underworld, with only one road leading to the outside world. On the high ground, a unit of about 3,000 undead was stationed. More importantly, this was the hiding place of their captain, Yoram. Yoram was comfortably reclining on a bone chair, a giant earth bear zombie beneath his feet, listening to the battle reports from the front. Ha ha ha, Jessica's guys are utterly foolish. They're no match for me. A skeleton soldier said, Captain, their 10,000 men in the south have been mostly scattered, but the 10,000 in the north haven't suffered much damage, and they haven't continued their advance. They disappeared without a trace. Yoram frowned. They must have discovered something, and dared not come again. That's all right. Once the river of the dead recedes, we launch an attack and take Jessica's 7th city in one fell swoop. Yes, Captain. After this success, the strategist will definitely put in a good word for you with Lord Mammon. Maybe you even be a vice-general. The skeleton soldier beside him kept flattering him. Yoram was very pleased and laughed heartily. But he had only laughed twice, when the sounds of fighting erupted outside. Huh? What's that sound? Yoram kicked away the earth bear beneath him and stood up. The undead soldiers beside him were also confused, exchanging bewildered glances. Suddenly, an undead guard flew into the tent through the doorway, crashing to the ground with a thud, his body shattered into pieces, his soul fire instantly extinguished. Everyone looked towards the doorway in surprise, only to see a skeleton soldier clad in black dragon leather armor slowly walk into the tent, look around, and finally fix his gaze on Yoram. Yoram flew into a rage, grabbed a massive bone hammer beside him, and roared, Who are you, brat? Daring to cause trouble on my turf? Don't you want to die? This skeleton soldier was none other than Bourne. He had single-handedly stormed the enemy camp, and with his third-tier Yuan realm strength, dealing with these Yuan realm undead was effortless. He looked at Yoram with interest and taunted, You're their leader? You don't look like much. Yoram roared, You're asking for death. I smash you to pieces. With that, he leaped into the air, gripping the bone hammer tightly, and swung it overhead at Bourne. Bourne paid no heed, slightly dodging the blow. The bone hammer slammed heavily into the ground, creating a large crater and kicking up a cloud of dust. The surrounding undead soldiers retreated, their eyes wide as they watched the battle, but the dust obscured their vision, preventing them from seeing what was happening. What's going on? Why is everything so quiet? One undead soldier asked. Another soldier shook his head. I don't know. Did the captain already kill that skeleton soldier? That must be it. The captain must be absorbing his soul fire. The other undead soldiers nodded in agreement. Just as the fog dissipated slightly, one undead soldier cried out in terror, Quick, look! There! All the undead soldiers craned their necks and squinted, trying to see more clearly, but when they finally saw what was inside, they were utterly terrified. How could this be? Yoram was now decapitated, his headless body slumped limply on the ground, his massive head held in Bourne's hand, eyes rolled back. He had clearly fainted. This sight terrified all the undead soldiers. They screamed and rushed out of their tents, scattering in all directions without looking back. Bourne shook his head with a wry smile. What's this? I haven't even warmed up yet. Bourne finally experienced the feeling of bullying the weak. In the past, he would have carefully avoided encountering 8th or 9th level undead, but now, he could take their heads with a flick of his wrist. It had to be said, this feeling was incredibly satisfying. Chapter 231. Bourne's original plan was to kill Eric, bring Eric's head to Mammon's territory, gain their trust by presenting Eric's head, and then meet Yoram. However, after his investigation, he discovered that Yoram had sent his entire force out, leaving himself alone on a high ground in the rear. This made things much simpler. There was no need for complicated procedures, just a direct assault. Bourne, holding Yoram's head, chuckled, already having a plan in mind. Eric evaded the encirclement, organized about 4,000 men, and escaped to the north, joining forces with Burford. He then told Burford about Bourne's request. Burford naturally believed him, and they camped on the northern hills, awaiting Bourne's return. In fact, they didn't have to wait long. About a day later, Bourne returned and found them. Eric was even more attentive than Burford, rushing forward to greet him. Lord Bourne, you're finally back. Did you find anything? His gaze fell on a spherical package hanging at Bourne's waist. Bourne glanced at him. Do you know what I was doing? And you're asking if I found anything? Eric chuckled. You must have been doing something important. Whatever it is, you're bound to find something. Bourne ignored him and walked to Burford's side. Burford respectfully handed Bourne a pale white long sword, saying, Bader and Matthias are both dead. Eric was startled. When he first arrived, he had indeed been very curious about where Bader and Matthias had gone, but Burford didn't quite trust him and was unwilling to say much. Now, hearing the truth, he couldn't help but feel a little doubtful. Did Burford kill them? Bourne nodded slightly. Well done. Eric's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Burford had indeed killed them, but Burford wasn't stronger than those two. How had he done it? Just as Eric was lost in thought, Bourne turned around and called out, Eric. Eric was startled, then quickly replied, Yes, I'm here. He jogged over, smiling obsequiously. What are your orders? Bourne said calmly, From now on, don't show anything unusual in front of others. When we get back, I have Burford cut off my head and send it to you. Burford was shocked. This, why? Bourne raised his hand, interrupting Burford, Don't ask why. When the time comes, cut off my head, wrap it in cloth, and take it to Eric. Then go with Eric to see Hendrik. Remember, don't open the bundle along the way, and take my body with you. Burford took a deep breath, nodded emphatically, and looked at Eric. Eric swallowed hard. How can we gain Hendrik's trust without opening the package? Bourne said, It's just to detect magic. What's the problem with a layer of cloth? As long as he feels the magic in my soulfire, that's enough. Eric, unsuspecting, nodded in agreement. However, he then asked, What do we do now? Go back like this? Bourne smiled slightly. That's right, go back like this. In a few days, the Mammon Legion will retreat. Eric's eyes narrowed. He didn't know where Bourne's confidence came from, since they didn't even know the enemy's troop deployment. However, he still obeyed Bourne's order. Upon returning to the army, he resumed his deputy commander's authority, and led the remaining 10,000 men back in a grand procession. These past few days had been difficult for Hendrik as well. Just days after Eric's departure, enemy tracks were discovered north of the 7th city. Although their numbers were small, Hendrik refrained from launching a full-scale attack to appease them, instead sending small detachments to harass them. However, the problem had worsened. None of the 4 detachments he sent had returned, causing him great anxiety. Just as he had calculated the timing, and was preparing to launch his attack during the flooding of the Nether River, the enemy unexpectedly retreated. Hendrik led his 50,000-strong army out, only to find nothing. Undeterred, he pursued westward until they reached a cliff where they encountered the returning Eric. Hendrik was filled with doubt. Eric? You? How did you get back? Eric was equally surprised. Clearly, Hendrik had fought his way directly from the 7th city. Logically, they should have been surrounded by the undead army of the Mammon Legion, but now, the Mammon Legion seemed to have vanished into thin air. Eric involuntarily glanced at Bourne, who stepped forward and loudly proclaimed, reporting to Lord Hendrik, Lord Eric led us directly into the enemy camp, but we were ambushed. In the chaos, Lord Eric fought the enemy leader for a day and a night, killing 1 and wounding 2. Seeing Lord Eric's bravery, the enemy was terrified and ordered a retreat. This territory is now ours. Everyone, including Hendrik and Eric himself, was stunned by Bourne's words. All the undead soldiers, including the more than 10,000 remnants Eric had brought back, looked at Eric with admiration. Especially these defeated soldiers, who had thought the battle was lost and were all dejected, never expecting their commander to single-handedly turn the tide so humbly. Eric's mouth dropped open, while Bourne casually rested his chin on his hand. Lord Eric's bravery and prowess went unseen by others. I happened to be fleeing for my life, and that's how I remembered that scene. Hendrik finally recovered from his shock and looked at Eric with suspicion. You're that good? Eric immediately puffed out his chest. Of course. I fought them all by myself, a desperate battle, and that's how I scared them away. Otherwise, they would have been prepared, and we might have lost even more men. Bourne watched Eric's performance, secretly amused. His mission was complete. Now it was Eric's turn to shine. Hendrik was still somewhat skeptical, but the facts were undeniable. The Mammon Legion had largely withdrawn from the area, easily occupying the north bank of the River Styx. However, there were no fortifications there. The River Styx frequently flooded, and any existing fortifications were reduced to ruins at low tide. Hendrik didn't hesitate, leading his troops back to the 7th city. Thanks to Burford's valiant efforts, Jessica's legion had achieved a resounding victory, driving the Mammon Legion away from the north bank of the River Styx. Currently, there were no enemies near the 7th city, and they were completely safe. Of course, this safety was only temporary. The Mammon Legion would undoubtedly return, and to their south lay an even more formidable opponent. The Balzeb Legion. Hendrik hasn't yet truly engaged in direct combat with the Balzeb Legion, but he knows that day is approaching, and he needs to be prepared for any impending battle. Back in the Seventh City, Born and Burford returned to their tent. With no one around, Burford immediately asked, "Born, are you really going to cut off your own head to get close to Hendrik? This is far too dangerous. Eric is completely untrustworthy. If he changes his mind, I won't be able to control him." Born smiled and waved his hand. "I know. I don't believe Eric would defect to us so easily either. All these years, and he's still by Hendrik's side, that speaks volumes." "Then why are you taking such a risk?" Burford asked. Born sighed. "Akeem's been captured." "What?" Burford was startled. He was unaware of this. When Jessica's Legion attacked Sharp Edge City, the situation was chaotic. He only knew that Mordecai's and Jose were killed on the spot, and he knew very little about the others. "Where is he being held?" Born pointed towards the Temple of Death, in Hendrik's dungeon, "but we can't rescue him directly. He's under a restriction. We must remove it before he can be freed." Burford nodded. "I know that. Jessica distributes magic stones to her deputy commanders and generals. Some contain a very peculiar restriction spell. I heard that Jessica herself is very skilled in restriction magic." Born said, "So I plan to lure Hendrik into handing over the Philosopher's Stone, then kill him, steal the stone, and rescue Akeem." Burford looked worried. "But you said it yourself, Eric isn't trustworthy. If they team up, and you have no fighting ability, how can I handle it alone?" Born smiled slightly. "So I'm not going to use my own head." "Huh?" Burford was taken aback, unconsciously taking 2 steps back and touching his neck. Born gave a wry smile. "What are you thinking?" "I won't use yours." Burford scratched his head. "Then whose?" "I heard the soulfire offered to Jessica must be at least at the 5th rank of the Yuan realm. Hendrik must have captured a highly talented undead, otherwise nurturing it would be extremely resource-intensive." Born patted a spherical package still hanging at his waist. "Use his." Burford suddenly realized. He had noticed the package at Born's waist earlier, but Born hadn't mentioned it, so he hadn't asked. Now it seemed to contain the head of an undead. "Whose head is this?" Born chuckled. "Yoram." "What?" Burford was shocked. Now he finally understood why the Mammon Legion had withdrawn. With a master like Born, whose strength was terrifying enough to single-handedly take the enemy general's head from among thousands of soldiers, it was no wonder they were terrified. Born took the package down and handed it to Burford. "With Yoram's strength, he should be enough to sway Hendrik. You take this and give it to Eric, then carry away any headless corpse. I be following you secretly. Remember, you must make sure Hendrik retrieves the Philosopher's Stone." Burford took the package, feeling its weight, and nodded emphatically. "All right, I do my best." Then, without hesitation, Burford left the tent, carrying Yoram's head to find Eric. When Eric saw Burford, he was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Born to be so willing, so eager to use his own head as bait to trick Hendrik into retrieving the Philosopher's Stone. He sneered inwardly. Previously, he had been wary of Born's strength and dared not confront him, but now it was different. Born was now just ahead. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't unleash even a tenth of his strength. Even Eric himself could handle him. However, he didn't dare to act yet. After all, Burford had single-handedly killed Matthias and Abactus, and Born had specifically emphasized that Burford should come along, making him somewhat unsure of Burford's strength. He had to wait until he saw Hendrik. "Lord Eric, this is Lord Born's head. Now, take me to see Hendrik," Burford said bluntly. Eric chuckled and reached for the package in Burford's hand. "Let me see if this is Lord Born." Burford dodged. "Hey, we agreed beforehand that you wouldn't open the package to check." Eric, having missed, was a little annoyed. "If I don't open it, how will I know if you switched it? If this isn't Lord Born, Hendrik won't easily hand over the Philosopher's Stone." Burford hesitated for a moment, then said, "You can use your magic to examine it. See the power within this soulfire. Besides Lord Born, who else would possess such powerful magic?" Eric, half believing, placed his hand on the outside of the package. What he saw shocked him. He broke out in a cold sweat. 5th tier Yuan realm? This really is Born? Burford sneered, "Of course. In our 7th city, besides Hendrik, who else is at the 5th tier of Yuan realm? Only Lord Born." Eric finally believed him, and immediately said, "All right, let's go find Lord Hendrik now." The two quickly arrived at Hendrik's tent near the Temple of Death. Eric asked at the door, "Lord Hendrik, I am Eric." I have found a soulfire perfectly suited for tribute, and have come to offer it to you." At that moment, Hendrik was holding 4 prisoners in his tent, infusing them with soulfire to raise their cultivation levels, preparing them for future tribute to Captain Jessica. Upon hearing Eric's words, his eyes lit up. He had already heard Eric mention this on the way, so he naturally knew what was going on. He sneered and said, "Come in." Eric led Burford into the tent. Seeing the 4 heads neatly arranged on the ground, Burford couldn't help but glance at them a few more times. Burford's eyes narrowed, seeing that Akeem's head was indeed among them. It seemed Eric was right. Hendrik sat upright in a bone chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. "Eric, what kind of soulfire did you find? Show it to me. If it's of good quality, I offer it to Lady Jessica. If it's just SOSO, I keep it for myself." Chapter 232. Eric smiled. "Rest assured, sir, the quality of this soulfire will surely satisfy you." "Oh." Hendrik leaned forward slightly. "So you're quite confident?" Eric took 2 steps forward and handed over the package in his hand. "Sir, you can sense the magic power within, and you know for sure." Hendrik frowned. "Why not open this package?" Eric opened a corner of the package, revealing a pale skull. "This thing is incredibly ugly, nothing to see. You can just probe its magic power." Hendrik nodded, extending a hand and placing it on the skull. Instantly, a powerful magical aura surged into his palm. Startled, he withdrew his hand, his face filled with shock. This is a 5th-tier soulfire?" Eric nodded smugly. "Exactly. My lord, you don't need to feed it anymore. Simply imprison this soulfire, and offer it to Lady Jessica. Then you have more cultivation resources." Hendrik's eyes gleamed, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Eric, you've done another great service. Compared to territory, Lady Jessica prefers high-quality soulfire. I'm very satisfied. I nurture this soulfire carefully. Perhaps I can raise it to an even higher level. When I offer it to Lady Jessica, she'd be even happier. In that case, let's quickly place the restriction on it," Eric urged. Hendrik waved his hand. "All right, you wait here for me. I go fetch the magic stone." With that, he turned and left the tent. After Hendrik left, Burford quickly placed the headless body he was carrying on the ground and said to Eric, "Hurry, put Lord Bond's head back on." Eric glanced at him and sneered, "Go back? Why should I go back? Who do you think you are, daring to order me around?" With that, he raised his hand, and a bone spike shot out. Burford was startled and rolled away to dodge the attack, shouting, "Are you going to betray Lord Bourne? Didn't you already pledge your allegiance to him?" Eric chuckled coldly. "Hey, yes, I pledged my allegiance to him, but now I changed my mind. I'm going to give him as a gift to Lady Jessica. Lady Jessica is invincible. She will surely reward me handsomely. And you, ha ha ha, are just stepping stones for me." Burford was furious. "So you plan to betray us all along? Do you know the fate of a traitor?" Eric was unconcerned, instead staring at Burford and saying, "Did Bourne leave you something that makes you so fearless? But he himself is only at the 5th level of the Yuan realm. You're already on par with Lord Hendrik. Even if I could help you, what good would it do? I suggest you surrender. I let you die a quick death." At this moment, Hendrik returned. Looking at the tense scene in the tent, he was somewhat bewildered. "What are you doing?" Eric shouted sharply, "Lord Hendrik, this Burford is a traitor. He conspired with my Bourne to rebel, but I discovered it. Now he wants to seize Bourne's head to restore his fighting ability. My lord, you must stop him." Hendrik's fierce gaze instantly fell on Burford. Burford's hair stood on end. Although he didn't have hair, this bone-deep terror still sent chills down his spine. He swallowed hard, thinking, now that Hendrik is back, I wonder if he has the Philosopher's Stone. Without seeing it, I cannot give up. Hendrik wouldn't give him much time to think. A bone sword had appeared in his hand, and he slowly walked towards Burford. "Is what Eric said true? You're a traitor?" Burford gritted his teeth and roared. "Yes. I am a traitor, the traitor you speak of. So what? When have you ever considered me one of your own? Come and kill me if you dare." Hendrik's eyes widened. "How dare you? Do you really think I won't kill you?" Eric quickly said, "Lord Hendrik, he must have some trump card. Be careful. This Bourne is powerful. I only managed to trick him into willingly cutting off his head. If he resurrects, he'd be difficult to deal with." Hendrik naturally knew this. His earlier investigation had revealed that the opponent's strength was at least equal to his own. If they really fought, it was hard to say who would win. He sneered, and with a wave of his hand, withered bones twisted beneath Burford's feet, surrounding him completely, a binding magic-enhanced bone cage. Burford reacted quickly, drawing his long sword and slashing at the withered bones. However, his strength was far too weak. The sword struck the bones with a clanging sound, but it did nothing to help him escape. Hendrik laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, you think you can fight me with such little strength? You are truly overestimating yourself. He turned around, snatched the package from Eric's hand, and his face twisted in a ferocious grin. Now I show you how I suppress this Born and make him Lady Jessica's food. Ha ha ha. He held the so-called Born's head in his left hand, and a fist-sized, jet-black magic stone in his right. The stone contained astonishing energy, with wisps of pale gray mist swirling around it, displaying its mystery and power. Upon seeing the magic stone, Burfoot roared, unleashing a torrent of death energy that shattered the bone cage binding him, freeing himself. He hurled his long sword, the tip pointing straight for Hendrik's brow. Hendrik was taken aback. He hadn't expected Burfoot to be able to break free of his bone cage. Even so, he didn't take Burfoot seriously. With a cold snort, he lightly raised a finger, and a bone shield appeared before him, deflecting the flying sword a meter away. Hendrik beckoned with his finger. Hee, kid, I didn't expect you to actually have some skill. My bone prison isn't something an ordinary person can break. Tell me how you did it, and maybe I spare your life if I'm in a good mood. Burfoot spat. Pa! I won't tell you. Release Born now, or don't blame me for being impolite. Ha ha ha. Hendrik and Eric burst into laughter simultaneously. Eric pointed at Burfoot, laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight. Don't joke around, okay? With your strength, one finger of mine. He had just extended a finger when it was severed cleanly at the root. Simultaneously, a cold glint flashed past Hendrik's right hand at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, without even a sound. The severed right hand seemed to be caught by something, instantly moving in front of Burfoot. Burfoot caught Hendrik's severed right hand, including the magic stone it was clutching. Hendrik and Eric finally realized what had happened, staring wide-eyed at Burfoot in horror, involuntarily taking 2 steps back. How did you do that? Eric was terrified. The fact that a finger had been silently sliced off was nothing compared to the horror of Hendrik's entire right hand being severed without either of them noticing. Hendrik quickly realized something, and shook his head frantically. No! This wasn't done by you, Burfoot. There's someone else here. Eric's hair stood on end. He immediately realized a possibility. His eyes were fixed on the package Hendrik was carrying in his left hand. He reached out and ripped off the black cloth covering it, revealing a huge head. When he recognized the head, he involuntarily screamed, "Ah, it's him! It's him!" Hendrik was startled by Eric's sudden action and shout, angrily demanding, "What are you doing?" Eric's trembling hand pointed to the head on the ground. "It's him! It's him! It's over! We're finished!" Hendrik, bewildered, looked in the direction Eric was pointing. The face of the head looked strangely familiar. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and his voice rose 8 octaves. This is Yoram. It's Yoram. Eric nodded. This is Yoram, which means Born is still alive. Hendrik roared furiously, Born! You come out here! He gripped a massive bone sword tightly with his remaining left hand, and slashed wildly through the air. The bone sword sliced through the air, and struck the ground with a clang, but it missed everything. Burfoot sneered, "Don't waste your time. Just wait to die. Lord Born won't let you die so easily." "Shut up!" Eric roared, leaping forward and charging at Burfoot, his bone sword flashing as if to cleave him in two. Burfoot remained unmoved. He knew Born wouldn't let Eric kill him so easily. Sure enough, a bone shield appeared before Burfoot, blocking Eric's attack. At the same time, Born appeared beside Eric. Eric was terrified. He dropped his bone sword and turned to run, shouting, "Ah! Lord Hendrik, save me!" But Born wouldn't let him escape so easily. He casually reached out, grabbed Eric by the neck, and lifted him up. No matter how Eric kicked or hurled insults, Born wouldn't let go, not even flinching. Born turned to Burfoot and said, "Go, remove the seal on Akeem." Burfoot nodded and immediately ran to Akeem's side, using the magic stone to remove the powerful seal on him. Hendrik wanted to stop him, but seeing Born's sharp, sword-like eyes, he forcibly stopped himself. He roared, "Do you know what you're doing? Release Eric now, and I can let bygones be bygones." Born sneered, "Let bygones be bygones? You overestimate yourself." Hendrik raised his severed right hand, pointing to the diamond-shaped vines wrapped around his arm. "I am the commander of the 7th Army of the Jessica Legion. Although our legion is now in decline, you may not know that the Jessica Legion can never be defeated. This is the law, the rule, and even you cannot break it. If you kill me, you will offend someone you cannot imagine. Even if I die, you will not have a good life. Born narrowed his eyes, slowly walking up to Hendrik, who was slumped like a dead dog. Are you threatening me? Hendrik, though terrified, outwardly feigned fearlessness. I'm just telling you a fact. Tell me, Born, who are you? Why are you here? And why did you kill me? Born didn't need to answer. Eric uttered a sound from deep in his throat. He is Born, the former general of the Vanguard Regiment of the Clawed Legion. He disappeared for 9 years, and has returned for revenge. Hendrik glanced at Burford, who was helping Akeem remove the restraints. And him? I don't know. Cough, 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 Eric said with difficulty. Born impatiently snapped Eric's neck, and plunged the soul-severing blade into his head. The blade, filled with the vengeance of the undead, chuckled, Ha ha ha, you got some conscience after all. I specifically woke up to help you. You have to provide me with plenty of soulfire later. Your undead soulfire is a great tonic for the soul. Born chuckled, don't worry, you helped me refine the heavenly soul of punishment back then. Even if you don't help me this time, I still repay you. Hendrik watched as Born killed Eric without hesitation, his heart pounding with fear. He didn't dare move an inch. Born, have you thought this through? Lady Jessica is not someone you can afford to offend. Born glanced at him calmly. Since the Jessica you speak of is so powerful, why would she care about someone as insignificant as you? Hendrik opened his mouth, speechless for a moment. He truly didn't know how to respond. Answering Born's question, he quickly realized his mistake. I am the commander. Although I am not strong, I represent the dignity of the Jessica Legion. I cannot be killed by you like this. Born took another step closer and retorted, but many commanders of your Jessica Legion have already been killed, and I haven't seen the Jessica you speak of seeking revenge against the Mammon Legion. That's different. Hendrik roared, the commander of the Mammon Legion, Mammon, is on the same level as Jessica. They are both immortal, only having lost some of their power. Even so, they are invincible here. Born was somewhat confused by the other's words. Perhaps it would be more convenient to ask Dao Quang directly, but he dared not disturb Dao Quang at the moment. Even after breaking through to the Liyuan realm, he dared not open the third layer of space within the soul-severing blade, to avoid disturbing Dao Quang's cultivation. Sanction, do you know anything about Jessica's background? Born asked helplessly, having no other choice but to ask the old relic Sanction. Sanction shrugged and said, I don't know. Asking me about this is useless. I'm going into hibernation, since it's none of my business. Then, he fell silent. Chapter 233. Born shook his head helplessly. None of these people could be trusted, but his intuition told him that the netherworld held a huge secret he was unaware of, and that this secret was related to what Hendrik had mentioned. Seeing Born remain silent for a long time, Hendrik grew bolder. Born, I know you're very strong. With your abilities, you'd definitely be favored by Lady Jessica. If you're willing, I can introduce you to Lady Jessica. Becoming a vice-captain or something similar will be a piece of cake. You provided me with a very good opportunity. Born laughed. Hendrik quickly said, don't be fooled by the current decline of Jessica's legion. This situation won't last long. Lady Jessica will soon regain her power and become the overlord of the low-level undead zone again. Born hoped to get more information. So there are mid-level and high-level undead zones? What are they like? Hendrik was taken aback, then said, I don't know much about the mid-level and high-level undead zones, but I know that one's strength must exceed the Liyuan realm to enter the high-level undead zone. That's an ironclad rule. If you want to know more, you can go to Lady Jessica. I believe she will be willing to tell you. Born nodded inwardly. It seemed that to understand all this, he had to go to Jessica. At this moment, Burford had completed his mission. The restriction on Akeem's soul fire had been completely lifted, and Akeem himself had regained consciousness. Akeem, you're awake? Burford called out. Akeem's empty eye sockets gradually regained their light. He opened his vision blankly, and saw a large face. Burford's large face. He weakly said, Burford, you stay away from me. Burford was overjoyed and immediately stepped aside, pointing forward, saying, Akeem, look who this is. Akeem had just regained consciousness, and was still very weak, but he patiently followed Burford's finger. When he saw the person clearly, his eyes widened in shock, and he instantly became more alert. Born! It's you? You're finally back. Born heard the commotion and turned around, his eyes meeting Akeem's. A long-lost feeling welled up inside him. He quickly went over and cradled Akeem's head. Akeem, it's me. I'm back. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Akeem was still in shock. Coming to his senses, he stared blankly at Born, muttering, Where have you been all these years? You left us all here. Born sighed. I already heard from Burford that you all suffered. I was trapped in the Temple of Death for 9 years. I truly never expected it to turn out this way. Then, his eyes sharpened. However, now that I'm back, I won't let you suffer anymore. I will restore the glory of the Sharp Knife Army. Akeem shook his head. The Sharp Knife Army no longer exists. Mordecai's and Jose are dead. Poker led everyone back to the Central Army, and I don't know what happened to them, whether they're alive or dead. Bourne said firmly, It's all right. I will find them all, one by one. As for those who attack my Sharp Knife Army, I will avenge them one by one, making them pay a bloody price. Burford nodded. Akeem, you have to trust Bourne. He's very strong now. He saved you, and he saved me too. He just killed Eric, avenging Lord Joseph. Now Hendrik can't escape either. He glanced back, and suddenly realized Hendrik was gone. He immediately stood up. Bourne, damn it, that got away. Bourne also realized what had happened. Because of Akeem's awakening, he hadn't noticed Hendrik's movements. Now, Hendrik was nowhere to be seen. Bourne handed Akeem's head to Burford. Go find him a good body. I go find Hendrik. Burford nodded. Okay, be careful. I wait for you in the main tent. Bourne turned and chased after him outside the tent. After sneaking out of his tent, Hendrik immediately ran towards the positions of several deputy commanders. He wasn't about to surrender easily. Even after 9 years, he vaguely remembered how Bourne had toyed with him. If it weren't for Bourne's constant interference, he would be a key figure in Jessica's Legion by now, not in this predicament. But he hadn't run 2 steps when Bourne caught up. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he shouted, Help! Help me! Hearing the commotion, the deputy commanders rushed out of their tents, weapons in hand, but before they could even meet Bourne, their heads were chopped off. Though not dead, they were rendered incapable of fighting. Hendrik, running is futile. Bourne hissed behind him. Hendrik's hair stood on end. He turned around, gripped his longsword tightly in his left hand, and let out a long howl. I fight you to the death. With that, he mustered all his strength to unleash his magic, releasing a bone shield. At the same time, he charged forward, trying to use the bone shield to defend against Bourne's attack and launch a counterattack. But Bourne saw through his plan immediately. This move might work against an opponent of similar level, but against someone like Bourne, who is a whole realm higher, it was utterly useless. Bourne easily swung his soul-severing blade, severing the bone shield in 2. Simultaneously, he kicked the shattered shield, sending Hendrik and shield flying. Hendrik howled, crashing backward to the ground. Shards of the bone shield clattered against him. He struggled to his feet, but the soul-severing blade was already at his neck. Hendrik, you lost. Bourne mocked him. Hendrik, his face ashen, silently closed his eyes. Come on, kill me. I'm tired of this underworld. Let me be free. Bourne asked one last question. Tell me, where is Jessica? Hendrik turned his head and pointed north. Follow the mountain pass north until you reach Jessica Plain. There's a castle there, and Jessica is there. Having obtained the information he wanted, Bourne didn't hesitate. His soul-severing blade sliced across Hendrik's neck as easily as cutting tofu. His head rolled to the ground. To lessen his pain, Bourne plunged the soul-severing blade directly into Hendrik's head. The pale blue soul fire was absorbed completely by the blade within a few breaths. Bourne breathed a long sigh of relief. With Hendrik dead, the entire 7th Army was completely leaderless. At this moment, Akeem and Burford caught up. Seeing Hendrik dead, both were overjoyed. Bourne sized up Akeem and chuckled, I didn't expect you to have broken through to such a level. Akeem rushed forward and hugged Bourne tightly, their skeletons colliding with a creaking sound. Bourne laughed and patted Akeem on the back, sorry I'm late. Akeem angrily punched Bourne in the chest, you bastard. I was almost eaten as food. And now I've broken through to the 4th level of the Yuan realm, all thanks to that Hendrik feeding me soul fire all day long. Burford laughed, you really did benefit from this misfortune. I never had such good treatment. Akeem glared at him, and you too, all these years, and you haven't even thought about how to save me. Burford shrugged, I'm barely able to protect myself. Look, I'm still just a vice captain. Jessica's people are very wary of me. I actually have no power. I didn't even know you were here. Bourne smoothed things over, alright, look, Burford's here to rescue you. Now let's work together to retake Sharp Knife City. Akeem sighed, alas, all the defenses we painstakingly built back then were destroyed, or they just benefited others. Now, Hendrik is dead, but what are we going to do with these tens of thousands of undead soldiers? Bourne smiled, Akeem, is this your first day living in the undead world? Do you really think these undead soldiers will remain loyal to Jessica's Legion after losing their leader? Akeem paused, then shook his head with a wry smile. You're right. Burford is practically Jessica's man, so he has some credibility. Bourne pointed to the heads rolling on the ground and said, quickly collect their heads, we need them later. Just then, a small patrol of skeleton soldiers passed by, and Burford immediately waved, come here. There were 4 skeleton soldiers in total. They weren't Burford's subordinates, but they recognized him. Burford? What are you doing here? Burford's face darkened. I'm a vice captain, after all. How dare you be so rude? One of the skeleton soldiers laughed. What vice captain? Just a title. Do you really think you're some kind of officer? Ha ha. But the next moment, his laughter stopped abruptly, and a huge head shot into the air. The other 3 skeleton soldiers were terrified. Burford, what are you doing? You dare to attack directly? Are you out of your mind? We must report to Lord Eric. Eric? Burford sneered. Eric is dead. He then picked up Eric's mangled head. The 3 skeleton soldiers looked at each other, their eyes filled with terror. Burford continued, now, relay my order, gather everyone here. I have something important to announce, and there must be no mistakes, or you will be executed. The 3 skeleton soldiers dared not delay any longer, and immediately scrambled away. Akeem laughed and said, oh my, I didn't know you had such guts. You scared these 3 little guys half to death. Burford shook his head, don't tease me. Let's hurry up and collect these heads, we're about to put on another show. Sharp Knife City wasn't large. Of the remaining 90,000 plus people, only about 10,000 were out on duty in the west. The other 80,000 had all arrived near the Temple of Death in a short time. They had all received the news that Eric was dead, and through the embellishments of the 3 skeleton soldiers, Burford had portrayed himself as a bloodthirsty and ruthless killer of Eric. Therefore, everyone was very curious about what was going on this time, and what important matter it was. Burford stood on the high platform, visible to everyone. He silently surveyed the densely packed undead army below, a surge of pride welling up within him. With a wave of his hand, like scattering beans, he showered the heads of 4 deputy commanders, including Eric, upon them. The undead soldiers in the first rank craned their necks, gasping in shock upon seeing the scene. The deputy commanders are all dead. The deputy commanders are all dead. A cacophony quickly erupted. This news sent chills down everyone's spines, a premonition that today's events would affect the fate of everyone present. Burford roared silence. His voice boomed like thunder, instantly silencing the murmurs of tens of thousands. Of course, this was also thanks to Bourne's quiet assistance. The scene fell silent instantly, all eyes turning to Burford on the platform, the usually unassuming deputy captain. Burford's gaze swept across the room from left to right before he spoke. I gathered you all here today to announce something important. He paused briefly, then reached out and pulled Hendrik's head out. This is Hendrik, commander of the 7th Army of Jessica's Legion. He's dead, and so are the 4 deputy commanders you see here. The 7th Army is now leaderless. From today onward, everyone must obey my orders. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. These words immediately sparked even more heated discussion below the stage. Several squad leaders, particularly indignant, rushed onto the stage, trying to drag Burford down. Who do you think you are? How could you possibly kill Lord Hendrik? Get down here, you shameless bastard. But as soon as they rushed forward, several bone spikes shot out from the stage, turning them all into pincushions. This was, of course, Akeem's handiwork. Now a 4th level Yuan realm cultivator, dealing with these squad leaders was a piece of cake for him. This scene stunned everyone once again. Several eager squad leaders immediately quieted down and silently retreated back into the crowd. Burford glanced at them indifferently and continued, I know you're not convinced. No problem. Anyone unwilling to obey my orders can step forward and duel my men at any time, to decide victory or defeat, life or death. Anyone else want to come? Hendrik, who was only at the 5th level of the Yuan realm before, was already the strongest in the entire 7th Army. Now, with the deputy commanders all dead, the remaining squad leaders were all below the 2nd level of the Yuan realm. How could they possibly be a match for Akeem? Even if they were, Bourne wouldn't give them the chance. The crowd fell silent. Burford frowned slightly. Those willing to obey, immediately remove the diamond-shaped insignia from your arms. Those who don't, I consider it opposition to me, and then I won't be polite. Chapter 234. Several squads hesitated for a moment before tearing off the insignia of Jessica's Legion from their arms, and throwing them on the ground. Some of them weren't actually members of Jessica's Legion, they had been captured and then surrendered to join. With one leader, the others followed suit. Regardless of how many were genuinely loyal, survival was paramount at the moment. Suddenly, someone roared, "He's just one person. There are so many of us. What are we afraid of? Kill him and report to Lady Jessica." This person immediately led about 100 men onto the platform, intending to capture Burford and Akeem in one fell swoop. Immediately, another group of undead soldiers, who had already removed the Jessica's Legion insignia, rushed up and engaged the enemy in battle, demonstrating their allegiance through their actions. Akeem wasn't idle either. Like a tiger among sheep, he charged into the crowd, wielding a bone spike in each hand. Each attack killed an undead soldier, and he showed no hesitation even against stronger squad leaders. Under his leadership, they quickly wiped out the entire 100-odd enemy force. Seeing this, the men below made their decision, many tearing off the diamond-shaped insignia from their arms and joining Burford's ranks. Once the situation stabilized somewhat, Burford shouted, "Good. Now that everyone has left Jessica's Legion, you're all rebels. You can't go back. From this day forward, we are a new legion, establishing a new stronghold here, called the Sharp Knife Legion." Many undead soldiers, who had participated in the battle 9 years ago, were very familiar with this name. The Sharp Knife Legion, wasn't that the name of the army previously stationed in the 7th city? Defeated so easily by Jessica's Legion back then, how could they have risen from the ashes? At this moment, Bourne stepped out from behind the curtain to the front of the stage. Everyone was curious to see Bourne standing beside Burford. Bourne cleared his throat and announced loudly, "You must be wondering who I am? Most of you have probably heard of me. I am Bourne, the former general of the Vanguard Army of the Clawed Legion, and the Lord of Vanguard City. My God, he's the Lord of Vanguard City who disappeared 9 years ago. How did he come back? He's the one who caused the 18th and 19th armies to fight a disastrous battle, resulting in heavy losses on both sides, which led to the Mammon Legion's subsequent invasion. No wonder, if it's him, then everything makes sense. Many soldiers in the 7th Army were remnants from the original 18th and 19th armies. They had heard many of Bourne's past exploits, and seeing him in person only confirmed the rumors. Bourne continued, "I know you were all enemies before, some even fought directly against the Sharp Knife Army. But I solemnly declare here that anyone who joins the Sharp Knife Army now will have their past transgressions forgiven. I support you." A voice suddenly shouted. Bourne looked in the direction of the voice. It was a burly zombie, but the more Bourne looked, the more familiar it seemed, though he couldn't immediately recall who it was. However, that didn't matter anymore. With the first supporter, others followed suit, and soon all 80,000 were willing to submit to Bourne's command, becoming the first undead soldiers of the Sharp Knife Army. Bourne didn't disrupt the previous organization. He retained the remaining captains and vice-captains. Furthermore, for the undead officers killed in the chaos, he extracted their soulfire and gave it to Burford, allowing him to choose suitable replacements. This soulfire served as a reward. "Bourne, that's great. Our elite vanguard is back," Akeem exclaimed excitedly. Bourne shook his head. "Don't be too happy yet. Jessica's army will find out about our situation sooner or later, and they might even send a large army tomorrow morning." Akeem nodded. "Indeed, not all 80,000 men will be so obedient. Some will definitely desert, run back to Jessica's army to report, or defect to Mammon's army. What do we do next?" Bourne looked at the busy Burford and said, "Right now, I can only trust the two of you. That's far from enough. You need to find trusted confidants worthy of important tasks, and develop them into the backbone of our elite vanguard." Akeem asked, "How do we do that?" Bourne continued, "You help Burford select men first. I handle the rest." Just as they were speaking, a burly zombie pushed through the crowd and rushed in front of Bourne. Burford was about to stop him, but Akeem stopped him. "Lord Bourne, Lord Arkham. I'm so glad to see you." The zombie exclaimed excitedly, fluid streaming down its half-fleshed face. It was hard to tell if it was saliva or tears. Akeem stared intently, and immediately recognized him. "Leighton, what are you doing here?" Burford looked bewildered. "You know each other?" Akeem chuckled. "He's one of my old subordinates. How could I not recognize him? I thought you'd been killed after that battle." Leighton laughed heartily. "I had originally fled that day, but I got separated from the main force, and wandered the wilderness alone for months. Then Jessica's Legion and Mammon's Legion engaged in a major battle, and their territory and military strength were drastically reduced. Later, they found me in a valley of wandering undead. To expand their forces, they didn't kill me but recruited me into their legion. Of course, although I joined them, I still hope to be with Lord Bourne and Lord Arkham again." Akeem patted Leighton on the shoulder. "Great. It's so good to see you. Bourne thought for a moment, then seemed to remember something. You're from the 5th Vanguard, aren't you? Yes. Layton exclaimed happily. I was the former captain of the 5th Vanguard. You even led a large army to rescue me back then. I never forgotten your kindness. It's wonderful that you haven't forgotten me. Bourne gave a wry smile. To be honest, he didn't really remember, only had a vague recollection. However, meeting an old comrade in arms made him very happy. Are there any other people here who joined from Claude's Legion? Layton glanced at Burford. Besides him, who counts as half? That's all. After that battle, Jessica's Legion never advanced south again, and the rest of us fled south. I heard that Lord Claude merged his legion into a legion called Baleship, and Lord Claude became a commander. Akeem sighed. Back then, we had our own legion, so free and easy. Now Lord Claude has to act according to others' wishes. It's all Jessica's Legion's fault. Bourne frowned and shook his head. No, this might not be Jessica's Legion's problem. Maybe even without Jessica's Legion, Claude would have done the same thing. It was just a matter of time. Oh! What makes you say that? Akeem asked. Bourne didn't answer Akeem's question, but asked Burford, You've been in Jessica's Legion for so long. What was Jessica's Legion like at its strongest? Berthold paused, then shook his head, saying, I don't know. When I joined Jessica's Legion, I was at the lowest level. All I knew was that the Legion had 20 armies, each with about 100,000 undead. I don't know anything about the higher levels. Bourne nodded, indicating understanding. I heard Hendrik say something about Jessica being immortal, that no one can defeat her. Do you know what that means? Akeem, Berthold, and Layton exchanged glances, all shaking their heads, completely bewildered. Bourne sighed. He secretly felt that there must be some unknown connection between Claude joining Baleship and Jessica's immortality. After pondering for a while, without reaching a conclusion, Bourne decisively gave up. He waved his hand. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Your task today is to find about 2,000 or 3,000 trustworthy people. I want to focus on training them. Akeem asked, Is 2,000 or 3,000 enough? When the battle starts, the enemy will have tens of thousands. Bourne laughed. To be honest, I've long been tired of this kind of overwhelming force from the underworld. Haven't you noticed? At this level, simply having a large army isn't very useful. Look at Hendrik and those deputy commanders. Once they're dead, what use are these tens of thousands of low-level soldiers at the Origin Realm? Burford was taken aback, pointed to himself, and said, I'm also at the Origin Realm, also a soldier. Am I useless? Bourne slapped his head. Did I say anything to you? Besides, I'm going to give you special training right now, to get you to the Transcendent Realm as soon as possible. Special training? The three asked in unison. How? Bourne smiled mysteriously and said, You find out later. Keep this a secret. 2,000 or 3,000 men weren't a huge number, but they weren't few either. The three men, Akeem and his companions, worked day and night selecting, and after a day, they had chosen over 1,300 men and brought them before Bourne. Akeem spoke first. We really did our best. It's hard to believe these undead soldiers are loyal. Getting around 1,000 is already quite good. We deal with the rest later. Burford added, Yes, and since yesterday, nearly 20,000 have quietly deserted. We couldn't stop them. They might have already gone north to inform Jessica's Legion headquarters. Bourne waved his hand. It's all right, let them go. Jessica's Legion doesn't have time to deal with our little affairs right now. Burford glared. This is a little affair? That's 100,000 troops. Gone just like that? I think Jessica's main force. We might attack in a couple of days. You better think of a solution first. Bourne patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry. When have I ever done anything without being sure? If I'm not mistaken, the other armies of the Jessica Legion are their core. Right now, they're focused on fighting the attack from the Mammon Legion. They don't care about these peripheral armies that were just formed incidentally. Akeem asked, How so? Bourne didn't directly answer Akeem's question, but instead asked Burford, You used to be in the Jessica Legion. You should know that in the Jessica Legion, the smaller the number of the army, the stronger it is. Burford nodded. That's true. Back then, our 19th Army wasn't as strong as the 18th Army at the beginning. It was only after we faced the Mammon Legion head-on, and under pressure, our strength improved even faster, that we became comparable to the 18th Army. Bourne continued, If Jessica's Legion's troops were all at this level, they would probably be wiped out by the Mammon Legion in no time. But they've been fighting for so long, and from these clues, it's not hard to see that Jessica's Legion's core strength is still very powerful. Of course, that doesn't mean they won't come looking for trouble, So we need to train a group of experts to prepare for future battles. Akeem and Burford roughly understood Bourne's meaning, but they still had a question in their minds. You said you would conduct special training. How exactly will you do that? Bourne smiled mysteriously, beckoned, and led them to the newly selected 1,000-plus people. When the crowd saw Bourne and his men arrive, their murmurs ceased. Most of them weren't original members of Jessica's Legion. Some were prisoners captured in previous battles, while others were newly recruited undead. They felt no sense of belonging to Jessica's Legion. On the contrary, due to the brutal rule of Hendrik and Eric, they had even developed a deep resentment towards the Legion, which was why they had been chosen by Akeem and his group. Most of them had also heard about the events at Sharp Blade City, and the heroic deeds Bourne had performed with his Sharp Blade army, and they all harbored a certain curiosity about him. Bourne cleared his throat and said loudly, "Gentlemen, I'm sure you're all curious as to why I chose you. The answer is simple. I want to rebuild the Sharp Blade army. The Sharp Blade army is a united group. Everyone has chosen endless battles to survive in this cruel undead realm, and unity ensures their invincibility. I assure you that as long as you remain loyal to the Sharp Blade army, you will receive the most abundant supplies in the army. Everyone has the potential to break away and establish their own army, becoming a powerful ruler. When that time comes, I will not stop you, and no one will be allowed to stop you." The room fell silent. How could this be? What undead lord would willingly allow his subordinates to go solo? It was unbelievable. One of the zombies, mustering his courage, shouted, You mean what you say?" Bourne smiled slightly, raised his right hand, index finger pointing to the sky. "I swear to Lord Death, if this is false, may I be engulfed in the flames of evil spirits, my soul scattered, and I die a horrible death. In the land of the dead, swearing an oath to death is gambling with one's life. No one can afford to disbelieve it." However, this left everyone with another doubt. Another skeleton soldier asked, But how can you possibly withstand Jessica's army's counterattack? What good will your words do if we're all dead? Chapter 235. Bourne placed his hand on his chest. "Then it's up to you. I can't guarantee everyone's safety, nor can I guarantee we defeat the invaders. After all, this is the realm of the dead. But the me you see now, 9 years ago, I was just a lowly undead around the 5th level of the Origin realm. Even under such disadvantages, I didn't back down and defeated opponents many times stronger than myself. And 9 years later, I can easily crush them like ants. That's the promise I can give you." The crowd looked at each other, stunned. What Bourne said was absolutely right, but how could they believe such a thing so easily? However, since they had already chosen to join this 1,000-person team, they naturally had their own decisions. A zombie roared, "Good. I'm following you this time. Even if I die, I'm not afraid. Where else can I die? I'm already dead anyway." The other undead echoed, "That's right. I died once already. What's there to be afraid of? Following Jessica's Legion is just cannon fodder, but here I can at least have some dignity. I do it. Me too. Count me in." Looking at the enthusiastic undead soldiers below, Bourne nodded in satisfaction. He had once again acquired a core group, enough to support him in rebuilding an undead empire. Afterwards, he stationed all these men next to the Temple of Death, setting up camp right next to it. This greatly surprised Akeem. "Bourne, are you crazy? Doing this will anger Lord Death." Bourne waved his hand with a smile. "What's there to be afraid of? I came from the Temple of Death. Do you think I don't know?" Akeem couldn't persuade him otherwise, and pulled Burford aside, saying, "You be the judge? Who does this? Which legion doesn't treat the Temple of Death like a sacred temple, forbidding anyone to move freely within a kilometer radius, let alone set up camp there?" Burford shook his head with a wry smile. "What's the use of telling me? I can't persuade him." Akeem realized he'd come to the wrong person and stomped his foot heavily. Bourne laughed heartily, patting Akeem on the shoulder. "This is the special training I mentioned earlier. These 1,000 men are all training near the Temple of Death, provided with the best resources to ensure their rapid breakthroughs. What I need is an army where everyone has reached the peak of the Yuan realm." Then, he pulled Burford and Leighton aside. "You two too. My task for you is to break through to around the 3rd level of the Yuan realm within a year." "What?" The two men's eyes widened, thinking they had misheard. "Are you kidding me?" Bourne's smile faded. "I'm not kidding. This is the task I'm giving you. The current situation is extremely complex. We can only manage to get through this period smoothly for a year at most. After that, who knows how many legions will attack. At that time, you will be the core strength of the Spearhead army. Isn't this too difficult? I never seen anyone break through 5 or even 6 realms in a year," Leighton said with a bitter face. Bourne turned towards the Temple of Death. Just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean it's impossible. What I'm going to do is create the impossible. He then looked at Akeem. Akeem, for the time being, you will be in full command of the outside affairs. Rebuild the fortifications near Sharp Blades City, according to our previous construction plan. If you encounter any indecisive issues, come to the Temple of Death to find me. Akeem was taken aback. You're staying here too? Trying to shirk responsibility again? Bourne looked embarrassed. What do you mean again? I didn't mean to. Helping them improve their strength is the most important thing right now. I have to stay here. Akeem sighed heavily. Following you has been the worst luck I ever had. You better make it up to me. Bourne chuckled. Of course. I never mistreat you, no matter who else I wronged. With that, he turned and ran into the Temple of Death. Upon entering the Temple of Death, Bourne began his plan. In reality, he intended to use the power of the soul fusion technique to increase the purity of the surrounding death energy, thereby accelerating the cultivation speed of the undead soldiers around him. However, he couldn't openly use this ancient technique, otherwise, it would be too terrifying. Therefore, he hid inside the Temple of Death. No one would know what he was doing inside unless they entered the temple. He found a relatively secluded spot to sit down and began circulating the soul fusion technique. The death energy near the Temple of Death was already incredibly dense and powerful. His actions caused the dark death energy to ripple, forming visible concentric circles that poured down from the crimson twin moons in the sky. Outside the Temple of Death, Akeem sighed and was about to move when he suddenly sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding death energy. He froze on the spot. The others also immediately noticed the change in the surrounding magic and looked up in astonishment at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Could this be a miracle? Burford exclaimed. This thought took root in everyone's hearts. Such a phenomenon was undoubtedly a miracle. Akeem stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. Bourne, just how many secrets do you have up your sleeve? Enveloped in the dense power of death, everyone's cultivation speed skyrocketed. Feeling their strength increase even while standing still, all the undead present cheered. They had finally accepted the Sharp Knife Legion and accepted Bourne. No one doubted that, cultivating in this environment, anyone could become a powerful lord. North of Sharp Knife City was originally the territory of Jessica's 18th Route Army, now belonging to the 7th Route Army. However, after Hendrik's death, it became unclaimed land. Bourne did not incorporate this territory into his own, creating a large buffer zone between Sharp Knife City and Jessica's Legion. The 5th and 6th armies of Jessica's Legion were closest to Sharp Edge City. They naturally received news of Hendrik's murder immediately. Initially, they assumed it was the work of Mammon's Legion, but when they learned the killer was a small Legion commander who had disappeared for 9 years and then returned, they were all incredulous. This news naturally came from the 20,000 undead soldiers who had fled Sharp Edge City. The source was accurate, and there couldn't be any error. However, the two commanders made no comment. The reason was simple. Their western flank was under heavy attack by Mammon's Legion, and they had no time to attend to the 7th Army. However, this matter eventually caught the attention of Jessica's Legion's high command. Deep in the northern Gobi Desert, there stood a massive castle. Its outer walls were built of pale red stone, surrounded by strange, dark green plants that produced pink blossoms that emitted a captivating fragrance. The castle's main tower soared into the clouds, its highest point resembling a sharp sword piercing the sky, as if to punch a hole in it. A thick flagpole stood to the left of the castle's main gate, fluttering a pale red, diamond-shaped banner. The dark green pattern on the banner resembled an eye, except its pupil was a long, horizontal strip, extremely eerie. A gigantic golden skeleton, over 2 meters tall, trudged slowly towards the castle's main gate. He was draped in tattered black cloth, which fluttered in the wind, offering no protection whatsoever. On his back slung a massive sword as tall as himself, its blade alone measuring approximately 40 centimeters wide. It was hard to imagine how a person could wield such a massive weapon in battle. The guards at the castle gate respectfully made way for him and opened the gates. The golden skeleton didn't even glance at the guards, silently walking into the castle. The environment inside the castle was completely different from the crimson desert outside. Dark green plants grew everywhere, and laughter filled the air, a stark contrast to the deathly silence of the underworld. The golden skeleton frowned slightly. He found the noisy environment unbearable. He preferred the deathly silence of the underworld. The surrounding undead were vastly different from him. These undead were slender, with full breasts and hips, their alluring faces devoid of color, except for their red lips that seemed to drip blood. They varied in appearance, but all shared a pair of curved, pointed horns on their heads, and a long black tail that swayed from side to side with their speech and movements. If Born were here, he would recognize this as a type of undead creature he had studied at the Norma Empire's Magic Academy, a special race existing only in mythology, never having appeared in the entire history of the Empire. Succubi. The golden skeleton walked for about 10 minutes until he reached the entrance of the main building. A succubus greeted him, asking in a sweet voice, "General Shalining, you're late this time. The Guardian has been waiting for you." The golden skeleton glanced at her, waved his hand, and said indifferently, "Lead the way." The succubus gave him a flirtatious look. "Do you know why you're so unpopular among the 7 commanders? It's because you're so dense, you can't appreciate our beauty." The golden skeleton snorted, "If I could appreciate it, I wouldn't be a commander anymore, I'd be forever trapped in your gentle paradise." The succubus smiled, not finding his words offensive at all, but rather quite pleased. "Hee, it seems you're not so bad after all. Come with me." With that, she led Shalining through winding corridors to a door and gently knocked 3 times. A woman's voice came from inside the door, a voice so soft and alluring, so captivating that any ordinary man would likely lose himself in it. "Come in." The succubus pushed open the door, and Shalining stepped in expressionlessly. It wasn't an ordinary room, but a conference room. 6 people were already seated around the long conference table, making 7 with his arrival. "Shalining, what are you doing? Why did you take so long?" a similarly burly golden skeleton said with some dissatisfaction. Shalining ignored him, finding an empty seat and sitting down. The golden skeleton, enraged by Shalining's disregard, slammed his hand on the table and was about to stand up. Just then, a fair, delicate arm pressed down on his broad shoulder. That slender, boneless hand, though seemingly fragile, held the immensely strong golden skull firmly in place. "All right, Maki, let's get down to business," the soft, alluring voice said, but this frail figure was hidden within a large gray robe. Not only was her face concealed, but her entire form was obscured. Only the snow-white arm that had just reached out to press down on Maki revealed a glimpse of her features. Maki was forced back into his seat, letting out a heavy snort, and said to Shalining, "With the Guardian pleading on your behalf, I spare you this time." Seeing that everyone had arrived, the gray-robed woman chuckled, "Hee, all right, now let's talk about the recent battles. Shalining, you arrived last, so you should go first." Shalining nodded and slowly said, "The 5th Army has recently fought dozens of battles with the Mammon Legion, with both sides winning and losing, but overall we still have the advantage. However, there's something else I need to mention, which everyone should already know. Hendrik of the 7th Army is dead. They were killed by the remnants of Claude's Legion. It's said that those people formed their own elite legion, using the 7th city as their base, and abandoned the rest of the 7th Army's territory. I think we need to discuss this matter properly today." "Humph," Maki sneered. "That Hendrik was a complete waste. He was just lucky not to have been killed by Mammon's Legion in the previous battle. I knew he would fail." The gray-robed man waved his hand. "Maki, don't speak yet. Let's proceed in order." Maki immediately shut his mouth obediently. He held this woman in great awe and dared not offend her in the slightest. The gray-robed man pointed to a zombie and said, "Luther, your turn." Luther was the commander of the 6th Army. He gave a brief report on the battle situation, which was similar to Shalinen's, nothing particularly noteworthy. Next came the reports from the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st Armies. Their situations were much worse, barely managing to maintain the status quo. Maki, commander of the 1st Army, finished explaining his situation and added, "Deputy Commander, I received word that there's internal discord within the Mammon Legion. They plan to withdraw soon, regroup, and then launch another attack, which should take about a year." The gray-robed man asked with interest, "Where did you get this information?" Maki chuckled, "I knew you asked that. We sent out a reconnaissance team, and by chance, they overheard a conversation between their commanders. That's how we got this information. The source is very reliable." The commander of the 2nd Army echoed, "That makes sense. Although we suffered some losses before, their offensive seems to have slowed down considerably recently. If this information is accurate, then they should already be preparing to withdraw." Chapter 236. The woman in gray robes pondered for a moment. "This matter needs further investigation. The rest of you should also keep an eye on things. If they really do begin withdrawing in a year, then we have enough time to recuperate and reclaim what is rightfully ours." Maki clapped his hands and said, "Yes. That's what I think too. They've been fighting us for almost 10 years, and we always been at a disadvantage. It's time for us to switch from defense to offense." At this moment, Luther, commander of the 6th Army, asked, "Sir, if Mammon withdraws in a year, they will inevitably intensify their offensive during the year. We must prepare our defenses." The gray-robed woman nodded. "You're right. From today onwards, all military districts will be on high alert, mobilizing all available forces and resources to resist the Mammon Legion's attack. I will speak to Lady Jessica and request that a contingent of succubi be sent as support. Rest assured, you will fight on." Shalinin asked, "What about Hendrik?" Maki waved his hand. "Just a scoundrel. We never expected anything from him. Let that Sharp Knife Legion run rampant for a year. We deal with him after that. Before they rise to power, now is the best time to defeat them." Shalinin continued. Maki's face darkened. "Didn't you listen to the adults? Our priority now is dealing with the Mammon Legion. That so-called Sharp Knife Army is nothing but a fart. Give them a year, how much trouble can they cause? I can crush them with a single finger." He then looked at Shalinin and sneered, "Shalinin, after all these years you haven't improved at all. Still so cowardly and afraid of trouble. Does having the Sharp Knife Army around make you uncomfortable?" Shalinin glanced at him coldly. "I merely stated my thoughts. If you disagree, then forget it." The gray-robed woman smiled. "It's all right, Shalinin. You're right, but now is not the time to deal with small targets like the Sharp Knife Army. You should think carefully about how to deal with the Mammon Legion's attack and defend your own territory." Hearing this, Shalinin didn't hesitate any longer and respectfully replied, "Yes. All right." The gray-robed woman stood up, shaking off the wrinkles in her clothes. Unfortunately, her hood fell halfway down, revealing a long, pink, translucent ear covered in short, white hair. It trembled slightly upon contact with the air, looking quite adorable. However, this scene was like the most terrifying sight in the world to these commanders, who all turned their heads away, unable to bear looking. The gray-robed woman chuckled, adjusted her hood, and hid her ears. "You may all return. I will report today's events to Lady Jessica, and she will decide how to allocate the succubi. Just do your jobs." The 6 commanders stood up in unison and saluted respectfully. "Yes, sir." As the gray-robed woman had predicted, the Mammon Legion intensified its offensive in the days that followed, sending powerful legions to launch simultaneous and fierce attacks on all of Jessica's legion's defensive lines. Fortunately, all 6 of Jessica's legion's defensive zones were well prepared, and the battle did not become one-sided but rather extremely fierce. In particular, the high command of Jessica's legion deployed a large number of succubi. These undead creatures were skilled in soul attacks, affecting the mental strength of their opponents, and played a crucial role on the battlefield. A year is nothing to the endless living undead. Time flies, and the year passed quickly. During this year, all the military district commanders, including Shalinin, had gathered intelligence about the Mammon Legion's planned withdrawal. If the Mammon Legion were sending a false signal to mislead the enemy, this intelligence wouldn't have taken a year to develop. And indeed, a year later, the Mammon Legion did take action, with a large-scale withdrawal at the front lines, especially near Jessica's 5th and 6th Corps, where almost all of their troops had withdrawn. This brought a huge sigh of relief to Jessica's legion. Even they found the intensity of the fighting extremely difficult. After the Mammon Legion's withdrawal, Jessica's legion had a period of respite, a time to regroup and strengthen their forces. Jessica's Legion High Command immediately ordered the 5th and 6th Armies to attack the Spearhead Army, which had been quietly developing in the south. For the past year, Bourne and his 1,000-man squad had done absolutely nothing but intensive training at the Temple of Death. With the combined benefits of the Temple of Death and the Soul Fusion technique, their progress was rapid, and Bourne himself had broken through to the 4th level of the Liyuan realm. Akeem had only contacted Bourne a handful of times during this period. Aside from small groups of undead coming to scout, and a few large legions sending troops to probe, the entire Spearhead Army was unusually quiet. Everyone was resting and recuperating. That day, Akeem came to the Temple of Death again. He didn't dare enter directly, but instead called out from the entrance, "Bourne! Bourne! Something important has happened. Come out immediately." Just as Akeem arrived at the door, Bourne spotted him, pausing his soul fusion technique before slowly stepping out. "What's wrong? Why the rush? Has Jessica's army made another move?" Akeem slapped his thigh. "Oh, you guessed right. Mammon's army has relaxed its offensive, giving Jessica's army a breather. We detected 120,000 enemy troops heading towards us." Bourne raised an eyebrow. "Oh! Which army?" Akeem replied, "The 5th and 6th Armies. These 2 armies are currently free from other battles, and are focusing their efforts on us." "Only 120,000 troops in 2 armies?" Bourne asked with a smile. Akeem rolled his eyes at him. What? You think it's not enough? They suffered heavy losses in the previous battles, and they need to leave some troops to hold the lines, so naturally they can't send them all out. Bourne nodded. Alright, looks like we got some work to do. Go and wake up the rest of the people. After a year of rest and recuperation, it's time for them to get some work done. Akeem shook his head with a wry smile. They have 120,000 men. We only have less than 60,000 in the city now. What are we going to do with half the troops? Bourne waved his hand with a smile. Don't worry, I have a plan. Just listen to me, gather everyone together, and arrange the troops in the north. I'm going out for a bit, don't wait for me. Akeem didn't know what he was going to do, but he didn't need to ask, because after saying that, Bourne quickly left, not giving him a chance to ask again. Bourne strolled casually through Sharp Blade City. Akeem was very capable, and had managed Sharp Blade City very well this year. The guards who passed by bowed respectfully to Bourne and cast strange glances at him. They were probably thinking, why is this captain wandering around the streets all by himself? Bourne quickly arrived at the north gate. The guards at the gate hurried forward and respectfully said, Commander, the north gate is safe today. Bourne nodded. Good, open the gate, I need to go out for a bit. The guards were taken aback. Out? They quickly realized what he meant and ran to open the gate. The heavy bone gate slowly opened a crack, and Bourne walked out leisurely. The guards immediately stepped forward and asked, Commander, should we send someone with you? Bourne waved his hand. No need. If Akeem asks, just say I'd be back within a month. The guards could only stop and stare blankly as Bourne disappeared into the vast sandstorm. Bourne's departure was not aimless. He knew that Hendrik's original control wasn't limited to the small area of Sharp Blade City, but now he only controlled Sharp Blade City. His aim was to concentrate superior forces and avoid dispersing his fighting strength. However, this meant that the territory originally belonging to the 7th Army became a separate region, neither under Jessica's Legion nor Bourne's jurisdiction. It was filled with numerous undead settlements, almost entirely populated by former soldiers of the 7th Army. Now, however, Jessica's Legion had once again launched an attack to reclaim this area. These undead soldiers naturally offered no resistance, instead becoming scouting parties for Jessica's Legion, gathering intelligence on Sharp Knife City, and preparing for their subsequent attack. Bourne first found a smaller undead settlement, with just over 300 people, led by a 6th-tier zombie. Their overall strength was very weak. Boss, we heard General Luther is here with his men. Should we go and join them? A skeleton soldier asked. The zombie pondered for a long while before saying, of course we have to surrender, but then we'd probably be used as cannon fodder again. The skeleton soldier sighed, there's nothing we can do about it. The chances of survival for low-level undead, like us, are just too low. The zombie nodded, whether we surrender or not, we're all going to die anyway. We might as well be more compliant, maybe we'd be ranked lower. The skeleton soldier's eyes suddenly lit up, that's right, why don't we escape? Leave this place, find a small legion, and you could even be a captain or something. The zombie shook its head, no way. Where can we escape now? To the west is the Mammon Legion, to the east and north are Jessica's Legion's armies, and to the south is the Sharp Knife Army. Where can we escape to? The skeleton soldier slumped against a withered tree trunk. I never thought that even in death, I still have to. I'm so worried. Alright. The zombie waved. Let's hurry up and set off. I heard the 6th Army is already nearby. Bourne quietly followed the undead to the 6th Army's vanguard camp, where their leader, Luther, was personally in charge. Luther had been in high spirits these past few days. After all, accepting the seemingly simple task of retaking the 7th Army would surely bring victory, and not only that, he would also gain some territory and troops, thus strengthening himself. In just the last few days, he had recruited nearly 20,000 undead soldiers. Although their strength wasn't high, their sheer numbers made them suitable as cannon fodder. Today, many more undead soldiers came to join him. He slowly walked past a zombie, patted him on the shoulder, sensed the magic power within him, and nodded slightly. 6th level of the Origin Realm, not bad, a good seedling. The zombie quickly and respectfully said, thank you for taking me in, sir. I will serve you with all my might. Good. Ha ha. Luther laughed and continued his inspection. When he passed a seemingly insignificant skeleton soldier, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stopped laughing. He looked around but found nothing unusual. He scratched his head, muttering in confusion, what's going on? Was it just my imagination? As the group continued forward, his unease gradually subsided. He shook his head, turned, and left. Bourne, mixed in with the small group of undead, glanced at the departing Luther, a slight smile playing on his lips. From that brief encounter, he had already ascertained the other's strength, second rank of the Liyuan realm. As they reached Bourne, the squad leader gave him a brief look, preparing to assign him to the front lines as cannon fodder. Bourne, quick-witted, stepped forward. The squad leader paused, about to reprimand, when he suddenly felt something soft in his hand. Looking down, he saw it was a soulfire, and it seemed to be of a high grade. He looked up at the skeleton in astonishment. Bourne chuckled and said, "Captain, please be lenient, I don't want to die." The squad leader swallowed his reprimand, frowned, and waved his hand. "Go to the back." Bourne quickly replied, "Yes, yes. Thank you, Captain, thank you, Captain." He went behind the squad leader, and waited until the reception was over. The squad leader was also a skeleton soldier, but clearly, his bones were stronger and thicker, and he was much taller than Bourne. He grabbed Bourne's hand and strode inside. "You got some nerve, kid, daring to bribe me." Bourne chuckled, "I just want to live, not go to the battlefield to die so soon." The squad leader rolled his eyes at him, and said, "All right, you work in my unit. If you perform well, you won't be assigned to the vanguard." Bourne thanked him repeatedly, but a sly glint flashed in his eyes, as he secretly pondered his next plan. Luther returned to his tent, rubbing his temples in annoyance. "What's wrong? I suddenly have this uneasy feeling, something I never had before." Just then, a golden skeleton walked in. Luther was startled at first, but after recognizing the person, he breathed a sigh of relief and said reproachfully, "Why didn't you tell me you were coming? You scared me to death." Shallonen glanced at him indifferently. "You seem a bit unsettled." Luther waved his hand. "Never mind that. It's probably just the after effects of fighting the Mammon Legion for too long. By the way, what brings you here?" Shallonen found an open space and sat down. "I'm here to remind you not to recruit so many undead." "Huh?" Luther was taken aback. "Why? These undead were originally members of our legion. We're just letting them return. What's the big deal?" Shallonen tapped his fingers lightly on the ground, his eyes sharp as he looked at Luther. "But how do you know there aren't any spies from Sharp Blade City, or the Mammon Legion among them?" Chapter 237. Luther frowned slightly. "You mean, the other side might send spies to infiltrate my camp?" Shallonen nodded. "If I were them, I would do the same." Luther laughed loudly. "Ha ha, Shallonen, you're too cautious. Let me tell you, the strongest undead I recruited are only at the peak of the Origin Realm. Even if there are spies, so what? We have over 100,000 troops attacking now. These people alone can't change the course of the battle." Shallonen frowned and said, "Don't be too careless. Hendrik isn't stupid. Anyone who can defeat him is no pushover. It's better to be careful." Luther waved his hand. "Hendrik is only at the 5th level of the out-of-origin realm. He's the only one of the later commanders who survived. Lady Jessica only made him this commander because of his years of hard work, otherwise, even one of my deputy commanders could easily kill him." "All right, Shallonen, stop exaggerating. That Sharp Knife City is nothing to worry about. The most important thing about our large force is reclaiming this territory, and the Temple of Death in Sharp Knife City. We don't need to worry about anything else." Seeing he couldn't persuade the other party, Shallonen sighed, slowly stood up, and said calmly, "In that case, I take my leave." Seeing Shallonen leave the tent, Luther also stood up and called in a skeleton soldier, saying, "Go and inform a few squad leaders. They must be very strict. All undead with strength exceeding the Yuan level must be brought here for verification. Absolutely no arbitrary recruitment is allowed." The skeleton soldier accepted the order, and quickly went to relay it. These past few days, Bourne seemed to have returned to his days in the 17th Vanguard, bustling around with his squad leader. Because of his efficiency and quick thinking, he quickly integrated into the team, and became a favorite of his squad leader. That day, they received another recruitment mission, this time for over 3,000 undead soldiers. They were now very close to Sharp Blade City, and it was estimated that the first round of battle would begin in a few days. While working, Bourne whispered, "Captain, are the troops we're using to attack Sharp Blade City all newly recruited?" The squad leader scoffed. "How could that be? They definitely can't handle it alone. We also deployed several other units to probe the enemy's strength before making any plans." Bourne gave a thumbs up. "Captain is brilliant. Sharp Blade City will probably fall in a few rounds. This credit will definitely go to Lord Luther and Lord Shallonen." The squad leader chuckled. "Shallonen? Ning? He probably won't get a chance." Bourne's heart skipped a beat. Oh, what do you mean? I heard before that this operation was a joint operation of the 5th and 6th Armies. The squad leader lowered his voice and whispered, Sherinine doesn't want to send troops out so quickly. He wants us to go first. Lord Luther agreed. I guess this time the 5th Army won't even have a chance to fight. That so-called Sharp Knife Army will be completely crushed by us. Born nodded knowingly. Oh, I see. Lord Sherininen has missed a golden opportunity. I wonder where they are now. The squad leader pointed northeast. Look, it's over there, about 3 miles from our troops. This guy's cautious, he won't take any risks. Otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't like him. Bourne frowned slightly, having made some plans. In Sharp Knife City, Akeem was calmly directing operations. Burfoyd and Leighton, as his deputies, were each leading 2 teams to continuously reinforce the defenses. Burfoyd planted a huge bone spike in the ground, looked ahead, and said, Oh dear, when is Bourne coming back? The battle is about to begin. Akeem said, Didn't he say he'd be back within a month? No rush, let him go. We hold the line for now, understand? Leighton smiled wryly. Holding the line is easier said than done. With his most important person gone, I lost all confidence. Akeem glared at him. You want a beating? How has Bourne trained you this past year, taking you from a lowly soldier to the 3rd level of the Outer Yuan realm? And you already lost confidence? Leighton shrank back. That was true. His year of arduous training had yielded fruitful results. He was no longer just at the 3rd level of the Yuan realm. He even seemed poised for a breakthrough. This speed was astonishing even by outside standards. Boss, but Bourne isn't here. How are we going to fight against Jessica's main force? Don't forget the battle 9 years ago. Akeem knew Leighton was right. Bourne had arranged everything before his sudden disappearance, but under the relentless bombardment of Jessica's main force, all their defenses were like paper, utterly ineffective. In the end, Mordecai's and Jose were killed, Akeem and Burford were captured, and Sharp Knife City became the 7th city. Hey, even I, who joined halfway through, haven't given up, and you already lost all confidence. Burford mocked from the side. I trust Bourne wholeheartedly now. Even if I die, it won't change. Leighton, a little embarrassed by his words, took a deep breath. Fine. Since you all say so, I'm not afraid of anything. I already lost once, so I'm not afraid of a second time. Besides, I've broken through to the Transcendent Realm, and I haven't had a proper fight yet. This time, I really put some exercise to the test. Akeem slapped him on the back of the head, laughing and scolding. What are you yelling about? Get back to work. Leighton chuckled and jogged off to continue working. About a week later, Luther's first wave of vanguard had arrived at the gates of Sharp Knife City, and Sharp Knife City was fully prepared, its entire army on high alert. Looking down at the enemy force of about 10 or 20,000, Leighton asked with some doubt, Hey, boss, why are there so few of them? Akeem frowned. These are probably just the first wave, testing our strength. We need to make a show of force first, so they won't dare to act rashly again. Leighton nodded. Okay, if we need to attack later, let me go first. Akeem smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Good, since you volunteered, let you show your skills. Hold on, we must make a name for ourselves. Soon, a scarred zombie stepped out from the opposing camp, shouting, You little bastards from Sharp Knife City, open the gates for me and get ready to welcome Lord Luther. As soon as he finished speaking, a creaking sound was heard, and the gates of Sharp Knife City slowly opened a crack. The scarred zombie sneered and said to the undead beside him, See? I told you. This Sharp Knife City is full of rats. When Lord Luther arrives, they all be scrambling to surrender. After a while, a zombie even more burly than himself slowly emerged from the city, but there were no other undead behind him. The scarred zombie frowned slightly. What's going on? Just one person. Do they want to negotiate? The burly zombie was none other than Leighton, who had volunteered. He walked to the front of the enemy camp and slammed the giant hammer into the ground with a thunderous roar. You have 3 minutes to retreat. If you don't, you be killed without mercy. Arrogant! Too arrogant! The scarred zombie was completely stunned. No matter how he guessed, he never expected the enemy to send only one person to challenge them. To call it a challenge was an understatement. They were practically there to drive him away. How dare they play me? Men, chop him to pieces. The scarred zombie, his face contorted with rage, summoned 5 undead soldiers, who rushed forward, brandishing their weapons to strike Leighton. Leighton's expression remained unchanged. He raised the massive bone hammer with his right hand, and casually swung it, the powerful force of which slammed it down on the 5 undead soldiers. Although they tried to resist, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Their weapons shattered, and the giant hammer crushed their bones. Like a string of fireworks, 5 consecutive thud sounds rang out, and all 5 undead soldiers were dead. What? The scarred zombie was shocked. He knew his opponent was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. In just one exchange, his opponent had defeated 5 undead soldiers as easily as blowing a breath. What terrifying strength was this? He swallowed hard, glancing back at the undead army behind him. Shock and fear were etched on everyone's faces. He knew he had to do something, or he would already be defeated in terms of morale. He stepped forward, letting out a heavy snort. You're quite something, but you should know that the first to step forward often dies the first. Layton slammed his giant hammer into the ground again, chest puffed out, head held high, an air of dominance on his face. 2 minutes left. The scarred zombie, enraged, glanced back and signaled for 10 more undead to step forward. These 10 were the strongest in the group, each at least at the 5th level of the origin realm. Humph, we tear this to pieces. Everyone charge! He shouted, leading the charge. Layton laughed 3 times, swinging his giant hammer again. Having witnessed its terrifying power before, these men dared not confront it head-on, dodging and surrounding Layton. Layton's first strike missed, hitting the ground in front of him and raising a cloud of dust. He slightly raised his eyes, surveying his surroundings, coldly observing the 11 men. The scarred zombie sneered. Using such a massive bone hammer must be exhausting. Let me see how you handle 11 of us. Attack! With that, he flipped his long sword, thrusting it straight at Layton's brow. Layton roared, spinning around, his right hand lightly gripping the hammer handle, switching from a forehand to a backhand grip to dodge the zombie's thrust. Simultaneously, he swung the giant hammer horizontally with tremendous force. The scarred zombie was extremely cautious, retreating immediately after his attack failed. But his men weren't so lucky. One skeleton soldier tried to launch a sneak attack while Layton dodged, but Layton's hammer arced backward, swung in a circle, and then slammed down, striking the skeleton squarely in the chest with a resounding boom. The skeleton didn't even utter a sound before its ribs snapped, leaving a large crater in its chest. Its body flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. The scarred zombie's eye twitched, and the scar on its face seemed to come alive, writhing on its features. Gritting its teeth, it pushed off with its feet and swung its blade again. Simultaneously, the other undead launched another attack, hoping to gain an advantage through numbers. However, Layton's massive frame displayed agility beyond his years, coupled with powerful magic, allowing him to hold his own against 10 opponents. On the walls of Sharp Knife City, Akeem smiled slightly, that Layton is really mischievous. He knows his opponent is no match for him, that's why he dares to be so arrogant. Burford also laughed, haha, seeing him having so much fun, I want to go down and have a go too. Akeem's smile faded, and he said to Burford, now is not the time to watch the show. You immediately take a squad to the east to assist in defense. Signal immediately if anything happens. Burford nodded and set off immediately. With Bourne absent, all combat tasks were to be carried out under Akeem's orders. After Burford left, Akeem's gaze fell on Layton again, seemingly deep in thought. Off the field, Layton had already fought 5 rounds with his opponent, killing 5 opponents without a scratch, and was even growing stronger with each battle. The scarred zombie was increasingly astonished. He himself had reached the first level of the Outer Yuan realm, expecting to be able to at least put up a fight with his opponent. Now it seemed that his opponent was just toying with him, not taking him seriously at all. He roared, pulled back, and shouted, bastard. If you keep resisting like this, don't say Lord Luther didn't give you a chance. Layton knocked back 2 undead with a punch and a kick, his eyes cold as he said, half a minute left. Scarface's heart sank. He knew he was no match for them, so he gritted his teeth and roared, retreat. The undead attacking Layton quickly retreated, following the main force. Layton slammed his giant hammer into the ground, clapped his hands, and didn't give chase. Instead, he sneered, go back and tell Luther that I, Layton, am waiting for him here. Let him wash his neck and come to die. Scarface, the zombie, was furious but dared not utter a word, slinking away. Ha ha ha. Once his opponents were far away, Layton swaggered back into Sharp Knife City. The undead soldiers in the city cheered, praising Layton's bravery. Akeem patted Layton on the shoulder. Well done, Layton. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You're truly worthy of my training. Layton laughed loudly, just a bunch of rabble. The other brothers could easily beat them to a pulp. Akeem nodded. That's true, but your courage to challenge them alone is impressive. I definitely have a word with Bourne when we get back. Then, he changed the subject. However, as you said, this time it's just a rabble. Next time, it'd be Luther's regular army. They've been fighting the Mammon Legion for decades, and are very experienced. You must be careful in the upcoming battles. Also, take a squad to the west side now. If anything happens, signal them immediately. Chapter 238. Layton was taken aback. West? Isn't there the Mammon Legion over there? Will they attack too? Akeem shook his head. The Mammon Legion hasn't had any dealings with us lately, and because Bourne fought there on the banks of the River of the Dead a year ago, the main force of the Mammon Legion hasn't extended further. I'm not worried about them, but about Jessica's Legion. Layton's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded emphatically. All right. Leave this to me. I report any movement immediately. On the other side, the scarred zombie fled back in a sorry state, kneeling before Luther. My lord, this sharp-knife city is utterly outrageous. They have no respect whatsoever, they're audacious, daring to openly boast, saying. He hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Luther snorted heavily. What did they say? Stop stammering. The scarred zombie swallowed hard, then embellished his story, crying, they said you, sir, are just a paper tiger, all a charlatan, no match for them at all. Luther slammed his fist on the stone slab in front of him, shattering it with the force. How despicable. I sent you over to persuade them to surrender as a favor, and they're so ungrateful. Don't blame me. My lord is wise. My lord, you must avenge us. Kill them all. The scarred zombie said viciously. Luther's eyes widened, and in a flash, he appeared before the scarred zombie, grabbing his neck and lifting him off the ground. Cough, cough. My lord, spare me. Cough, cough. Spare me. The scarred zombie cried out in terror, kicking his legs frantically. Luther said coldly, you idiot. Failing the mission is bad enough, but you also demoralized us. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. The scarred zombie pleaded, my lord, spare me. It's not my fault, it's all those sharp-knife army soldiers' fault, they're so despicable. It's not my fault. Not your fault? Luther increased the pressure on the scarred zombie's neck, making it crack. You led the team, as the commander, who else is to blame but you? He suddenly twisted the zombie's neck, breaking it amidst the zombie's terrified screams. Then, he reached out with his other hand, forcefully piercing the zombie's eye socket, grabbing a pale blue, flickering soul fire, and shoving it into his own mouth. Luther closed his eyes briefly, savoring the wonderful taste of a soul fire at the transcendent realm, before slowly opening them and sitting back down. The surrounding undead fell silent, not daring to utter a word, staring quietly at the scarred zombie's corpse lying on the ground. A thick, dark green liquid flowed everywhere, emitting a pungent stench, but those present were all undead and lacked the sense of smell. Luther remained silent for a long time, then glanced around. Pass on my order, full force, a frontal assault to crush them. I show them what happens when you underestimate me. Yes, sir. The army responded in unison. Soon, Luther's nearly 90,000-strong army arrived, marching majestically toward Sharp Knife City, seemingly intent on flattening the entire town. Luther led the charge, followed by several deputy commanders, with individual captains leading their respective squads behind. Bourne was among them. Captain, what are our responsibilities in this attack? Bourne asked quietly. The squad leader glanced at him. Don't worry, this time we're responsible for assisting the right flank attack in the third echelon. The first echelon will probably reach Sharp Blade City soon. There won't be a chance for us. Bourne was still a little worried. What if the first and second echelons are defeated? The squad leader paused, then laughed. You're worrying too much. They won't lose. Even if they do, it won't be our turn. If they fail, it means this battle is meaningless. Lord Luther will definitely order a retreat. Our presence is just for show, to let the front lines know their support. Bourne nodded. I see. Then I'm relieved. Luther stopped 1,000 meters from Sharp Blade City. Numerous fortifications were set up there, guarded by tens of thousands of undead soldiers. Further advance would mean the start of battle. Luther sneered. These guys are quite well prepared. Just then, a shout came from the fortifications. Is the newcomer Luther of Jessica's 6th Army? Luther paused slightly, frowned, and took a few steps forward. Since you know I'm here, why don't you come out and surrender? Akeem popped his head out of the fortifications, his sharp eyes fixed on Luther. You're Luther? Humph, you should know this isn't Jessica's army's territory. 10 years ago, you forcibly seized this place. We're just taking back what's rightfully ours. Luther laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, are you joking? This is the land of the dead. What's this yours and mine? Whoever has the biggest fist has the right to occupy this place. State your name. I don't kill nameless nobodies. Akeem, wielding 2 bone spikes, suddenly unleashed his power. I hope you remember this before you die. My name is Akeem, Deputy Commander of the Vanguard Army. Luther's eyes flashed with a fierce light. You're arrogant, aren't you? Let me see just how capable you are. Akeem retreated behind cover and roared, all troops, listen up. Fire! Whoosh! 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 Tens of thousands of arrows pierced the air, even obscuring the light of the crimson double moons, raining down on Luther's army. Luther was startled. He was now right within the enemy's range. He immediately turned and shouted, Bone shields! All the defensive undead in the ranks immediately moved to the front, erecting bone shields for defense. Arrows rained down on the bone shields. Due to the difference in power between the arrows and the shield's defenses, some arrows were deflected, but many still struck their targets. Some undead soldiers were even hit directly in the head, their soul fire instantly extinguished, leaving them mortally wounded. After one volley of arrows, the undead soldiers hadn't even had a moment to catch their breath before another volley began. Under this relentless barrage, the vanguard, being less powerful, suffered heavy losses. Luther was furious and immediately shouted, Bone shields, cover! Everyone charge! This was the most effective countermeasure. After all, the arrows were fired in volleys, not continuously. Even if they were continuous, the density of the arrows would decrease, reducing their lethality. Therefore, Luther led his army, using the bone shields as cover, to charge forward during the gaps in the volleys, breaking through the enemy's defenses to launch an effective counterattack. Akeem remained unfazed. This was within his expectations. He continued to order the arrows to be fired. They had left 40,000 troops there, each volley unleashing over 20,000 arrows with tremendous force. Luther, at the cost of over 5,000 men, finally approached the fortifications. The incredibly strong zombies in the vanguard swung their massive bone hammers, clearing away all obstacles and creating space for the rear charge. But Akeem's rain of arrows didn't stop. In fact, as the distance closed further, Akeem specifically arranged 3,000 men in a line to precisely target the enemy's vanguard. Luther swung his long sword, deflecting several arrows, roaring, "These guys are really tough. Once I break through, I make them taste my power." However, the arrow's effectiveness was limited. With Luther's vanguard advancing like a bulldozer, the distance between the two sides shortened further. Akeem led his troops, fighting as they retreated, until they reached the city gate. Without Akeem's order, another volley of arrows rained down from the city walls, severely damaging Luther's troops, who had just caught their breath as the distance closed. What the hell? Are they hedgehogs? How come there are so many archers? Luther roared. He was unaware that, according to Born's plan, Akeem had trained all the undead soldiers in archery over the past year, and with his own leadership, had used bone spikes as raw material to create hundreds of millions of arrows, enough for them to fight continuously. The city gate slowly opened, and Akeem directed his troops to quickly retreat back into the city. Meanwhile, wave after wave of arrows rained down from the walls, keeping Luther's troops at a distance of 500 meters. After a brief period of chaos, the undead soldiers of the 6th Army quickly regrouped their bone shields and continued their advance, but they were too late. Akeem's forces retreated safely into the city, and the gate slammed shut at the last moment. Luther struck the gate with his sword, producing a deafening clang. Seeing that brute force couldn't break through, he turned and shouted, "Move the battering rams." Akeem let out a long breath. Following Born's strategy, in siege warfare, a large-scale assault was actually the easiest tactic to counter. He quickly climbed the city wall, observing the movements below. Around him, undead soldiers bustled about, carrying crates of supplies. A zombie soldier ran up to him and asked, "Sir, the enemy has used battering rams, several ladders, and magic cannons in the rear. Shouldn't we attack now?" "No rush." Akeem's eyes burned as he stared intently at the enemy's magic cannons. In truth, those were the most dangerous things. The 6th Army quickly erected ladders, and the first wave of undead soldiers began scaling the city walls. Akeem's eyes lit up, and he waved his hand, "Release them." At this command, the vanguard poured down pre-prepared corpse oil, completely engulfing the enemy soldiers climbing the walls below. A large clump even landed on Luther. Luther looked up and saw that the enemy had somehow started a fire, igniting arrows, drawing their bows, and aiming at them. Luther immediately sensed danger, but it was too late. Whoosh, 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 arrows rained down accurately upon the Sixth Army. Flames instantly engulfed the entire battlefield with the force of a wildfire. This was no ordinary fire. It was a death flame fueled by the soul power of the undead, ignited by corpse oil, possessing immense lethality against the undead soul fire. Immediately, screams of agony filled the Sixth Army. Luther dared not be negligent, and immediately led a group of elite troops out of the inferno. At that moment, the city gates opened without warning, and Akeem led over 1,000 undead warriors rushing out, hacking and slashing at anyone in their path. They wore armor made of ghost water vines, a unique material from the undead realm that grew in the nearby Nether River and possessed powerful fire-repelling properties, so they had no fear of being burned. These 1,000 undead warriors were all at the Transcendent Realm, possessing exceptionally formidable and invincible combat power. They instantly routed the Sixth Army, sending them fleeing in disarray. Akeem, in particular, was incredibly brave, even killing one of Luther's most trusted lieutenants. However, 1,000 men were ultimately insignificant compared to tens of thousands. Realizing the situation was dire, Luther turned back to organize his forces for a counterattack. But just as he had finished gathering his men and began extinguishing the fire, he saw Akeem leading his men back into the city. Born, positioned in the third echelon, stood on a high ground, gazing at the battlefield in the distance. He nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. Handing over Dagger City to Akeem and his men seemed to be a very correct decision. Luther has suffered a loss this time. He should learn his lesson. At this moment, Luther had already led his troops back, because Akeem had once again descended to launch a ranged attack on the Sixth Army's firefighting forces. Arrows, bone spikes, bone spears, and various other necromancer spells rained down, killing most of the few necromancers with firefighting abilities under Luther's command. Luther was so enraged that he vomited blood and immediately ordered the firefighting troops to stop. Stop! Damn it! Damn it! He couldn't afford any more losses. He could only angrily cross the sea of fire, roaring repeatedly at Dagger City, which was so close at hand. Akeem knew he had temporarily won this battle. For at least the next 2 or 3 days, Luther wouldn't launch another attack. He would definitely besiege Dagger City and devise a plan to attack again, though that would likely be another fierce battle. However, Jessica's legion wasn't the only force near Dagger City. Other forces also had spies lurking in the shadows. After witnessing the battle, they all relayed the news back to their headquarters, including the Behemoths, Mammon's Legion and Baalzeb's Legion. In no time, news of the Dagger Legion, which had only risen to power a year earlier, defeating Jessica's Legion's main force in its first battle, spread like wildfire throughout the surrounding region. Ah! Ah! They really won? At Mammon's Legion headquarters, a strange one-eyed raven stood on a golden shelf of unknown material, speaking in human language, looking utterly terrifying. A zombie orc below replied, "They only won the first round temporarily. Luther has retreated 800 li and set up camp, preparing for the second attack. I estimate it will be in 3 days." The one-eyed raven nodded. Ah! Ah! Truly extraordinary. Although Luther is a fool, since he could defeat Jessica's main force, the commander of this elite army must at least have reached the peak of the Outer Yuan realm. He then said to the zombie orc, "You continue to keep an eye on them. If they win another round, we can move in." The zombie orc respectfully acknowledged and then left the hall. The same thing happened in the Baalzeb Legion. Chapter 239. In the forward camp of Jessica's 6th Army, Luther was furious. Damn the spearmen! Damn Akeem! I'm so angry! I tear them to pieces. His deputy commanders and captains were trembling with fear. They had lost nearly 10,000 men in this battle, mostly cannon fodder, while the enemy suffered almost no casualties, a humiliating defeat for the 6th Army. Just then, a skeleton soldier ran in from outside, shouting, "Report! Lord Shalanin has arrived." Luther raised an eyebrow. "Oh! Shalanin is here?" Before he finished speaking, Shalanin strode in with steady steps. His gaze was resolute, revealing neither joy nor anger, except for his signature great sword, still slung over his back, swaying with each step. "Luther, you lost," Shalanin said bluntly. Luther scoffed, "I know, you don't need to remind me. Besides, I'm already preparing for the second attack. This time, I raise that sharp knife city to the ground." Shalanin's tone remained calm and indifferent. "What are you planning to do?" Although unwilling to admit defeat, Luther still said, "Naturally, we utilize our numerical advantage. We deploy 40,000 men on the front to launch a strong attack, drawing their fire, while simultaneously sending 40,000 men to attack from the east, catching them off guard. As long as our men can reach the city, we find a way to create a breakthrough on the north side. No matter how much they resist, it will be futile. Shaonan nodded and said calmly, "If we fail again, I take over." Without waiting for Luther's reply, he turned and walked away. Luther's face flushed and paled in turns. He slammed his fist on the bone table beside him. "Humph, what's with the attitude? Our strength is about the same, yet he tries to act all high and mighty in front of me." A deputy commander said, "Sir, don't take him to heart. He's probably just jealous of your talent, afraid you take all the credit this time." Luther's expression softened slightly. He waved his hand. "Never mind him. You all hurry up and prepare. Be careful when you circle around to the east. Don't let them discover us, otherwise they be prepared, and our siege will be much more difficult." The key to this attack plan was the surprise attack from the east. Luther assigned his most trusted men to command the operation, while he himself would appear to be launching a full-scale attack from the front, so that the vanguard wouldn't notice anything amiss. Coincidentally, Born was assigned to the 40,000 men in the east. From the initial deployment, Born understood Luther's plan, but he wasn't worried at all. He believed Akim could handle the situation. The battle commenced as scheduled. Luther, once again leading his army with great fanfare, launched a new frontal assault. Akim, however, was already prepared. Over the past 3 days, he had dispatched several squads, recovering a large quantity of arrows from the battlefield. The remaining undead soldiers within the city were also working tirelessly to produce more corpse oil and defensive equipment. They were confident they could withstand another attack of equal intensity. This time, however, the city's outer defenses had been completely destroyed and were no longer of any real use. Luther led his troops 600 meters away, arranged their formation, and placed the undead capable of casting bone shields at the front, forming a bone shield array to defend against arrows from the city walls. The rest of the army remained behind, charging alongside the main force. Luther took a deep breath, calculated the time in his mind, and then gave the order, "Charge! Charge!" Tens of thousands of men shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, as they began their charge towards Dagger City. As the army crossed the 500-meter mark, Akim on the city wall waved his hand, "Fire!" Whoosh! 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 Tens of thousands of arrows whistled through the air, like the Grim Reaper's scythe slicing through the air, reaping the life of one undead after another. This time, without the obstruction of the outer defenses, Luther's army quickly advanced to the city walls, erected ladders, and began the assault. Akim used the same old tactic, immediately ordering the dumping of corpse oil and preparing to launch rockets. However, this time, Luther was also prepared. He again had Bone Shield lead the charge, deflecting the pouring corpse oil aside, and charged towards the city walls at top speed. The rockets were immediately launched, bursting into flames everywhere. Some undead were unlucky enough to be engulfed by the fire, quickly turning into charred bone fragments. Luther immediately dispatched a small squad of necromancers to extinguish the fires. With both sides attacking simultaneously, the assault became much faster. Some undead warriors had already reached the city walls, but Akim's warriors were no pushovers, quickly cutting them down. Akim had just hurled a bone spike, accurately piercing the skull of an undead zombie, when he turned and asked, "How are the preparations?" An undead soldier replied, "Ready, awaiting your order." Akim didn't hesitate any longer, roaring, "Release them." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as dozens of enormous spheres, each about 3 meters in diameter, rolled down the enemy's ladders from the city wall, knocking all the undead soldiers who were climbing them off the rampage. Upon impact, they exploded violently, blasting away all the undead soldiers within a radius of several meters. "What are these things?" Luther exclaimed in astonishment. He had never seen such strange weapons before. This was something Born had developed himself. He had previously explored various ores and plants found in the undead realm, discovering that some could release enormous and violent energy. Later, with Akim's help, he created these bomb-like contraptions. The violent explosions destroyed several of the ladders Luther had painstakingly pushed forward. Enraged, Luther waved his hand and shouted, "The rest of you, keep up. Second wave, keep setting up ladders." On the city wall, Akim breathed a slight sigh of relief. At this rate, 3 or 4 more waves of attacks wouldn't be a problem. Just then, a skeleton soldier rushed over shouting, "Report." Akim's heart sank. He recognized the skeleton soldier as one of Burford's men. "What's going on? What's happening in the east?" The skeleton soldier quickly replied, "Tens of thousands of Jessica's Legion troops have appeared in the east, and they begun their attack. Akeem turned to look at Luther below the city walls. Trying to use a feint attack? They underestimate me. He then told the skeleton soldier, go back and tell Burford to defend with all his might for an hour. Immediately afterward, he summoned another skeleton soldier, go find Leighton and tell him to immediately take men to the east to assist in the defense. Be quick. 2 skeleton soldiers obeyed and immediately set off. Luther, below the city walls, roughly calculated the time. They should have already made their move in the east. We can't let our guard down here. What he didn't know was that he was actually only fighting with 30,000 men. The rest of Sharp Knife City's forces were divided into 2 groups, positioned on the east and west sides, ready to defend against a surprise attack. After the battle in the east began, Bourne took advantage of the chaos to quietly leave the ranks. He knew there was a high ground to the northeast that offered a view of both the main battlefield and the eastern front, perfect for observing the fighting. The only drawback was its distance. However, Bourne wasn't worried. The tactics and fortifications he had previously established were enough to allow Akeem and the others to hold out for a while. His current task was to anticipate and calculate when it would be his turn to strike. Just as he approached the high ground, he suddenly heard footsteps ahead. Bourne was startled and almost instinctively used invisibility to instantly conceal himself. Almost simultaneously, from behind the winding path covered in dense, undead vegetation, a group of people suddenly emerged. Leading them was a very burly golden skeleton. Bourne recognized him. It was none other than Shalanin, the commander of the 5th Army. What's he doing here? Bourne wondered, stepping aside to quietly follow Shalanin's group. Shalanin silently led his troops to the vicinity of the highest point of the hill, a completely barren area devoid of any vegetation. He stood atop the hill, gazing intently into the distance, carefully observing the battle below. Bourne, maintaining his invisibility, stood not far away, observing the situation on both battlefields. Analyzing the current situation, it seemed Luther would likely return empty-handed again. On the main battlefield, Luther's forces were weak, unable to even approach the city walls under Akeem's resistance. Meanwhile, Leighton led 10,000 men to reinforce Burford, including 500 specially trained by Bourne, whose fighting prowess was exceptionally strong, causing considerable trouble for the 6th Army's deputy commanders. Shalanin frowned. Clearly, he had also noticed this situation. After observing for a while, Shalanin turned and walked down, saying, "Order the attack." Bourne's heart sank. Attack? What attack? From where? For so many days, Bourne only knew that the 5th Army was positioned northeast of the 6th Army, making no move and deploying fewer troops, only about 60,000. Such a large target couldn't possibly remain completely silent. Now he actually says he's going to attack, but he only has about 10 men with him. How will the others get here? Are they going to fly over the 6th Army's heads? Just as Bourne was wondering about this, his invisibility spell expired. Helpless, he could only quickly distance himself from the enemy, hiding far behind until Shalanin and the others disappeared from sight. What exactly is he going to do? Bourne felt uneasy. Shalanin gave him a very dangerous aura. He looked back towards the northeast, where it was eerily quiet. Even after so much time, there was still no movement. This was abnormal. Tens of thousands of troops, and an undead army at that. Why was there no movement at all? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Bond's mind. He sprinted back to the high ground, soon reaching the top again. This time, his gaze was different. It wasn't towards the battlefield, but towards the northeast. His eyes narrowed sharply, and he muttered, "That's it. That's it. Akeem is in danger." He silently calculated the time, his heart sinking. Without further hesitation, he turned and ran towards the battlefield. Akeem, currently commanding smoothly on the main battlefield, was unaware of the approaching danger. Luther below the city maintained a steady offensive, ensuring Akeem couldn't spare more resources to support the east. However, Akeem wasn't worried, as the forces in the east were sufficient to handle the 6th Army's attack. Suddenly, a desperate cry came from behind Akeem. "Lord Akeem, something terrible has happened." Akeem's eyes narrowed, and he immediately turned around. Seeing that it was one of Leighton's men, he quickly asked, "What's going on?" The skeleton soldier looked terrified, his voice trembling as he said, "They're attacking. They're attacking from the south." "What?" Akeem was shocked and unconsciously took 2 steps back. "The south? Why didn't we detect their movements before?" The skeleton soldier was about to speak when Akeem stopped him with a gesture and hurriedly shouted, "Direct Battalion, listen up. All men follow me. Repel the enemy from the south." The Direct Battalion was the name Akeem had temporarily given to his 1,000 men. Currently, About 300 of them were on the front lines, all under Akim's direct command. Akim rushed directly south to Sharp Blade City, but even at his fastest pace, it would still take him about 20 minutes. Since the enemy had already stormed the city, those 20 minutes would be enough to inflict a fatal blow on them. Akim's expression was uncertain. He couldn't understand why the south was under attack. He had clearly arranged for men to constantly monitor the southern frontier, and further south lay the territory of the Balzab Legion. Even if Jessica's Legion wanted to take a longer route, they wouldn't need to borrow passage from the Balzab Legion. He had only covered 2/3 of the distance when he encountered the enemy. These men were clearly newly breached, either wounded or weak, and were quickly dealt with by Akim. He increased his pace, sensing that the enemy must have a powerful general in command, otherwise, even attacking from the south wouldn't have been possible so quickly. They encountered more enemy troops along the way, but fortunately, their superior strength allowed them to wipe them out. Finally reaching the southern city wall, they found it had already been captured. The vanguard had to retreat into the city to reorganize their defenses, and a fierce battle ensued. Akim roared, "Kill them all! Drive them all down!" The moment Akim's personal battalion joined the battle, the tide of war turned. Jessica's army retreated steadily, until they reached the foot of the city walls. Akim finally breathed a sigh of relief. He surveyed the situation on the walls. The southern wall had fallen, but fortunately, strong defensive lines had been formed on the east and west sides, and they wouldn't be easily breached anytime soon. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted on the battlefield, a cloud of dust billowing up. A second-tier zombie warrior from the vanguard army was cleaved in two, one half of his body flying past Akim's face, splattering him with dark green fluid. Chapter 240. Akim's eyes widened suddenly, a deep-seated fear gripping his soul. His fists clenched, his gaze fixed on the enormous figure emerging from the smoke. It was a golden skeleton, each bone incredibly thick. His body was twice the size of the undead beside him, wielding a massive sword almost his own size. It was he who had just descended from the sky, cleaving one of their zombie warriors in two with a single strike. The surrounding undead scattered, afraid to approach, creating a 30-meter vacuum around the golden skeleton. Only one person remained, and that was Akim. He couldn't afford to be out of the way. "Who are you?" Akim asked through gritted teeth. The golden skull slowly raised its head, looking calmly at Akim. "I am Shalanin, commander of the 5th Army of the Jessica Legion, here to reclaim the territory of the 7th Army." Akim's heart sank. The person before him was actually the commander of the 5th Army? Was this guy's strength ridiculously powerful? Without the protection of the city walls, and the firepower support of magic cannons, how could he possibly deal with such a powerful opponent? Sharp Knife City is just a small city, with few resources, and the surrounding areas are not part of our territory. "Why are you so persistent in attacking us?" Akim asked fiercely. Shalanin shook his head. "No reason, I'm just following orders." He then added, "However, even without orders from my superiors, I would still come, because I think you are dangerous, and I can't let you grow unchecked." Akim swallowed hard, finally voicing his question, "How did you manage to sneak up behind us so quietly?" Shalanin slammed his great sword into the ground with a thud. "It's simple. Your attention was all drawn to that Luther guy. We marched from the rear of the northeastern highlands, no more than 3,000 men at a time. With the cover of that ghostwood forest, you naturally wouldn't have noticed us." "Ghostwood forest?" Akim was taken aback. "Shouldn't that be Balzab's territory? Did you form an alliance with Balzab?" Shalanin shook his head. "No. We sent a small squad quickly from the north to the front of Balzab's army, drawing their attention. Then, taking advantage of their unpreparedness, we marched rapidly. By the time they discovered us, my men had already moved to your south." Akim took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "You're very clever. This trick fooled us completely. Someone's here. No wonder the 5th and 6th armies went on the expedition together, so that's the reason." Shalanin said calmly, "This has nothing to do with Luther. They fight their battles, we fight ours. Luther knows nothing about this, otherwise he wouldn't be so focused on buying me time on the front lines." With that, Shalanin raised his great sword with one hand, the tip pointing at Akim. "I give you a chance. Surrender. Or die." Akim pulled 2 bone spikes from his body, and held them in his hands. "If you want to defeat the Sharp Knife Army, you have to walk over my dead body first." Shalanin nodded slightly. "All right. Let me see just how capable the leader of the Sharp Knife Army really is." Akim shook his head. "I'm not the leader of the Sharp Knife Army, I'm the deputy commander, Akim." Shalanin frowned. "You're not the leader? Then where is your leader?" Akeem didn't answer his question. You don't need to know that. Just know that if our Commander Bon were here, you wouldn't have a chance to set foot in the city. Shalinin nodded slightly. Alright, since your leader isn't here, I won't bully you. You make the first move, I take 3 of your attacks. Akeem tightened his grip. Then get ready. Before the words were even finished, he pushed off the ground with both feet, charging toward Shalinin. Then, about 7 or 8 meters away, he leaped into the air, simultaneously releasing magic to condense 6 bone spikes again, their tips radiating astonishing penetrating power. Shalinin, seeing this, neither dodged nor evaded. He pressed the tip of his greatsword against the ground, took a step forward with his left foot, and placed his left hand on the blade, his entire body poised to unleash explosive power. Akeem roared, and the 6 bone spikes shot out. At the same time, he arched his body from top to bottom, forcefully plunging 2 of the bone spikes in his hand into the ground. Shalinin made a move. With a sudden burst of strength, his right hand gripping the hilt of the sword, the greatsword rose from the ground with a thunderous boom. He swung it in a circular motion from bottom to top, centered on his right hand, creating a cacophony of clanging sounds. 6 bone spikes were directly knocked away by the greatsword, none of them able to penetrate its defenses. But the next moment, Akeem arrived as well. 2 bone spikes thrust toward Shalinin from different directions. Shalinin's greatsword was now swung back, and he couldn't possibly swing it forward to parry in time. A fierce glint flashed in Akeem's eyes, as he desperately thrust the bone spikes towards his opponent's head. Just then, using the momentum of the greatsword, Shalinin lowered his body and lunged forward a short distance, narrowly dodging Akeem's 2 bone spikes. The spikes crossed behind Akeem's head, and Akeem slammed heavily into Shalinin's head. His body flew backward more than 10 meters, like a kite with a broken string, crashing to the ground and rolling twice before coming to a stop. Akeem lay sprawled on the ground, utterly shocked. He was now at the 7th level of the Yuan realm, yet his opponent had easily sent him flying with a single headbutt. Just how powerful was his opponent? Shalinin straightened up and said calmly, 2 more moves. This voice was like the call of death. Akeem trembled. He knew his opponent wasn't joking. If he couldn't defeat him within 3 moves, his fate would be certain death. But how could he defeat an opponent so far stronger than himself? Akeem slowly rose from the ground, drawing 2 more bone spikes from his body. Even after all these years, Akeem still habitually used bone spikes, and his own had evolved into reinforced ones, much stronger than before. Facing such a formidable foe, he had to unleash his full power. He let out a long roar, his figure flashing to the left as he hurled the bone spikes. Shalinin snorted coldly, casually raising his greatsword to deflect the bone spike. However, due to the greatsword's immense size, his vision was momentarily obscured during the block, and when he cleared the sword again, Akeem was nowhere to be seen. Shalinin frowned and immediately looked around. Suddenly, another bone spike flew towards him, this time from the right. Shalinin instinctively raised his greatsword to block again, but in that instant, at the edge of his vision, he saw Akeem charging towards him, wielding a long bone spike sweeping horizontally. He twisted his greatsword, blade facing outward, using the flat of the blade to block Akeem's attack, coldly saying, "Interesting, but not enough." Akeem roared, "Is that so?" He forcefully swung the bone spike across the sword, but the instant it touched the blade, it snapped in 2. A small section of the spike, propelled by inertia, arced along the blade and flew towards Shalinin. At such a short distance, even Shalinin didn't have time to react. He shuddered, knocking Akeem back, and simultaneously shifted his body to the side, using his left shoulder to block the incoming bone spike. The spike struck his shoulder hard, sparking a flash, but also deflected to the side. Akeem staggered back a few steps, regaining his footing. He inwardly sighed in regret. If that attack had landed squarely on Akeem's head, it would have caused some damage. But Akeem was simply too strong, with incredibly rich combat experience. At the last second, Akeem blocked his attack with his shoulder, and more importantly, his bones were incredibly hard. Even the bone spike couldn't harm him in the slightest. Shalinin straightened up, slightly turned his left shoulder, and surprisingly smiled. "Not bad, not bad. You managed to hurt me this time, but it's not enough. You have one more chance." Akeem shook his head. "The difference in strength between us is too great. Even if you stand still, I'm afraid I have a hard time hurting you." Shalinin pondered for a moment. "You're right. How about this? You try one more move. If you can still hurt me, I retreat. If not, then it's my turn." Akeem was taken aback. If it was just about hurting him like last time, that wasn't impossible. He quickly asked, Is that really true? Shalanin nodded. Of course it's true, but you need to understand, after fighting me here for so long, Luther should have a chance to start scaling the walls by now. You better hurry. Akeem frowned. He understood Shalanin was absolutely right. After all, Luther wasn't an ordinary person. Now, without Akeem's command, and the presence of his direct battalion on the front lines, the defenses were significantly weakened. Given enough time, they could potentially reach the city walls. Akeem didn't hesitate any longer and launched his third attack. Then take this. He quickly shifted to the left again, simultaneously hurling the bone spike at Shalanin. Shalanin was slightly taken aback. Are you going to use the same trick again? This time, he simply swung his great sword with one hand, knocking the bone spike to the ground, his vision almost completely unaffected. Akeem continued circling Shalanin clockwise without stopping, constantly firing bone spikes from his hand. But Shalanin's greatsword danced flawlessly, each strike flowing smoothly, without a single hesitation, giving Akeem no opening. However, Akeem seemed unconcerned. After circling twice, he suddenly leaped, launching 2 more bone spikes from the air. Shalanin deflected the spikes with his sword, coldly saying, "Attacks like that won't hurt me." But the next moment, Akeem charged towards Shalanin. His magical power erupted instantly, the dark power of death even materializing, swirling around the bone spikes in his hand, and he thrust them fiercely towards Shalanin. Shalanin was slightly startled. His brow furrowed, unsure of Akeem's intentions, but he still raised his great sword and slashed down fiercely. Akeem paused slightly during his charge, twisting in place to barely dodge the greatsword's vertical slash, while simultaneously thrusting the bone spike in his right hand towards Shalanin's left ribs. Shalanin snorted coldly, forcefully halting the greatsword's downward momentum, deflecting it at an impossible angle to his left. With a deafening boom, the bone spike struck the greatsword, the powerful magic clashing and unleashing a massive shockwave that radiated outwards, sending the surrounding undead spectators staggering. Akeem was thrown back, the powerful recoil shattering his hands, and the soul fire in his head flickered, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. Shalanin took a slight step back, but this step instantly alerted him. He abruptly unleashed his magic again, stopping himself in his tracks, and simultaneously swinging his greatsword behind him. With a crack, a bone spike snapped in two. However, Shalanin inevitably lurched forward a short distance. A fragment of the bone spike stopped a centimeter from his eye. He was just a hair's breadth away from having the spike pierce his eye socket and pierce his soul fire. Shalanin broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly retreated 2 steps, looking at Akeem with admiration. "You haven't disappointed me. I don't want to kill you anymore." Akeem lay sprawled on the ground, looking at the unharmed Shalanin, a sense of powerlessness washing over him. He lay there quietly, offering no reply. Shalanin walked to Akeem's side and said calmly, "So the bone spikes you shot earlier weren't meant to restrict my vision, but rather to prepare for that final attack. I found it strange that many of your spikes missed their mark. With your strength, would you really make such a basic mistake? Now I know, you deliberately missed them, intending for them to embed themselves in the ground nearby, so that your final attack would force me to retreat and crash into those spikes." He then shook his head. "What a pity! You were so close to succeeding. However, I still want to give you a chance. You can join my team, and I can offer you the position of Deputy Commander. If the opportunity arises, I will recommend you to Lady Jessica to become the new commander." Akeem was still lying on the ground, his arms broken. The final attack had exhausted all his magic power, leaving him completely incapacitated. Even an ordinary skeleton soldier could kill him instantly. He glanced at Shalanin, who stood before him like a small mountain, and weakly said, "No need, just kill me. I won't surrender, but don't be too naive. As long as Lord Bon is here, the Sharp Knife army cannot be defeated." Shalanin raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you trust that Bon that much? This makes me even more curious. What kind of person is he?" Akeem grinned and slowly closed his eyes. "You know when you see him? Come on. Let me die a quick death." Shalanin sighed. He truly couldn't bear to kill such a talented person as Akeem, but mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. He had no choice but to raise his greatsword and bring it down with a fierce slash. Chapter 241. Just as Shalanin's greatsword was about to strike Akeem's head, a bone spear pierced the air, striking the greatsword with a clang, causing it to slide half a meter before crashing to the ground with a loud thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shalanin's eyes widened sharply as he looked in the direction the bone spear had come from. He saw an unassuming skeleton soldier slowly approaching. The soldier was small, less than half Shalanin's size, but his imposing presence was overwhelming, making everyone present wary. Akeem had been waiting to die, but instead of the great sword striking his head, it landed on the ground beside him. He slowly opened his eyes and looked to the side. When he saw the person approaching in the distance, he seemed to be resurrected, flipping to his feet and excitedly shouting, "Lord Bon! You're back!" Shalanin glanced back at Akeem. "This is Bon? The leader of the vanguard?" Akeem laughed heartily. "Ha ha, yes, he is Bon, ha ha." Shalanin looked at Bon warily, a chilling sense of danger washing over him. He had to confront this seemingly ordinary skeleton soldier. Born slowly stopped in front of Shalanin, looked at the excited Akeem, and smiled. "Akeem, you did well, very well. Leave the rest to me." Akeem nodded emphatically, and turned to leave. Shalanin frowned, his right hand swinging his great sword again, slashing horizontally at Akeem. Born snorted coldly, waved his hand, and a huge bone shield appeared behind Akeem. With a loud crash, the great sword struck the bone shield, which only swayed slightly. Akeem was unaffected and left without looking back. Born took 2 steps forward and said coldly, "The 5th Army's leader, Shalining, whose sword is as swift as a hurricane, is known as Hurricane Shalining. His reputation is well deserved. From now on, I play with you." Shalining's expression shifted between light and shadow. His opponent had disrupted his attacks twice, with a mere flick of his wrist, something no ordinary person could do. "Born, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Why haven't I heard of you before?" Born waved his hand. "It's normal that you haven't heard of me. I'm just a nobody from a small legion. My former legion no longer exists, and I just wanted to find a place to settle down. But the tree may wish to be still, but the wind will not cease. Your Jessica Legion has always coveted my territory, and now you set over 100,000 troops to attack me. Don't blame me then, I make sure you remember my name, remember the Sharp Knife Army," Shalanin said. "But this was originally Jessica's Legion's territory. You killed Hendrik, and seized the 7th Army's territory. We're just taking back the land." Born chuckled. "What 7th Army? Hendrik was just a lowly deputy commander in the 18th Army. I don't know what kind of luck he had to survive these past 9 years. He seized my territory, killed my friends, exiled my subordinates, and even wanted to offer Akeem's soul to Jessica. Do you think I would tolerate such a person?" He then changed the subject. "However, I'm not unreasonable. Shalanin, you seem much more agreeable than that Luther. I give you a chance to work for me. Are you willing?" Shalining was stunned. He never expected Born to try and persuade him to surrender. "That's impossible, Born. I know you're very powerful, but not powerful enough to persuade me. You have no idea of the strength of Jessica's Legion. It's absolutely beyond your capabilities." Born shook his head. "How will you know if you don't try? After today, I will launch an attack on Jessica's Legion. If you're lucky enough to escape, please tell Jessica he messed with the wrong person." Shalining's heart skipped a beat. He clearly sensed that Born wasn't lying or exaggerating, but genuinely speaking from the heart. This could only mean 2 things. Either Born truly possessed sufficient strength, or Born was a fool lacking self-awareness. Clearly, it was the first possibility. Born drew his soul-severing blade. Even against a powerful figure like Shalining, he needed to show sufficient respect. Seeing his opponent draw his weapon, Shalanin knew a battle was inevitable, but he wasn't afraid. As a core member of the battle-hardened Jessica Legion, he had fought many battles against the powerful warriors of the Mammon and Balzeb legions, winning numerous victories. Even against opponents stronger than himself, he never backed down. Born didn't rush to attack, but calmly said, "You gave Akeem 3 chances just now, and now I give you 3 chances too. Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry, take your time." Shalanin was puzzled. He himself was a powerful cultivator at the Liyuan realm, his full-force attack incredibly powerful. This Born didn't seem physically resilient, and his weapon was long and thin. Could it really withstand his attack? He recalled their brief exchange earlier. Once, Born used a bone spear to deflect his falling great sword. Another time, Born used a bone shield to block his horizontal slash. But in both instances, he hadn't used his full strength. What would happen if he attacked with full force, dodging Born's defenses and striking his physical body? Shalanin acted decisively. With a roar, he dragged his greatsword backward and charged straight at Born, intending to test Born's strength with a full-force attack. Born smiled slightly. "Good. I love this direct style of fighting." He exhaled slowly, took a step forward with his right foot, and unleashed a burst of magical power, swinging his sword forward with tremendous force. At the same time, Shalanin also rushed in front of him, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. His thick golden bones creaked and cracked as he swung the great sword over Born's head from behind, bringing it down with the force of a mountain, striking the soul-severing blade heavily. The two powerful magical energies of the Liyuan realm collided, unleashing an even stronger storm than before. The surrounding sand and dust billowed out like bullets, and the undead scattered in all directions, clutching their heads, fleeing for their lives. At the slightest touch, Shalining's eyes widened, and he staggered back dozens of steps, while Born remained motionless, his cloak billowing in the wind. The difference in strength was immediately apparent. Shalining stared at Born in disbelief. You already reached the 4th rank? Born lowered his soul-severing blade and smiled slightly. That's right, I reached the 4th rank of the departing origin realm. Don't be surprised, after all, I faced life and death to gain this power. Shalining frowned deeply. That's impossible. Without resources, you could never have reached this level of strength in the netherworld in such a short time. Who are you? Are you also from some major legion? Born shook his head. I'm not from any major legion. My identity is very clear. Even the people of Claude's legion knew it back then. Come on, you have 2 more chances. Shalinin slammed his great sword into the ground in despair. I'm done fighting. Since everyone knows you're stronger than me, what's the point? Farewell, he said, turning to leave. Born sneered, flashing in front of him. You think you can just quit like that? Why should I? You broke Akim's arms. If I let you leave like this, how can I be the leader? Shalinin hesitated. Then what do you want? Let me tell you, I'm not like Hendrik. If you really kill me, Lady Jessica will never let you off. Now let me go back, and I can plead with Lady Jessica to give you Sharp Knife City and never bother you again. You can then develop here in peace. Born said, Do you really think I'm afraid of Jessica? If I were afraid of her, Hendrik wouldn't have died by my hand. Shalinin sighed, You have no idea of Lady Jessica's strength. I admit you're stronger than me, but that's all. If Maki came, you wouldn't stand a chance either. Born raised an eyebrow. Oh? Who's Maki? Maki is the commander of the 1st Army. Besides him, we have 3 deputy commanders, each incredibly powerful. I suggest you think twice before you act, Shalinin said. A cold glint flashed in Born's eyes. Do you think such words will make me let you go? If I let you go back, won't they come looking for trouble? You're thinking too simply, Shalinin. But at that moment, Shalinin's eyes flashed, and without warning, he pulled his great sword from the ground and slashed horizontally at Born. Born, however, remained vigilant and wasn't surprised by Shalinin's sudden attack. He parried with his sword, but the instant he swung, he sensed a killing intent coming from behind. Almost instinctively, he pushed off with both feet, spinning 2 or 3 times in the air, and kicked Shalinin's greatsword. Using the recoil, he flew several meters to the right, landing steadily on the ground. Where he had just stood, several slashes had struck the ground, carving deep trenches. The power was astonishing. Born slowly straightened up, looked at the man who had ambushed him, and smiled slightly. Oh! General Luther, would you like to play with me? Indeed, the newcomer was Luther. He had received the news in Akim at the same time as Shalinin's surprise attack from the south. Unwilling to let Shalinin enter the city first, he led a troop to bypass the city from the east. However, being a detour, their speed was considerably slower, and they only reached the southern city wall now, only to find that Shalinin's army had already stormed the city. He rushed in hastily, just in time to witness Shalinin and Born's first direct confrontation. Terrified, he immediately realized that Born was not to be trifled with. So, when Shalinin launched his second attack, he also made a bold move, hoping to kill Born through a sneak attack, thus claiming the credit. However, his plan failed. Born seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, anticipating the attack from behind and dodging all his attacks. Luther stared grimly at Born. Who are you? Are you one of Balzev's men? Shalinin answered his question. He's not one of Balzev's men. He's the leader of the Sharp Knife Army. Born! Luther's expression changed drastically. He's Born? How does he possess such strength? Did he really cultivate it all by himself? Shalinin shook his head. I don't know. There are too many mysteries surrounding this man. But now is not the time to study him. You must help me escape quickly. We need to go back and report this to the vice commander. Escape? Luther scoffed. That doesn't sound like something Hurricane Shalinin would say. Shalining frowned. Don't be careless. This person is really strong. Luther was unconcerned. I know he's strong, a 4th level Yuan cultivator, but you and I aren't ordinary people either. If we join forces, killing him isn't impossible. Born crossed his arms and sneered. Yes, the two of you together should be able to handle me. Want to try? Shailene, you have one more chance. If you still can't hurt me this time, then I have to make my move. How arrogant. Luther was furious, while simultaneously giving Shailene a meaningful look. Shailene had no choice but to nod. He didn't want to continue fighting Born, but if he ran away at this point, Luther alone certainly wouldn't be a match for Born. He had no choice but to give it one last shot. Luther, wielding his long sword, charged towards Born. At the same time, Shailene moved to Born's right. Despite wielding an incredibly heavy great sword, it seemed to have no effect on his speed. Born smiled slightly. Ordinary tactics won't hurt me. I hope you can come up with something interesting, otherwise this will get too boring. With that, he stretched out one hand, and a bone shield appeared in front of him, blocking Luther's attack. Luther didn't attack the bone shield directly. Instead, he pushed off with both feet, leaping into the air, landing on the top edge of the shield, flipping over it, and simultaneously thrusting his sword towards Born's forehead. At the same time, Shaline's attack arrived. It was still a simple, unadorned horizontal slash, but this time it seemed to be using much more force. Now Born had no way to avoid it. If he parried Luther's thrust, Shaline's great sword would cleave him in two. If he parried Shaline's horizontal slash, Luther's long sword would pierce his head. Either way, it seemed he was doomed. Excitement gleamed in Luther's eyes. He was absolutely certain that the skeleton soldier before him would be killed this time. There would be no other possibility. Shaline felt the same way, but he remained fully focused until the great sword touched Born's body. Born's lips curled into a smile, and he calmly uttered 4 words, Soul Steel. This was the first time Born had used the Soul Steel spell in the Netherworld, and the target was also a powerful being at the Separation Realm. Because Born's proficiency was not high, the Soul Steel spell only controlled the opponent for a short time. Luther and Shaline's eyes suddenly went vacant for a moment, their magic power instantly dissipating, and their attack speed slowed down. Born chuckled, taking advantage of this moment to retreat abruptly, creating distance. Chapter 242. After a brief moment of disorientation, Luther and Shaline quickly regained their senses. Their attacks continued relentlessly in the same direction, only now, their target. Born was no longer there. Shaline's greatsword slammed into Luther's abdomen, while Luther's longsword missed its mark, cleaving in two, with a resounding crash to the ground. Shaline was horrified. He never expected this outcome. Why had his greatsword struck Luther? Born clapped his hands, laughing. Haha, Shaline, I suspect you're settling a personal score now. You were so ruthless, cleaving Luther in two in one go. Luther wasn't dead yet. He struggled to lift himself up, looking at Born in terror. How did you do that? Did you teleport? Born shrugged. I don't know anything about teleportation. Ask the people over there. Luther finally realized what had happened. He beckoned to a Jessica Legion undead soldier who had come with him and asked, What did you just see? The soldier dared not hide anything and told Luther everything he had seen just now. You and Lord Saladin's movement slowed down for a moment, and then this Born retreated, dodging the attack, and then the two of you collided. What? Luther exclaimed in disbelief, slowed down? How could that be? It couldn't be a slowing spell. If it were, I would have noticed. What happened? Shaline was also terrified. He felt that going up against this Born would be pointless. He should have run away as fast as he could, but now he was doomed. There was no escape. Luther had been cut in two. How could he possibly escape? He was already regretting coming here. Born sauntered over to Luther's side and chuckled. How about that? I didn't lie to you, did I? Then he looked at the stunned Shaline. Shaline, we finished our agreed-upon 3 moves. Now it's my turn. Shaline unconsciously took a step back. He now realized that this skeleton soldier, though said to be at the 4th level of the Liyuan realm, was likely far more powerful. This Born truly possessed the strength to contend with Jessica's army. Born twirled his soul-severing blade a few times, performing a beautiful flourish, then grinned at Shaline. Watch out, he said, and in a flash, he was in front of Shaline. Shaline was startled and hurriedly swung his great sword to parry the attack. However, Born, like a ghost, feinted to the left and then thrust to the right. Shaline immediately turned his body, but he was still a step too slow. The soul-severing blade grazed the edge of the great sword and pierced Shaline's neck. Shaline felt utterly hopeless. He had no way to dodge the attack. Now, not only Luther, but he himself would die here. He closed his eyes in despair, awaiting death. However, after a long time, there was still no movement. Shailene opened his eyes with some curiosity, and saw Bourne standing in front of him with a smile, quietly watching him. Shailene asked in confusion, "You're not going to kill me?" Bourne shrugged. "No rush, it would be a shame if you died now." Shailene paused, a possibility suddenly occurring to him. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes, as he roared, "You want to use me to negotiate with Lady Jessica? Impossible. That's an insult. Kill me now." Bourne smiled at him. "You're right, you're very clever, smarter than any undead I ever seen in Jessica's Legion. Just as you were reluctant to kill Akeem, I'm reluctant to kill you now." But the next moment, Shailene raised his great sword with one hand, and to Bourne's astonishment, severed his own head. The massive golden skull slowly rolled to Bourne's feet, its eyes still revealing pride and stubbornness. Bourne sighed, bending down to pick up Shailene's head. "Why did you do this?" "I told you I wouldn't kill you," Shailene said calmly. "Death is preferable to dishonor. Don't underestimate my resolve." Bourne shrugged, then wielded a bone spear that shot through Luther's chest like a cannonball, pitting him to the ground as he was being carried away by two zombies. "Ah! Don't kill me!" Luther cried out in alarm. He had called for two zombies to carry him away when he saw Bourne fighting Shailene, but he hadn't expected the fight to end so quickly. He hadn't gotten very far. Bourne slowly walked to Luther's side, decisively slashing off Luther's head with his sword. "All right, now you're both my prisoners. This war should be over." The soldiers of Jessica's Legion, still engaged in battle in the south, lost all will to fight upon seeing their two leaders slain. Howling and screaming, they scrambled out of Dagger City, resorting to using the ladders draped over the walls. In their haste, many of the undead fell to their deaths. The news spread like wildfire, from south to east, and then from east to north. The undead of the 5th and 6th armies, having lost all will to fight, fled or surrendered, their ranks collapsing in a rout. Bourne did not organize an excessive pursuit, knowing it would be futile, as their leaders had already been captured. After this battle, Bourne did not remain idle. He immediately dispatched several small teams to defend the surrounding area and gather intelligence. Having suffered such a heavy loss, Jessica's Legion would not let it go. They would surely seek further trouble. If they launched a full-scale attack, it would not be easy to handle. To his surprise, while Shailene and Luther were attacking Dagger City, the Mammon Legion and the Balzeb Legion launched successive fierce attacks on Jessica's Legion headquarters. The Mammon Legion directly routed Jessica's 1st and 3rd armies, while the Balzeb Legion defeated Jessica's 2nd and 4th armies. Thus, Jessica's entire army was utterly routed, suffering a complete defeat. Bourne frowned as he reviewed the various reports Akeem had brought back, shaking his head slightly. "Sigh, it seems Jessica's Legion is finished." Akeem sighed, "The Netherworld is so cruel. No matter how powerful a legion is, it's not invincible." Bourne burned the news in his hand and said calmly, "But now the Mammon Legion and the Balzeb Legion occupy most of Jessica's Legion's territory, practically surrounding us. We have plenty of trouble in the future." Akeem nodded. "Yes, especially the Balzeb Legion. They weren't originally fighting Jessica's Legion, but I don't know why they suddenly attacked. If it weren't for them, Jessica's Legion wouldn't have been wiped out so quickly." Bourne thought that most of Claude's Legion had been incorporated into the Balzeb Legion. There might be many acquaintances there. Just then, Leighton rushed in, his expression strange and unnatural. "Lord Bond, Lord Akeem, someone outside the city. Someone requests an audience." Bond frowned. "Request an audience? Who is it?" Leighton glanced at Akeem, stammering, It's the Mammon Legion, and they say they have a past with you gentlemen." Bond was even more puzzled. He stood up and walked outside. Whatever it was, he'd find out by going out and seeing. Akeem also stood up and followed Bond outside. When they reached the city gate, Akeem gave the guard a signal, and the guard immediately opened the gate, allowing the two to pass through smoothly outside the city. There were more than 10 people in total, including skeletons and zombies. Some of the undead had peculiar appearances, and were clearly not human. 2 people led the group. One was a black-robed skeleton wearing a large, tattered black mage's robe that seemed to have stood for countless years. The robe covered his entire body, leaving only his empty eye sockets visible. The other was an earth-bearer, about 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and tufts of fur, suggesting it hadn't bathed in days. Upon seeing the 2 men, Bourne frowned, radiating a palpable killing intent. Akeem, sensing the change in Bourne's mood, also scrutinized the newcomers. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, as if unearthing a deep-seated memory. He cried out, "Samir? Popov!" Indeed, the newcomers were Samir, the skeleton mage of Jessica's legion who had clashed with Born many times in the past, and Popov, the leader of the 5th Army of the Earth Bearer Legion. These two had defected to the Mammon Legion during the previous battles, thus preserving their lives, and even gaining recognition from the Mammon Legion's high command, resulting in a rapid increase in their strength. Samir chuckled maliciously. Heh, I didn't expect that after all these years, you still remember me. Born stepped forward and said coldly, you should know that if nothing unexpected happens, you encounter something unexpected this time. Samir waved his hands repeatedly. Oh, I'm not here to cause trouble today. Don't get agitated. Now that Jessica's army has been defeated, our grudges should be wiped clean. Born snorted. You got a good plan, haven't you? Don't you have any idea how much trouble you caused me back then? Although he sensed Born's Samir exuded a chilling killing intent, but he seemed unfazed, instead laughing and saying, he, that's all in the past. I'm here to seek your cooperation. Born asked doubtfully, seek cooperation? You should know that cooperation is based on mutual trust. How can we trust each other? Samir glanced at Popov, who snorted and tossed a package to Born. Born caught it with one hand without even looking up, and handed it to Akeem. Akeem opened it and gasped, this is. Samir chuckled, this is the head of the commander of the 3rd Route Army of Jessica's Legion, a gift from us. Born frowned, what exactly do you want? Samir was about to speak when a small group of people approached from the east, only a dozen or so. Samir stopped speaking and said with a faint smile, oh? They come too. Born looked in that direction, and saw that the leader of this group was a burly golden skeleton, followed by a pale-faced human. Yes, this undead looked no different from a human, except for his unnaturally pale skin. Born was puzzled. Who were these people? He didn't recognize any of them. But as they drew closer, he was overjoyed to see the others behind them, and rushed forward, calling out, Alan! Poker! It's you? Alan and Poker smiled, and waved to Born, nodding to Akeem at the same time. Born, Akeem, long time no see. Your growth is truly astonishing. Akeem gave a wry smile. Sigh, I almost became someone's food. If Born hadn't appeared in time to save me, I would have been dead already. Poker hugged Akeem tightly. Brother, you suffered so much. I thought you were dead back then. Alan then pulled Born aside and introduced him. Born, let me introduce you. This is Lord Claude, now the commander of the 4th Army of the Balzab Legion. Born was stunned. So this golden skull was Claude, the former commander of Claude's legion. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. Lord Claude, thank you for trusting me when I was at my weakest. Unfortunately, due to some unforeseen circumstances, I couldn't defend Sharp Blade City. Claude laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Born, you're truly amusing. Although we never met back then, I really admired you. Don't feel guilty, look, Dagger City has been rebuilt, hasn't it? The zombie beside him stepped forward and introduced himself. Born, I heard so much about you. I'm Victor. I heard quite a bit about your legendary exploits. Victor? Born was somewhat puzzled. He wasn't familiar with the name. Alan smiled and explained, Lord Victor was our Legion strategist, exceptionally wise and powerful. You two could certainly have a good exchange. Born nodded slightly, gesturing to Victor. Just then, Samir walked over untimely. Oh, does the Balzab Legion intend to subdue the Sharp Knife Army through this connection? Claude's eyes turned cold, and he snapped, Who do you think you are, daring to interfere in the affairs of our Balzab Legion? Samir chuckled, Hee, it's not that I like to meddle. It's just that our Mammon Legion is formally inviting the Sharp Knife Legion to form an alliance. So naturally, we won't stand by and watch them be bullied. Victor sneered, how laughable. What credibility does your Mammon Legion have left? After saying that, he smiled and said to Born, don't listen to their nonsense. We're not here to subdue the Sharp Knife Army, but to form an alliance. This is our sincerity. As he spoke, he opened a package, inside which was also a head. Chapter 243. Born was completely bewildered. What was going on? Two colossal undead legions had simultaneously come to him seeking an alliance, and both brought identical gifts. Victor explained with a smile, This is the head of the commander of the 4th Army of Jessica's Legion. It's a token of our cooperation, please accept it. Born glanced at Claude, then at Samir. If he had to choose between the two, it would definitely be Claude. After all, Samir was his enemy, and there was practically no basis for trust between them. However, at this moment, Samir spoke up, so that's how it is. You also set your sights on Asmodeus's power. Brother Born, I suggest you ally with us. If you cooperate with Balzab, you won't gain a single benefit, but with us, I can promise you an equal share of the rewards. Claude frowned. Samir, stop pretending. Everyone knows your Mammon Legion is insatiably greedy. Even if you obtained Asmodeus's power, do you really think you share a portion? Samir wasn't angry, but retorted sarcastically, heh. We're evenly matched, but at least I'm only hostile to Born. The people in the Legion won't have any excessive thoughts about Born because of me. But it's different for you. You, Claude, were Born's former commander. There was a subordinate relationship. Do you really think that Stinking Fly is willing to give up a piece of the pie? What did you say? Claude's eyes widened, his aura suddenly surging. Who are you calling a stinking fly? Samir didn't back down at all, instead taking a step forward and releasing his own magic. Heh, whoever you think I'm talking about, that's who I'm talking about. Seeing this, Born was secretly amazed. He had discerned their true level. Both had reached the 4th rank of the Liyuan realm, comparable to his own strength. While amazed, Born couldn't let them fight here, so he stood between them, like a wall separating their magical power, and said with a smirk, which of you will explain to me what's going on? Samir and Claude were both slightly taken aback, a glint of light flashing in their eyes. Claude glared at Samir and said, this isn't the place to talk. Samir shrugged and said to Born, heh, this is your territory. Do you see anywhere suitable for us to discuss this? Born nodded and pointed to a high ground to the northeast, saying, I'm sorry, I can't let you into the city. How about we move to that high ground? I set up a sentry post there. No one will go there. Claude and Samir both nodded in agreement. After everyone arrived at the outpost, only Born, Claude, and Samir went inside. The others remained outside to wait, knowing that what the three were about to say would be highly confidential. Samir glanced at Claude and asked calmly, heh, you tell me? Or should I? Claude scoffed, what difference does it make? Samir shook his head with a smile. Heh, I know you're all hostile towards me, so to show my sincerity, I explain. He then looked at Born. Actually, this matter concerns a secret of the lower-level undead region, the struggle for lordship. I don't know much, I can only tell you a small part. As far as I know, there are 7 lords in the undead realm. Their main bodies reside in the higher-level undead region. Because their power is too great, their main bodies cannot directly descend to the lower-level undead region. Therefore, they send out their avatars to establish influence in the lower-level undead region and seize control of the Temple of Death. Born frowned and asked, is the Temple of Death important to them? Samir shook his head. Heh, I don't know, but I can tell you, Lord Mammon and Lord Balzeb are both incarnations of the High Lord in the lower-level undead territories, while Jessica is not. Born was even more puzzled. Since Jessica isn't, Mammon and Balzeb should be able to easily eliminate him. Why would they need to cooperate with someone as insignificant as me? Samir laughed. Heh, although Jessica isn't an incarnation of the High Lord, she is a loyal servant of Lord Asmodeus. Asmodeus's incarnation was defeated, and its power taken away more than 40 years ago. Afterwards, Jessica rebuilt her power and accumulated strength, striving to one day resurrect Asmodeus's incarnation. Now, she is about to succeed. Born suddenly understood. I see. So Mammon and Balzeb want to seize Asmodeus's incarnation before it is resurrected. We use this power to strengthen ourselves. Samir nodded slightly. Heh, you could say that, but not entirely. In reality, the power we seized was only a small part of the Lord's avatar. It couldn't completely destroy the avatar. It will continue to exist in the lower-level undead zone and rebuild its power. And this power isn't offered to our Lord, but rather to help the Guardians in our own Legion break through to the transformation realm and enter the higher-level undead zone. Enter the higher-level undead zone? Born frowned. What's so good about the higher-level undead zone? Why do you want to go there? Samir sighed. Heh, I don't know either. After all, I'm still far from that level. But I do know that once you reach the transformation realm, you must go to the higher-level undead zone, otherwise you'd be rejected by the laws of heaven and earth there, entering a spatial rift, where your life or death will be uncertain. Born continued, since your vice commander is already close to reaching the transformation realm, why are you seeking cooperation with me? To put it bluntly, I'm just a skeleton soldier at the departure realm. Samir explained, heh, that's not the point. The point is that the Lord's struggle has its own rules. First, a Lord's avatars cannot directly attack each other. Second, all Guardians cannot participate in direct attacks. If you want to obtain the power of another Lord's avatar, you need to defeat 3 of their Guardians. Moreover, each participating Legion can only send 2 people, and at least 2 legions must act together. This is an unwritten rule among Lords. Born finally understood. I see. No wonder you came to me. My strength is not great, and I have no background. You're easy to control, but your two large legions are already suspicious of each other, neither of you wanting the other to gain power, which is why you come to me for cooperation. Samir said very frankly, heh, that's right, I have nothing to hide, unlike someone who knew the Sharp Knife Army had been re-established a long time ago, but hasn't come to visit even once in a year, and now that he needs my help, he's coming under the guise of old acquaintances. Claude's expression changed. You're talking nonsense. Born, don't listen to his rubbish. It's not what he says. Born waved his hand. It doesn't matter what it is anymore. Since it's a cooperation, we keep business separate from personal matters. I must be responsible for the tens of thousands of undead in the Sharp Knife Army. Samir clapped his hands and laughed. Heh, good, that's perfect. Claude sighed. Born, even if it weren't for our past relationship, you should choose carefully. The Mammon Legion is notorious for its ruthlessness, don't be fooled. Born nodded. I know that. What would our vanguard army gain if we cooperated? Samir spoke first. Heh, our Mammon Legion is willing to give up half of Asmodeus's power. The soulfire obtained during the mission will also be split equally. Claude added, our Balzeb Legion is also willing to give up half of Asmodeus's power. If you're willing, you can join the Balzeb Legion directly, operating independently without interference from the Legion, but under its protection. All the soulfire obtained during the mission, except for Jessica's, is yours. Born frowned slightly. Judging from the conditions offered by the two, Claude's was clearly more attractive. However, if they agreed to Claude's terms, their vanguard army would have to merge into the Balzeb Legion. Although the other side had agreed to operate independently now, who knew what the future held? Samir suddenly laughed. Claude, is this really all right? Deceiving your former subordinates like this is disheartening. Shut your filthy mouth. Claude roared. I sincerely invited Born. There was no deception involved. But you're different. You always been a liar. You infiltrated the Earth-Bearer Legion with trickery, then you deceived Jose, and now you're trying to trick Born. You miscalculated this time. Samir shrugged. I did use trickery many times before, but that's all in the past. With my current strength and status, do I still need to deceive? Claude, think carefully about how big the gap in strength between us was back then, and how big it is now. Claude suddenly exuded wisps of black mist, his eyes fixed intently on his opponent. I could crush you with a single finger back then, and I can do it now. Want to try? Samir, equally unyielding, pulled a withered bone staff from his tattered black robe. Try it then. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Just as the two were about to clash, Born gently covered his head. Ugh, stop arguing. You're making it hard for me to think. The two exchanged a glance, both scoffing, and looked at Born. What will you choose? Born pondered for a moment, then asked, since you both serve the undead lords, you must have already met them, right? What are Mammon and Balzeb? What kind of person is he? Both men were taken aback, exchanging another glance. This time, Claude answered first. To be honest, I'm ashamed to say I never met Lord Balzeb, only his servant, one of the three guardians. TCH, that stinking fly, I know. Samir said somewhat inappropriately, before the three guardians, that fly is nothing. Claude could no longer contain himself. He drew his great sword from his back, and slashed angrily at Samir. Samir, you will pay for your rudeness. Samir sneered, his staff flashing. Claude's charging figure slowed abruptly, and Samir seized the opportunity to dodge the sword. Claude's strike missed, but the momentum didn't stop. With a flick of his wrist, the blade parallel to the ground, he delivered another horizontal slash. Samir forcefully planted his staff in front of him, the great sword striking the staff with a crisp clang. Stop! Born shouted. If you want to fight, go somewhere else, not on my turf. Both men were startled. Claude glared fiercely at Samir, then reluctantly sheathed his great sword. Samir, you better watch out, or I might find a chance to kill you. Samir's eyes flashed with a ghostly light. Bring it on. If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't be Samir. Born shook his head helplessly. He needed to get more information from them, but they started arguing after only a few words, especially Samir, whose words were utterly unkind. Calm down. I have many questions to ask. If you don't want to cooperate with me, you can go back now. Upon hearing this, both men instinctively took a step back, creating distance between them. Claude asked Born, what's your question? Speak freely, as long as I know it. I tell you everything without reservation. Samir added, I also tell you everything without reservation. Besides, I'm the strategist in the Mammon Legion. I know far more than this commander. Born gathered his thoughts and asked again, since you're all already undead at the Li Yuan realm, and your legion even has more powerful Qi Yuan realm undead, have you ever seen undead summoned by necromancers from the prime material plane? Claude stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, to be honest, I have. I know quite a few summoners. Their cultivation speed is very fast. After all, they have the opportunity to absorb pure elemental energy from the prime material plane. However, they don't stay in the prime material plane for very long. Samir nodded and said, heh yes. But it's said that most of the undead summoned by necromancers in the prime material plane are wandering undead without self-awareness. Very few are like us. Born then asked, then can the lords you mentioned also be summoned to the prime material plane? This question immediately stumped the two men. They looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating they knew nothing about it. Born sighed. He hadn't contacted Annie for over a year now. No matter how he tried to communicate using soul communication, there was no response. More importantly, Blade Madness was still asleep. Only Retribution would occasionally come out to talk to him, but Retribution didn't understand undead and the power of death, and couldn't answer his questions. He urgently needed an experienced summoner to help him find a way to re-establish contact with Annie. Claude slapped his forehead. Oh! I remember now. I heard that our legion has a guardian whose strength has reached the Qi Yuan realm, and who is also a summoner of the undead. Chapter 244. A spirit at the transformation realm must have lived in the netherworld for countless years. Perhaps he really could help him. Born was overjoyed. Then could I add a condition to my alliance? I hope this guardian can help me accomplish something. Samir's heart sank upon hearing this. Born's question indicated he already intended to ally with the Balzib army, which was not a good sign. However, he couldn't recall anyone in his legion who was a summoner of the undead. Nevertheless, he said, Born, don't believe him. If you cooperate with me, I can introduce you to the chief guardian. Although I don't know if he's a summoner of the undead, with his knowledge and immense strength, he can certainly help you. Born was taken aback. That made sense. Speaking of which, a powerful undead like the chief guardian, even if not a summoner, must be very knowledgeable. Perhaps he even knew more powerful summoners in the higher level netherworld. Seeing Born hesitate again, Claude quickly said, how about this, Born? I can take your request back first, and see if our legion can truly help you, then I give you an answer. Born understood Claude's meaning. He then looked at Samir, who was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, tell me your difficulties first. If possible, I believe the chief guardian will definitely help. Born sighed and slowly said, in that case, I tell you about it. Please keep it a secret. Samir and Claude both nodded and said in unison, we definitely keep it a secret. Born then said, actually, I also summon undead, but for almost a year, I haven't been able to contact my summoner. I know she's definitely not dead, but I don't know why. I need to find a way to contact her and find out what's happening to her. Claude's eyes narrowed. You summon undead? Then your summoner is a necromancer, right? Born nodded. Yes, she's a necromancer in the prime material plane. The last time I saw her, a high priest of the Holy See was attacking her, but I know she's definitely not dead, she just doesn't know what's happened to her now. Samir frowned. Your situation is very unusual, but I don't think it's a big deal with the chief guardian. He'd definitely find a way. Claude snorted. Instead of believing your vague methods, you might as well just ask the guardians of my Balzib Legion. A spark flew between their eyes. Born gently rubbed his forehead and shook his head. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and a smile crept across his lips. Samir, I remember you said before that at least 2 legions must join forces to attack the Jessica Legion's guardians. Is it possible for 3 legions to join forces? Samir paused, then replied, it's possible, but generally 3 legions won't join forces unless the opponent is truly very powerful. Claude nodded. Yes, after all, with each additional legion, the power gained will be divided among them. Born smiled slightly. You see, Asmodeus is currently in a recovery period, and his power wasn't very strong to begin with. If you're worried that he might break through after gaining power, then if we divide that power into 3, with each of our 3 legions receiving 1, then each one will be much less. Wouldn't that be a good thing for both of you? Claude immediately shook his head, saying, no way. I absolutely won't cooperate with someone like that. He might stab me in the back at any moment. Samir chuckled, are you that afraid of me? I don't mind 3 legions cooperating, but the conditions for cooperation will have to change. Born smiled at the two, of course. I have a proposal. See if you're interested. We cooperate, each legion sending 2 people, a total of 6, to attempt the challenge. In the end, Asmodeus's power will be divided equally among the 3 of us. I won't take any of the Guardian Soulfire, you 2 will split it equally. However, you must find a way to help me re-establish contact with my summoner. Whoever succeeds will receive my share of power. What do you say? The 2 were stunned. They hadn't expected this situation. Born seemed to completely disregard Asmodeus's power, valuing the summoner from the prime material plane far more. Claude considered it for a moment. Actually, this plan seemed more advantageous to him, since his side had a real summoning of the undead. So he nodded and said, "All right, I agree to this plan." Samir's pale blue will-o'-the-wisps flickered in his eyes, as if he were pondering something. After a while he asked, "Heh, if both of us have a way to help you, what will you say?" Born laughed, "If both of us have a way, then we split it equally. If neither of us has a way, then this power is mine." Samir nodded, "Okay. I agree." Born laughed loudly, "Ha, good. In that case, the 3 of us are allies." Claude glared at Samir. "Samir, listen up. Don't try to trip me up in this battle. If I find out, I kill you." Samir remained unfazed. Don't worry. In this battle, our positions are completely aligned." Claude nodded slightly and turned to Born, saying, "Since the alliance is settled, I be frank. Our Balzab Legion will send 2 people, me and Victor." Samir shook his head and said, Our Mammon Legion's participants. One is me, and the other is Popov." Born pondered for a moment, unable to think of anyone else in the elite unit capable of storming Jessica's army's headquarters. However, he suddenly remembered the gift the 2 had brought, and an idea immediately formed in his mind. "I will participate, the other person is yet to be decided, is that alright?" Claude thought for a moment and said, "Our departure time is set for a week from now, so you need to choose your candidates quickly." Born said, "Don't worry, I already have someone in mind, but I need to observe them first." Claude nodded and said no more. Afterward, the 3 of them walked out of the sentry post one after another, and the people waiting outside swarmed forward, surrounding them. "How did it go?" Popov was the most anxious and quickly asked. Claude patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Born has agreed to ally with me." Samir then said sarcastically, Why don't you introduce your ally?" Poker glared at him. "Samir, what nonsense are you spouting? How could we ally with someone like you? That's wishful thinking." Claude looked somewhat embarrassed and waved his hand, saying, "Don't say any more, they are allies too." "What?" Poker was shocked, looking at the 3 of them in disbelief. You 3 wouldn't be joining forces, would you?" Born nodded, "Yes. We are allied." Poker grabbed Born's shoulder. "Brother Born, what are you doing? Do you know that the Mammon Legion is never trustworthy? Don't believe them." Born laughed and pulled Poker's hand. Don't worry about that, I know what I'm doing. By the way, you 2 should rest in my city this time, don't go back." "Of course," Poker said, "it's been 10 years, I have so much to tell you." Claude said, "Poker, Ellen, you 2 should stay in Sharp Blade City, you don't need to come back with me." The Sharp Blade army was only recently established, and has just gone through a major battle. Soon Born will be leaving for a while, you 2 should assist him well. The 2 of them naturally had no objections, and were overjoyed. "Don't worry about that," Poker asked. "The city's safe as long as we're here." Born had absolute trust in these 2. The scene of facing life and death together was still vivid in his mind. With their help, the safety of Sharp Blade City was guaranteed. Afterwards, Samir and Claude returned to the Legion with their men, while Born immediately took Akeem to the Temple of Death. Akeem was completely bewildered. He had no idea what Born wanted to do. Once they arrived at the Temple of Death, Born explained, "Akeem, we have a tough battle to fight in a week. You're currently the strongest fighter in Sharp Blade City besides me, so I hope you can come with me." Akeem patted his chest and said, "If the commander orders me, I will naturally follow with all my might." Born nodded and continued, "But before that, you must focus on improving your strength. You already reached the 5th level of the Outer Yuan Realm, but that's not enough. I need you to break through to the separate Yuan Realm within a week." "Ah?" Akeem's mouth dropped open. How is this possible? How can I break through to the separate Yuan Realm in such a short time?" Born took out 4 packages, each containing the heads of one of the 4 commanders of Jessica's Legion. "These are all soul flames from the separate Yuan Realm. Consume them all. Meanwhile, I will help you cultivate with all your might here. Don't do anything else this week, just focus on cultivating." Akeem nodded solemnly. He knew that since Born said so, it meant their destination was extremely dangerous, and demanded a very high level of strength. He couldn't afford to hold them back. Okay. I definitely try my best to break through. Akeem then opened the 4 packages and swallowed the 4 soul flames whole. A massive amount of magical power dissolved in his mouth, forming pure energy that flowed into his soul flames. However, this energy was simply too immense. He felt a violent tearing sensation in his brain, almost causing him to faint. Guard your mind, begin meditating. Born shouted, simultaneously beginning to circulate the soul fusion technique. A gentle power floated around Akeem, helping him stabilize the immense power within him. Gradually, he felt the tearing sensation lessen. He took a deep breath, slowly calmed his mind, and entered a meditative state. Wisps of death energy merged into his soul flames, instantly giving his strength a qualitative leap. Rumbling sounds echoed in Akeem's mind, but he paid them no heed, focusing solely on his cultivation. Before long, his cultivation level began to advance. 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of the Outer Yuan realm. In just 2 hours, Akeem had jumped 4 levels, reaching the 9th level of the Outer Yuan realm, but this was not his limit. Outside, Poker and Alan, following Bourne's instructions, took over Akeem's duties, leading Burford and Layton to rebuild the defenses of Sharp Blade City. They also established multiple outposts in the surrounding area, placing a 300-mile radius under the Sharp Blade Army's control. The Mammon Legion and the Balzab Legion ignored this. Before entering the Temple of Death, Bourne and Burford had a detailed discussion. Of all these people, he now trusted Akeem and Burford the most. He also trusted Alan and Poker, but since they were now Balzab subordinates, regardless of their previous close relationship, their positions were now different, and he had to be cautious. Burford, our agreement remains in effect. My mission this time is to utterly annihilate Jessica's legion, Bourne said. Burford nodded gratefully. I knew you could do it. I didn't misjudge you. Bourne waved his hand. The outcome is uncertain. I suspect neither Claude nor Samir were telling me the truth. There's definitely more to the story. But regardless, I must go. After Akeem and I leave, you be the person I trust most here. You must help me defend Sharp Edge City, but if we're truly outmatched, you must abandon the city and flee decisively. As long as we're alive, we can always rebuild. Burford said, all right, don't worry, I'm not stupid, otherwise I wouldn't be alive now. But if I escape, where will I find you? Bourne laughed, why would you look for me? If someone attacks Sharp Knife City, it means I'm already in trouble. Just fend for yourself, don't worry about me. If fate allows, we meet again. Burford's expression froze. Ah? Is it that dangerous? Bourne shook his head. I don't know, just in case. What I can give you is enough for you to survive in the underworld. Don't think too much. Maybe I can successfully kill Jessica and come back safely. Burford cried out, no. You can definitely come back. I believe in you. I wait for you here. After Bourne and Akeem went into seclusion, the 1,000 people they had previously chosen were all placed under Burford's command. Burford didn't send them out on missions, but instead had them stay near the Temple of Death, using the magical fluctuations emanating from it to continue cultivating and improving their strength. A week passed quickly, and on the last day, Akeem finally broke through to the Liyuan realm. In the Netherworld, breaking through to Liyuan didn't require any secret realm. This was probably due to the laws of this world. Bourne stopped the soul fusion technique. The two slowly opened their eyes and smiled at each other. All right. It's time for us to set off, Bourne said with a smile. Chapter 245. Claude and Samir arrived right on time, already waiting outside the city walls as Bourne and Akeem emerged from Sharp Blade City. Haha, I knew you'd bring Akeem, Claude laughed. Samir looked Akeem up and down, clicking his tongue and said, looks like you already used the gifts we brought. But breaking through to the Liyuan realm in such a short time is truly remarkable. Bourne smiled, that doesn't matter. Now tell me, what kind of people are our opponents? Claude glanced at Samir, who shook his head helplessly. The guardians of each lord are very mysterious. They don't participate in any battles, so we don't know their identities or strengths until we arrive. Bourne was taken aback, huh? Don't you have any information? Claude. He gave a wry smile. It's not that we have absolutely no information. We know their strength is probably around the Liyuan realm. After all, they haven't been developing for very long. Bourne's expression turned cold. You make it sound nice, but you actually been hiding a lot of information from me. Claude quickly said, no, that's not it. We really don't know this information. Even normally, the Lord's Guardians don't easily show themselves. Not only are their identities kept secret, but their strengths are also strictly confidential. That's not what I meant. Bourne said coldly. Since this matter is so important, are your two legions really so comfortable letting you participate? Don't you have any more powerful figures? Claude's expression froze. He opened his mouth, but didn't speak. Victor shook his head slightly and stepped forward, saying, Bourne, actually, we didn't mean to hide it from you. Bourne's eyes darted back and forth between Claude and Samir. Oh! What is it that makes you two so secretive? Samir chuckled. Heh, it's nothing serious. Telling you won't hurt. Bourne said coldly, you want me to take this risk, but you won't tell me the details. Do you think our cooperation is still worth continuing? Victor gritted his teeth and said, Bourne, don't misunderstand. Actually, this is one of the rules of the Lord's contest. Challengers of the same level must be selected according to the strength of the Guardians, and the Guardians randomly choose two. In the Balzab Legion, the one chosen is Lord Claude. Samir nodded. Heh, I was chosen too, that's why I came to find you. Bourne frowned. That's strange. I wasn't chosen, so how can I participate? You're different, Victor said. According to the rules, only legions that participated in the battle against Jessica's legion can send challengers. And besides you, the Vanguard army has no other experts at the Transcendent Realm. There's no need for selection. Bourne frowned and asked, in that case, will you still fulfill the conditions you promised me? Of course, Claude said. Once I obtain Asmodeus's power, I have leverage to negotiate with them. Samir also said, I was originally the strategist of the Mammon Legion. Although I'm not very strong, Lord Mammon has always greatly appreciated me. So, once I obtain Asmodeus's power, I believe Lord Mammon will agree to some of my conditions. Bourne snorted heavily. So, all that was you promising me was empty promises. Is this what you call mutual trust? At this moment, Popov, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up, Bourne, don't be ungrateful. If other commanders were on a mission, they wouldn't hire a nobody like you. Don't refuse this opportunity. Bourne glared, Popov, I didn't come here of my own accord. If you don't like me, I can just back out. Hey, wait! Samir quickly intervened, grabbing Popov and pulling him back. Popov's just a brute, you know that. How can you take his word seriously? Bourne, isn't my sincerity enough in coming to cooperate with you? Popov angrily shook off Samir's hand, glared at Bourne again, but ultimately remained silent. Bourne snorted. Samir, you should know I'm not one for adventure. If this happens again, you two legions can just cooperate. Samir's eye twitched. He remembered when he infiltrated Jose's ranks, this Bourne had willingly led tens of thousands across the river of the dead. Someone who dared to do such a thing now brazenly claimed he disliked adventure. But outwardly, he maintained a smile. Bourne, although I'm the strategist of the Mammon Legion, my tenure is short, my strength is low, and I always been underestimated. Only by completing this mission can I turn things around. I believe General Claude's situation is similar. Claude's expression darkened. I'm different from you. My appointment as commander of the 4th Army was purely coincidental. The previous commander left the Legion due to certain circumstances, which gave me the opportunity. But now, among these core armies, my strength is the weakest. Even some of my subordinates are stronger than me. I need power and support. As long as I complete this mission, the Legion will give me more support. Bourne remained silent for a long time after hearing this. He glanced at the frowning Akeem beside him, and understood that although he himself had no personal relationship with Claude, Akeem was different. He genuinely worked under Claude, and would certainly not be able to accept their current relationship in a short time. Sigh. Bourne sighed heavily. Fine, since we're already here, my conditions remain the same, but the first round of Soulfire is mine. After all, you all tricked me, you deserve some punishment. Samir grinned. Hee, of course. The first level's Guardian Soulfire is yours. Use it however you want. Claude shrugged. I don't need the Soulfire, you can have it all, as long as you help me obtain Asmodeus's power. Bourne was utterly speechless at the two of them, shaking his head and asking, which way do we go? Samir chuckled. Hee, don't worry, just follow me. The territory ahead is already our Mammon Legions. This was true. After the previous battle, the Mammon Legion and the Balzab Legion had divided up all of Jessica's Legion's territory and surrounded Jessica's Legion's headquarters, waiting for them to challenge them. The distance from Sharp Edge City to Jessica's Legion headquarters wasn't actually that far. They arrived in just 2 days. The western border was guarded by the Mammon Legion, and the eastern border by the Balzab Legion. These two large legions gave the Sharp Edge army no chance, quickly dividing up Jessica's Legion's territory. The gates of Jessica's Legion's castle were jointly guarded by both legions, preventing anyone from entering or leaving at will. Upon seeing Bourne and his group, they were taken aback. Samir and Claude stepped forward, each saying a few words to their respective legions. They nodded and opened the castle gates. Bourne took a deep breath and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a wave of humid heat, a stark contrast to the arid weather outside the castle. However, the sight that greeted him astonished him even more. A lush, verdant landscape stretched before him. The dark green plants seemed alive, their branches and leaves constantly swaying. Inside the castle, many undead roamed, and while they were called undead, they were indistinguishable from normal humans, except that most were female, with voluptuous figures, exquisite faces, and alluring expressions that captivated the eye. "Don't look. Those are succubi," Victor warned. Bourne immediately withdrew his gaze, asking in surprise, "Succubi? There really are succubi here?" Samir nodded. Heh, these succubi are incredibly troublesome. They can take on 10 men at once on the battlefield, causing us quite a bit of trouble. Bourne was somewhat incredulous. These guys, whose waists aren't even as thick as Claude's thighs, can have such strength? And for the undead, these succubi's abilities should be somewhat restricted, right? Claude shook his head. "I fought succubi before. Their abilities aren't just aimed at lust, but penetrate deep into the soul. In short, they're extremely difficult to deal with." At this moment, a succubus swayed her hips gracefully as she walked, her movements in sync with the dark green plant, making one feel somewhat dazed. She stopped in front of the 6 of them, smiled slightly, and Bourne even felt his soul fire tremble, inwardly marveling at the succubus's formidable abilities. The succubus spoke. "You must be the challengers this time." Impressive indeed. To have the chance to challenge Lady Jessica at merely the Liyuan realm. "Are you ready?" Bourne stepped forward and asked, "Who are you?" The succubus raised an eyebrow, and gave him a flirtatious wink. "I'm merely a guide, leading you to the Lord's Tower." She turned and pointed behind her, revealing a towering spire that soared into the clouds, its tip radiating a chilling aura. Samir asked, "Are there any rules for entering the challenge?" The succubus shook her head. "There are no rules. The Lord's Tower has 4 levels. The first 3 levels each have a guardian. Lady Jessica is on the 3rd level. If you all successfully pass through, you can enter the 4th level and obtain Lord Asmodeus's power. But remember, while obtaining Lord Asmodeus's power, you will also be marked with a soul imprint, becoming Lord Asmodeus's eternal enemy." This was a blatant threat, but the 6 of them weren't too concerned. After all, Asmodeus wouldn't come to the lower level undead zone. At most, he would send an avatar. It would be at least another 40 or 50 years before he rose to power again. Claude asked, "Who guards the first 3 levels, and what are their strengths?" The succubus looked at Claude as if he were an idiot. "Do you think I tell you that?" Claude scratched his head awkwardly, while Victor asked, "Do we have to challenge them 1 level at a time?" The succubus nodded and giggled. "Yes, you must challenge the 1st level first. Only after you win can you enter the 2nd level. But judging from your strength, I'm afraid you won't even be able to pass the 1st level." Popov snorted. "Who do you think you are? Watch me beat that so-called guardian to his knees and beg for mercy, then you know how powerful I am." The succubus ignored him and said, "Any other questions? If not, please come in." With that, he led the group to the very bottom of the Lord's Tower and opened the passage to the 1st level. From the outside, the passage was pitch black, without a single ray of light, giving it an air of extreme danger. Bourne glanced at the succubus. "I have one last question." "Please speak," the succubus said. Bourne clenched his fist. "We fight inside. We can use any means necessary, right?" The succubus paused, then nodded. "That's right. Once we get in, we won't interfere with anything inside. As long as you can defeat the guardian, you can use any means necessary. Go let Lord Asmodeus see your abilities." The 6 exchanged glances and stepped into the dark passage. After they entered, the door slammed shut. Without external light, it was even darker inside, pitch black. With a soft poof, Samir lit a pale blue dot with his staff, but this tiny light only illuminated about a meter around him. Poof, 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 several more soft sounds followed. The others followed suit, releasing their magic to light their surroundings. But even together, the 6 of them couldn't illuminate the entire 1st level. "What's going on? Why aren't they even lighting any lamps? Is Jessica's legion that poor?" Popov complained. Claude carefully drew his greatsword. "Everyone be careful. Now that we're here, the challenge has officially begun. The enemy could attack from anywhere. That's right. I suggest we form a circle back-to-back. That way, We can better defend against attacks from all directions, Victor suggested. Everyone nodded and immediately formed a tight formation, slowly rotating forward to explore the first level. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past Samir. Although it was only for a moment, Samir keenly caught the shadow's movement. "Who's there?" he shouted, firing a disintegrating ray towards the shadow. The ray illuminated a small area, but missed its target. "What's going on?" Claude asked. He was positioned opposite Samir and hadn't noticed anything amiss. Samir frowned. "Someone's here," Akeem spat. "Isn't that obvious?" "Of course there's someone here, otherwise, who would we be fighting?" Victor said. "The important thing is, where exactly are they? And how do we pinpoint their location?" Everyone fell silent, at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, a bad feeling rose in Claude's heart. He slammed his great sword in front of him, and with a loud bang, something seemed to have struck his great sword heavily, before sending him flying. Victor and Akeem, standing on either side of him, stared wide-eyed at the figure that had kicked the great sword in midair, their faces filled with disbelief. Chapter 246. Claude flew backward 2 or 3 meters, crashing headfirst into Samir's back, causing Samir to stumble, and throwing the formation into chaos. At this moment, Akeem yelled and stabbed the bone spike in his hand fiercely at the figure, but the figure was extremely fast and disappeared in an instant. "Rabbit," Victor murmured. "What?" Bourne frowned. "What rabbit?" Akeem looked at Bourne, equally confused. That's a rabbit." Popov helped Samir up, angrily shouting, "What nonsense are you talking about? What rabbit? Shouldn't that be the guardian of this place?" He. A string of silvery laughter came from all directions. "So you're the challengers this time? Oh dear, you're really weak. Looks like you're not enough for me to have my fun." "A woman?" Claude hadn't even seen the other person's figure or face clearly before. Hearing the voice, he was even more puzzled. "Can a woman have that much strength?" Bourne shouted, "Don't pretend. You're playing tricks. We're here to challenge you, not to play games with you. Turn on the lights now. Let's fight fair and square." He. The laughter rang out again. "Fight fair and square. You have the nerve to say that? 6 grown men bullying a weak woman like me, and you won't even let me turn off the lights? I'm shy." Popov slammed the bone hammer heavily onto the ground. "I can't take it anymore. Get out here, or I smash you into a meat pie." Whoosh! A whooshing sound rang out, followed by a crisp crack. Popov received a solid slap across the face. He felt dizzy, his massive body flying like a toy as he was slapped away, crashing heavily to the ground. "Form ranks," Victor roared. "Don't give them a chance to pick you off one by one." Claude ran over, scooped up Popov, who was lying on the ground, and threw him into the protective circle of the group. The group quickly formed a tight formation again, drawing their weapons and pointing them outwards. He. You better be gentle with me. Don't resort to violence so easily," the voice continued. Victor frowned, looking around warily, and whispered to Bourne beside him, "What do we do? At this rate, we'd be worn down outside." Bourne said, "We need to find a way to light this place up, otherwise we'd just be sitting ducks." "Ha! But how do we light it up? Our magic can only light up this short distance at most." Samir gritted his teeth. "And if this continues, our magic will run out too. Before they even make a move, our magic will be depleted." Popov got up from the ground, straightened his dislocated jaw, and stood next to Samir. "I'm going to smash that bitch to pieces." "Smash her to pieces? You can't even touch a finger. What are you going to use to smash her?" Akeem said irritably. Victor suddenly realized something. "Hey! If we can't see each other, how can they attack us so accurately? Can they maintain their vision in the dark?" Bourne seemed to be enlightened by this. His eyes lit up, and he shouted, "I got it. Everyone, turn off the lights." "Turn them off?" Claude was taken aback. "We can't see our surroundings clearly to begin with. If we turn off the lights, won't we be completely in the dark?" Samir suddenly understood, and was the first to extinguish the magical light in his hand, saying, "Heh, I get it. Bourne means that in this darkness, although the opponent can't see their surroundings, they can determine our location through the faint light we emit. If we extinguish these lights, she'd be just like us." "I see," Claude exclaimed, and everyone else followed suit, extinguishing their magical light. He. The Guardian laughed again. "You guys are really clever, knowing to extinguish the light. But will that prevent my attack?" Suddenly, another whooshing sound rang out, and everyone tensed up. Without light, they couldn't see the direction of the attack, and they all felt extremely uneasy, especially Popov. He immediately raised his bone hammer in front of him, the tip striking the ground with a clanging sound. Not good. Born's heart sank. Sure enough, Popov was hit again the next moment. Fortunately, this time the attack struck his bone hammer, and the immense force only sent him staggering back several steps. As before, they were repelled with a single blow, giving them no chance to retaliate. Born whispered, "Everyone, be careful not to make a sound. She's extremely sensitive to sound. She's creating an atmosphere of terror to make us make noise, thus providing her with location information. This is infuriating." Popov steadied himself and groped his way back to Samir's side. "Samir, aren't you the smartest? Hurry up and think of something." But Samir ignored him, simply standing still. Popov assumed he was afraid of making noise and attracting an attack, so he obediently kept quiet as well. Just then, Samir's voice came from not far away. "Popov, why are you standing over there? Come here right now." "Huh?" Popov was startled. There was clearly someone standing next to him. If it wasn't Samir, then who could it be? Claude? Victor? Or? Cold sweat broke out on his body, and he unconsciously activated his magic. Before him appeared a stunningly beautiful face, delicate willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes, lips like crimson dots, and eyes like morning stars. Short, fine white hairs hung at her temples. Strangely, she also had a pair of long, narrow ears that stood up high, adding an unusual beauty to her appearance. But the sight of such a beautiful woman before Popov made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He cried out, wanting to swing his bone hammer, but the woman giggled, her figure flashing away. Before leaving, she didn't forget to stomp on Popov's face, sending him flying again. Seeing the light, Samir rushed over, but it was too late. The other person had vanished again, and Popov's face was a mess. He'd been slapped once, and now he'd been stomped on. The clear footprints were still visible on his face. Born stepped forward and asked, "Did you see what it looked like?" Popov nodded with difficulty. "Yes, it was a rabbit." "Huh?" Born was completely bewildered. Victor and Akeem, however, nodded and said, "We told you, it was definitely a rabbit. It had rabbit ears, like this." They held up their index and middle fingers, gesturing to the sides of their heads. Born's eye twitched. There was something off about the way a skeleton and a zombie were making such cute gestures. Hee. The woman laughed again. "You two are such good imitators. Oh dear, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Bonnie, one of Lord Asmodeus's guardians. Remember my name when you die." Hee. Bonnie? Victor looked at Samir in confusion. Samir shrugged, indicating he never heard of the name either. It seemed the guardians' identities were indeed kept secret. Bonnie, now hidden somewhere, continued laughing. "How long do you plan to play with me? But no matter how long, you all die in the end. After all, those who have heard my name and seen my face, except for the succubus, are all gone." "Damn it!" Victor tightened his grip on his short sword. As Claude's strategist, he was now completely helpless. Just then, Born approached him and whispered, "Victor, I need your help." Victor was taken aback, then said, "All right, Lord Claude, and I will do our utmost to assist you. What do you want?" Born shook his head. "No, I only need your help. Don't tell anyone else." Victor swallowed hard. He didn't know what Born was up to, so he didn't dare agree rashly. What if he betrayed Claude? Born gave a wry smile. "Don't worry, we only reached the 3rd level. The more people alive, the better for me." Victor nodded. "All right, tell me, how can I help you?" "The situation is very unfavorable for us," said Born. "We still don't know the enemy's exact strength, and they clearly don't want us to die easily, but rather to slowly torture us to death. But this actually gives us an opportunity." He pointed to Popov, who was slowly getting up from the ground. "I suspect that Popov will be their first target, and he will continue to be attacked. I want you to take advantage of this opportunity to lurk around Popov, and, the moment she attacks, burn her cloak with soul fire." Victor's eyes lit up. "I see. Then why not let the others know? If we're all prepared, wouldn't our success rate be higher if we attack together?" Born shook his head. "No, if everyone is prepared, the enemy will notice something. If she changes her target at the last minute, our plan will be useless." Victor nodded and asked, "What about you?" A smile played on Born's lips. "I'm going to prepare a surprise for her." With that, he stepped back and instantly disappeared into the darkness. Victor steadied himself, seized the opportunity, and moved closer to Popov. The others, unaware of their plan, looked around nervously, fearing they would be next. In the darkness, Bonnie watched the chaos with a sly smile. She wasn't in a hurry to attack or kill. These challengers were nothing to her. She was confident she could kill them all on the first level. It was only a matter of time. Just as Bonnie had predicted, Bonnie utilized the darkness. While it wasn't entirely dark, it was a magical suppression of light, making the surroundings appear completely gloomy. Even Bonnie herself couldn't see anything in this darkness, but she wasn't worried. With her incredibly sharp hearing and reaction speed, she could detect even the slightest movement, using it as a guide for her attacks. Her plan was to kill the massive bear man first. He insulted her from the start, calling her a stinky woman, which infuriated her. She had no choice but to show him her power. As the light faded, the first level was plunged back into darkness. Bonnie smiled. She memorized Papa's location. As long as he didn't move, she had a way to strike him again. Bonnie pricked up her ears, listening intently to every sound. Suddenly, she heard several people moving ahead. Clearly, the bear man wasn't among them, meaning he was still in place. She smiled slightly and launched a swift attack. This time, she planned to smash her knee into the bear man's foul mouth, silencing him forever. With a deafening bang, Bonnie struck her target. Popov screamed and flew backward. Almost simultaneously, a pale blue flame erupted beside Bonnie. Startled, she quickly retreated, but the hem of her clothing was still scorched. Bonnie frowned. She hadn't expected her opponent to have anticipated her attack pattern and laid an ambush beside the bear man. She had been careless. She snorted coldly and extinguished the remaining sparks on her clothing with a wave of her hand. But the next moment, a sharp killing intent enveloped her. Almost instinctively, she rolled to the left. A pale, long blade flashed past where she had been standing, but missed its target, and her opponent retreated swiftly. Bonnie's expression grew increasingly serious. This was the first time she had encountered such an opponent. "Humph, I didn't expect there to be a real expert among you. This is interesting, getting more and more interesting." Hearing Bonnie's voice, Victor knew Bourne had failed, but the anger in her voice was palpable, indicating that Bourne posed a threat. A good sign. No sooner had Bonnie finished speaking than Bourne attacked again. Clang! 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 3 bone spikes flew towards Bonnie's head. Had she not dodged quickly, she would have been impaled. Bonnie gritted her teeth. Now she was the one being hunted, her location exposed, and she had no clue where her attacker was. He could attack her with impunity, while she could only dodge or defend, which would only make noise and give him more information. Almost without pause, 3 more disintegration rays shot from another direction. Bonnie cursed under her breath and dodged again. However, the disintegration rays were glowing. As they struck Bonnie, they also revealed her to everyone else. Akeem, Samir, and Bourne unleashed their magic almost simultaneously, launching a ranged attack on Bonnie. Left with no other option, Bonnie cast a slowing spell, briefly halting one of the spells aimed at her, and allowing her to dodge the attack. However, this also dispelled her dark domain, causing the surrounding darkness to recede like a tide, revealing the complete scene of the first level. Chapter 247. Looking at the petite, bunny-eared girl, barely 1.6 meters tall, everyone was dumbfounded. So, this was the kind of opponent they were fighting? Bonnie's face was extremely ugly, her eyes glowing with an eerie blood-red light. She said hatefully, "Heh, I really underestimated you. You actually forced me to break through the dark domain. Not bad, not bad." Then she looked at Bourne, who was clearly far from the group. "It was you, the one who ambushed me just now, wasn't it? Very good, heh, this is great. This challenge won't be boring." Bourne held his soul-severing blade horizontally in front of his chest, looking at his opponent with a serious expression. After the brief exchange, he had truly felt her strength. If he were alone, he probably wouldn't be a match for her. Fortunately, they were a team, albeit a hastily assembled one, but it was still better than fighting alone. Just as Bourne was about to rejoin the group, Bonnie moved. She was as fast as the wind, kicking Bourne in the face in the blink of an eye. Startled, Bourne quickly drew his sword to parry, but the force of her kick was immense. Even though it struck the soul-severing blade, it still sent him flying several meters back. Bourne gritted his teeth and roared, "What are you all standing there for? Attack!" The others finally reacted. Claude, Victor, Popov, and Akeem, for skilled in close combat, swarmed forward, raising their weapons to thrust at Bonnie. Hee. Bonnie let out another silvery laugh, her figure blurring as she drifted away like a butterfly through the gaps in their attack. "Come and catch me. Whoever catches me first will get a kiss as a reward." Claude's expression turned grave. His opponent was simply too fast. Even now, without the darkness, he could clearly see the opponent's figure, but catching them was incredibly difficult. More importantly, The weapons he and Popov used were extremely cumbersome, while Akeem and Victor lacked the necessary strength. What could he do? As he pondered this, Bonnie's attack targeted him this time. In a flash, Bonnie swept her leg across his abdomen. He instinctively dodged backward, narrowly avoiding the attack, but the next moment, his eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Watch out!" But it was too late. Popov, standing beside him, took a solid kick. This kick was powerful, striking Popov squarely in the waist. Popov flew like a kite with a broken string, his bone hammer flying nearly 10 meters away. Hee. You think you can defeat me just because you cracked my dark domain? What wishful thinking. Your strength is so low, it seems Lady Jessica has quite the luck. Bonnie giggled. 40 years ago, her luck wasn't so good either. She lost to that evil dragon, which greatly angered Lord Asmodeus. Bourne frowned. Could it be that Jessica is still alive after the last challenge? Bonnie's expression froze, then her eyes curved into crescent moons. So you all don't know? Actually, we Guardians aren't real undead. We're just incarnations of Lord Asmodeus's power. Even if we die today, we're not afraid. As long as Lord Asmodeus is still here, we reappear after a while. Bourne was shaken. If the embodiment of Asmodeus's power was this formidable, just how strong was Asmodeus? Was it truly wise to oppose such a terrifying being? However, the current situation left him no time to consider. From the moment he entered the Lord's Tower, he had to complete the challenge with all his might, or face certain death. Samir whispered a few words in Claude's ear. Claude's eyes lit up, and he gave Victor a wink. Victor immediately understood, pushing off with both feet and launching an attack. Bonnie sneered, meeting Victor's short sword with a kick. However, Victor's movements faltered, and he suddenly flipped over, sending a bone spike flying from behind him. Bonnie's kick landed heavily on the ground. She slapped the bone spike aside with her right hand, simultaneously taking a step forward and kicking Victor in the throat. Nearby, Akeem seized the opportunity, closing in and thrusting the bone spike at Bonnie's chest. Bonnie, however, paid no heed. With a swift movement, she leaped forward a short distance as if teleporting, narrowly avoiding the bone spurs, and simultaneously kicked Victor in the chest. Victor instinctively covered his chest with his hands, feeling an immense force that nearly shattered his arms. His small frame was no match for Popov's sturdiness. He was sent flying with a thud. Bonnie's right hand, not idle, spun and grabbed Akeem by the collarbone, lifting him forcefully and hurling him towards Claude. Her two strikes, a kick and a grab, knocked both men down. Claude hastily caught Akeem, and the two fell backward together. Samir stamped his foot, cursing under his breath as useless, and with a flick of his staff, fired another disintegration ray. Bonnie looked at him coldly, her figure blurring as she vanished from her spot, only to reappear abruptly in front of him, raising her foot to kick. Samir chuckled, retreating rapidly. Simultaneously, a flash of black light appeared, and Bonnie felt her movements abruptly halt. At the same time, a huge black figure sprang out from the side. It was Popov, who had been gathering his strength for a long time. Having been attacked by Bonnie multiple times, he was already seething with anger, and now that he had an opportunity, he wasn't about to let it slip by. Popov raised his bone hammer high and slammed it down on Bonnie's head. This strike used the low-level magic 1,000-pound force. If it hit, not only Bonnie's small and frail body, but even a golden skeleton, like Claude, wouldn't be able to withstand it. As Popov's bone hammer was about to strike Bonnie's head, everyone's eyes widened, inwardly shouting, "Is it going to succeed? Are they really going to defeat the Guardian of the first level like this?" But it was clear that Bonnie wasn't an ordinary undead. She was a zombie of the orc race, of the same race as Popov, only of a different species. One a rabbit woman, the other a bear woman. A glint flashed in Bonnie's eyes. Samir's control magic hadn't kept her under control for long. The instant she broke free, Bonnie leaned backward, her waist arching as if boneless, while simultaneously pulling her legs together and forcefully pushing upward. This push actually withstood Popov's full-force attack. Her seemingly slender legs slammed into the bone hammer, producing a tremendous roar. With the surge of magic, a visible shockwave radiated outwards from the two of them. What kind of monster is this? Claude cursed under his breath, charging forward and slashing horizontally at Bonnie's side. Bonnie dodged Popov's bone hammer, somersaulted a few times, creating distance between herself and the two, and sneered, "Your teamwork is terrible. You think you can defeat me like this?" Claude's sword missed its mark, a surge of anger rising in his chest. He growled, "What do we do? We're not fast enough. Even with Samir's slowing effect, it's not enough to defeat her." Samir remained unmoved. What? Scared already at the very beginning? Claude frowned. What am I afraid of? Now it's our turn. Cooperation? If we don't find a way, are we all going to die together? Samir tilted his head. Heh, since strategy won't work, then all of you come at me together. I provide support from the sidelines. Once the fighting starts, weaknesses will naturally be revealed. Claude thought for a moment and nodded. All right, then you better watch your timing. The rest of you, come with me. With that, he dragged his greatsword backward and charged towards Bonnie first. Popov, Akeem, and Victor, seeing this, also rushed forward, surrounding Bonnie from different directions, hoping to limit her speed. Bonnie remained calm and composed. Her slender arms and legs somehow unleashed tremendous power, fighting the four of them barehanded without being at a disadvantage. Samir's soul fire flickered in his eyes. His attention was entirely focused on Bonnie, who was leaping and bounding in the arena. His magic power slowly accumulated in his hand, and rings of black mist swirled around it, giving off a very dangerous feeling. Bonnie noticed Samir's change during the fight, but a slight smile played on her lips. She didn't believe Samir's attacks would cause her any harm. However, she wouldn't just watch him build up his strength. She wanted to plunge these people into despair, to show them that even rabbits weren't to be trifled with. With a casual twist, she dodged Claude's slash, and simultaneously performed a backflip, avoiding Popov's bone hammer. In midair, she lightly touched the hammer with her feet, her body shooting like an arrow to Akeem's face. She grabbed his right hand, which was about to throw a bone spike, pulled it back forcefully, and simultaneously kicked Akeem under the armpit with her waist power. With a crack, Akeem's arm was severed. Damn it! Akeem reacted quickly, forcefully swinging a bone spike outward with his remaining left hand. Bonnie performed another backflip, trapping Akeem's swinging left arm between her legs, and with a powerful jerk, Akeem was thrown into the air. Hee, flew so far! Bonnie giggled, her figure flashing as she reappeared in front of Victor. Victor was startled and quickly thrust his short sword forward. Bonnie slightly shifted her body, reaching out to grab his wrist, but Victor instead swung his sword horizontally, attempting to slice off Bonnie's arm. Seeing this, Bonnie smiled slightly, suddenly taking a step forward. This step caused her elbow to strike Victor's upward sweeping forearm, halting his sword's advance. At the same time, Bonnie bent down and delivered a side kick, her left foot striking Victor in the stomach, sending him flying. Now, the encirclement of four was reduced to just the two most resilient fighters. Unfortunately, these two were completely helpless against the agile Bonnie. However, the loss of two men gave Samir, who had been waiting for an opportunity, a wider field of vision. The instant Bonnie landed after kicking Victor, he roared, "Attack!" Simultaneously, a black mist, moving at an imperceptible speed, instantly enveloped Bonnie. She seemed frozen in place, her feet barely touching the ground, and she stiffly fell backward. Claude and Popov's hearts skipped a beat. Yes, this was their chance. They knew that Samir's control spell was extremely short-lived, lasting only a moment before the controlled person regained their mobility. This moment was crucial for them. Claude swung his great sword from the left, slashing diagonally downwards from the upper left, while Popov leaped into the air from the right, swinging his bone hammer high above his head and slamming it down. This time, Samir clearly used his full strength. Bonnie couldn't move a single finger for half a second until Claude and Popov's attacks hit her, at which point she broke free. But could an ordinary person really escape from such an overwhelming attack? Bonnie's eyes gleamed with an eerie red light. She grinned, revealing a set of sharp teeth on her beautiful face, making her look incredibly terrifying. Her backward momentum didn't diminish. She slammed her right foot into the ground, even shattering the floorboards. She spun in midair, kicking her left leg vertically upward, while her right hand brushed against Claude's sword like a gentle breeze. A force emanated from Claude's sword, guiding it to slash in another direction. Boom! Boom! Two deafening sounds rang out as Popov's bone hammer slammed heavily into Bonnie's left foot, driving her into the ground like a nail. Bonnie's right leg, supporting her weight, was almost completely submerged. Meanwhile, Claude's greatsword struck the ground only 2 centimeters away from Bonnie, failing to injure her in the slightest. Despair gripped the group. If this couldn't kill the rabbit, what other method was possible? Popov and Claude knew that if this attack missed, they would face Bonnie's relentless onslaught. Bonnie's grin stretched almost to her ears, her face a terrifying sight. Her bloodshot eyes scanned everyone present, and a chilling laugh escaped her lips. Hee, I'm tired. Your attacks are so boring. It's time to kill you all and end this farce. However, her words abruptly stopped. Her eyes widened, a sense of extreme danger rising within her, making her heart pound wildly. Wait! Why is one person missing? Indeed, the battle had been intense. Everyone's attention had been focused on their opponent. Even Bonnie hadn't noticed that of the original 6 challengers, only 5 remained. Where was the third? Had he escaped? Impossible. The door couldn't be opened. Their only way out was to defeat all the guardians. What was going on? Before she could figure it out, with a soft thud, a pale longsword pierced her chest. Seeing the blade, coated with a sticky liquid, appear at her chest, her eyes widened. She couldn't understand how her opponent had gotten behind her, so close, without her noticing. She struggled to turn around, trying to see her opponent's face, but the moment she moved, the longsword twisted, the blade slicing upwards and slicing open her head. Jessica's Legion, Lord's Tower, First Floor Guardian, Bunny Girl Bonnie, fallen in battle. Chapter 248. With a thud, Bonnie's body fell to the ground, her right leg still embedded in the earth, her left leg raised high, pressing against Papa's massive bone hammer. Everyone around was stunned, unable to react for a moment. Bourne flicked his long sword, shaking off the viscous liquid on its blade, and simultaneously bent down to retrieve Bonnie's soul fire, waving at Samir from afar. Looks like we two still have some chemistry. Claude looked at Samir suspiciously. You communicated tactics? Samir opened his mouth, managing to say with difficulty, yes, but Bourne, how did you suddenly appear? Everyone's gaze turned to Bourne again. This was the question everyone wanted to ask. Bourne shrugged and tossed the soulfire to Akeem. Isn't defeating the Guardian enough? Why ask so many questions? You know when the time is right. Claude and Samir exchanged a glance, both seeing deep apprehension in each other's eyes. This sudden disappearance and reappearance was far too unpredictable. If Bourne used this tactic against them, they knew they wouldn't be able to handle it. Victor stepped forward to help Akeem reattach his arm, asking, So what do we do next? Continue to the next level? Samir shook his head. No, the battle just now consumed too much of our magic. We need to rest, and at least recover some. Claude agreed. Yes, and Akeem not only needs to reattach his arm, but he also needs to absorb this soulfire. The Guardian's soulfire contains immense magic. It won't be absorbed in a short time. Bourne patted Akeem on the shoulder, gesturing for him to immediately consume the soul flame and begin cultivating. Akeem nodded, tilted his head back, and swallowed the soul flame whole. The immense power instantly permeated his entire body, and he immediately sat down cross-legged, entering a deep meditative state. Bourne sat down opposite Akeem. If there weren't so many people present, he would have wanted to use the soul fusion technique to help Akeem refine the soul flame, but he dared not take such a risk. If people knew he possessed the soul fusion technique, who knew how much trouble it would cause? Seeing this, the others found places to sit and rest. Samir sidled up to Bourne, chuckling, Heh, brother Bourne, that was quite a move. Looks like I made the right choice in bringing you here. Bourne gave him a disgruntled look. Did you bring me here? Who else could you have brought? Samir chuckled sheepishly. Heh, you can't say that. There's no deep-seated hatred between us. I'm now the strategist of the Mammon Legion, and I greatly admire your talent. I have high hopes for your future. I can make the decision to maintain an alliance with the Sharp Knife Army and develop together. What do you say? Bourne remained noncommittal. He knew that even an alliance with the Mammon Legion wasn't necessarily a good thing. After all, the Mammon Legion had made countless enemies during its expansion, and who knew, one day they might be driven to the Lord's Tower like Asmodeus. At that time, as an ally of the Mammon Legion, the Sharp Knife Army would also be seen as an enemy, and might even become the first target of attack. Samir seemed to know Bond's concerns, a sly glint in his eyes. Heh, brother Bond, it seems you and I are the same kind of people. Bourne was taken aback. Me and you? The same kind of person? Don't joke around, okay? Samir waved his hand. Heh, I previously allied with the Earth Bear and Jose, all to infiltrate the enemy and help my own legion win. What's there to say about that? Now, the Mammon Legion can give me more resources, so naturally I pledge my allegiance to them. If the Mammon Legion is defeated one day, I might go to another legion. That's how I am, always on the run to survive. Aren't you the same? Bourne frowned. He disliked Samir's words and actions even more. I'm different from you. If the Clawed Legion hadn't merged into the Balzab Legion, I wouldn't have left. Samir chuckled. How are you different? I know you previously infiltrated Hendrik's forces, dismantled them from within, and then rebuilt the Vanguard. Speaking of which, is this any different from what I did? Bourne asked impatiently, what exactly are you trying to say? Samir shrugged. It's simple. Alliances are between legions, but personally, I wish to form an alliance with you. What? Bourne raised an eyebrow. You want to ally with me? Why? Samir put his staff aside and sat down. Heh, it's actually quite simple. 10 years ago, I first met you on the battlefield between the Earth Bear and the Northern Army. Ellen and Ong were fighting to the death, and you, a mere Tier 2 skeleton soldier, actually became the one who turned the tide of the battle. At that time, I didn't know you would grow so quickly. 10 years have passed, and your strength is now equal to mine, even surpassing mine. Heh, there are no eternal enemies, Brother Bourne. Now I sincerely extend an invitation to you. Even if you become an enemy of the Mammon Legion in the future, I will still help you. Bourne stared intently into Samir's eyes, trying to discern something, but Samir was a skeleton with no eyeballs. What can you offer me? He asked. Samir rubbed his hands together. Heh, since I invited you, I won't keep it a secret. Actually, I found a way to refine soul fire and increase its absorption efficiency. Soul fire that was originally at the 5th level of the origin realm might have an effect exceeding that of the 9th level. Bourne was taken aback. What? There really is such a method? Samir nodded. Heh, besides that, I possess 2 kinds of intermediate magic. You probably already know that one is a control spell, and the other I haven't used yet, so I keep it a secret for now. Perhaps it will come in handy on the next level. Bourne already knew that the spell that could briefly freeze someone must be an intermediate spell, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. He had such powerful control, but he hadn't expected Samir to possess an intermediate level magic. What was it? Samir continued. Heh, if you're willing to cooperate with me, I teach you the method of refining soulfire. Together, we can build a powerful army capable of dominating the lower level undead territories. What do you say? Bourne took a deep breath and asked, the method of refining soulfire you mentioned. Could it be a cultivation technique? Samir trembled, looking at Bourne with disbelief. You? How do you know? Could it be that you? Bourne quickly waved his hands, gathering his thoughts, and said, I heard about it from others. It seems there's a cultivation method that's more efficient and faster than ordinary meditation. This method is a cultivation technique, but I don't know what it is, and I never seen it before. Do you really have it? Samir patted his face to calm himself down. Heh, Brother Bourne, it seems you're quite learned too. In this world, those who know about cultivation techniques are probably few and far between. I just happened to have a fortuitous encounter when I became an undead, learning the origin of cultivation techniques, and even acquiring one myself. Bourne immediately became interested. The origin of cultivation techniques? Aren't cultivation techniques created by humans? Of course not. Samir waved his hand. Heh, legend has it that cultivation techniques didn't exist in ancient times. Besides, all the strong in the world had very clear professional classifications. For example, mages use magic, without using swords or guns. Unlike now, you're a mage, and I'm a mage too. Something seemed to have been unlocked in Bourne's mind. He slapped his thigh. That's right, why am I also a magician? I'm curious too. Samir looked puzzled. Heh, what's so strange about that? People call them that now, it's become a habit. Actually, in ancient times, there were not only magicians, but also swordsmen, archers, berserkers, and other professions. Except for magicians, no one else could sense the fluctuations of magic, yet they could still unleash incredible combat power. Bourne looked surprised. Without magic, how did they fight? Samir shrugged. Heh, I don't know. It's said that this situation continued until the appearance of a certain person. This person was very strange. He could stand on a long sword, fly, and do anything. He not only wielded a sword but also knew magic. His appearance completely shattered the world's understanding of cultivation, and thus the War of the Gods broke out. The War of the Gods. These were terms Bond had never heard of before. Even Dao Quang hadn't told him about them. Samir stroked his chin, as if recalling something. The War of the Gods was divided into 2 sides. One side rejected this hybrid cultivation method, while the other wanted to learn it to strengthen themselves. Thus, they fought endlessly, creating many cultivation techniques in the process. One of them was the simplest. Even ordinary people could cultivate it, the one most people in the main plane are currently using. Bond nodded. So they also cultivated techniques. That's right. Samir said, heh, but although this technique is simple, its efficiency is extremely low, incomparable to other techniques. Later, the faction among the gods that incorporated that strange person's cultivation method won. They divided the techniques into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and human. Heaven is the highest, and human is the lowest. And the cultivation techniques that ordinary people practice right now aren't even human level. Bourne smiled slightly. Then what level of cultivation technique do you have? Samir raised his head and said, this is a human level cultivation technique called chi refining method. Don't underestimate it just because it's the lowest level. It's better than nothing. Just look at my cultivation speed. What can an ordinary undead do in 10 years? Bourne suddenly understood, secretly calculating in his mind that his soul fusion technique had already fused with 2 heavenly souls, one earth-shattering heavenly soul, and the other punishing heavenly soul. It should at least have upgraded to the level of a human-level cultivation technique by now. Seeing that Bourne didn't speak, Samir thought he was shocked by his words, so he continued, how about it? As long as you're willing to form an alliance with me, I give you this cultivation technique for free. Bourne chuckled, pointed upwards, and said, let's get out of this hellhole first. This first level is already this difficult. Who knows what monsters are up there? Samir scoffed, I don't think it matters. Look at this rabbit, it seems to be around the 7th level of the Liyuan realm, but we still defeated it. With your unpredictable moves just now, I don't think those guardians are anything. Bourne gave a wry smile and shook his head. He wasn't so optimistic. These guardians were all incarnations of Asmodeus's power. Who was Asmodeus? One of the 10 undead lords. He wasn't so easy to deal with. Akeem absorbed the soul fire for a whole day, but this time was very worthwhile because Akeem directly advanced 2 levels, reaching the 3rd level of the Liyuan realm, further increasing their combat power. Have you rested enough? Claude asked. Everyone nodded. Popov looked around and asked, how do we get to the next level? There isn't even a staircase here. Bourne thought for a moment, then returned to Bonnie's body, searching her body. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he pulled out a bead. The bead was black and yellow, with wisps of black mist swirling around it, clearly a magic stone. Without a word, Bourne crushed the bead. A deafening roar erupted, releasing immense magical power that trembled the surrounding earth. Suddenly, a disc appeared on the ground, slowly rising and transforming into a spiral staircase leading to the ceiling. Bourne smiled and turned back, saying, looks like we be going up this way. With that, he stepped onto the stairs first, ascending step by step, and the others quickly followed. Upon reaching the 2nd level, the stairs rumbled downwards again, and the hole in the ground closed, leaving no exit from the 2nd level. Everyone nervously looked around, observing the situation on the 2nd level. Similar to the 1st level, the light here was very dim, but not to the point of being completely obscured. The space seemed larger, but a very pungent odor permeated the air. Although everyone present was undead, they clearly sensed something unusual. Most strangely, of course, were the numerous small black mounds of earth scattered throughout. Looking around, there were countless mounds, at least 1,000 of them. What were these mounds for? The most prominent one was a large mound in the very center of the 2nd level, 3 or 4 meters high. The soil looked very soft, as if it had been recently piled up. Just as everyone was wondering where the guardian of this level was, the large mound in the center shook, emitting a rustling sound. Everyone huddled together nervously, weapons in hand, staring intently at the large mound of earth. Suddenly, a head popped out from a small opening in the mound. Everyone's eyes widened, and when they saw the head's face, they were all astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. It was a woman's head. Was this another level with a woman? Chapter 249. If Bonnie's beauty was pure and lively, then this woman was bewitching and alluring. Her cheeks were fair, her eyelashes long, and her lips so red they seemed to bleed. She wore a black crown, and there were black, scale-like markings on her cheeks. She poked her head out, her alluring eyes sweeping over everyone present, and let out a cold snort. Humph. How laughable. Bonnie swore she could kill you all, but in the end, not one of you died, and you did defeat her. Claude looked at the woman warily and asked, are you the guardian of the 2nd level? The woman chuckled, yes, I am Campbell, the guardian of the 2nd level. I will make this your end. Rest assured, you will die a very quick and painless death. Samir narrowed his eyes and laughed, I didn't expect the guardians of Asmodeus to be women, and all of them women who like to boast. Campbell's eyes widened, and a sharp aura surged forth. Her body slowly crawled halfway out of the mound of earth, revealing a slender, curvaceous figure covered in black scales on her body and arms. She leaned back slightly, and waved her hands gently. I just woke up and need to rest a bit. You all play with my pets first. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone heard strange rustling sounds around them, as if something was crawling, but they couldn't see anything. Everyone be careful, Claude said, stepping forward to shield everyone with his great sword. Suddenly, the nearest mound of earth moved, and a black shadow, about the size of a small dog, emerged with a whoosh. As soon as it appeared, it pounced on Victor. Victor was startled and almost instinctively swung his short sword. The sword clashed with the shadow, only producing a series of sparks. It didn't even break through the shadow's armor. The dark shadow landed on the ground not far away, letting out a roar. When everyone saw the shadow's appearance, they all gasped. The creature was jet black and gleaming, fully armored, covered in a shell-like armor. On its broad head were a pair of enormous compound eyes, 6 pairs of agile appendages on either side of its thorax, a pair of huge pincers in front, and a thick, slightly curled tail with a sharp, dangerous stinger at the end. Needless to say, it was a scorpion. But wasn't this scorpion a bit too big? A normal scorpion is at most the size of a palm, but this one was about the size of a dog, its exoskeleton incredibly hard. Even Victor's sharp short sword couldn't harm it. More importantly, other scorpions kept crawling out from the other mounds of earth. These scorpions were all about the same size, waving their huge pincers and hissing at the group. Akeem felt a chill run down his spine. What are we going to do? Our weapons can't even hurt them. How are we supposed to fight them? Another scorpion lunged at him. Popov tried to block, but Born beat him to it, slashing horizontally with his soul-severing blade. With a crisp crack, the scorpion's carapace was split open, the blade encountering no resistance as it easily sliced through the scorpion's chest and abdomen, cleaving it in two, green sap splattering everywhere. Camper, who had been watching the spectacle with her arms crossed and a cold smile, paused slightly. Oh! Looks like there really is someone formidable. No wonder you were able to defeat Bonnie. But you better watch out, I'm not so easy to defeat. With that, she waved her hand lightly, and thousands upon thousands of scorpions on the ground launched their attack almost simultaneously. Born possessed the soul-severing blade, capable of easily piercing the scorpion's hard shells. The others, especially Akeem and Victor, lacked this ability. Their bone spikes and short swords were ineffective against the scorpions, leaving them vulnerable and protected in the center. Claude and Popov flanked them, each swing of their weapons clearing away a large portion of the scorpions in front of them, only to have the space quickly filled by scorpions rushing in from behind. Samir's disintegration ray proved effective this time, softening the scorpion's shells with each hit, creating openings for Claude and Popov. Born roared, slashing down 2 scorpions in front of him with a backhand stroke. Turning back, he said, "Everyone retreat. Retreat to the wall. That way, the defensive pressure will be less." Hearing this, everyone slowly began to move towards the wall, but Popov still yelled, "This isn't working. Even if we retreat to the wall, we can't kill all these endless scorpions. If we're careless and they swarm us, we're finished." As he spoke, 2 scorpions broke through his hammer, one crawled onto his leg, and the other onto his head. Born cried out in alarm, and quickly swung his soul-severing blade, killing the scorpion on his head. Samir continuously unleashed disintegration rays at the scorpion on Popov's leg, but the scorpion wouldn't let go. Instead, it gripped even tighter. Popov continued to swing his bone hammer, and kicked his legs desperately, hoping to kick the scorpion away, but to no avail. The scorpion raised its thick tail, and a drop of purple liquid slowly oozed from the tip of its gleaming stinger before it stabbed Popov hard into his leg. "Oh my god! It stung me!" Popov yelled, "Someone get him away." Unfortunately, other scorpions rushed in from all directions, and everyone was too busy to deal with him. Only Akeem reacted quickly, grabbing the scorpion's tail with his right hand, then shouting and thrusting a bone spike into the scorpion with his left. With a snap, thanks to Samir's disintegration ray, the spike successfully penetrated the scorpion's body, but failed to sever the tail, instead becoming lodged inside. "I do it!" Victor roared, forcefully slashing his short sword at the scorpion's tail, finally severing it. He then grabbed the severed tail with one hand, and yanked it off Popov's body, simultaneously kicking off the remaining half of the body with his right foot. Popov finally breathed a sigh of relief. Startled, he swung his bone hammer even more vigorously, trying to prevent another scorpion from entering. But after taking only 2 steps, his leg suddenly gave way, and he fell to the ground to his right. "What happened?" Akeem explained in surprise, quickly grabbing Popov and dragging him into the protective circle. Victor stepped over Popov and rushed in front of him, taking his place. Fortunately, they had retreated to the wall, reducing their defensive area, so Victor could hold on somewhat. "How are you?" Samir asked, parting the thick hair on Popov's leg to examine him. Popov groaned, "I don't know. My right leg suddenly went numb." "What happened?" Samir suddenly noticed a hole where the scorpion had stuck earlier. No blood was flowing from the hole. Instead, wisps of black smoke were rising from it. Oh no! You've been poisoned. Ah? Popov's eyes widened. I'm an undead, how could I be poisoned? Samir shook his head. I don't know what kind of poison it is, but I'm certain you've been poisoned. Born exclaimed. Samir, don't you also study poisons? Back in the Northern Army, you even poisoned Jose. Samir frowned. That was a kind of undead plant I discovered by chance. It has the property of temporarily enhancing strength, but the side effect is losing control of the body, that's all. I haven't studied other poisons. Born gritted his teeth, and with a swift movement, severed Popov's right leg. Ah! Popov cried out in terror. What are you doing? Are you going to kill me? Born returned to his position after his strike, saying in a deep voice, since there's no way to cure the poison, I have to cut off your leg. Otherwise, the poison will spread, and you won't be able to move at all. Then you really be waiting to die. Popov shuddered upon hearing this. He could imagine that if he died in this place, he would be devoured piece by these scorpions, leaving not even bone fragments. Samir stared gravely at the severed limb on the ground. The wisp of black energy had already penetrated to the upper thigh, enveloping the entire leg. What kind of poison is this? It's so bizarre. Victor cried out, stop guessing. Someone help me. I can't hold on much longer. Popov snapped out of his daze, and struggled to his feet with his remaining leg, swinging his bone hammer as he rejoined the fight. Time ticked by, and Samir's magic finally ran out. Born, Claude, and Popov, like machines, wielded their weapons emotionlessly, repelling wave after wave of scorpion hordes. But the scorpions were countless. Even after killing thousands, they were still relentless. An ordinary person would have long since been devoured by the scorpions, their limbs aching and their bodies weakening. Fortunately, they were undead, tireless, but the battle had taken its toll, slowing their movements slightly. Born! Samir said, sitting on the ground recovering his magic, do you have any ideas? We can't hold on like this. Popov is already injured. He might run into trouble soon too. Born frowned. It wasn't that he didn't want to try, but he truly had no solution. The scorpions were like an endless tide. Suddenly, the number of scorpions on Claude's side increased dramatically, putting immense pressure on him. Desperate, he roared and unleashed a low-level spell, Sky-Piercing Slash. A slash formed from pale blue soul fire tore through the dim space, sending a large number of scorpions flying. However, this slash was like a broom, only leaving white cuts on the scorpions, unable to kill them. But the moment the slash was unleashed, the surrounding scorpions suddenly shrieked and retreated to the side, seemingly terrified of the attack. Born keenly sensed the anomaly. In his view, the scorpions weren't afraid of the slash spell itself. After all, it only pushed them aside without harming them. So what were they truly afraid of? Born's gaze swept indifferently over Campbell, the eerie woman who had remained motionless, merely watching the battle with a cold smile and crossed arms. Her eyes were tightly closed, only slightly opening when the attack subsided. A thought struck Born, and he exclaimed, I think I found a way. Everyone was startled, unsure what Born's method was. Born continued, does anyone have a way to completely illuminate this place? Samir thought for a moment and said, we can set it on fire. There are already a large number of scorpion corpses gathered here. They're perfect for burning. Born nodded. All right. Everyone, listen to my command, unleash your soulfire and burn these scum to ashes. Claude asked, but our attacks are ineffective against these scorpions. Soulfire consumes magic power, and has low attack power. How can it possibly harm them? Trust me. Born said solemnly, there's no time to explain now. You can only trust me. Looking at Born's earnest. Seeing the look in Claude's eyes, he nodded emphatically, all right. I trust you, give the order. Watching the crowd struggle desperately together, now whispering amongst themselves, Campbell found it very amusing. A smile played on her lips, and she licked her lips with her bright red tongue, muttering to herself, struggle, struggle, struggle to the end, and you become my pet's dinner, hee hee hee. Suddenly, Born shouted, everyone, listen to my command. I count to 1, and we all attack. Campbell's attention was drawn to this shout. She watched the group with interest, wanting to see what tricks they would pull next. Born shouted 3 times. 3, 2, 1. Poof, poof, poof. The 6 of them simultaneously released their soul fire. The pale blue soul fire ignited upon contact with the dead scorpion's corpse, crackling and popping, filling the air with a burnt smell. The flames instantly illuminated the entire second level. The scorpions let out piercing screams, as if they had encountered their nemesis. They desperately burrowed into the mound of earth. The damage from the soul fire wasn't very strong. Some scorpions that got some soul fire on them rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames, but even so, they fled as if terrified. Seeing this, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. Popov plopped down on the ground, feeling like he'd been given a second chance at life. Samir asked in surprise, What happened? Born, how did you know they were afraid of fire? Born laughed. They're not afraid of fire, they're afraid of light. I have to thank Claude for that. If it weren't for your slash, I probably wouldn't have noticed. I see. Victor clapped his hands. Born then said gravely, But now there's a problem. The scorpions have retreated, but our magic power is almost depleted. How are we going to deal with that woman? He pointed to Campbell, whose expression was ferocious in the distance. Chapter 250. Camper was furious. The firelight shining on her face made her extremely uncomfortable. More importantly, the light had scared away all her beloved pets. Something unprecedented. You ants, you bastards, I make you pay. Camper roared, using her hands to forcefully pull her lower body out of the mound. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Camper's lower body wasn't human at all, but a scorpion's, with 6 long, thin legs and a black, curved stinger pointing upwards. My God, what kind of monster is this? Akeem exclaimed. Popov said gravely, These are scorpion people, very rare, a branch of our orcs. They are powerful, ruthless, and extremely difficult to deal with. Samir asked, Have you ever fought a scorpion people? Popov shook his head. No, but I heard of them, though I don't know much about them. After leaving the mound, Camper produced a trident from somewhere and charged at the group, sweeping it away without a word, instantly extinguishing a patch of flames. The group scattered immediately. Claude and Popov almost simultaneously swung their weapons to counterattack. Victor and Akeem circled to the side, while Samir quickly created distance, casting a binding spell on Camper with his staff. Camper was caught off guard during her first battle with Samir. Suddenly, she felt her movements falter and lost her footing, falling forward to the ground. However, she reacted very quickly, sweeping her tail away from Claude and Popov. She quickly got up, raised her trident, and thrust it at Claude, who was not far away. Claude dodged with a somersault, and simultaneously, behind Camper, Popov leaped up, swinging his bone hammer down towards Camper's head. Camper missed, but swung her trident upwards, easily deflecting Popov's blow. Popov was sent flying 4 or 5 meters before stopping. Claude shouted, This guy is stronger than that rabbit. Everyone be careful. Camper, enraged, retorted, Don't compare me to that dead rabbit. She glared fiercely at the 5 people scattered around her, pondering who to attack next. 5 people? Shouldn't it be 6? Where's the last one? Camper slapped her forehead in confusion. Had she misremembered? Were there only 5 people who came up? The others noticed Camper's hesitation, exchanged glances, and each made their own calculations. It seemed Bourne was about to. The same old trick was being used again, victory or defeat hinged on this. Samir once more gathered her magic, preparing to unleash the dark binding with all her might, while Claude and Popov charged forward again, drawing Campbell's attention. This tactic was consistently effective. Campbell's train of thought was quickly disrupted, leaving her only able to deal with the 2 large, clumsy figures before her. Akeem suddenly launched bone spikes at Campbell. Although they couldn't injure her, they could still cause some trouble, while Victor protected Samir, preventing any sudden attacks from Campbell. Campbell was furious. These 5 ants were far too arrogant, showing no regard for her whatsoever. She was determined to teach them a lesson. Her gaze swept around, finally settling on Popov. Popov had already lost a leg, and now fought with only one, his strength greatly diminished. Camper sneered, deflecting Claude's attack with her trident. Her 6 appendages moved with lightning speed, appearing almost instantly before Popov. Her left hand reached forward, grabbing Popov's wrist, immobilizing him. Her right hand held the trident high, her eyes filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Die, you stinking bear! No! Samir cried out. He no longer cared about the timing. He had to unleash his magic with all his might, or Popov's life would be in danger. Black death threads wrapped around Camper's body, making her seem frozen in place. The trident was only half a meter from Popov's head. Bourne! Quick! Samir shouted. Almost simultaneously, Bourne appeared behind Camper like a ghost, his soul-severing blade slashing towards Camper's neck at an uncanny angle. However, Camper was indeed stronger than Bonnie. She quickly broke free of her restraints. Sensing the intense killing intent behind her, she remained almost unmoved, her eyes still filled with a mocking expression. Her right hand continued to plunge the trident into Popov's skull. Ah! Popov screamed in agony. His head was pierced through, the trident tip probing into his soul fire. A suction force came, almost instantly absorbing all his soul fire. Popov's mangled corpse fell heavily backward to the ground like a puppet. However, just as Bond's soul-severing blade was about to strike Camper's neck, a thick tail lashed out at him. He felt as if his right side had been struck by a bull-nosed beast, his neck nearly dislocated. He was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a distant wall, shattering the hard bricks. TCH didn't even manage to prick him. Camper seemed annoyed, flicking the spikes on his tail. Bourne, how are you? Akeem rushed to Bourne's side, checking his injuries. Bourne struggled to climb out of the wall, waving his hand. I'm fine. I blocked her tail spike with my knife at the crucial moment. I'm alright, but... He looked solemnly at the corpse in front of Camper. Popov was dead, utterly dead. This was the first teammate they had lost since entering the Lord's Tower. Damn it! Samir cursed through gritted teeth. Popov was one of the men he had brought with him. Although the two didn't get along well, they were still from the same legion. What do we do now? Akeem asked. Bourne rotated his right shoulder, which had been slightly displaced by the impact, and straightened it. Their defense is impenetrable, and their attacks are ruthless and vicious. They're indeed troublesome, but not invincible. Oh! Akeem, hearing this, immediately regained his confidence. What's your plan? Bourne pointed to Camper and said, right now, the only way to defeat her is through a sneak attack, but her tail is incredibly annoying. We need to find a way to disable it. Akeem frowned. Controlling Camper's tail was incredibly difficult, and with them already having lost one man, the situation was even more dire. Bourne took a deep breath and whispered something in Akeem's ear. Akeem's eyes widened, and he nodded knowingly. It's settled then. I go tell Samir. You go prepare, Bourne said, running towards Samir. Camper closed her eyes with great enjoyment, completely refining the soul fire she had just absorbed. Hee, this bear's soul fire is quite delicious. I can't wait to taste the soul fire of others. A red light flickered in her eerie eyes, instantly landing on Bourne, who was whispering with Samir. It was this little skeleton who had ambushed her from behind. This kid's magic is very strange. I'd better take him down first. Thinking this, Camper quickly rushed towards Bourne. Seeing this, Claude roared, Bourne, watch out. He swung his great sword at Camper, hoping to draw her attention. But the difference in their strength was too great. Camper casually swung her trident, shoving Claude aside, and simultaneously reached out to grab Bourne. Victor grabbed Samir and pulled her back hastily, creating distance, while Bourne remained unmoved, shouting, wait. Campbell froze, halting her attack. What? Are you begging for mercy? Bourne chuckled. Miss Campbell, I could see it too. You're indeed much stronger than the rabbit downstairs, but you can't make me beg for mercy. With that, he vanished from the spot. Camper was startled, exclaiming, invisibility magic? There really is invisibility magic. She immediately retreated several steps. At this moment, Samir found an opportunity. Taking advantage of Campbell's momentary distraction, he unleashed several disintegration rays, accurately striking Campbell's tail. Although Samir's disintegration rays failed to penetrate Campbell's carapace, as before, the strong corrosiveness softened the carapace considerably. Campbell roared angrily, whipped her tail, and swung her trident at Samir. Claude dodged in front of Samir, parrying with his great sword, while Victor quickly pulled Samir away. Claude once again parried Campbell's trident, enraging her. She raised it again, intending to pierce Claude's head. Just then, a thick bone spike descended from the sky, embedding itself deeply in Campbell's tail. Her softened carapace could no longer protect her soft flesh. With a soft thud, the bone spike pierced through Campbell's tail, pinning it firmly to the ground. Aya! Campbell roared, trying to pull her tail out, but no matter how she twisted her body, the bone spike wouldn't budge. Damn skeleton, damn it! I kill you! Akeem gripped the bone spike tightly, straddling Campbell. He had to use his body to stabilize the spike, otherwise Campbell would easily break free. Samir found an opportunity, using the last of his magic to unleash a dark binding. Campbell's figure paused again. This time, Bourne appeared directly to Campbell's left, the soul-severing blade whistling through the air like the Grim Reaper's scythe, once again slashing towards Campbell's neck. This time, fear finally appeared in Campbell's eyes. She unleashed powerful magic, breaking free of the dark binding, desperately lowering her head, hoping to dodge the attack. But she was too slow. With a whoosh, the soul-severing blade sliced across her shoulder, severing her left arm completely. Damn it! Bourne cursed inwardly. His opponent had dodged this fatal blow. He covered his head with his hands and curled up in the air. The next moment, a tremendous force came and the trident blasted him away like a baseball. With a thud, he slammed into the wall again, feeling every bone in his body crack. If not for bone-strengthening magic, he would have been shattered into pieces. "Aya! I kill you!" Camper had completely gone mad. She grabbed the bone spike stuck in her tail, pulled it out, and threw it aside. "You all die! You all die!" She roared to the sky, her magic exploding, spewing out a large amount of purple smoke from her tail spike, quickly spreading through the air. "Get out of the way!" Born shouted anxiously. Everyone reacted, immediately scattering to avoid the purple smoke. However, the second level was only so big. The smoke quickly filled the entire second level. Claude, running at the back, was the first to be hit. As a golden skeleton, although he didn't need to breathe, the moment he came into contact with the smoke, he felt his body slip out of control. He was like a puppet with its strings cut, falling straight forward to the ground. "Boss!" Victor exclaimed in surprise, immediately stopping to try and save Claude, but Born blocked his way. "What are you doing?" Victor angrily tried to break free. Born said sternly, "Don't go. You'll only be asking for trouble. You won't be of any use." Victor knew Born was absolutely right, but he couldn't just watch Claude die. "What should I do?" "Born! Think of something." Unbeknownst to them, Born had become the team's brain. The first person everyone thought of when faced with trouble was Born. Claude was, in a sense, Born's former superior. He had not only made him the Lord of Sharp Blade City, but also granted him considerable resources and power. However, Born hadn't been able to repay Claude in any way. Shortly after, Claude went to the prime material plane and never returned. Thinking of this, Born gritted his teeth and suddenly exerted force, dragging Victor back. "Come back first, don't go over there. I think of something." Victor, though extremely unwilling, could only helplessly retreat to the wall. Camper was like a mad woman. A black, unidentified liquid gurgled from her severed left arm. Her black crown had fallen from her head, and her long black hair flew wildly. Her eyes were bloodshot, and a terrifying smile graced her face. The purple mist quickly spread to the wall. The group had nowhere to retreat. If they couldn't find a way out, they would all die here. Born sighed softly, "Alas, I didn't expect this. I originally planned to save it for dealing with Jessica, but it seems I can't hold back anymore. What's the most effective way to deal with poisonous fog? That's right, whoosh whoosh whoosh." A gust of wind blew by, compressing all the purple fog to the other side of the second layer. At the same time, Born appeared before Camper in an instant, at an impossible speed. Although Camper was somewhat surprised by this sudden turn of events, she didn't believe the little skeleton before her was strong enough to fight her head-on. Laughing wildly, she raised her trident. "Little skeleton, you come to your death. Ha ha, I smash your head open and devour your soul fire. Die!" With that, she plunged her trident fiercely into Born's head. But in that instant, a feeling of her soul leaving her body overwhelmed her. She felt her body slip out of her control, her mind going completely blank. Then, to everyone's astonishment, her head fell to the ground with a thud. The second-level guardian of Jessica's Legion's Lord's Tower. Scorpion Queen Camper, defeated.